LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
Maybe find a pick or two. Allow his team to get off to an early lead. That's just they have in store. 2 players are going to be pushing this ball carrier. And Yoki's going to get aggressive here. Finds himself the double.
Gameplay. Here we are, Vance with that sniper rifle yet again, and he lines up that so easily. Gets himself a double kill.
Somebody off guard, you would think. Oh my, APG.
Favor of Jailings, but that trade keeps it pretty even across the board. 2-4 for Quadrant, 2-4 for Jailings, but making 3 now as Chick goes in and picks up an overkill.
And we're now moving over to Berserk. So a little bit of initial time for the Chiefs. They're still hanging in there, beasting down in the hill, but a trip and we move to the get the overkill. Finally, with the shock rifle, Justin. We almost had it last game. Adds
a little bit of a pest and hold it down. He picks up one teammate. Will help him with the
ever agree with, so maybe Glory can do us a favor.
And taking out Tech rifle as well. One in the tube and gets the double kill.
From the other side, they want Lucid down, and that is an executed play of taking out Lucid, removing him from the map.
Fresh snipe in hand as well. If anyone can use it, it's going to be there.
Watching Cyclone's POV, he listens so well, considering that he doesn't seem to speak the same language as 2 of his teammates. He's always there responding to those call-outs, and he gets
he's finishing everything. Triple, he can make it a triple. Can he get the overkill? He does that. Able to make this just a 3-kill game.
Knew the pressure was coming, you could tell by the way. Oh my God.
That's a shotgun, by the way.
My heat wave does not hit like that. Does your heat wave hit like that? Or scared, but really thankful for Stellar that he had to roll, sir. Oh! PG and the double! Triple! As well, he's not done. One more player left. Can he get the over on Lucy?
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness gracious. Double. Make it 3.
We'll win this fight. Overkill for Bound. That flag spawn, but it doesn't matter because off the back of the overkill, Bound will get the job done.
Stuff here.
He's going to do it. Let's go. Oh my God, he's doing it. Going to grapple all the way back around for the flag as well. This is the Spider-Man nonsense I'm talking about. He's going to grapple in all the way to the flag.
5 seconds forward. Someone needs to get to it. They get to it. It's down on the batteries. 1 point separates them. You got to pick it up. They get the point. They get the point. 3 seconds. They drop it all. Warriors have done it. They create the upset against the Spend.
This will be Optic's win once more. Optic go back to back. They are your champs here. Cloud9 just couldn't put up the fight.
And what a performance from Optic to not just do it for the first time last week against against Cloud9.
Splendid lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Renadine applied pressure right to the spawners. This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just be interesting. He misses the beat down. He snaps. Oh my God! Gets the sword now as a reward.
HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
Hello and good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the NA Super here for the Halo Championship Series. We are into day number 2, and it means we are into the championship bracket. I'm really excited. We had an epic day of pool play yesterday, and I have 2 incredible individuals to help me talk about it. My name is Lottie, this is Onset and Bravo. Gents, my God. Day 1 was nuts. The pools were crazy. I mean, were you expecting half of the stuff that went down?
I mean, some of the pools ended up in the way that we would expect it. Some of them certainly didn't, though. I think Pool D was kind of the anomaly. We weren't quite sure what was going to happen a lot of the time, and we did not expect it to end up the way that it did. Pioneers down at the bottom of the pile, certainly for some stuff for them to work on, and a long run ahead of them in that elimination bracket. It was definitely a surprise.
It certainly wasn't, Brav. We got to see a lot of roster changes kind of form into that competitive part now. It was interesting to see kind of where they shook up. Were you impressed by some of the changes that were made?
Honestly, on paper, a lot of them were a little bit worrisome, if I'm honest, right? A lot of the team changes, when we looked at them, none of them were like, oh my God, this one's definitely going to work, but there certainly are ones that work better than others. When we look at E United, yes, they went to a few Game 5s, which we'll talk about later, but, right, they're winning series. And you look at G2 topping their group. So right now, certainly a few of the team changes looking better in terms of results, without a doubt.
Certainly are. And I tell you what, we couldn't watch it without all of our streams. Of course, we have 2 dedicated streams for you guys to check out at home, so you don't miss out any of the action. And if you can't find your favorite match, then I suggest you go check out Twitch and YouTube on either A or B and check out all the incredible Halo Infinite action we have in store for you guys. We also have an epic schedule for day 2 here today. Kicking things off, it's the Green Wall, baby, versus SSG. Going to be absolutely incredible. Space Station trying to make an upset here already in day 2. Then we have G2 Esports versus G1. It is the G Derby. Our winner semi-final will be straight after that. And we have our elimination rounds. You know, somebody is going to be going home in each 3 of these rounds, and I'm really excited to find out who that's going to be, but I'm more excited to find out who's going forward, who is having that incredible story, who's going to be having that amazing run. So yeah, really exciting stuff. And I tell you what, something else that's very exciting is you guys actually get some Twitch drops for watching. So all you guys have to do is check us out for 2 hours. Holy Flare Charm could be yours. That's actually available all 3 of the days. The Primal Glory Mark 7 is available during the grand finals for an hour, and that's all you have to do is watch, tune in for an hour, open the tabs. You know what to do, folks. They're definitely worth the while. I've got my tabs open now. I'm getting that job done. The business, it's ready.
You both do.
I
cannot be trusted with a laptop.
No. Or any devices, actually.
No.
But that's a government issue. We'll talk about that later. Yeah.
Shall we talk about some of the biggest stories that came out of yesterday? And one that has been on my mind all night has honestly been Pioneers. That Pool D has been absolutely incredible. It's just been turned upside down. We had a tiebreaker. Obviously, G2 managing to top that pool. But what happened to KCP? I mean, that was just such a shocker to me, and they shocked for all the wrong reasons. Onset, what did you make of you know, really Pioneers just falling so short there in Pool D, right at the bottom, and just really the only kind of match they actually managed to win was G2, so it's a bit of a topsy-turvy one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the fact that it was G2 who end up topping the group that Pioneers beat kind of indicates how tight that group is, right? And a shout out to Lions as well. They're really the team that threw the spanner in the works, taking series here and there and really pushing series right to the limit and making sure that everybody who was in Pool D did not have a comfortable match at any point during their run yesterday. But I mean, G2 coming out on top, it was an amazing performance for them. I think Barcode, there'll be a lot of talk about him and his performance across yesterday. He really added a little bit of spice and a little bit of pizzazz to this G2 lineup they've been missing. And I think just you're looking at the guy right now, and you're going to see some of the plays that he was making. I've never seen a player just jump onto a lineup and play with such confidence. It was a lot of fun to watch.
It certainly was a lot of fun to watch. You know, I really felt like Barcode stepped up to the plate. You know, he had a bit of pressure on his shoulders, a lot of eyes on him. Look, ANZ player coming over to North America. He's super young, super talented. Would he fit in? I would say he does. I think right now for G2, I think, you know, he's looking more like the X factor of this team. Yesterday, when they did go Game 5 against Pioneers, you know, Barcode, he went 7-14 in that final Game 5, and they lost it. And to me, that is really kind of the kind of glimmering hope of an X factor player producing there.
Yeah, it's tough. Also, keep in mind the game before that, I believe, went 30-15. Right?
Yeah.
We were just watching actually some highlights from that recharge game. So tough for Barco to find results like that in a game 5. However, I think this is just the beginning for him and the rest of the team. Like we said, the G2 roster already had such a strong foundation, and I think Barco's a great fit for that squad.
He certainly is indeed. I'm excited about G2. Obviously, they did top the pool, and it's interesting to see where they're going to go from here in that winners bracket. Things can get a little bit harder. Onset, do you think that they can handle that type of smoke that's coming from some of the beasts in that winners bracket?
Yeah, I think they'll be up for it today. I think that yesterday was, even though it was a pool where everybody was hotly contesting each other and the series were back and forth, I think coming out on top of that pool for G2 is great. It's going to fill them with confidence, right? They're under-practiced as well in comparison to some of the other teams. Bringing in this new player, Barcode obviously has to slot in and has to do a job, and it's little things like opening strategy, stuff like that. It's maybe not as well tuned as some of the other teams that are in and around them in the elimination bracket and in the winners bracket as well. So it's going to be a good run, I think, today for G2. And every series they get under their belt, a little bit more confidence, a little bit more belief, and they were playing with that belief yesterday, and it showed.
They certainly were indeed. I'll tell you what. United have more belief. They have it in buckets because they had 2 Game 5 yesterday, so they had a reverse sweep. It was absolutely insane. There are questions left, though, with this roster, right? You look at the results from yesterday, you look at how it kind of panned out for them, and Ryan Noob was a shining star in the darkness a lot of the time for this team, pulling them out of the depths of drowning in the waters. He was absolutely incredible. My big question right now is pacing. I did see some unusual kind of characteristics coming forward where they were kind of walking a little bit. They looked a bit slow at times. Is that just kind of like small bumps in the road, Rob, that they just need to figure out what they want to do a little bit more in terms of consistency here?
Yeah, for me, that's exactly what it is. If I look at the games yesterday, if it's a different team and they're going to Game 5 in the way that they did, you're seeing the complexity series on screen. Keep in mind, they went down 2-0 in that series. They had to reverse sweep. They also went to another Game 5 as well later on. And with a different team, I would be a little bit more concerned, and I'd say I'm not so sure how this team looks. Game 5 is a bit sketchy for me. United is such a unique team and such a talented team that honestly they find a way. And I'm not, honestly, those Game 5s don't have me worried about their weekend. I think they're going to do just fine. They are finding a way to close out series. I think they need to, even if you ask them, they need to be a little bit more efficient. But with the way they played yesterday, with the way they closed out those Game 5s, I'm not too worried about them. Somehow, Ryan Noob does Ryan Noob things and they win series.
Yeah, you saw Ryan Noob on Twitter yesterday as well after they finished the games, and he was like, a little bit of a tough day for us, but I live for Game 5 end game calls. And you can see why.
He certainly does. He has the most patient mentality when it comes to these situations. It's like he has no fear whatsoever of these type of scenarios, and he lives for it, to be honest.
He loves them.
He lives for it. So yeah, very United-esque, and Ryan Noob really does embody that for sure. Let's take a look at what is on the line, though, folks. There is a lot of cash money. There is a big bag to be taking home if you are one of the teams at the end of the day on Sunday. $125,000 on the line, $45K for first place, and of course you have those qualifications to Orlando, and absolutely exceptional stuff. And yeah, it does make it a little bit more pressurizing, right? You come into the NA Super, qualification for Orlando, but that prize money is massive.
Yeah, I think first step is always that qualification, though, right? Orlando, the last major of the year before we get to Worlds, everybody's going to want to be in a great position in pools to go as deep as possible to have the best run they can. When you get that achieved, then you start looking at the thing that you've got on your screen right now. Then you start thinking about the money. Then you start thinking about the placements, because every time that you jump up a couple of placements, you can see how that prize pool increases. So every single match as we get through the bracket becomes more and more valuable, both monetarily and also obviously bragging rights for these teams.
Yeah, definitely the top 4 are going to be looking at that thinking, hey, we're going to be eating good in Orlando. That is for damn sure. Let's take a look at the winners bracket, though. I want to see the brackets right now, where they've kind of panned out, how they're looking. We've got all of our quarterfinals set up here. And just a note as well, folks, we talk about the qualification. Well, the winner of all 4 of these matches will qualify for Orlando. There is a lot on the line for these games to start off the day. That is a lot of pressure here because they want to feel secure, right? All of these teams here fighting for their life, not only in the winners bracket, but in Orlando as well. This is going to mean a lot to them to start off the day.
Yeah, there's some interesting things here in this winners quarters, I think, to look at. Every team just about expected to be here and will have expected to qualify in this fashion. I think there's 2 kind of exceptions there. Oxygen probably didn't bet the farm that they were going to find themselves against Sentinels in those quarters, and also Space Station, their result in the group was anything but secured, right? So they have a big opportunity here, but obviously for both of those teams, Space Station and Oxygen, they have titans of opponents in Sentinels and Optic who are going to be ready to take that quarter, and they're going to expect to do it in a 3-0 fashion for both sides.
Yeah, 100%. I'm definitely also looking at that Cloud9 E-United game as well.
That might be the best quarter of the whole round for sure. That one's going to be crazy.
Without a doubt, I think that's going to be the closest one that we're going to be seeing here in this quarterfinal. I'm really excited to get to that one as well. Let's take a look at the elimination brackets. Go hard or go home for these teams, and it's going to be a difficult one. I've got to say, I'm looking definitely at Pioneers right now. I'm looking at Fnatic. When you're looking at that first round for Pioneers versus Arsenal onset, what's going through your mind for this team? How are they picking up the pieces? That is true. That is also true.
I'm an Arsenal supporter.
Yeah, I'm an
But thinking Halo Infinite only.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
The thing that we're
Halo
here
Infinite
for.
only.
It's a tough run for Pioneers, and I think out of all of the brackets that we're going to look at, the Pioneers team name being there in round one of the elimination bracket is the biggest surprise out of all of it.
Yes.
You know, teams making it through to the winners bracket, sometimes that happens, but seeing a team, and this is a team who's made one player team change, right? It's not like they've replaced half the roster. This is still 3/4 of the roster that has played so well throughout the year. That is a shock to me, but they've got a run ahead of them, and they've got a very, very difficult run ahead of them, a long run ahead of them if they want to get back into potentially breaking that top four like we keep talking about. That's why they made the team change. That's why the exchange was happening between the players. And I'll tell you what, if you're Nick on that lineup right now, you're doing everything you can to bring Pioneers back into the limelight.
Yeah, especially because this is the team that's been on the cusp of top 4 all season, right? To now find themselves in the lim round 1 is tough for them. A few other things we're, of course, looking at. Complexity, finding themselves in round 2. You know they're thinking about that E-United series. How can they not be, right? One game away from 3-0ing E-United. Instead, they find themselves here in the elim bracket.
And, of course, FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
We haven't even mentioned FaZe Clan. Very quiet, disappointing day from them yesterday. Is today going to be different? Is today going to be different? Is that little run in the elimination bracket going to be enough for them to find a little bit of chemistry?
I'm a little bit worried about this team. Listening to that listening yesterday that we did have from them, it was, really lacking hope and kind of hunger, I feel like. And that's going to be difficult coming into the elimination bracket. If you don't have either of those things in this team, good luck. It's going to be really tough.
Look, I've told Andy this many times. All you need sometimes is a cup of tea and a good night's sleep. And everything will be fine the next day. That's what FaZe Clan probably needed.
Very true. Still waiting for both of those, I am. However, round 3, just to make sure everyone is aware, that round 3, that is where qualification happens for Orlando. So keep your eyes peeled on that, and we'll find out what teams are going to be going through. I think it's just about time that we start our first series here. So I'm excited to set this one up. We got Optic versus Space Station kicking things off. And I'm excited because we start with the green wall again, which is amazing. Optic have been soaring through so far in this NA Super. I mean, they have been absolutely amazing. And something I've been really enjoying watching with their gameplay is how they're growing series after series. They haven't quite put all of their cards on the table yet. And I think that's quite smart. They're saving things in the tank, but when they get to the bigger and better pictures for them, and honestly, I see this team being honestly one of the most dangerous ones we have here.
Certainly, I think the thing for me that really stuck out that we had a chance to look at and talk about yesterday was the timing of Optic Gaming's pushes. Not only are they getting the damage, but they are clinical in the speed at which they are closing them out. For example, when we saw them pushing on A and House on Livefire, they are also flying into scoreboard and getting the kills immediately. So they are not missing a beat. Sometimes you see Optic, right, they're getting the right damage and they have 2 dead, but they can't really find the 3-4 dead. Yesterday, they were getting 3-4 dead on almost every single push. They look really good this weekend so far.
They certainly did, and it was different players taking turns in being the guy, right, to step up. It wasn't the Lucid show, so to speak. A lot of pressure has been on his shoulders with the statistic lines he was putting up right at the start of this game when it launched, but every single player is now taking a turn to be that player. And APG yesterday, I need to give him a shout out. Again, just every single decision he seemed to be making was the right one, and it was all about a decision to win the game. He's not bothered about kills, deaths, whatever his ratio looks like at the end of it, as long as he's got that win on the board. APG, to me, I think is such a vital cog to the success of this Optic Gaming squad, and yesterday he was playing amazingly.
Certainly was, and I'll tell you what, those assists as well, some of the highest that we have so far in the NA Super, just showing you such an incredible story of teamwork coming out of Optic, and I'm really excited to see where they go next. But somebody who has been making things happen for this team, as well as APG and the rest of the squad, is Trippy, and he is our USMC service record. This guy has been absolutely lights out. When it comes to online, don't mess with him. He has been so incredible. I don't know whether it's the lack of pressure and not having that kind of pressure of being at LAN, but he has been showing up, and I hope he can convert that into Orlando, bro.
Yeah, what I like about Trippy also, keep in mind, coming out of H5, he was really this high-tier player that had a lot of respect. Now he is undoubtedly a top tier, one of the best in the world, and the way he's done it this season has been incredible. Especially if you watch his stream, kept an eye on his socials, really since this game dropped, this man has been dedicated. He has been on a grind, and it has paid off in a biggest way. Look at this, I mean, killing frenzies here on stream, just absolutely amazing stuff from Trippy, and he has silenced any doubters and also convinced a lot of people that he is here to stay and one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you're saying there, and I think that Trippy was arguably Optic's best player back in KC as well. You know, there's been certain opportunities and certain moments in history where Trippy's been in Game 5 situations, do-or-die situations, and he's come out on the wrong side of a play. Not in KC. He was the one making the plays. He was the one being the aggressor. He was the one winning games for Optic. And if he can keep that belief and keep that momentum going forward, Trippy's going to be a force.
Yeah, he certainly is going to be a force. He is a force. I mean, this guy has been so incredible, and the fact that he does tend to put up stats like Lucid most of the time just shows you how incredible this roster really is, especially with Trippy on its side. So amazing stuff from this player. I'm excited to see what he does for Saturday as well, because I really do feel like Optic are about to turn things on. Because obviously they got to win his bracket to get through. But yeah, incredible stuff, and I'm excited about the green wall here as well. But I'm also wondering what Space Station are about to do. What are they about to accomplish here? When it comes to Space Station, it has been such an interesting story, hasn't it?
No idea what to expect.
You just don't. I mean, you look at this Space Station roster, and yeah, they're filled with talent, right? Look, you can't deny it. You look at some of the names here, Suppress, Collect, Tylenol, Ace. I mean, Tylenol, for me, has come into Halo Infinite and really produced a lot of individual skill here on our screens. But the big question, like FaZe right now, is do they work like a team? Are they a good team? Are they going to gel? Are they going to work together?
I think the one thing that always stands out to me when I look at Space Station is, yeah, the talent's there. What is the trust there between each other, between the players? Because we've seen like the lineups chopped and changed throughout the season, and it's almost surprising to see us have two back-to-back events where we have the same Space Station gaming lineup, because it has been that much of a kind of turntable of players coming in and out. But I mean, we've seen the highs, right? We saw that crazy run they had in the Pro Series, and they got top 3, I think it was, in the end, where they looked absolutely incredible, and Collect was just destroying everyone. And then we see them kind of just fall by the wayside and lose games that you wouldn't expect them to, and scrims have looked a little bit off, and all these kind of things that is the Space Station gaming story. But they're in this game, and I don't know why, I've just got the funny feeling about this series with Optic, where I don't think this is going to be an easy series for Optic. I think the Space Station is going to be up for this one. I can see them taking a game or two.
Yeah, I think we got to remember, right, they placed here in their pools to get to this. It's not like this is a pool play match where we're watching Optic and Space Station, who happen to be matched up, right? Space Station finished in this place in their pools. Yes, it was a crazy pool D, but they've earned this spot against Optic, and now we'll see if they can take advantage of that. Going to be a difficult series for sure.
100%. I like to give teams a little bit of a hard time because I believe in them, right? And I believe that they can do better, that as long as they're doing their best, that is the most important thing. But I gotta say, obviously with their results yesterday, 3-0 with Lions, 3-0 with Pioneers, really impressive stuff. I'm wondering, is that individual skill that we are seeing on this roster taking them so far? What happens when they do come up against a Titan like Optic? How far does that skill take them? You know, is there a clear leader on this roster? Are they just not having the leadership that this team needs? Is that the bigger problem here? What do you think?
It's so difficult to pinpoint it. I think that maybe there is a lack of a clear voice in game sometimes. Someone needs to take that responsibility and take that role, but I do think it's a trust thing. And, you know, trust is a big part of being a successful team in Halo, because trust means I am trusting you when I back down from a fight to follow up on my damage. Trust means that I am going to be there to capitalize on your damage. Trust means I expect you to jump into that stronghold, having picked up some kills alongside it. All these little things that go alongside each other. And when there's a little bit of disagreement sometimes inside of teams, whether outside a game, inside a game, the trust disappears and people start doing plays they wouldn't have made previously, and all these kind of things kind of snowball into a situation where you're losing games where maybe you shouldn't be losing them. So I think for Space Station it's such a big thing. The individual skill is there. We've seen it from every single player on the team. Like, there's no one on that team who you look at and go, they can't hit shots, they can't go off. So I think for Space Station it's just about belief, it's about trust, it's about the calls being followed up on. And I don't know why, I just got, you just get funny feelings about series sometimes. Like, there's no reason that Optic shouldn't come into this series and win it 3-0 with the way they've been playing. But I just feel like Space Station are going to have something to say about that.
Well, I hope they Lemon well do, because I want to see them say something. I do. I want to hear them say it pretty loud. Brav, Space Station, what are they bringing to the table, do you think, against Optic? What can they do against this roster to try and break them down bit by bit and take this series?
I think they would have to be the decision makers and the pace setters for the entire series. I think when we saw how Optic was playing yesterday and we know how Optic can play, they look better and better. It's going to be so tough because if you give Optic a little bit of room, they're going to run away with the lead. I think you're going to need to see players like Suppressed and Collect doing huge damage, catching spawners off guard, right? When you're catching B back A when people are spawning PD and get a few extra shots, right? You're going to have the jump on the Optic players. But to do that across the entire series is going to be such a challenge. For me, I don't know if they have what it takes. I think Optic looked too strong yesterday. I think this is a talented SSG roster, but Optic looks like some of the best in the world right now.
I've got to say, I have to agree with you there, although I do hope that gut instinct does come to play, so we do see a damn good...
Based on nothing, by the way. Like, there's no logical reason behind it. I just have a feeling.
He knocked his head this morning. Suddenly, he's having epiphanies. But you talked about challenges, and we were actually given a challenge, weren't we, before the NA Super, and that was to predict the future. We did pretty well as a talent team as well in terms of pools. We did absolutely fantastic, apart from that pool
D.
But
I want to know, there's no one who predicted Pool D the way it finished.
No, nobody did.
No, I mean, nobody in the world.
Yeah. And that.
Yeah.
If we didn't, nobody did.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying nobody picked Pool D the way it did.
Hey, I'm trying to give you credit as experts here.
We'll
I've got to say it was absolutely
I picked the high seeds.
But my big question is, in terms of your bigger picture predictions for the entirety of the NA Super, how are you feeling about it currently after watching pool play day one? What are your thoughts and feelings here on set?
Pretty good. 3 out of 4's not bad. Predicting the future. The thing about predictions is everyone always has hindsight afterwards, right? And they're like, oh, how they got this wrong? It's like, well, I don't know. I don't read the future. But, coming into it, I think everything that we expected to see from teams outside of Pioneers, we should say, was pretty much on the money. Cloud9 looked amazing. Optic looked great. Sentinels looked really, really solid as well. It was just that darn Pool D that kind of caused a bit of a surprise. But G2, impressive. And I think that G2 are certainly, if they continue like that, they're going to be a team to watch for sure.
Yeah, indeed. How are you feeling about your overall predictions? Not just in the pools, but the bigger picture ones.
Sure, yeah. I think for me, E United looks even better than I expected. I think I underestimated the E United roster. Despite the Game 5s, like I said, those Game 5s don't have me worried about them. I think they look really good. I think they can go deep into this bracket yet again, as they continue to do all season long. So that teaches me for doubting E United yet again. FaZe, of course, a disappointing day one. They'll be the first to tell you that, without a doubt. I still think the Sentinel C9 Optic battle royale is going to be fantastic between those three. Any of those three teams can certainly take it as potential favorites.
Honestly, the way I'm feeling right now is I kind of wish I had chosen United as my wild card. Right now, the way that they're playing, I think if I could have made a change this morning, and obviously this would be the only change you could make.
I'm standing by mine.
I don't know.
To me, here's the tough thing. To me, E United wasn't also it depends on how we define wild cards we talked about. To me, E United wasn't a wild card so much as the question of are they top 4 or not, right? Because E United, to me, obviously they're a top 6 team without a doubt.
Yes.
And they've placed even higher. They've been consistently top 4, right? So for me, I think E United as a wild card, it's almost like it's tough to say. I think we need a better definition from the HCS team.
That's not our fault.
I feel like wild cards, I personally see them as major roster changes happening. I think with the 2 changes has been quite a big, significant development change for this team, and it really does look completely different to a certain extent. And I feel like that's why when I chose FaZe as my wildcard, it was because I really didn't know what to expect properly.
Well, yeah, that's why I chose them as well. I'm like, they could be amazing. They could come out of the gates and look phenomenal, or they could flop. And yesterday, they flopped. But then the reason that I still picked them as a wild card, and if I had to pick a wild card team today, it would still be FaZe, is because they could be amazing today. Exactly. So give them a little bit of time, give them a day or so, and all of a sudden things might click. We'll have to see what happens. But I mean, it was such a weird day for FaZe yesterday. I think you just felt you almost, even though we didn't have a lot of tangibles as far as seeing the players, hearing the players to go on. We had a couple of listen-ins, and you can kind of feel them getting more and more deflated as the day went on. Then you look at social media and you see, not really sure what my role is. We need to step it up. These things that you would expect to see. I want to see the players just close the app.
Yeah.
Go back to the...
That's what I did a few years ago.
Yeah, that's true. Just go to the drawing board, sit down with each other and say, okay, what have we got to do here? What have we got to do? What have we got to do? What's the plan to try and come back in this tournament and remind everyone just how good we are? Because I feel like this FaZe roster is so talented individually. If they just decided, you know what? Let's just be hyper-aggressive today. Everyone just run at everything. They're going to hit every single shot. And if you've got 4 players running tell me anyone in the world, You do not want Spartan, Snipe Down, Renegade flying at you in a straight line, right? They're not going to miss many shots. You know, if they're backed up by Falcated as well, why would that not succeed? I think they've just got to just say, hey, it's all or nothing today.
I think there's a few fundamental problems with this roster. I think it looks very handsome in terms of the skill level here, but you know they're way too slow pushing off spawns. They don't know what they want to do clearly based on their comms that we heard yesterday. It was basic call-outs that were happening, like matchmaking. There was no plan. There was no plan whatsoever. And I think coming up against teams like Cloud9, teams like Optic, to be honest, any team at all, you need to have some kind of plan, some kind of strategy of what you want to do, whether that's blocking whatever spawn in whatever game, running, rotations, pushes, all calculated and organized to a certain extent. And I understand the lack of practice and I understand being thrown together pretty quickly, but they have the experience. They know what they need to do.
I think, like, you look at that lineup, it's some of the scariest names that you could put together on a sheet, right? But they were playing scared. That was the weird thing to me. It was like they were so slow with what they were trying to achieve. It was, as I say, like, just go forward, walk forward as a team together, and you're going to have success. Like, that lineup is going to win fights.
Yeah, I think
they're going to win individuals.
Yeah, I think it comes down to just comms and coordination, right? I think once they find that, they're undoubtedly going to play better than what we saw yesterday. For FaZe fans and for the FaZe roster, they're going to hope that today's that day.
Yeah, I certainly hope so too. And I think, you know, if they had gone away, done some bond review on it as well, had a little look at kind of what they were looking like, I think from a bigger picture on the map as well, they'd probably understand, like, whoa, we just didn't have really any presence whatsoever. We were just getting run over. And I think when they start to turn that around and flip that on its head, with how incredible some of these guys are, they can easily take back that control and easily start winning so many of those fights that are going to be so pivotal for them to have that bigger picture plan as well on some of the maps. But, you know, we've gone on a few tangents here, and I'll tell you why. Because we are waiting for players, folks.
Always.
You're not waiting for us. Don't you worry about that. We could as goals.
We were here on time.
We were here on time. We are waiting for players currently to get into the lobby to make sure everything is okay. Of course, we want everything to go smoothly here at the NA Super, and making sure our players are comfortable, happy, and ready to go is going to be one of those as well.
I have a question for you, Lottie.
Oh, God.
Because usually we're the ones who
exactly.
ask the questions, right? What's
Revenge.
What quarterfinal are you looking forward to most in that winners bracket? What game do you want to watch if you had the option? I mean, we're going to get to watch most of them, but like, what one you got your eye on?
Crystal, pull up the pull up the winners.
I know what I know which one you're looking forward to. You talked about it.
I think I did talk about it. I'm looking forward to Cloud9 and United.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that is going to be the tastiest, spiciest, cheekiest game that we have in this winners bracket. Just because if United do manage to kind of go home, do what they do best and practice and form habits and learn from mistakes and learn about what they want to do, which, let's be honest, there's no doubt Ryan has done that with the boys heading into today, then Cloud9 honestly could have a little bit of a series going up against them here.
That is a cheeky series.
That
is a cheeky series.
It is cheeky, isn't it?
I don't know what kind of UK nonsense is going on in this desk, but I'm going to bring us back down to earth here.
Did you have a Nando's collection card? Don't even talk.
I do, actually. A Nando's black card.
Yeah.
C9 United is going to be a fantastic series. Also, of course, the G2 Derby, G2,
that's going to
G1,
be fun.
Going to be great. Of course, those are, and as far as seeding goes in pools, right, those are the closest and the two that we maybe expected a little bit more as opposed to Optic, SSG, and Sentinels.
You look at the G2, G1 series as well, and you could argue that G2 and G1, like G2 had probably the best day out of those two teams yesterday. G1 fell a little bit flat against Optic. I was expecting a little bit more from G1 in that Optic series, and they kind of got pushed aside pretty comfortably. So that's going to be an interesting one as well. And then also Oxygen, nothing to lose.
Great place for Oxygen to be after that huge Game 5 win over FaZe to secure that spot in the quarters. Absolutely nothing to lose for them, like you said.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. There's all to play for here for many of the teams as well. And it's just going to be interesting. I like what you said about G1 there, because I believe that as well. Versus Optic, honestly, we were bigging it up on the desk as well. I thought it was going to be a much bigger series than it was. But, you know, do you think, Brav, that tells you more about G1, or does that tell you more about Optic?
For me, it told me so much more about Optic.
Yes.
And I know a few, we were watching it in the matches on the stream, we were watching a little bit more of G1 earlier. For me, that told me everything about Optic and so little about G1. Because when we went to G1 POVs, they were, for example, they were not misplaying their situations. They were simply always in 2v3s or 2v4s the entire series. I was so impressed with the way Optic played it. And every time we went to a G1 POV, G1 players were still getting trades whenever they needed to. They were taking the
right routes, they were taking the right angles. Optic was closing down the kills so fast, which is what you're going to continue to see in Halo Infinite as teams get better. It's not just about capitalizing on damage. Now the game is how fast do you get those collapses, because things like ball time, things like King Hill time come down to how fast did you wipe your opponent, right?
Yeah.
And if you take an extra 1 to 3 seconds to finish those kills, guess what? Someone's already flying at you, a spawner is already there, you're still in trouble once again. So the fact that Optic played so fast told me a lot about them, and I think for G2, G1, now we're really going to see, okay, it's Saturday, what does G1 have in store for us?
Yeah, 100%. I think also another part of that kind of makeup, especially of Optic, is that also not only the speed of physical gameplay, but the speed of decision making. That is something that Optic do so well. It's the split decisions that always seem to be the right ones.
Yeah, it's also, I think just simply being on the same page. When we went to their comms, their communication, if this makes sense, is one step ahead, right? They're not saying, okay, let's do X. It's instead, right, they know they're rotating B, so Trippy's already watching bottom and he's letting the team know.
Right?
Right. It's essentially just providing information to the team so they know exactly what's being watched so they can make decisions off of that. They're on the same page. That's why they're getting these kills so quickly. That's why they're collapsing so quickly, getting their 4 deads faster than we've maybe ever seen before.
Well, I'll tell you what, boy, oh boy, do I have some good news for you guys and you at home. But the game is ready to go. Optic versus Space Station Gaming. We got Clutch and Gaskin on the mics. This time they're not fighting one another. It's not a versus. This is working together in pure harmony.
Yeah, the good news is that the game's starting. The bad news is that you get Clutch and I. But, you know, we'll push through. We'll make sure it's going to be a good series as best as we can. It's certainly a one-sided affair in my opinion. I think that we saw how well Optic were playing yesterday, but the desk raised a good point, Wes, is that you never really know what you're going to get with Space Station. What do you think we're going to see?
Yeah, I'm going to ignore Onset's tingly feelings this morning and say Optic's obviously the heavy favorite here. We've seen nothing but good things from them so far this weekend. Space Station, this is going to be our first little glimpse at them, I believe, and I'm excited to see this roster. There's a lot of talent on this roster. Collect is one of the more impressive up-and-coming players in the scene. If Space Station won any dog in this fight, it's going to be on the back of Collect having a massive series. I'm expecting him to be able to set a little bit of the pace for some of the opportunities Space Station have, but Optic is just so good at controlling that pace so often that if they can shut Collect down, this one could be over quickly.
Well, there's the series layout on your screens as well. Livefire has often been touted the home of Optic Gaming, and that's where we kick things off. So that's a good sign for the green wall. As for Space Station, as you go further into that series, maybe there's a hope if they are able to get to that Game 5, because we always say Catalyst Slayer is a little bit of a 50-50. But first we've got to get to that Game 5, and no one has been able to take a game off Optic Gaming yet, so I am struggling to believe why it should be today. However, pool play is small play, right? It is very different going into championship brackets. Suddenly everything gets a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, I do think that this is going to be the best individual skilled team that Optic is going to be faced with so far. I know they played G1, and I think G1 probably has their act together a little bit more strategically than a Space Station Gaming, but that individual skill can carry you a long way when you're starting to win gunnies. So I'm looking at Space Station to potentially win some pivotal battles and make this a little bit more difficult than what Optic is expecting. First series of the day is Optic warmed up. Did APG wake up on the right side of the bed? Has he had his coffee? I know the guy has a morning routine. If it was interrupted, maybe Space Station have an opportunity here.
When you speak of routines, I mean, you've got APG in his routines, you've got Ace in his routines on the other side. Very different kind of people, very different styles. Meditation, maybe, for Ace. I did see some interesting tweets from Ace in his timeline today. He said he would happily go 9-12 and win by 12 kills rather than 18-10 and win by 1 kill.
Give me the 18-10 performance. I'll still come out with
a win is a win,
and I'll be able to talk about how well I'm playing.
A win is a win. Right, we're jumping into game number 1, and well, if Ace can go 9 or 12 or 18-10, as long as they win, I'm sure he would be happy. And game number 1 is going to be King of the Hill on Livefire, and I'm excited to see what Space Station can do, because Optic Gaming have certainly dominated every team they've played so far, but maybe today could be the day where we see something different.
So far, so good. It seems for Space Station Gaming. Collecti's going to be forced to throw that snipe off the map. And that's a veteran decision by the up-and-comer on Collect to get that snipe off the map. Now Luce is not going to have that S7 to play around, and that's going to be a little bit easier of a setup to break when you're coming off respawn. Collect having a great idea there. Hey, we're already going to lose this fight. I'm probably going to lose my life. So I like the fact that they're able to just be that conscious of the situation. Unfortunately, you still have to play against APG with this overshield, and he's on screen knocking out Tylenol, focusing
on Collect here. He finds himself a double. It's 3 dead for Space Station. Ace, the last player alive, and Optic is in the hill with over halfway already achieved.
I mean, getting the overshield and getting the first set of hill time, you know something's gone wrong for SSG if that happens on the other side. So Optic not only able to dominate one side of the map, but also dominate the other, and that just shows how individually talented they are. And now it's just going to be a case of holding on to this hill, continuing the pressure on the players that they find over towards tower here, and just sewing up this first point, which they do. They go 1-0 up, and now they can look to try and control tower side.
Yeah, look at this. The kills, they came through as APG finds himself a double. That's going to allow the rest of Optic Gaming to rotate over towards tower, potentially get set up for this second hill. And although they were towards green while this hill moved over, they were in a great position to try and get some initial time, but Slays have come through from Space Station ever since, and with Overshield coming up in 10 seconds, if Space Station can get a couple kills, maybe they can tie this game up.
Yeah, so Optic are going to sacrifice a little bit of hill time here to set up for the Overshield, so it's whether SSG just accept that hill time or they start to get aggressive. It looks like they're trying to do a little bit of both, and with the hesitation, it may just allow an Overshield to go into the hands of Optic Gaming. APG should be able to get it, will get it, and now what does APG do from here? You asked if he woke up on the right side of the bed. Well, he's got 2 overshields, so that's certainly a good morning for me.
Yeah, back-to-back overshields for APG, back-to-back influence plays you have to assume are on the way as APG jumps in hill with this overshield, although Space Station was able to get about a quarter of that hill in their favor. This overshield is going to allow Optic Gaming to get right back into this second hill, and right now, Space Station trying to formulate a push. And if this one fails, Dan, they're taking their time, so you have to think, is this going to be the second point going to Optic Gaming if they can't get a successful push here? As Suppressed, he's the first one to go down. Tylenol's able to trade one out, fortunately for SSG fans, but the positioning still favoring Optic Gaming, even though they lose 2 members.
Collect will take down the rest of that overshield. I did also say woked up, which, I mean, I know the kids say people are woke nowadays, but I don't think that was necessarily what I was going for. I do like to make up words. I did the same yesterday. I think I said recognition instead of recognition that someone called me out for. So thanks for keeping me on my toes. I appreciate it. That's the only way I will improve and learn and grow. It is tough, and I've been speaking a lot of it over the past couple of days. Anyway, 1-0 still, but a good amount of time being put on the board by Space Station Gaming at the moment, but it's a big push coming through from Optic from the elbow side, and Trippy will connect with those final shots. And as soon as they get those entry kills, it's just a matter of finishing off those final pieces, but it's going back and forth. 1 player remaining, and it's Tylenol.
Yeah, a lot of responsibility here. Back tower's got the S7 in hand. They know he's here. He's going to have heavy pressure from the front, from the back. Can he stay alive? So the question, he's doing his best. Unfortunately, the repulsor just narrowly doesn't allow him to go sky high. Because of that, he gets taken down. Numbers in the favor of Optic. And even though SSG are so close to capturing this hill, it seems maybe a third of the way, it is going to be Optic that retake this tower control. And with Overshield coming up, you have to wonder, is that going to play a piece into this hill, or will this hill be captured before it comes up? Overshield on the ground, and I believe Lucid, Collector, in a massive 1v1. It's going to be Lucid, of course, that comes out on top. 4 dead for SSG, and all of a sudden, Optic Gaming with tower control, Overshield in the back pocket, Lucid waiting to pop it. And you can best believe that Optic Gaming are going to take a 2-0 lead and have an opportunity to rotate with this Overshield.
Pop it, lock it, and drop it like Wes Clutch on a dance floor.
Yes, sir.
Here in Columbus. It is going to be 2-0. It should be 2-0 with an Overshield being in the hands. And this has been such a long hill, but eventually Optic have done enough to just keep SSG at bay, not allow SSG to get that scrappy time. And now they find themselves in a commanding lead here as the hill moves over towards house.
Yeah, this is the tough part, right? They get the Overshield, they get the point, and they get an opportunity to push with this Overshield to try and secure maybe a setup for this third point. Right now, Slay's in the favor once again of Optic Gaming. SSG have done a good job of trying to keep up with the Slays so far, but the hills have only benefited Optic up until this point, and Optic is looking to run away with this one now with a full setup in-house.
You did highlight Collect before this series. He does have 11 kills.
He's good.
He really is the standout player on this roster so many times. We saw it in Pro Series, but is Suppressed about to walk into a sniper shot.
That note 18 and 10 performance from Ace right about now.
Yeah, we could, and if it does start to happen, there's no reason why SSG can't get back into this game, but it's just the rotation and the control that we're seeing from Optic. SSG is just struggling to get those final kills to really be able to get any real points on the board. All 4 dead on both sides, by the way. Just madness happening on this map.
Yeah, but look at the spawns, scoreboard spawns for Optic Gaming. They're going to have a benefit here. Are they going to predict the green spawns? They do. Look at these nades coming through, denying so much space. Opportunity. Ace is the first one taken down, and because Optic get that favorable spawn, even Overshield coming up here shortly should benefit the green wall here as they've taken the hill. They get the Slays. Optic Trippy and Formal, they clear out house. And although they're not set up for overshield, they're going to have so much significant time here on this hill, Dan, it's almost captured.
So much time, and the thing is, SSG have a decision. Do they go for the overshield, or do they start to full send? Well, they've got the overshield, they didn't full send, and because of it, they have lost the point. So now you're 3-0 down. Cool, you've got an overshield, you've got a double kill, but there's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and you've got to get 3 points on the board. And we know in King of the Hill how difficult that can be, because now Optic can play in a way where they literally just play Slayer, they delay time, and they should comfortably win this game from this point.
It's tough, because if you're SSG, you're frustrated. You haven't had an overshield all game, so you focus and you prioritize the overshield that time around, but you can't use that overshield in order to deny the 3rd point going into Optic's hands. It's such a difficult situation for those guys, but they needed to find a way to balance both. Unfortunately, the answer, it wasn't one they could come up with, and because of it, the 3-0 lead, like you're saying, Dan, with 2 minutes on the clock, is a difficult one to overcome. Optic already in this 4th hill as well, and they're going to have to break this setup, and unfortunately, Tylenol and Ace going down is a very difficult thing to try and balance here. But you do have S7 in the hands of Collect. He's lethal with this weapon. He just needs to find an opportunity to take a face. But he's got no space, no players in front of him. Wisely's backing up. But time ticking off the clock as this hill is neutralized is only going to benefit Optic Gaming.
Well, Collect keeps looking towards the hill, but Optic are not playing for the hill whatsoever. They've been sitting bottom middle, they're now sitting top middle. Their aim of the game is keep SSG out of said hill. This is just going to become a Slayer on Livefire, and that's another game time that's very good for Optic Gaming, as a triple kill goes in favor of Trippy, but he can't get any more because Ace comes through with the heat wave.
Optic Gaming, everybody's slaying out on their side. 13, 14, a couple of 12s, and the entire green wall showed up here, at least in game 1. Maybe not the favorites to secure this 3rd hill, but APG picking up a double clears out all of SSG towards this overshield side of the map. Not even worried about the hill. They're starting to play Team Slayer at this point. They understand that time is on their side. Time is one of their win conditions as well. And with that win condition, Optic Gaming looking to take the series lead here shortly if they're able to neutralize this hill and keep it that way. APG just working on Slayer, doing what APG does best, and that's a free-for-all format where he's just focused on putting his reticle on players' heads.
I think Optic probably wouldn't have gone in the hill, but then Formor was like, well, there's an overshield here, I may as well just grab the time. We can maybe win this game quicker than in 1 minute. Let's give it one go at holding. Suppressed is going to take the fight with APG, will win it, and now maybe he can get aggressive and try and at least get Formal out of this hill. But when Formal stands in a hill, he will stay there for as long as possible, as it looks like Optic are going to be able to close out this game 4-0, and it's an incredible way to start this series for them.
No surprise here. The tingly feeling in Onset's head is still just a figment of his imagination, as Optic Gaming look as dominant as yesterday. They've been looking good in scrims all online the entire way through. You know they want to rebound from maybe a KC performance to forget. And there's a reason this green wall stuck together. They're showing you here on Saturday early and often that they are a team to fear. This is a dominant performance, 4-0 against a very hot Space Station Gaming team. And Dan, statistically, everybody on Optic showing up.
And you talk about tingly feelings, you talk about gut feelings. I think I'm on the side that Optic realize they have to win this event. There is so much expectation, there is so much pressure on their shoulders with how they've been performing leading up to it. There were similar expectations leading up to Kansas City, and they fell short. They finished 3rd place. That's not where they should have been in their eyes. They want that #1, and it starts here on Championship bracket, where you have to win these games. You qualify for Orlando if you win this series. That gives you the initial thing that you aim for when you come into this tournament, is you get that pool play position, and then you start to think about the bigger and better opponents. No disrespect to Space Station. We have 4 fantastic players on that roster, but you could clearly see that the game plan was far better for Optic in that one. We'll take a look at the damage and see who really was the standouts. APG with 4.6, but it was Lucid who stole the show with 4.7k. On the other side, I mean, plenty of damage, plenty of kills for Space Station, but no points to show for it.
I mean, it's just a matter of executing strategy, right? Positioning, respawning your teammates closer. Overshield control was a big piece to the puzzle throughout game 1, but Space Station Gaming, they got a ton of skill, a ton of players you can build around and you can develop, right? You can figure out a way that this team is going to have success. It's just, against a team like Optic, it's so difficult, and if you have holes in your strategies, Optic is going to expose those holes every time.
And I think you mentioned it just before we started this series. You know, we had Optic against G1, and even though we were thinking that could be a close game, individually, Space Station have been on par with Optic.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of fights they've been winning. And you
They're
think
good.
about the Space Station story, like way back when at Anaheim, when, you know, Space Station flopped in pools and they went out so early, and we're thinking, oh God, what is happening to this team? They chopped and changed. Eventually they found a roster that they seem to be happy with now, and for good reason. I think you're right. If they can stick together, if they can keep putting things into practice, then there is no reason why they can't start to push top 6, if not further. I mean, we saw that Pro Series where they finished top 3.
Yeah, my thing is SSG can probably beat just about any team outside of those top 3 juggernauts that we talk about, have the potential of taking this whole tournament. When SSG goes up against the G1s, the G2s, the other top 6, top 12 teams in this tournament, they're going to have a great opportunity to win games, win series against those guys, because they are going to have the individual skill that makes up difference. They are going to have a little bit more leeway when it comes to spatial strategies and not being as contextually defined. But when you're talking about Optic Gaming, they will expose every weakness. They will unturn every rock. And unfortunately, Space Station just not as crisp as they need to be in order to take down Optic Gaming, at least in game 1. Obviously, we still have the rest of the best of 5 as we take a look at the map layout, Dan. But if it's not done on Recharge Slayer, I'm thinking this series is going to be done before lunch.
Well, I think you are right. I think it was very evident during pool play that we have 3 teams who are clearly head and shoulders above the rest. But Space Station, for example, they beat Pioneers, but they lose to G2 in their group. And they beat Pioneers in a commanding fashion, but they lose to G2 very badly as well. They lost 3-0. And I think that speaks volumes of how close 4th through 12th really is. Or
exactly.
4th through 8th, maybe, if we be a little bit more generous. And that means this is going to be a very exciting tournament, especially in that elimination bracket as we get further. Sure, maybe a series like this might be a little bit one-sided. And I'll still give Space Station credit. I do think Slayer Recharge, with how they were performing individually there's no reason why they couldn't win this game type. But Optic, with how quickly Optic adjusts to how teams are playing, they should be able to work out what Space Station are trying to do here in game number 2. And I am expecting Optic to still take it. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see some big moments from one SSG player. Like Collect, for example, might get his hands on a shock rifle, and if he does, he could certainly make life a living hell for Optic Gaming.
That can happen in Slayers, right? You get a couple of camos, you get a couple of shock rifle kills, and all of a sudden, the ball's rolling in your favor. You're able to set the pace a little bit easier. On live fire, it was always Optic with the overshield, Optic with the S7, Optic in control of the map, and it was SSG trying to break their setups. You don't really have that issue of having to force around locations, around objectives on Slayer, right? Especially on Recharge. You're able to kind of play it how you want. Do you want a pipe setup? Do you want an elevator setup? Are you okay with slowing this one down? Absolutely. So if SSG, they have a couple more options as far as strategically how do they want to play the situations. Optic Gaming, it'll be interesting to see. Do they just want to push pedal to the metal? Do they just want to punch this series out of the way? And if so, is SSG going to just like have a difficult time finding their footing here in game 2? Those are some questions to ask as we jump into game 2.
I think a big question for me is going to be that camouflage. We saw how important it was that the overshield was focused and how many times APG was able to pick it up very comfortably. If APG has that same success to get the camouflage here, he can really run rampant against this SSG roster. And you've got to be careful. You've got to be aware. If a player does grab it, call them out. Have a think, where are they going? Can you get a nade? Can you make that camouflage just dissipate so then you can get an angle and hopefully do some damage? We jump into game number 2 then. We are going to start with APG, the man who was getting those power-ups, but it's going to be Tylenol who does get his hands on it first, but I don't think he'll get away. Oh, maybe he will. Now this is where the grenades come into the equation, and that is some good play from APG, calling out where that camouflage was so Lucid could finish it off.
Interesting by SSG not to send anyone towards the pipes at all, right? APG able to take so much space so quickly. That is not a standard angle that you usually see someone have at the start of games. You thought Tylenol, when he turns the corner there with the camo, he thinks he's probably good to go. Unfortunately, APG has taken so much space in pipes that he's able to deny that camo from going into their hands, and Optic Gaming have been the benefactor since then, up 5-3.
Also, may not be a strategy you see Optic employ later on when they're going up against one of the bigger teams. This is certainly something you see in the early stages of bracket play, is teams hold these items and these things close to their chest. Suppress gets a double kill, but does get stuck. Starting strategies sometimes are just held close to the chest in the early stages.
What a stick by Trippy there, getting taken down, but just at a moment's notice, at a moment's glance, just able to whip a stick. It ends up sticking Suppress, and although Suppress has started off this one hot, 4-0-2. Formal's now found himself the shock rifle. We know how lethal he can be, and he takes down Ace with the first shot. Finds Suppress with the second. does enough damage to finish off the kill with the battle rifle, and the double kill for Formal is just allowing him to start finding his groove, his momentum. And that's a dangerous thought here in this tournament if Formal can start to heat up.
Just gets his shields back and then can refocus long haul. SSG, a couple of players are stuck at the moment and they don't really know where to go, but Suppress gets the opening onto APG. Angle. So now that is going to be the chance to push through, but they push right into Lucid, who has a sword. And if you've got a sword on one side, a shock rifle on the other side, it is difficult to push out, but a great display of just kind of patience there from SSG to wait, get the damage, and then push through.
And as SSG try to narrow this scoreline, I'd love to hop in with an Astro listen in with the SSG boys, see how they're communicating, and see if they can keep up with the pace of Optic Gaming.
Long haul, gonna spawn there. No one overcommit. We need to get vision so we can get bat lids.
Top glass. I'm looking at you. Top glass. Top glass right now. He's just getting info. They're gonna push top cut, okay?
On tower, two shot.
They're gonna push top cut.
Your guys hit by nade, dude. Repost it down. Do you want bottom?
Bottom steps. I died, dude. Mid-turban guys in top of cat.
I heard you.
Top of cat.
You're better mid. Going long call. Better mid. One shot should be. One shot, make the pit.
Where'd he go?
One shot, make the pit. He's making the pit, going to orange door.
He's sniping balance.
He's better mid, going camera jump down. Look collapse on you guys. S1 repulsor. I'm looking at your bottom tower.
Long haul and double step.
Neither weak.
Your long haul.
Okay. Sitting in the corner. Can you look at me?
Where'd he go?
Look at me, Aaron. Back pump, bro.
Two guys see.
Back pump, should be somebody else.
There's 2 at A with sniper 2.
We need to start running. When we start dying,
I'm with you, Ty.
Here you go.
Heard you at A. Heard your long call sniper at A.
There's I'm here. What the fuck?
We got tower 1. I don't know if he's sniping.
I'm gonna check it. I don't know.
Ready? He's one's back pump. Back.
A little bit of frustration, honestly, from Ace. You could tell he was sandwiched in that situation. Not typically a team pushing you from blue and from elevator at that point. Ace clearly wanting to prioritize taking down Formal with that shock rifle, but nobody having the answer there. Dan, what'd you see?
Well, when we jumped into the listen, it was 15-15. Now it's 23-16. Optic and the way they were pushing and the way they were collapsing onto the SSG roster was so impressive. But now SSG with their chance to do exactly the same. You've got 2 dead. You can start to get a little bit more aggressive. You can start to really capitalize on having the player advantage here. But you can see they're searching for Optic, but Optic are doing very well at backing off and giving the teammates time to spawn up.
Yeah, to me it looks like SSG maybe not able to keep track of where everyone on Optic is, and because of it they're a little bit lacking in that awareness category, just like consistently being nervous that someone's below you, someone's maybe where they shouldn't be. That shows that the game is a little chaotic from their side. They need to be able to find their footing as far as the setup is concerned. A massive kill from Trippy before he gets taken down in a 1v2 situation there. It's just a 5-kill game though, Dan, and Formal, he's been going off with the shock rifle. Lucid now has it in his hands, and if you're SSG, you got to figure out a way to not only remove this weapon from Optic Gaming's hands, but get it into your own and put it to work.
Lucid certainly can put it to work. He's going to get aggressive with it as well. Only connects with a shoulder, I think, but it's enough to keep getting assists. I always say it, body shots are still important as long as you can hit them, and it's having the confidence to be able to re-peek, even if you are being focused, even if those angles are being locked on as Tylenol gets ripped. And now Lucid can continue to just watch all these angles for his team. He can cover Trippy at this point as well. Like, you've got so much confidence in your team when you know that someone like Lucid is going to be able to hold a weapon like this.
Notice how he's repositioning with just about every shot as well, just making sure that he's taking a different angle. He's being somewhere maybe SSG don't expect, but it's a 3-person SSG push into pipes. They finally take down Lucid, they take down APG, and if they can stay alive with the shock rifle in hand, it would be massive, but the last members of Optic Gaming are going to have something to say about that. They remove Suppressed and Ace from that pipes position. They get shock immediately out of their hands. And this is a difficult position for them to be in, still down 5 kills.
What a nade from Formal as well onto Batledge. He got the call out from Trippy, knowing full well that there was going to be someone hopping up there just to try and stay alive. These nades, well, the first one wasn't so great. Second one at least got into the position he tried to, and now Suppressed is going to be in a back against the wall situation. Lucid finishes up the kill. That's what Optic keep doing. These one-shots are not really getting away, and SSG, they're struggling because of it.
Yeah, look at this, though. 5-kill game. You got Camo in control. If you can take down Formal, he's by himself over here towards the pipes. Do they know he's there is the question. They find him, but unfortunately collects in a 1v1, and He's going to give up a life, and that's just going to be Formal getting traded out here shortly, and that's a tough situation. Even with this camo, you need to be able to get this kill onto Formal quickly in order to create an advantage here. Time's running out on the camo, and honestly, Dan, not much being done.
Does give the information to collect that Formal was weak. Does get cleaned up. But now you're 6 kills behind. No camouflage to work with anymore. Everyone up on the map, so this is going to be a big moment. If we can see SSG get this first entry and then pick up a few kills to follow, it's game on. But if Optic win these next set of slays, it's game over.
Look at the map control that SSG have. Unfortunately, they don't expect Trippy to have the sword top elevator, and because of it, he's able to take down Ace, and now that breaks the push immediately from SSG. The last 2 players forced to back up, and Trippy's not going to let that happen. He's going to get into pipes, but Tylenol hits the shot with the shock rifle. Takes him down, and that was an unbelievable shot to keep his team in this one. Now that they have shock in hand for the first time, SSG may have an opportunity here.
What is it with Optic players getting beamed in the face by shock rifles when they have the sword? It was Formal back in KC. This time, someone else has to have the same fate. Still a 5-kill game, but that shot with the shock rifle maybe keeps this just about alive for SSG here. Again, this is going to be another important set of slays. First kill goes to Trippy, though. You've really got to capitalize on this now if you're Optic. Lucid follows up. Tylenol's going to have to go big with this shot. Whoa, there's one.
It's the first on the Trippy. Tries to be aggressive. Smells Formal down here. Gets the assist. A third player is back here. You don't want to trade lives in that situation. And because you go for the melee, you're able to trade back and forth for Optic Gaming. Now a 3-kill game. But what could have been 46 to 45 here if you don't trade would have been massive. In the meantime, though, sword in the hand of Ace with camo here. I love the idea that they dropped that. And Ace is going to look to find the opening push, but they know he has camo. They smell him out. They're able to spot him. Force Ace to relocate. Now Ace looking for another opportunity.
Gotta try and make a play here. 48-46, okay. That's gonna be 47, and now SSG just 1 kill behind.
Here we go.
Making it 48-48, and now Ace is desperately looking to try and find someone else here.
Ace trying to be aggressive with sword. He's got a teammate with him. Trippy hits the shock, or the plasma pistol. Trippy almost turns 2. Now it's 49-49.
49-49, sword and shock in the hands of Space Station. Optic will back off. Ace has the game in his hands. Optic are all over towards blue at the moment, and they are hiding. They know full well they cannot afford to peek.
SSG have the advantage here. They have sword in hand. They have shock rifle to play around as well. You don't want to be aggressive, and Tylenol gives up the 50th. It was a second sword that Space Station didn't expect Optic to have, and because Tylenol tries to play a little aggressive, oversteps just an inch, and that inch gets sliced down by the sword of Optic Gaming, and Optic Gaming are going to take a very close game too, 50-49.
That's how close Slayers can be sometimes, and that's what we were saying about SSG. There's just that feeling that when it does come to an individual skill-based game type like Slayer, there was always that opportunity that they could have taken it, and they are going to be kicking themselves that they were not able to get over that final hurdle, and they find themselves now 2-0 down in this series. What could have been? I mean, maybe they weren't expecting the second sword. They saw that Formal was like a little bit away from the rest of the team, and I think they were thinking that could maybe be a little bit of an easy kill. Was Formal out of position? But perhaps it was the perfect bait dangled by Formal, and on this occasion he was able to get the sword kill. No shock rifle shot to take you down.
As we take a look at maybe a couple of the ending moments here, trades back and forth, maybe each one of these lives would be reconsidered. If you could go back in time, the shock rifle shot hit by Tylenol was impressive. The battle, the trade from Trippy and Pipes almost taking down 2 was unbelievable. For him to get 1 was a must. And in a situation like this, when you got camo, you have sword, you're looking for an opening, they spot you out. This is incredible by Formal to back Ace down, force him to reposition. Ace repositions very well, goes top catwalk very quickly, finds a free kill. Oh man, Dan, this is as close as it gets, and so many different occasions where you're sitting there, if you're SSG, saying, if I just stayed alive here. I mean, this is the more impressive play, where you push into pipes, you got a grapple player with you, and look at Trippy. The combo, the drop shot, finishes it with the BR, gets Ace to no shield, almost just puts it down himself, ends the game. But in this situation, Dan, this is where I kind of get a little upset with how SSG decided to play it. They got shock rifle, they have a sword, they have pipes control. All of Optic Gaming is in the back of blue. Just wait for your shock rifle player to get a kill. Instead, Tylenol tries to be aggressive. Formal He meets aggression with the sword and makes you pay. And now all of a sudden what could have been a tied up series if you're SSG on potentially the biggest upset of SSG's careers is now a very uphill climb. You're down 2-0 in the series. Those score lines do not matter. The only thing that matters is win or loss of the game. And Optic Gaming are probably taking a deep breath after that one, but 50-49, no matter how it gets done, you want that win.
It could have been a lot of unnecessary spent energy if that goes to 1-1 and Optic have to dig deep and win 2 objectives to go through to the next round. They want a kind of plain sailing route to Optic Gaming. They want to just be able to kind of breeze through these teams that are 4th seed and lower and put all their energy into the games against the bigger teams, the 1st seed Sentinels. You've got Cloud9 as well, which are going to be, of course, in Optic's sights on that side of the bracket. Oddball Streets is where we head for Game 3, and even though Space Station, there's a lot of positives to take away from this series. Yeah. In both Game 1 and Game 2, slaying-wise, they've matched almost even, pretty much, across the board against Optic Gaming, but it was just the objective that didn't really work out for them in Game 1. Some minor decision-making things that didn't go their favor in Game number 2. But how does that go into Game number 3 when you are that agonizingly close in Game number 2? Does the heads of SSG drop now would be my biggest question, because this is going to be so tough to pick yourself up from that one.
It's a tough pill to swallow, right? And it's tough to rebound from such a close loss, especially knowing that you pretty much got to decide how the pace was going to be played there at the end. You kind of dictated that you were going to push into long haul. You tried to make a play and unfortunately didn't work out, but we go back to an objective, Dan, and that's where I get worried about SSG's ability to compete with Optic, because the strategy in Game 1 was clearly a difference between Optic and SSG. When you go to an oddball, that's where you typically see the biggest difference in strategy trying to be displaced. Even if Space Station can keep up with the Slays, I will worry about their opportunity to stay in this match. They're going to have to be forced to break several setups of Optic, and it's a matter of can they do it on the first try, because if they don't, there's going to be significant time racked up by Optic that's just going to continue to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, we saw what happened in Game 1 with the rotations from Optic, how well they were managing not just power-ups, but also just map positioning to make sure they were constantly on top of being at those objectives, right? And it's going to be the same kind of thing here for Oddball. As long as Optic are playing in a way where they are controlling how this Oddball is rotating around the map, they are picking up the time when they can, and it's going to be very tough for SSG to be able to actually break through and get a significant amount of time. That being said, as where's your shoulder blocks the entire shot. It is a big shoulder though, so it's fine, it's understandable. SSG, if they can get a lead, if they can continue to find some of this momentum that they have been able to find in their slays and put it into an actual setup, there is still hope. I do believe that SSG have played so well that it is not out of the realms of possibility for them to win a map.
No, not at all. I think if anything, Game 2 shows you is that they can compete with the best in the world when they are playing at a high level. And already taking down Formal's a great start. You want to get those rockets, and unfortunately it's been Lucid that's been able to find the rockets, and that's an easy kill on the ace. But look at this. With only a couple of kills going down, they're able to have the ball in the back of tower, able to start racking up some time, and that's the efficiency that we always praise Optic Gaming for.
And to get this amount of time this early in the round as well just does wonders for your confidence. Tylenol's going to be next in the sights of Lucid, and now he's going to have the Stalker rifle. So he goes from one power weapon to another. Does get a little bit aggressive, but I think he was unaware of where SSG were, and he just wanted to try and put himself in a fight so that he at least got some information for the rest of the team. But 36 seconds already gathered up. That's a great start for Optic Gaming.
Surprised they don't expect to push the cafe there and collect, picking up a big kill. Able to take down that ball carrier. He's not able to play the ball either, so if SSG can clean up the last couple members of Optic, they're going to be able to get a little tower set up here of their own. Collect with Stalker, Bulldog in hand. He wants somebody else to pick up this oddball. He wants to start popping off because he's the main slayer for this SSG squad.
He dropped it twice, and eventually someone comes along to help, but no, still no one going to pick it up because there's too much pressure now from Optic. So valuable time potentially missed. Lucid wins the fight against Tylenol. Collect also goes down. 2 players have fallen for SSG, and Optic can now push in once more. Ace does well to at least shut down one, and now he really has to help out Suppressed here. Otherwise, Suppressed is going to fall and get collapsed on.
Yeah, it was APG in the PD that was able to stay alive, and maybe just his presence alone made SSG a little nervous in order to pick up some of that ball time. The ball is going to get played to bottom middle, and as a second set of rockets is eventually going to come up here. A 37-2 lead in Optic Gaming's favor could continue to snowball as that ball being on the rocket spawn location. I mean, this is going to be a 2-for-1 special. Optic Gaming able to get the power weapon, able to get the objective, and they're going to secure it here in the back of Tram. This is where they could rack up another chunk of significant time.
Nice toss as well. APG can hold on to that one whilst now Lucid covers them. Even though they are in a 2 versus 4, the rockets can certainly do a big amount of damage as long as Lucid can take the right angle and cover the right areas. And you can see how reluctant SSG are pushing in because they know full well they could turn a corner and they meet a rocket. There's 1, there's 2, but no kills being found. On another day, that could very easily have been a double.
You have to think the rest of Optic have got to be in a position to be able to finish those kills, but they're actually not. And SSG negate those rockets' impact. They actually break the setup perfectly. They get the ball back to Tram themselves. And although it's a 50-point lead, this is SSG's opportunity to potentially get around to Slays and get right back into this one.
Look how quick Optic are to dive into Station. APG and Lucid shutting down those remaining players. Ace, the last remaining player, onto SSG as well. And that's going to be all 4 dead temporarily. So Optic regain that ball control, can regain Tram control. They know there's going to be spawns over towards either Tram or Cafe, so now Lucid, with that information that the Cafe or PD spawns are going to be there, now just needs to watch these angles. And actually that nade is going to do so much damage to collect that he has to wait. And this is just biding more time for the ball time to be gathered.
Yeah, tick-tock goes the clock. SSG's got to push here, and unfortunately Lucid, he finds 1, knocks Collect down to no shield. And we'll see what the rest of Optic Gaming can do. They all decide to push uphill, and because of that, they're together. They're able to capitalize on this damage, and although Ace trades out a kill, he tries to stay alive. Somehow wins the 1v1 on the Formal, and although Formal does take down Tylenol apparently in the meantime, good kills by SSG to weather the storm there. But I mean, even as they keep Slays close, Dan, it's still a 75-14 lead for Optic Gaming.
Oh, timing, unfortunately not going in favor of Trippy there. Suppress comes around the corner just as he picked up that ball and turned away. But you're right, I mean, I think that's what's most impressive about Optic at the moment, is they're not playing crazy. They're not having those flashy plays. They're not having those amazing kind of multi-kills that are separating them from some of the biggest and best players in the world, but it's how well they're playing their objective, even though Slays are being somewhat closer against SSG. That's what makes champions as well, as a team that even though they're not playing their best, they still look dominant.
Suppressed. One of the new guns here on SSG. So much talent in this kid, him and Collect. There's a reason that they picked these up, and I really do think this is the SSG roster to stick together to try and put something special, but a lot of work to do to try to compete with Optic Gaming. Trippy's still on this benchmark, and unfortunately Trippy, just perfect shots, pays for it with his life suppressed the over challenge, and now that Trippy's created the opportunity for some more ball time in the hands of Optic. A great rocket from Tylenol is going to deny the rotation to Tram, but you have to do so much more if you're SSG, and it feels like they have to just work so hard here, Dan.
It's the patience that we're seeing from Optic at the moment. Double kill from APG. Trippy sat on benches for so long because he knew there was 1 player in Tram, and he was rewarded eventually with that patience. Surely there has to be some communication from the player in Tram to say, hey look, someone is on bench, I need some help. Someone at least hit him with a nade, but you're not able to do so. 90 seconds now on the board in round number 1 for Optic. Collect the last remaining player, he goes down as well. So off spawn, there is not going to be a chance for SSG. Round 1 is going to go in favor of Optic Gaming, and we are close to finishing this series off. 1 more round needed, and they will win it 3-0.
1 more round to go for Optic Gaming. Can SSG compete in the objectives? The question to ask as we go into round 2. Kicking it off with the man that leads this Optic Gaming roster is Lucid. Eyes on the prize. That's the rocket launcher bottom middle. And you want to see SSG do a better job at the start of some of these rounds in order to prioritize power weapons because, I mean, APG is able to pick them up unscathed.
Nice rocket underneath the drop ball there, but unfortunately he has to give up his life at the same time. But that's a good teammate, making sure you focus on getting those rockets as Formal. Again, timing almost screws him, but then predicts the repeak. And now it means Optic can get hold of that ball once more in the early stages. We saw how important it was. You get the early ball time in round 1, and they're getting more early ball time here in round number 2.
Yeah, Optic Gaming's teamwork keeping Formal alive there. That was massive. The predictive rocket was also a big kill. Suppressed now at the end of a Bulldog shotgun. It's a killing spree early here for Formal in round 2. The time's starting to rack up for Optic Gaming, and look at how Formal's positioned himself, Dan. He's back tower while the ball is over in Tram. Space Station know they got to deal with Formal, but it's so difficult when he has that Bulldog in hand.
And he's got cover as well. Look at this push, look at this aggression. Trippy came in to assist. And all the meanwhile, that's going to be 4 dead, and it's going to be more ball time. So it's a very aggressive stance from Optic Gaming, but now you've got to be careful about those spawns, because it is going to be arcade spawns. We are going to see SSG absolutely dart towards Tram here, but Formal has got back very quickly to help the team.
Yeah, Formal knows exactly in that scenario that Space Station are going to overextend towards the downhill area, right, into Tram. So what does he do? He comes back from the back tower position, and they play it perfectly. They get the slays, and Optic Gaming are watch, rinse, repeating these spawns. They're flipping the map perfectly, and they've been able to hold this setup the entire time. Maybe not the most ball time being acquired, but Optic Gaming are performing a perfect strategy here on Street Ball.
But we do have to give credit to SSG. This game looks closer than it is because of how well SSG have been doing in winning some of their 1v1 engagements. I do feel like if Optic played this way against a couple of other teams maybe in this tournament, this could be 100-0 already in this round. But there are big kills that are being picked up by Space Station, and that's why it's not been an absolute blowout. Even though it's probably going to read 3-0 on the series layout, I do think we have to say SSG have performed well in certain areas.
Yeah, I think that's the important piece for SSG to learn, right? Is that this is the best team probably that they're going to play today, and that they can't just hang their heads low when this series is over, because there were a lot of good things that they did, and there's no team that's really going to punish their mistakes or seize opportunities like Optic Gaming right now. This is phenomenal practice for these SSG boys as they continue their tournament run. But right now, their winners bracket lives. They're on the ropes, and Lucid with a Stalker rifle in hands, he's throwing jabs left and right, getting another wingman to his name. And although he gets taken down, damage has been done.
Well, Optic are 36 points away from guaranteeing their spot in Orlando's pool play. I don't think it would have been in doubt that Optic would be there anyway, but it's always nice to get that guaranteed, as Collect does get the perfect. As the game and round is still alive at the moment. Trippy also is the next victim, or could have been, but Trippy wins the fight. Collect, unfortunately, just not able to get that last headshot.
How good is Trippy, man? Even as good as these SSG guys are individually, we are seeing Trippy continuously getting kills he probably should never get. He's winning so many 1v1s, and this is the Trippy you need to see if Optic Gaming want to take this whole weekend.
Disruptor in hand. Maybe he can disrupt this passage of play from SSG. They have been able to keep the ball out of Optic's hands for quite a while now, considering how easily it was gathered at the start. And actually now it's going to be SSG who pick up that ball and maybe catch Trippy off guard, as it's good damage, but Ace showing his veteranship, his experience by winning that engagement.
Great job by SSG to get a few kills, get that off-ball relocated back tower. Now, can they hold a setup? Something they haven't been able to do against Optic Gaming so far throughout this off-ball match. This setup could get them right back into it, but they need to find a way to get a few kills. They're able to potentially trade out some of the damage over towards Cafe, but it is too many members of Optic to deal with, and as rockets are coming up, Optic get 3 down. Last player alive is Tylenol. He's going to try and deny rockets, but Trippy found himself those rockets. Formal looking over his shoulder, and that Trippy-Formal duo's at it once again.
Trippy stays alive, which is what's impressive, thanks to that help from Formal, and now it's going to be more ball time. Rockets and Stalker Rifle plus ball. The recipe's there for the win now for Optic Gaming. It's just about putting it all in the baking tray and making sure it comes out of the oven nice and toasty. 74-18. Trippy still trying to find players with the rocket in hand, but at the moment SSG doing well to avoid him. They've taken some angles, they've got a different route, and with that initial opening, there is still life in this yet for SSG.
Good attempt to play the ball. Better catch from Ace there. SSG, they get the slays, they catch the ball, they get the ball back to back tower, but with the 60-point differential now, SSG have so much work to do. They need to find a way to hold on to the ball while also pushing back some of these reinforcements from Optic Gaming. And something very different that we've seen from Space Station than we saw from Optic is every time they have a setup, they are sitting back. Optic was very aggressive when they had their setups. They tried to push the pace, put pressure on respawners, something SSG needs to start doing if they want to have as much success as we see Optic having.
I think the biggest lesson learned for SSG is just going to be kind of spawn control and rotations here from Optic. And as you say, using that knowledge to be aggressive and to take those fights. And when you win those fights, then just doubling back, rotating, because you know full well where the other team is going to be. As now it's just a matter of a few more seconds here for Optic Gaming.
Just a couple more to go, 6 to be exact. Optic Gaming with too much pressure to get those 6 points though. Space Station have done such a good job at breaking this back tower setup continuously. they're showing you that they have what it takes to break some of these setups. They just can't hold one of their own. And APG with the first pick on the suppress, some perfect shots from him. As rockets are coming up, you almost know that Optic Gaming are going to be able to secure these rockets. They've done it just about every time so far in this game, with trades coming in their favor as well. APG and a couple of Optic teammates meet bottom middle. And maybe a little bit of miscommunication there, as too many players going for the rockets have allowed Suppress to try and acquire those. But as I say that, Lucid denies those rockets from making it up into Laundry, and because of that, they still become neutralized.
I guess it's a good sign if the breaks are happening for SSG. You could argue breaks are harder than setups at times, especially going up against a team like Optic Gaming.
Absolutely.
But now these last 5 seconds surely just get gobbled up.
Yeah. Last couple seconds on the clock. APG's gonna do it himself. And it's all of Optic Gaming once again showing up in the stats category. Everybody over 18 kills. Clean ball rounds back to back. And a 3-0 series, what looked like a close game 2, is far in the memory of the SSG boys. This series is over and done with, and the green wall looks strong as ever. They have showed up once again here on Saturday. And they have something to prove this weekend. Dan, we've said it a couple of times on broadcast. I love this Optic Gaming team, but you had to think that the reason they stuck together was the fact that they believe in themselves to win tournaments like the one they're in this weekend.
Onset keeps saying it. Sometimes you just need a few battle scars so that you can feel those losses and feel what it actually is like to take the losses, so then you can turn them into victories at the next tournament. And maybe that inspiration is going to be what they needed. Those losses from Kansas City now moving into this Super and Orlando and, of course, Worlds coming up later this year. Formal with 23 kills, Collect with 22, and again, slaying-wise, some of the SSG boys are keeping up with the pace of Optic Gaming. It's not like they were absolutely dominated, even though it's 2-0, even though the objective work's not been there. There's a lot of positives to take from Space Station here.
I mean, when you see 200 to 52 in the all-ball time, you don't expect the kills to be as close as they are. Yeah, they're not potentially as close if you add them all up, but 252 sounds like you got blowed out. Right? The objective is just something that SSG needs to improve on. The strategy, something SSG needs to improve on, but clearly able to slay even with the best in the world. SSG has some positives to take away from this series, and I look forward to seeing them in their elimination bracket run.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, even looking at damage here, it will paint a picture of just how well Optic were communicating with one another. 7K plus for both Lucid and Formal, but I mean, Suppressed and Collect with an equally amount of impressive damage on their side as well. But I think you're right when we look at this tournament, and we know that Optic are kind of within that top 3 as favorites to potentially win this thing. 4th onward, I'm very excited to see what SSG can do against G2 in a rematch, what they can do against the likes of G1 if they have to play. I don't know if Pioneers make a comeback through that elimination bracket, if FaZe are making a comeback through that elimination bracket. There are so many teams who are going to be gunning for that top 4 spot. As for SSG, they haven't quite secured their spot in Orlando just yet, but they still have one more game to do so when they get to that elimination bracket to try and secure top 8 in this tournament.
They're going to have to win a series in the elimination bracket. They've proven that they can compete in the slaying department with some of the best in the world. Those objectives are going to be the ones that you have to focus and prioritize improving on if you're SSG, if you want to get a little bit further throughout that elimination bracket. But Dan, it's been a pleasure to cast the first series of the day with you. Optic Gaming looking strong as ever. I know you're a Greenwall fan yourself. We both predicted them to come out on top this weekend, so it's good to see them shining bright early on Saturday.
Well, someone on the desk had a gut feeling it was Onset, and I tell you what, his gut feeling wasn't that far off because Space Station did very well. Lottie, I mean, the paper, it says it's a 3-0, but SSG, a lot of positives to take away.
Yeah, there certainly were a lot of positives to take away. I've got to say, I'm looking at that map number 2 as well for SSG. Things to definitely talk about there, but the big thing right now is Optic Gaming. My goodness me. I've got to say, you know, in that final oddball map, you know, I'm looking at the assists, I'm looking at the fairly evenish objective work from all of these guys, the efficient in terms of kills and how efficient they were going around the map and knowing exactly what they wanted to do, having every single weapon in the sandbox in their hands at times. Well-oiled machine right now is Optic Gaming, and honestly, they just continue to impress, and they're stepping it up each and every time we see them.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's the close games they win as well. Formal making the play this time to win that 50-49. I look at that game number 2, and I'm thinking, Space Station, you probably want that one back because they had all the tools to play with. But, I mean, Optic, ruthless. I think that's the thing that really jumps out to me. You know, there was moments in that oddball game where I was kind of looking at what they were doing on the map, and I was like, they have 3 dead, they have 4 dead, they're not grabbing ball. And it's because they had all the tools in the sandbox, and they realized they had such a significant lead in the game that they didn't need to prioritize an objective. They had a Stalker, they had a Bulldog, they had Drop Shield, they had everything you could have wanted. And when you're coming off spawn as a team, as SSG with battle rifles, and you're coming up against players who have all of that weaponry and they're so well skilled, there's no way you're going to be able to get to that oddball. So Optic are now getting to the point where they're not just realizing that they can, get into a position where they can close games out, get a little bit of objective time. They now recognize situations in games where they already have done the hard work, got themselves into a lead, and now they can punish their opponents. And I think that's the scariest thing about Optic. I mentioned the word ruthless. They are looking exactly that.
They certainly are. Well, somebody who can paint a better picture, about how this team are feeling going through this NA Super, stay number 2, is Lucid. And I'm excited to bring him into the conversation. Lucid, it's so good to see you, dude. My goodness me, you guys have been lights out day 1, now coming into day 2. It seems like you're getting better and better each time we see you on our screens. Are you saving a little bit in the tank for later on in some of the bigger winner bracket matches?
Yeah, I don't think there's really any excess expenditure right now of our energy. I think there's just a game plan, stuff we've been talking about plenty these past few months that we've been just incrementally working on over and over and just kind of beating it into our heads. No matter the team that we're playing, it's just about sticking to the plans and kind of moving accordingly.
And you guys really are dictating that plan, and it is being executed so perfectly. I've got to say, there's a little bit of pressure coming to this one. You are pretty much the favourites. A lot of people are rooting for you guys and thinking that you are going to take this NA Super. How do you guys handle pressure like that when you look at, the outside audience, the fans, the bigger picture of things heading to Orlando? Does that come into consideration when you're playing in terms of mentality?
I would say no. I think it's always been there, always will be. I think it's just natural, and it's the way it is, and that's fine. I think it's great for us, and I think it's great for any type of competition to come up to have that sort of expectation, because that's the expectation we have for ourselves. Just don't really think about it too much, because we're all here to win. That's plain and simple. We're not here to take second or third or anything like that. We're here to win.
Tommy, obviously, congratulations on the series win and congratulations on the performance so far from you and the boys. There seems to be a real ruthless edge about the way that you're playing in these games and in these series at the moment. Is that something you've been working on to make sure that there's no steps during games where you get a little bit lax as a team, where maybe you start to wander off and not stick to that game plan? Because it seems at the moment that there doesn't seem to be any weakness at any point in the games that we see from you.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that it was us considering it as ruthless. It was just about being disciplined. That's something that we've been continuously working on, because I think we've had that aggressiveness since the very start. It's just been how we play, and I think we have been building up more and more about what we know is the right play and understanding situations and how to play off of that one after another to continue the kind of rolling for our momentum. I think especially in that game 2 was a bit of insight that we even talked about right after that. I think that was like a little bit of that lax moments kind of bleeding through that we've had specifically on Recharge Slayer that we just talked about. But overall, I think that is the type of case. We're getting that discipline just ingrained more and more.
Tommy, just like Mark said, congrats on the series. Congrats on how you guys look so far. It's been fantastic games. One thing we've noticed here in the casting booth and also on the desk is just the speed that you guys are collapsing, which is essential to playing Halo Infinite at the highest level. And I think you guys are getting kills so fast, and it's never really 2v2s. It feels like you're getting the 4 deads and the wipes. Is there anything you guys have done to make sure that you're getting the kills at the speed that you're getting them?
Well, I think we're allowing the efficiency in the game to kind of play for ourselves when we kind of take a step back at moments in games to realize the spawns. And the spawns aren't like necessarily random in this game. They're very, very specific, but to a point that feels almost random at times. So that's something that we've really hounded in on. So it's like we know the right times to formulate those collapses to really get those 3-4 deads clean. And then if we can't, that's something that we've been trying to really make sure we just kind of take a step back, take a foot off the gas, and then we'll set back up and hope for that next time that the opening is even more obvious or even more available to us to kind of take advantage of it.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, it looks fantastic so far, so best of luck for the weekend.
It certainly does. It looks absolutely exceptional. You guys have been performing lights out, and you're meeting every expectation of your fans. Thank you so much for joining us, Lucid, and giving us all of the insights to the team right now. Congratulations. Best of luck going through the winners bracket today. I don't think you're going to need much luck, but I'll give it to you anyway.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Well, there we have it. We've heard from Lucid, the absolute powerhouse of Optic Gaming there. And look, they're feeling so calm, and I love that. And I think that is so important to see, such calm heads. They know exactly what they want to do. They have a plan. They're executing it efficiently. And what more can you want? If you're a fan of Optic Gaming, what more can you want hearing that from some of your biggest kind of stars here on this roster? And we're looking back at some of the highlights here from the series against Space Station. Obviously going back to Live Fire here, King of the Hill, where Optic just got every power pretty much. And when Space Station did try and grab that and did try and take that power up, that overshield, they managed to get it one time, but it didn't go to plan. That kind of led the whole way in the series, just never going to plan because Optic, they denied.
Yeah, it's one thing to have a game plan. It's one thing to not be able to execute it because the other team is just outslaying you quite simply. And the Oddball game was a really good example, I think, of what we just heard from Lucid with that efficiency, with being able to build good patterns with practice, knowing what the next step is regardless of the situation. Even if Space Station are all dead and not alive on the map, Optic still know what they want to do in the next 4 or 5 seconds to really punish them when they do come off that respawn. And there were just moments in this game where Space Station just didn't have a presence on the map, and that's just because of how good Optic are playing, how much pressure they're putting onto them. And there was a moment where Lucid had the Stalker rifle on the commando balcony, and a couple of shots went down. That bought enough time for him to think about what is happening elsewhere on the map, and then he makes a play off the back of it from the communication, from the damage that's been dealt. And Optic, you said it perfectly, a well-oiled machine at the moment. Yeah. And one thing I love from that interview, even though they won that extremely close 50-49 Slayer, Lucid immediately recognized, and Optic immediately recognized that was their fault, that it got to that position, that they did get a little bit lazy, a little bit lax, and recognizing that now in a series like that, in this part of the tournament, is vital to do because they won't be allowed those kind of mistakes to happen against the likes of Cloud9 and Sentinels.
Yeah, that's a sign of a championship team, right? Taking a look at those close game 2 wins and not just thinking that was a 3-0. I think in the Optic playbook, especially if you ask Lucid or Lunchbox, right, that is a problem that game. They're going to identify that, make sure that they don't let games get that close, just because you can't have that happening when you have 2 Slayers in a series for the rest of the winners bracket.
No, you certainly can't. I got to say, that second map as well, that Slayer, they were kind of gifted that final kill. Tunnel should never have made that play down long haul. They had everything in their arsenal to win that one. Sorry to mention them again.
We won yesterday. I'm happy to speak about them as much as you want. We're winning the league.
Too excited on the desk. It was a shame SSG couldn't close that one out when they had everything in their hands to do so, and it couldn't have been a longer series there. But I got to say, Optic Gaming, we were looking for the clutch ups, and they managed to do it in that second map there in the series. But an incredible series of events, and I'm excited to see what they do next. Let's take a look at the bracket though to see where we're at. Of course, Winter Championship bracket today. Yesterday we had pool play, and this is how it settled out. And we do see Optic Gaming push through into the semi-finals.
Hold the phone. Look at that. Hold the phone.
Go on. Oh, it's the Cloud9 United game.
Well, let's not forget, Cloud9 was up 1-0 in that series.
They were up.
Oh, it's changed. United just won.
What a bait.
No way.
We get jebaited by the production team.
However, I will say that 1-1 is still a very interesting game, very interesting series. You described it as cheeky, and I think it's a perfect word for it.
It is cheeky. I believe United did take that Slayer, and they were actually significantly in the lead when we were checking out the green room. They did indeed. Just making sure everyone at home knows because it did just update. But I don't know. Now I don't know if it's a tease or not. I wonder if in this third map that they're in, United is edging them out currently.
Is it foreshadowing?
It could be foreshadowing.
Are we actually in the past, they're in the future? We don't know.
Do we have more power than we ever realized? Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
I have no idea, but I certainly want to find out because that looks extremely interesting. And of course, we do have all of our other quarterfinals happening as well. We will fill in the gaps as we go through, but let's look at the elimination bracket, see how everyone's doing down here. We got Native 3-0 in Blackhand. Big stuff from them, a big 3-0, quite a big statement to start off the day, but they're going to go up against FaZe Clan. Based on what you saw yesterday from Native versus United, how are you feeling about this roster currently? It was a bit of a strange Slayer that we rounded things off on yesterday on the desk. King J going 20-9, something silly, but didn't quite manage to get it done. What does that tell you about this team currently?
To be honest, it tells me that this team can take series the distance. And if you're on FaZe Clan, you are making sure that you are not taking this team lightly because that would be a historically low exit for FaZe Clan. It goes without saying here in Elim round 2.
Speaking of low exits though, look at Fnatic. They just lost 3-0 in their series against Incognito. So that is a tough placing for Fnatic, especially having made the team change as well. Back to the drawing board, I think is the only thing you can really say for the Fnatic lineup.
It really is indeed. It's good to see Pioneers pushing through as well, 3-0, going up against Forbidden Fruit very shortly as well. Lots of things happening. The pot is being mixed. pot is being mixed. I feel like we are seeing some more kind of Pool D-esque disruptions happening in the elimination bracket, and I'm really here for it. I tell you what though, coming up next, right after this break, we have the G Derby. We've got G2 versus G1. I'm excited to see how this one pans out. G2 obviously having that wonderful up in Pool D. They did manage to make it on the tiebreaker in G1. They want to knock them out right now. They want to knock them down off that pedestal and reign supreme. We'll see you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS NA Super. Now before the break, we saw your resident NA janitors sweep the competition, sending SSG into the elimination bracket. And Optic, they're ready with their brushes once again. So they're going to be going forward, of course, into our semi-finals. Really excited about that one. But I have also got an update for everybody as well at home. So listen closely. If you are not watching on the B stream right now and you're watching us, actually Cloud9 have a 2-1 score in that E-United series. So they actually did have a fairly close-ish oddball. They did win the first round. The second round, E-United did have a significant lead. It was around 72-43 at one point. But Cloud9, they managed to claw their way back. They edged them out and did manage to take that second round. So right now, 2-1 is the current series score, and I'm excited to see where this one goes.
I did hear the Slayer was an absolute walloping as well. United, I think, staked them, is from what I was told. So that is interesting, to say the least, but now Cloud9 have been able to kind of stabilise a little bit. I'd still be expecting them to win that series.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one, that. A bit of a strange one. Could be just, day 2, morning jitters. You never know. Just a little bit of dust to brush off the old sticks. And
a lot of brushes you're bringing up, Brad.
You know
is everything
what?
okay?
Yeah, I brushed my hair a bit too much, maybe. That might be what it is. It's on my mind. But we do have an exceptional series ahead of us. We have the G Derby. Did you know that, Gaskin?
And you've got the G Skin. Gaskin's here for another G. Does that work? Can I be G3?
Yeah, you can be G3.
Let's go.
You're always organizationally trying to insert yourself into these things.
He's a seller. He's selling. He's just selling himself. And you've got to respect that grind. You really do. But you've got to respect the grind from both of these teams as well in day 1. But G2 Esports managing in the tiebreaker to top their pool. Pool D, that, I've got to say, that pool of death, and it is Pool D for a reason. And G1 having a little bit of a knockback against Optic. I think we expected a little bit more from them yesterday, but it's day 2. They're still looking pretty good. They're up in the winners bracket, and they're hoping to make a bit of a statement as well. Let's head into G2 Esports first, though, just to start talking about them. I'm excited about this roster, obviously, especially with Barco coming on board and looking how good he was yesterday. However, there were moments of shakiness from this G2 roster, especially going up against Pioneers. A bit of a topsy-turvy. They were one map away of taking the entire series, a 3-0, and they fell short in that game 5, and they let it all slip away.
Yeah, weird that they, top their group but lose to the Pioneers, who came bottom of their group. It certainly says that there is the potential for upsets. There's a potential for things to go wrong for G2 here, so they need to be a little bit more focused. They can't afford to let things slip like they did previously. That being said, I'm very impressed with what we have seen at times. Barco doesn't seem to have been phased by playing on this kind of North American region. It doesn't seem to be like he's really too intimidated by any of the players he's going up against. So I think G2 have a real chance at getting top 4 in this tournament. But one of their closest competitors is unfortunately going to be G1.
It certainly is going to be G1, and I got to say, this team has been looking pretty fierce online recently and have been converting for the most part so far in the NA Super. Rob, what do they bring to the table?
I mean, they bring so much, and I think Mark put it best yesterday when he said Boo Boo Dubu knows just how much these players bring. There's a reason he decided to come to this team. Keep in mind, Boo Boo coming off of a roster and an organization like FaZe, right? He really had a pick of the litter where he wanted to go, and you look at the players that are on this team, I think G1's looked all good, so good, not just all season. Keep in mind the players on G1, they've been doing this for a long time, right? They slowly have become household names in competitive Halo. When you look at the likes of Squale, Swish, Devin, fantastic talent as well, and I think they're starting to find what could be pretty close to their final form. There's a lot of promise that this team brings. I think a lot of hype that this team brings, and be a great statement for them if they shut down G2 here.
Well, I'll tell you what, Boo Boo joined this team for a reason. Let's find out why as we head into the G Derby, into this series, G2 versus G1. We have Clutch and Walshy on the mics this time. Fellas, please take it away.
Thank you, Watt. And Dave, as we get into this one, G1, G2, these guys are very familiar with each other. They play each other just about every time we have a tournament. What's it like when you have one of those teams that it just seems like the brackets always play out, where you tend to play those same teams every single time? Does it favor you? Does it disfavor you? Or which way are you thinking here?
I feel like it favors the team that knows how to adapt better.
Okay.
There are times where you have players on your team that know how to break it down, know how to study their team, start to notice little tendencies that they do. And so the team that's, I would say, a bit more strategic can generally favor in those matchups. But it's really tough to say. I mean, with these both rosters having a little bit of a shakeup within their rosters, G2 coming out and, kind of proving all the casters wrong. I remember seeing Gilkey tweeted us all yesterday, and he's just like, hitting us with a ZZZ emoji, and it's like, basically like saying, hey, not a single caster out there called this pool right. We are the rightful dominators in this pool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did lose to Pioneer, so G2 did show that they are still human. They're still to build on, but they look great at moments, right? Barcode looked like an excellent addition to this roster. The series layout, you got Livefire King of the Hill to kick it off, Dave, and you got the S7 featured here. If we've learned anything about some of the members over on G2 is that they can put that S7 to work. On the side of G1, I mean, you got Swish, who's been popping off. You got Boo Boo Doo. He's a highlight reel waiting to happen, so very excited to get this one underway. Livefire King of the Hill, like I said, Dave, and this being one of the newer map mode combos, maybe these two teams, although they have so much experience against each other, maybe not as much experience in this mode, so maybe some new jabs able to be thrown here early on. We're going to hop on board with Barcode to kick this one off.
And look at this push here from G2, meeting no resistance over on the overshield side of the map, going over through plasmas, able to go through key door, and set up for this upcoming overshield. And there's Boo Boo just being a nuisance at the top tower, but he can only do so much. He needs a little more backup if they're going to put any sort of stop to the OS.
Interesting starting strats for both teams. Look at this, like you're pointing out, Dave. G1 opts to get the early hill time. G2 opts to set up for overshield. We'll see which is the benefactor here, is that overshield is going to be needed in order to break this setup. It is going to be Sab on screen with the S7 in his hands. He's going to try and be aggressive. He gets repulsed off the map as we switch screens. Barcode has the overshield, but nowhere near the hill. And if you take a look at the hill time, Dave, it's already over halfway.
Yeah, that turned out to be a much better trade in the favor of G1. I mean, they're about even in slaves across the board, but when you look at that hill, it tells a different story. G1 just run away with this hill to start off the game.
G2 do currently have control. They do have an opportunity to get back into this one. This point, not over yet. Starting to build up some time. A couple of slays going their way would be massive. Can G1 break this setup is the question. Boobadooboo has a lot of pressure on him under tower. He gets taken down, and that's the first pick, and usually the first pick is big, but they get traded back. So G1's going to have an opportunity to break this setup here and now.
Also, look at that great synergy between Barcode and Sab, understanding how they play and how they're a cohesive unit between Nest and that top tower. The moment that Sab got some pressure, Barcode laid down some shots. The moment the Sab went down, Barcode he got evicted from Nest. He ran away. He realized that that's a two-unit setup.
Yeah.
You can't hold that Nest unless you have that tower help.
Yeah, we don't have the reinforcements in order to really hold it, but on the meantime, look at this. Straight sick with a triple on screen. Still some pressure around him. Gonna need an overkill in order to secure this point for his team. Unfortunately, he gets repulsed back, but Boobadooboo still gets taken down. Straight Sick has now killed all 4 players, and as this hill approaches the end for both of these teams, this first point would be massive. That overshield, it's already come up. It's in the hands of Gilk, and the second overshield of the game has rewarded Gilk this double. It's allowed him to retake this hill, but still work to do as G1 still in the hill, being a nuisance, trading out efficiently. Back and forth these two teams go.
Yeah, and it's been so back and forth. I mean, we saw both teams get those longer stretches or those longer runs to get those hills really close early on, but now it's just a scramble. Both these teams trying to kill back and forth and jumping in the hill.
Yeah, Straight Sick kind of in no man's land right now. Needs to be able to impact the final moments of this hill because G1, they were in it momentarily. Kills going in G2's favor. However, great shots on the Boobadooboo. Even better shots from Boobadooboo. But in the meantime, that was a momentary all 4 dead. And look at this. Although G1 are so close to hill 1, Dave, they're going to have to break this setup in just a few seconds in order for G2 to not cap it. But G2 are there. They get the point. And not only that, but Gilky is in a perfect rotation to the next.
And here's where that mistake may have came in from G1. They were just so close. They were tasting a chance to get in that hill. And because of it, they desperately pushed out to try to stop the green first hill. And they no longer have control. That could have been a situation where G1 says, all right, slow down for a second, push across top, let's go get tower, let's, give up this one cap and go for the next hill.
And if that first hill doesn't tell you how close the series is going to be, Dave, I mean, every time these guys match up, I feel like we see absolute banger of games. Can't wait for this one to continue to go underway. It is going to be G2 with the early setup over towards the tower. G1 trying to break it. Squall, he's been one of the players that has impressed me most on this roster. He's been popping off in some of their online qualifiers to get here, but this overshield battle, it's underway, and G2 were set up for it.
More than underway. In the previous hill, we saw how G1 was willing to give up that overshield to get time. Not when it's that close, not when it's over near the tower. They just completely dive out of the hill, push over towards us.
Love that.
Secure it, and now Boo Boo is safely in the hill, but he has a little pressure behind him in the tower, but there's no rush. He has a teammate that can help him out, and he can just scrap up this time.
It took 2 overshields for G2 to get that first point secured in their favor. G1 get their first overshield of the game. Can they allow this point to go in their favor to tie this one up? They still have to deal with Sap, who's back tower, and Boobadooboo says right on cue, I'll take him out. That's going to create a numbers advantage, and if they can snip out this player that's about to flame back Mud, it would be massive. Good shots from Gilt to take Boobadooboo down in the meantime.
Yeah, Boo Boo did 2 great plays there, 2 great decisions during that whole engagement. The first one was charging closer to Gilkey and closing that distance. He didn't want to just trade shots and sit in the hill and let Gilkey just get his shields back.
Yeah.
He closed that distance, secured that kill real quick, and got a number advantage from G1. And then the second part was just sitting back and giving a support angle to pick off that player on the tower.
Yeah, Boobadooboo, one of the players to watch. Speaking of players to watch, Swish Fives, if you don't know much about him, he's a household name in my books. The guy has been slaying like a monster since Infinite came out. This roster has allowed him to kind of start reaching that peak. And as I say that, the first point for G1 to tie this one up, it goes through the rotations into the base, or where Swish lies now in this heat wave is starting to melt. The 2-tap on the Sab is a good opening pick. He gets traded out. And the straight sip picks up this heat wave. He's going to have a lot of pressure in front of him.
Yeah, it's a great entry kill by Sab. We're going to have to see, or great entry kill on Sab. We're going to have to see if G1 can take advantage of that, pushing on through. Basically, when you're the flanker in a certain situation like that, where you had heat wave, you have to wait for another distraction. That's exactly what he waited for. He waited till someone's in hill, wait till other shots were across the map, and then push through and cause that additional disruption.
Look at this, G2 set up for this overshield. Swish tries to deny it from Gilkey. I believe Gilkey's not able to activate it, but a teammate should be there. Actually, no, the teammate gets killed. And because of it, somehow, some way, Boobadooboo has made his way to this overshield. And if we've learned anything how overshields have transitioned into hill points, Dave, this is going to benefit G1's opportunity here in this third point. But in the meantime, it is going to be G2 that get the advantage of the slays. Boobadooboo forced to run with his tail between his legs, bottom middle, and a little bit of significant time in G2's favor for this third point.
But I love that reposition for Boo Boo to get up high. He knows he had 2 teammates over on elbow. They don't get everyone together, you get a different angle, and that's what's going to happen. That's going to be all 4 down for G2, and G1 have control of this hill. Let's see if they can close that gap.
What a whip from Boobadooboo. The heat wave in hand now, taking Sab down as they start to crawl back in this one. What a shot from Boobadooboo. The hills neutralizes the one player. Squall, he gets taken down. It's a 3v3 situation. Boobadooboo looking for another one. Can't quite hit Tracy on the first, but the second is good to go. The killing spree for Boobadooboo. As Trey's coming through into the house, they're gonna benefit Barcode, the young gun from Australia. Welcome to the US. You know he wants to make a statement here in this tournament, but as I say that, he's taken down. He's going to have to do that off respawn, and Squall Eye is going to control this window, and this is one of the most crucial positions to stay alive in, Dave, because if you're alive here, you can almost guarantee the points going in your favor.
Yep, and just like that, Sab and crew trying to get him out, but too little too late as the second hill goes in favor of G1. New overshield coming up, so you know all the players on the map are going to be focused on this area in the next 10 seconds.
And it's a quick rotation, too. That's the best part about that. Third hill to the fourth hill, right? And then the kill feed, you saw pre-Devinator with the snipe. G1 doing such a good job to control that S7 so far in the second half of this game. Because of it, they've just gotten so much damage output with that advantage. Trying to compete for this overshield, trying to stay alive for this early time. Can Devin get it? He tries to grab it, gets taken down as 3 members go down for G1. Stray 6 picks up that overshield, and G2, once again with overshield control, look to gain a significant advantage here in Hill 4.
One thing that I'm seeing is a lot of these times, multiple members of G1 are getting picked off at the same time. And that might seem like a bad thing because you're like, oh, you don't want multiple people going down. But to me, what it says is they're all pushing together.
Play together.
Yeah, they're playing together. They're not just having one person get picked off on their own and then fighting the 3v4. Instead, they're saying, we're doing a concentrated push while we're all alive. And because of it, there goes 3 down for G2 for just a moment in time. They're going to get a bit more time on this hill. And this one's just neck and neck, Clutch.
Yeah, no man left behind, no man dies alone. You go down, I'm going to go down with you, they say. And The Wolfpack mentality is a dangerous one to combat against in Infinite. 3 go down on the side of G1. Booba the last player alive on the map, and he's in the hill. He's going to secure this 3rd point, surely, for G1. That's going to do it. And now all of a sudden, what was once a 1-0 lead for G2 Esports now flipped on its head. G1 take the next 3, make this a very difficult situation as we have under 2 minutes to play.
Yeah, G2 need to capture 2 hills, get back in this. And I was about to ask you, Clutch, if you're in the situation as G1, do you slay out, or do you feel like at this point continue what you've been doing and put time on the board?
Yeah, now I don't start thinking about time just yet, but I do think that every second that is not G2's favor is another point. It's another win condition in our direction, right? I don't necessarily want to start weaning my entire game plan towards that, but the hill being neutralized maybe not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, that makes total sense. You're basically saying they're not gonna totally go up the hill and keep it neutral and just slay out this entire game. But at the same time, that's just naturally going to happen.
If I can kill the hill guy and trade, then I'll do it.
Yep. Makes total sense.
Absolutely. Gilkey forced to get into this hill to deny clock from ticking off. Not only that, but needs some points, but also needs this overshield. Knows that, so he's going to relocate. Taking Dev down. That's a big kill from Gilkey. Right on time to get this overshield. Now he's got to get back to that hill because TikTok does the clock, Dave. Under 1:40. The killing spree for Gilkey's great, but you need hill points now.
They need that time. One thing that was also impressive with Gilkey after he got the overshield is he knew he had such a big advantage against Squall in that fight over at the plasmas. He threw that plasma at the far back, basically removing that escape route.
Right.
There's no way that Squall could get out of that, so it wasn't like he was going to throw it right behind the pillar, and Squall forced to run out and challenge, had no run to towards top center.
Absolutely. Beautiful just execution from Gilkey to secure that kill. Ever since then, it has been some significant time for G2 on this second hill, but for now it's neutralized. And Dave, now the clock is when you start to look at it. There's 1:15 on the clock, and you're saying, hey, the hill's great. That's a great thing for us to see. Win conditions aplenty for the side of G1. You just want to get through with this game. And right now, G2 know that they have to figure out a way to get into this hill, score this point quickly, and get this off this top mid hill, because this top mid hill is the most difficult one to capture.
Great position by Boo Boo, realizing that he can be such a threat up here and just denying hill time and just getting out slays. Now I think that a minute has elapsed. I feel like it's slay time for G1.
Yeah.
At this point, if you can waste another 20 or so points or seconds on this hill, and then go into that final hill and just wait the timeout.
The issue is when it moves to green, that is a hill that you can hold the entire time without having your setup broken. It's very difficult, obviously, against some of the pressure that you're going to receive, but it is one of the easier hills. That hill does get achieved by G2. There is 54 seconds on the clock. It will start to tick, but G2 have hope. There is a chance they can tie this one up.
And overshield's coming up soon. G2 are going to find themselves in a difficult position saying, all right, do we go for our full setup minus OS on this, or do they do they go for the full setup, or do they go for OS? And it looks like they're opting to kind of do a little both. Straight Sick challenging over here at OS. Gonna potentially get picked off. That's Gilkey getting taken out. That's Straight Sick getting taken out. And now there's an overshielded Predevinator heading on over towards green, and they're gonna clear out these members. Now the question, like you said, Clutch, is do they step in the hill, or do they try to wait out 40 seconds? And it looks like they opt to start capping. I don't think there's really a wrong decision here.
No, I think you opt to start capping. I think this hill is too dangerous. You just want to take the time that you can. Hills get captured so quickly in Infinite, I feel, that if you have control of this area, you want that hill under your control. Although they opt to get out of it, as Squall does go to the back of green, under 30 seconds left, so now clock's starting to play in your favor even more. G2 going to be forced to desperate themselves into the hill, so that's what they're going to do. They're going to neutralize the hill here. Squall on defense mode here. Let's see what he can do. He's got both power weapons to play around, and he's got a lot of responsibility to try and end this one in G1's favor.
Yeah, G2 need to step inside this hill within the next 4 seconds and stay inside it, and that's going to be a tall order. Here comes the slaves. That's going to be Barcode, the last member alive in the hill. That's going to be G2 recapping, stepping out, and trying to waste these last 2 seconds. That's going to be game number 1, going in favor of G1.
Beautifully done by G1 there. Execution on the time. You played it perfectly. You reward yourself with the 1-0 lead here in the G Derby, and so often do these series go the distance, and how crucial is it for G1 to jump out on top here, coming second out of their pool. You know, they view themselves maybe as the underdog, as G2 was advanced first in their pool, but this is a new day, Dave, and on a new day, Squall looks to take advantage.
Yeah, looking real strong, putting up the biggest KDA with a 28, 19, and 14 performance. Now, when we get a chance, we'll take a look over at the damage done in a moment and try to see who's really putting up those numbers, because I saw a lot of active players across the map.
And although we saw highlights from Barcode yesterday, big question marks coming. How quickly can he actually adapt to some of the best teams in the world, right? Coming over from Australia, you know he's got a lot of individual skill. He plays at a very fast pace. But it's not going to be instantaneous that he's able to just find his footing in some of the best teams in the world, especially North American rosters. Games, right? And he seems to have had a tough game one here. We'll see how he's able to rebound in this series.
He needs to rebound. A third team's going to take this, but not too bad of a showing, seeing how only Gilkey went positive there from G2 as far as kills versus deaths going. Now we're going to flip on over towards the damage and see what was done here. Gilkey with 7,500 damage, most in the entire match.
Gilk Duds can put down some damage. Let me tell you, one of the best shots in the league.
Most damage dealt, most damage taken. I think that's the, a common stat we've been seeing from people who've been stars on their team as of late. We see it from Lucid fairly consistently.
Renegade.
We just saw it from Guild this last game. Renegade, very notorious for those stats.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what that shows you is an infinite. You want to play aggressive. You want to be dealing damage at all times, but if you're doing that, you probably have a lot of focus on you. You probably are receiving a lot of damage. If you're able to stay alive, you're able to create openings and plays for your team, space for your team to have success. Gilkey, notorious for not missing shots. Speaking of not missing, that highlight of Boobadooboo. Beautiful. That flick with the snipe. It's not an easy one, but Boobadooboo shows you that, hey, I might not be a main slayer per se, but I can hit some incredible shots, and I love that. He has that in his bag of tricks, but back and forth these two teams went, and it honestly went as Overshield did a lot of the times, Dave, throughout that game one. Power-up control was pivotal in some of those hills, and G1, although they didn't focus and prioritize that at the start of the game, in hills 2, 3, and 4, they dominated the story of the Overshield, and because of it, I feel like it just gave them so much opportunity.
Yeah, they did such a good job getting that Overshield later on, but yeah, it was interesting seeing those difference in strategies early on, saying, all right, do you go for the early step or do you go for those power-ups? And it's hard to say which one works because it seemed like both worked. It seemed like G2 had the right response later on.
I'm a big fan of the early hill time because you almost guarantee yourself about half of that first hill at the very least. And it's like, if they don't put this Overshield to work, then it's almost they wasted that first point, right? They ended up using the Overshield, G2 did, to a successful strategy to break the setup, but there's so often a brew grenade stick or a plasma pistol here, and all of a sudden what you just waited 30 seconds for is negated completely, right?
Yeah, that's such a bad feeling when you wait so long for a setup error and a push and it just gets shut down right away and you're like, well, we're not going to wait that long again.
Yeah, it's tough. I like G1 having the strategical advantage there early on, but as we go into Recharge Slayer, a game type that can be played so many different ways, preferences are aplenty here. Who are you favoring? Who are you looking at to rebound potentially or to pop off? You got the shock rifle, you got the camo. Boobadooba's notoriously made plays with camo in his career. Is that somewhere you're leaning toward?
I mean, everyone at this high level of play makes good plays with the shock rifle. However, some people stand out in my eyes, and one of those players is Gilkey. He's already putting up most damage taken during last game. I expect and hope for G2 to get that shock rifle in his hands and let him go to work.
This G2 roster was very impressive on Recharge yesterday. Barcode with the commando popping off. You know what Gilk Duds is capable of when he gets a snipe in his hand. Straight sick. One of the most notorious snipers in the past decade of Halo. And I mean, everybody can pop off. I love this Swish guy on G1. I can't talk enough about him, how G1 has basically built this team. He is a main slayer for this team. Would it surprise me at all if he ends up getting that shock in his hands, ends up popping off? We'll find out here in just a couple of moments, but I can almost guarantee that whoever does control the shock rifle, whoever does control the camo, you will see momentum and the score line sway into that team's favor ever so likely. So it's a story of control for me that G2 need to capitalize on, need to redirect. They did a good job at the start of game one, but game two, towards the end, it kind of felt a little short, a little flat, a little slow to some of those power-ups, power weapons, and because of it, they fell short.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I did feel like G2 kind of came out ahead during the power weapon or power-up acquisitions early on, and then G1 was going forth with it from there on out. So we'll have to see if that changes here at all in game number 2. As you said, you're going to be keeping an eye on that camo, that sword, and that shock rifle.
I will say, As we look at the rest of the series layout, Dave, Oddball Straight, CTF Bazaar, 2 games that don't feature a snipe. So you get snipes aplenty here in the first 2 games of the series. We talk about some of the strengths, some of the players that are known for popping off with those snipes. If a team like G2 that has so many of those power weapon controls, if they fall short in games 1 and 2, what are their hopes going into 3 and 4?
I mean, getting down, we have seen the reverse sweeps, a couple of them in pool play, but regardless, we highlight those reverse sweeps because they're so rare.
Yeah.
It's just a situation you don't want to be in, because anytime a Slayer, a single game can just start to snowball out of control. And generally, if a team is up 2-0, they're comfortable. They're playing their game. They're working together well, and they don't need to change much up. It's on the onus is on the team that's behind to really step it up and fix what was going wrong.
Look at the aggressive push from G1 so far. 3 dead for G2. And it's not often you see that heavy of a push bottom middle, but the respawner and Barcode. I mean,
such a weird angle. And first, a great heads-up play by Barcode to charge down there. But for the most part, when you're charging down near Repulsor with camo, you're like, I'm getting away safe to sword. You don't expect to see somebody.
Is what he's saying. Didn't I just kill you in Mangler Pit? Now all of a sudden you're spawning on my camo guy? Can't get away. A massive kill from Barcode nonetheless to deny camo from impacting the early game here. It's a 5-4 lead for G1, but it looked like it was going to be such a better situation for G1 to end up by.
And here we are. The game is finally slowing down. There's always that initial little exchange that you're seeing with, like you said, a potential fortunate spawn or some chaotic situations, but now the game slowed down a little bit. We'll see how these teams handle it in the neutral game. And it looks like Sab had a nice flank, but the damage has been done to his teammates. All 3 of Sab's teammates went down as he gets that final kill on Squall.
Yeah, Sab's going to slow it down with the sword. He knows it. G1's going to have that shock rifle, going to have pipes control as well. Probably looking up here, but no, Dev, he's relocating towards the catwalk. Are they going to expect Barcode and Sab to be top BR and Sab to have sword? Because if pre-dev gets aggressive, this could get ugly.
I can tell you right now, they're not expecting all those things, but you know that they hear the callouts over in control and they're flying.
Sword being put to work. Sab finds a double, and the push from G1 is a failed one as camo coming up in 15 seconds, Dave. It looks like G2 have control of the area of BR. They have shock and sword in hand. They should be able to secure this camo as well.
Yep, getting that camo, but it's only a 3-kill difference right now. We're going to see if that can close the gap, but look at this damage on Sab. 2 main members all around him. 2 go down for G2. That's going to be 3 down for a second, and this camo should be going in favor of G1.
Yeah, G1 is just so aggressive
Overkill
some of these times. Oh my, in the kill feed. What a timed over to pick up camo potentially in what looked like such a promising opportunity for G2.
4 syllables in his name and 4 kills to his name in a matter of 4 seconds. Boo Boo Doo just doing it all.
Switch 5s. He's the benefactor of that play from Boo Boo Doo. He finds himself this camo, spots a Gilkey, he's unaware. Opts to not shoot, interesting. Knows that he's probably by himself, and if he starts to reveal himself with a couple of shots, Gilkey's probably going to get away. Does end up getting seen here as he tries to slow it down. And this camo, maybe not the most efficient camo, but better than a mistake potentially, but still tries to be aggressive bottom middle. He gets snipped out. Because of that, he gets taken down, and Boo Boo Doo now trying to continue the role that he's been on so far in this game. But what a shot from Barcode. That shock rifle, we said it could be a difference maker. Barcode making a difference.
You were highlighting that he had a rough game in game number 1. Let's see if this Australian superstar can step it up here in the second game. We have a tie game. We have the shock rifle in his hands. There's no camo on the map, so right now, a lot of pressure on Barcode to make something happen.
There's a player in this trippy corner. I'm not sure if Barcode actually knows he's there. It doesn't matter, though. Boo Boo Doo pokes his head up for a second. He gets taken down. Sab steps right in front of him, guarding him.
That was
his life.
Yeah, that was so huge. The important play right there, too, is Sab just literally running right through his teammate saying, I don't care if I take a shot in the back from Barcode here. Most importantly, I need to absorb some damage so my teammate does not get headshot and finished off. That is such a great team play.
Unbelievable. I want to hop into an Astro listening with G2 as they start to gain their lead here. Barcode's under pressure, but you have to believe the comms are looking clear.
And I want red stairs. What's the news? Come on. I can play red stairs with red stairs in glass. Red stairs in glass.
Yeah, Corey, that's yours. I'm getting your fucking C.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
I'm getting shot. I'm getting shot from battle.
I'm leaving A. I just don't want to die.
Getting repulse. Yeah.
It could be A.
Make some noise. We're gonna have to make some noise. Yeah.
All right, take it. Wait for him. Wait for Corey, guys. All right, somebody help me make a play, bro. All right, I'm gonna go long.
Let's go,
All right, I'm going bottom mid right now. I can jump blue box or something. I can jump blue box with sword.
Okay.
All right, I'm going.
Yeah, this guy needles right now. He's
I just choked my jump.
I can't look over you, Seb.
Red stairs. One is red stairs right now with a shock. Hold on. We gotta look over here, guys.
Oh shit, yeah. Is he one shot?
Bottom mid.
Is he one shot? He's one shot needles. There's one on needles.
One's at red. One could be long.
Yeah, hear that. He hits up red. I'm
pushing
shooting
glass.
stacks.
We're up 3.
Yeah, we can chill. We can chill a bit. There's a guy in turbine right now.
I hear that. I'm in control.
Yo, sword is down right there. No one grabbed it. If we could watch over that.
I hear that.
Yeah, there's a guy in turbine right now.
I hear turbine.
Turbine in top A and top A
as well.
Two top A.
Chat, don't get too weak.
One's commando. They might try and push.
Let's sit in C flat. I'm holding the bottom mid. I'm watching the bottom mid push. There's a guy put pipes.
They could try and push you guys west side. I'm trying to watch. No, I'm watching. He's red stairs, 2 shots squall. Dead. Top A as well. Get across.
I'm looking, Sam. I'm looking.
Top A cross weak, guys.
I can't look. I'm getting to you, Chris.
There's 2. Nice, get him up there. He has sniper.
Dude, he's weak. He's bottom BR.
Bottom BR weak.
Bottom BR to C.
I'm living then.
Nice, Sam. Good trade. That's huge.
I'm hiding orange door, dude. I'm hiding orange door.
That's one day.
Yeah.
Wait, there's a guy bottom down right now.
I can.
You guys might collapse on from.
I'm orange.
I spawn turbine.
Yeah, top turbine.
Get shots from me. I can make a play.
Dude, I got shocked and naded from.
Interesting choice of words from Barcode. A little bit different of social acceptance of it down in the Austria. And they have some potty mouths down there. I think that's why they drink out of shoes. But something that did stick out to me, Dave, I do want to talk about is Barcode taking almost a leadership role. A lot of the shock calls, a lot of the I'm doing this. Barcode was doing a phenomenal job of communicating, and that's something that, as he transitions over to the North American scene, is going to benefit him greatly.
Yeah, mostly great comms, leading and letting teammates know where areas are covered. But then also a couple of times where he's basically clogging up the comms with non-useful info, just saying, I got naded and shots. Like, that doesn't matter right now. You don't, keep the important call-outs top of mind for your teammates and try to keep it more of a positive mindset. If you start to hear your teammates call out the times they're getting killed, it's like, all right, this thing's going good, or are they going bad? What's up here?
Yeah, it sounded like Gilkey was in another room, so maybe getting him in the same office as us would be a good idea if these guys are all at the same house. But that's a conversation for another time. I'll message Gilkey. It's probably better that you're not playing that far away from your teammates. But in the meantime, 35-36 is the closest it can be. G1, G2, the G Derby. This push, Boobadooboo flying in, picking up a couple of assists as he does so. I mean, just creating chaos in the meantime, just everything you want to see from Boobadooboo.
Yeah, those plays work out either well or terribly. I mean, sometimes you get right behind enemy lines, you're instantly melted, or they're just that massive distraction where they're, now you have that player who's over in BR or control room trying to say, all right, do I focus on you? Do I focus on the person that's going to come through next? So yeah, that was an example of it going well.
Interesting push, and Boobadooboo, it's not often you see someone being aggressive with the shock rifle. He's opting to play aggressive angles and looking to pounce. G1 playing so aggressive. 17 kills for Boobadooboo throughout this game, by the way. 17, 4, and 8. Looking to add on to that with a 2-kill lead. Shock rifle in hand. Does get spotted out, so forced to back up. I love the relocation by him. Can he find another pick?
Yeah, they just need to relocate, see if they get that snipe. But yeah, it does feel like G1 throwing that go switch or something like that where everyone just goes flying. They understand now is the time. They either see some advantage that they got. Ooh, I like this play. He barely doesn't get it. Falls down back into the pit. So we're going to have to see how they decide to acquire this camo because it's down on the ground near that box. And unless people are... Oh, here comes the second one. You know what? Even with that slight miss, I wouldn't be surprised if G2 just assumed it was already acquired. And they wouldn't be doing like their Spartan scan and seeing that still on the ground.
100% they did, and that's a heads-up play by Boo Boo to relocate, grapple it to him in a safe location. And now he's almost got a little bit of an extended camo play because G2 are going to think that it's already been activated, but with this play, he's going to be able to find Barcode. It's a killing spree now for Boobadooboo. Look at this play just wisely. Doesn't challenge Gilkey, doesn't overstep his boundaries, gets some good information, some good damage, allows his teammates to do the work, and that's Boobadooboo in that nutshell right there. Textbook camo plays that make a difference.
Great play, but also just shows how much trust he has in his team. Notice teammates are gelling well and playing well together when they feel that they can back down and that they don't have to challenge to get a kill. Instead, they realize that work is going to be done if they stay alive and buy some time.
What a pickup for G1 this Boobadooboo kid is, right? How do you let this guy go into free agency? I have no idea. 19, 6, and 9, looking to hit this one. 48-44 now, G1. Need 2 kills to go. It's a 3-kill difference, though. Sap fighting for his tournament life back here. Stays alive, kills Swish, and somehow they don't get the kill onto Sab. What an incredible play by him to use that box to stay alive. Plays it perfectly, and now all of a sudden, this game is very winnable for G2.
Yeah, feeling comfortable for G1, but at the same time, I feel like G1's comfort level is when they're on the aggressive.
Yeah.
When they're up like this in this time, are they still going to be pushing and being aggressive, or are they going to stop it? Right here comes the 49 kill for G2. Now that we've seen G1 be a little more passive, you see G2 taking the reins and 1 kill away from tying up the series.
That's the second time we've seen G2 just phase through each other because there's no contact from the Spartans on the team, and because of it, they keep each other alive. That is unbelievable. 49-48 now. G2 need 1 kill to go. What was once a 48-46 game for G1's favor. Now starting to slip through their fingers. Who can find the pick? Swish trying to deny this kill from going through. He's no shield. He falls down, and now all of a sudden has Sab overstep. Sab's going to relocate. Squall gets the kill, but Sab gets an angle on the 3 players, tries to stay alive, is forced to back up. Bottom middle, not Boo Boo Dooble on the prowl, tries to be aggressive. The kill comes through.
God.
Swish with the nade. 50-49, G1 get the job done. They take this series to a 2-0 lead.
That was unbelievable. They had it in the grasp of their hands. G2, 1 kill away. They read the situation perfectly over at Hydro. They knew they were stuck in that corner, even led that nade perfectly, and got almost even a little desperate to try to fish off that one-shot player.
Oh my God. You'd have to break down all 8 point of views and how well everyone did at staying alive in certain situations, whether it was Swish there at the end, top blue, he drops down, no shield. Sab tries to relocate, tries to get the advantage, spots 3 players, has to get out of dodge. So many players getting no shield, so many players staying alive, but eventually the nade from Swish, who stayed alive, no shield, back blue. As a player was jumping up on Mangler, he threw a plasma nade there, predicted that player was going to get taken down. And Dave, what do you see in the stats?
I mean, I'm seeing the stats right now. The Boo Boo Doo Boo show. Getting overkill that game, going 19, 11, and 7. The only member on his team going positive as far as KDs go.
They needed everyone.
So many kills. I mean, maybe he's dedicating 1 kill to each one of the siblings. If you don't know, Boo Boo Doo Boo has way too many brothers and sisters, so.
Is that the case? I've met his younger brother.
Dude.
Which
like one? Is all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say is they run in-house big team battle matches.
What a clan. What a squad.
Boo Boo Doo Boo squad, but looking also not much of a surprise. Most damage dealt, most damage taken for his team.
So often.
Boo Boo Doo Boo, and then taking a look on the other side. I mean, I was calling out Gilkey, saying I expected him to potentially step it up for his roster. I didn't really see him get a chance to get the shock rifle in his hands. Gilkey played well, but in the end, not laying as much damage as potentially he could have.
And something we talked about going into game 2 was the camo control, the shock rifle control. How is it going to impact the differences in this game? And as we take a look at the highlights, you can talk about a couple of different camos we saw. Boo Boo Doo Boo with the camo on C stairs, the play he was able to make, that was incredible. The camo that we saw Straight Stick have, a little less incredible.
Yeah, it feels like in general we have seen some good camo plays, but more often than not we're seeing it being shot down by these teams. Teams just knowing how to counter it so well, or just having such strong awareness, realizing that, all right, camo's gonna come from one of these angles, we can see it right here, and camos aren't, you know, we're not in the infancy of Halo Infinite anymore. You're not finding these small little gaps that you can slip by and get a back smack.
Yeah, but still, Boo Boo Doo Boo found some opportunity, found some openings with the camo he was able to pick up. And it's no surprise, Boo Boo Doo Boo with the camo and another highlight play. But I mean, as we get closer to the end here, 49-49, Sab running away, no shield. Boo Boo Doo Boo on the prowl, hunting him down. But it's a nade that comes in from control.
Also just a great call out too there. You see,
Mangler Pit.
Realizing that Mangler Pit box or whatever that is, there are so many times that these teams and players will come out with a specific call out for a very specific corner for that instance. It's because players consistently go there and they're getting away one shot. And so Squall, not even seeing that person in that spot, realizes, all right, I'll throw a grenade here then. My teammate already has Mangler Pit watch.
Yeah.
This grenade's going to kill any person that's near this box.
It was Swish throwing the nade, but it was Boo Boo Doo Boo giving him the information because he was being aggressive bottom middle, right? He knows exactly where that player just ran no shield. Swish is doing the math in his head like, hey, if Boo Boo Doo Boo's not able to see that player, he has to be in this corner jumping up to BR. And because of it, G1's communication get the job done. It makes just the difference they need to take the 2-0 lead, 50-49.
And these games don't get much closer than that. We have G1 with a 2-0 lead against G2 going here into G number 3, oddball on the streets. We're going to have to see if G2 can pull off a reverse sweep, or is this just going to be the end of them?
I mean, with how close these games have been, we could see another reverse sweep here today. We could see a 3-0, but the strategy on Streets oddball, it's a tough one. It's gonna force execution, and with both these two teams, I would say G1 having a lot more practice under their belt with this roster. Although they did make a roster change in between Kansas City and now, it has been some time. They have been putting in so much practice. G2 Esports with Barcode, still fairly new. We're gonna see if they are able to implement some strategies on setup breaks, setup holds, on Streets oddball here coming up. And if they're able to do so, they can push this to a Bazaar CTF, where their gunnies can show the BRs of Straight Stick, of Gilkey, can make differences on a map like Bazaar CTF, much more so than a map like Recharge, where you're kind of playing cat and mouse games. You're allowed to play rotations a little bit differently. Take a deep breath, Dave, because I can almost guarantee
we're in for a long one, maybe.
This game 3 is going to be wild. So far throughout this series, it's been absolutely crazy. As these players need a breath themselves, it sounds like they're going to have to regroup. And I think if you're G2, if you're down 2-0, Dave, what are you telling yourselves? Because there's not a lot of... When we went to a listen-in, I guess, it was Barcode that was almost doing a majority of the conversation there. Who on this team are you looking at to step up and kind of give that down 0-2 speech that, hey, we're still in this, it's not over yet?
I mean, it's got to be, from that roster, I was going to say Devonator probably has the most tournament experience of everyone, but I also view him as more of kind of this quiet, sorry, I'm talking about G1 there.
Yeah.
I was going to say Gilkey by far has the most tournament experience then out of that G2 roster, but he's also kind of like that silent like Slayer, like from my outside perspective, never having teamed with Gilkey.
Not an IGL.
I feel like, yeah, I feel like he just hasn't been an IGL in the past, even though he's, led in stats and done so many great things.
Oh, yeah, he's phenomenal in game.
I think you got to look to someone who's been in the tournaments more, and in that case, even if you're not like the IGL, at some point you have to say, all right, what's our small tweaks here? What do we do in this situation? Gilkey has been in reverse sweeps before. He has been there, done that. But right now, G2 really has to understand that they're so close. It's minor tweaks at this point. They don't need to change everything up. They lost a 50-49 game. They barely lost King of the Hill on live fire. Like, it is such a close series that it's just gonna be those minute differences.
Yeah, I think it'll have to come on the back of some power up, power weapon, like refocus, right? And I hate to be redundant in that manner, but camo going in the hands of Boobadooboo, things that you cannot let happen if you want to have success, if you want to win games, especially against this G1 roster. Rockets and Bulldog are typically the name of the game here on Streets, and if you're not getting Rockets, it's typically bad news bears, because those are some easy kills, and the first pick is always so crucial on a map like Streets because the map is small, and when you get that first pick, you can almost guarantee the team is going to fly.
Yeah, and what I've been noticing, at least these first couple rounds, or first couple games, is that it feels like G2 kind of goes almost directly for that power-up or focus on that power-up. Either they're passive and watching it, whereas it feels like G1 take a step or two forward. Instead, what I would expect here to happen on Oddball Streets for that initial Rockets is I wouldn't be surprised to see G1 get behind enemy lines and go for a Slayer 2 and then go back and grab that power weapon, where I could see G2 maybe be a little passive at the start, saying, all right, do we chill over at balcony or do we just watch this over here from the courtyard?
Yeah, I feel like they're almost a little bit too predictive in how they're going for some of these power-ups, power weapons throughout the series. Can they change it up? Do they have something in their bag of tricks in order to maybe counter what G1 is going to throw at them? Because G1 are doing things a little bit unorthodox. And that's a testament to G1 kind of creating meta and opening strategies that have given them opportunities at some of the start of these games. I think when you look at Live Fire King of the Hill, the fact that they said, nah, we don't care about the overshield, we're going to go straight for the hill. The fact that at the start of game 2, they sent so many players bottom middle that it almost threw G2 off. We'll see how game 3 starts off, and I worry for G2. If they don't get off to a hot start here, how will this game go? Because this is one of those game modes that really does test a team strategy and objective play.
Yep, and let's see if it plays out the way we potentially expect. I expect G1 to go crashing through the 50-yard line, trying to get a better angle on those Rockets. Here we go. Got Squall going over towards Oddball Spawn. We got Boo Boo going to make his way over towards B side. And here's the 1v1 fight, him versus Sab. You can't get a more even fight than this, and it's going to be Boo Boo coming out ahead.
Good shots with the thrust. You got to think he wins that one, but In the meantime, 4 dead for G1. G2 having the best start so far here in the series here in Game 3, and what a better time to do it. They get the oddball back tower. They get rockets in hand, and with 2 rockets in the chamber still to play around, Dave, you can hold this setup for a good time.
And look at that play by Gilkey, seeing nobody by the C stairs or over in that courtyard and realizing they're all coming B Street. Watch yourselves over there. And this is also an interesting play right now. Pushing on up and trying to either block those spawns near Tram or towards the stairs. I don't know what the additional pressure there is for, because I almost feel like you'd rather them spawn inside Tram instead of over towards B.
You're denying space is what he's doing. He's staggering the respawns as well. When he kills Boobadooboo, that's 10 more seconds G1 have to wait in order to try and have a successful push here. They get another kill on the Squall Y. Boobadooboo goes down again, and look at this, 33 seconds and counting this time, starting to add up in G2's favor.
The match is not over yet, but G1 is going out for donuts at this moment. These players are getting shut out. Boobadooboo, the only one with a kill by isolating a single 1v1 against Sab. The rest of this time, it's been 2v1s, 3v1s. Gilkey on a 7-0 streak right here.
Yeah, Gilkey starting to take over. You know he's capable of it. We've seen it in the past. When he starts to heat up, he's a dangerous Slayer to play around. Using this drop wall perfectly to try and deny space on the cafe side of the map, but eventually Boobadooboo's going to chew through it. The first kill on a Barcode's a big one. Gilkey gets taken down as well. This is the setup getting broken, and just in time for rockets to spawn as well. So G1 are going to have an opportunity to pick up these rockets and a tower set up, but they have 64 points to make up.
Yep, we get to see the reverse scenario now. G2, they had rockets in a full setup. They got 64 points. What is G1 going to do in the exact same setup? Because if they don't answer with around 50 or 60 points of their own, they're in some trouble.
Yeah, can you match it is the question. We'll find out here. Straight stick, he's the first one down, so the pick comes through. Barcode, he's forced back. That would be a nice kill to pick up if you're G1, but you don't want to overextend. Swish is able to finish off Barcode from a nice angle. Another kill onto Sab is big. And now with rockets and Bulldog in hand, I love the aggressive play from Boo once again.
Yeah, and look at this slight difference in strategy between these two teams. Yep. When G2 had this up, they brought the ball near tower, even when they were getting some pressure near B side. Whereas G1, when they have the ball and there's pressure near B side, they're pushing over towards Cafe, saying, all right, we can push over, take over our Bulldog corner, take over the stairs, and keep this ball in a safer location.
Boobadooboo, although he gets that kill, in the meantime, the setup has been broken. He's kind of forced to run all the way around the map. He is going to take down Gilkey with that ball. It's 46 seconds what this setup has allotted, and it's a good chunk of time, but still, G2 Esports has proven that their setup is a little bit stronger. Dave, is that going to be the difference?
Yeah, I do agree with you. The setup is a little stronger. However, to replicate what G2 did at the beginning of the game is tough. Seeing someone like Gilkey go 7-0, having 3 people shut down for that long, I feel like 46 seconds is a respectable chunk of time to get themselves back in this game. Yeah, it keeps them in it. By no means am I considering G1 fully out of this round. In fact, look at that. 4 down for a moment for G2, and they get a second setup here. And now, I mean, can they answer with another 30 or 40 points?
They sure as hell can if they can get these rockets. They're coming up here in 10 seconds. This round of Slays is going to be pivotal to this round 1 to keep G2 in this series. They got to win this round 1, I would have to say. And G2, they're able to get a kill on a Boobadooboo, on the Predevinator, and that's just in time as rockets are popping up.
And look at Swish realizing that he cannot give the ball to G2 over at this tower set now that his teammates are down. Instead, he's dropping that ball on the center of the map, making them grab it, making them grab rockets, being a huge distraction to the tower. So Sab did his part, or sorry, Swish did his part. But now we're gonna have to see if the rest of the follow-up comes from G1, but too many slays coming out G2. Even though objective efficacy is important in this game, if you have everyone dead in the other team, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you'd think that G2 are going to be able to end this round in their favor. They still have about an 18-point lead right now, but they're trying to rotate the ball, and it's right to the members of G1 over here on the Dynamo stairs. 3 kills going in the favor of G1, 2 in the favor of G2, so it is going to be a 2v1 situation, and Swishes and Boobadooboo are going to be able to work together here to potentially make it all 4 dead on respawn for G2, and as they get the ball back to the cafe, their preferred setup in this situation once again is this where we see G1 take the lead.
Yep. A unfortunate rotation there from G2. Now, the one difference we're noticing here from G1 is when they have the ball over there on that perp side, they're controlling that Bulldog corner first and foremost. Yeah. They realize how important that spot is. Whereas last time when G2 rotated over there, it got stopped. Like you said, they ran it right into 2 members there and gave the ball back. We have a tie game, essentially, and the next round of kills here could determine it. There's many times where you can get kills, force them over at Tram, and they really don't have enough time to run all the way across the map. And that's why you see Boo not worried about scrapping up time in this moment. Kills are essential.
Yeah, G2's able to pick up 3 kills. Gilkey picks up 2 of his own. And although Barco may statistically not be having the strongest game, all 4 dead for G1. And with 10 seconds to go, like you said, Dave, it's going to be so difficult for G1 to get across the map in time.
Yep, they have to fly as fast as possible. And look at that. You see Sab looking for any sort of bottom middle desperate pushes. In fact, they move into PD. Not the ideal setup for a long period of time, sometimes because you can't get shots across the map, but they realized they just had to put 2 more points on the board. Yeah. Go hide in there where you're not getting hit by as many random grenades.
100%. Remove sight lines, remove opportunity for yourself to go down. G2 managed to take round 1 off a very strong start from the Gilk Dud himself. 13 kills in round 1, and if he can keep it up at this pace, we could be seeing a very long series.
I love that from Gilk, taking that extra precision and time. Just take out that drop shield, shooting that bottom center of it where it spawns instead of having to shoot out different panels and creating an opportunity for his teammates. So even though he wasn't able to lay down shots over on perp side for his teammate, he's going to remove that shield and give his teammate an even fight.
A different start, however, in this round 2. G1 takes the early lead. They get rocket control. And Pre-Devinator trying to do a little bit too much as he tries to rotate the ball back to his team respawning towards the tower. Does that. Has it done enough to keep G1 in this preferred setup? Rockets now in the hands of Sab could ruin any potential G1 has.
Oh, and that is rough, losing those rockets. I mean, there was a couple different ways to die there, whether it's shooting the spike grenades, whether it's getting hit by a frag. That stair is
tough spot.
Really tough spot to charge up. And it's a lot about timing. And sometimes it's really kind of lucky timing too, you know?
Yeah. It's literally awareness of the enemy team. Do they know you're coming? Do they expect you to come? And are those grenades coming in your face because it's so hard? In the meantime, G1 has gotten that ball into Tram. Boobadooboo on screen. He's got the Stalker rifle in hand. He's going to be watching that Stalker stairs. Denies the push from Barcode. Barcode's forced to back up. They're going to have to take down Boobadooboo, and that's exactly what they do.
Look at that game of cat and mouse. Just understanding Barcode and crew are not going to be able to charge up the stairs or the courtyard until they deal with that person over at Rails. And Boo Boo understand that as well. Now that his position was exposed, Boo Boo went straight for the fight over at Tires. He knew somebody was going to rush over, and Boo Boo was hoping to get first shot with that Stalker rifle.
Sab having some phenomenal shots there. Knocks Boobadooboo to no shield as well. A little bit of damage on the Swish. Sab doing it all right now as they try to hold this Tram setup of their own. It was 23 points awarded to G1 when they had the setup. Can we see G2 match it this time around here in round 2? They did such a good job in round 1 of having the better starting strats or strategy as far as the first opportunity at a setup, and as these rockets have come up, it does look like G2 are going to have an advantage.
Yeah, slight advantage. Boo Boo is behind enemy lines, but like you said, that first death there, not getting those rockets, going to see if it comes back to bite him, but behind enemy lines, Boo Boo will survive once again, getting that Bulldog, holding on to this balcony, and even going to scrap up a little time. Feels a little comfortable to it. Can't tell if he's going for the play ball or what, but I like that play mostly from Boo Boo, but unfortunately in the end, as he gets taken out by the rockets, that should have been in his team's hands.
Yeah, I think he knew Barcode was coming with rocks, so he tried to get the play ball. Barcode's going to have 3 players from G1 pushing him from downhill. He's going to try and challenge him with the Bulldog. He gets one to no shield as well. He also throws the ball out of Tram, so Barcode doing everything he can in that situation, but it wasn't enough, and G1 bring that ball right back. They didn't get a couple of kills here. They will be able to rack up some more significant time.
And we're in that tumultuous time once again, Clutch, where these slays are so important. Basically, the team that gets these slays over on Tram side is going to force the opposing team to spawn all the way across the map over at PD, essentially giving them 5 to 10 seconds of unrestricted or uncontested time.
But look at these spawns from G2. They spawn in Red Room, such an advanced location. And I think it's because Barco stays alive there and doesn't receive damage.
Yeah, never cleared out all the kills.
And because of that, look at this. All 4 dead for G1. What a patient play that has paid off for G2. They get advanced spawns on the map because they have teammates present on that side. The buddy spawns come through, and with that, G2 break the setup immediately and look to take the lead.
Great play by staying alive there, and that's the trouble of not clearing out all the kills over near that neutral ball position.
All right, how long can G2 hold this? They have the lead here in round 2, looking to push this series to a game 4. Barcode under heavy fire from uphill. A beautiful use of the Disruptor to take down Squall A. And that opening pick relieves a lot of the pressure that we would have seen from G1. It's a 2v2 situation, make it a 2v1. As Swish 5 is going to be the last player alive. He's going to actually kill, he's going to have that ball in hand, but I'd rather take the rockets in this situation, and Barcode puts those rockets to use.
And nice heads-up play again here from Gilkey, seeing teammates spawn over in PD, and says two things. One, I should bring the ball over to my teammates. And two, that probably means some enemies are nearby me, so I should get out of tram.
Yeah, absolutely. Great rotation. Killing spree for Barcode. Starting to heat up. Wasn't the strongest round one, but look at this in round two. 18 kills. He's totaled his kills up to, and a phenomenal round two from Barcode has kept G2 in this and actually given them the 30-point lead.
This is going to be a little dangerous right here. You see Barcode trying to bend over towards B side. Must have just relied a bit much on straight sick over on the balcony, trying to stop anyone coming from C. Generally, when you're in a ball rotation scenario, you should be focused on which way the ball is heading. Instead of slaying from behind the ball, you need to clear a path for the ball to head to.
Yeah, such a significant lead here for G2. Pressure from downhill. Barcode's gonna have pressure in the commando hall, landing some phenomenal stalker rifle shots. Hits a double. 3 dead for G1, and you have to think this is the beginning of the end of game 3.
Barcode feeling himself. That was such a great grenade dodge and finishing off that shot. Unfortunately, gets picked off from a grenade by Swish, which, I mean, we gotta start giving credit where it's due at some point. Swish, hearing callouts where they're one shots and putting the grenades where they need to be. That's really tough to do without directly seeing where that player's at and doing that heads-up play, especially with all the communication and information coming through the comms.
Good awareness by G1, but unfortunately just not a lot of success here on Streets Oddball. It's a 50-point lead for G2 Esports. They have round 1 secured as well, so they have guaranteed themselves at least a round 3 and a significant opportunity to push this series to a game 4. Rockets are coming up in 5, and Sab, he's going to slow play this situation, knowing that they built themselves such a lead. They have that comfort to do so.
Yep, he has Straight Sick, who's going to be the person that's going to grab the rockets. Sab behind enemy lines, going to do some damage, try to take some attention off, and allow his teammate to grab that. And look at this. Instead, looks like Tram is clear for a bit. Sab's going to put a few points on the board and force these members of G1 to desperately push over into Tram. They have no other option besides charging at Sab right now. 92 points.
Look at Straight Sick. He's just going to play his life. He doesn't really care if Sab goes down with this ball. More importantly, do not lose these rockets. Do not transfer them over. They are an absolute win condition for G1. And because he stays alive, he's bought time for Barcode to make his way. Gilkey gets a kill as well. Barcode finds 3. And that's going to do it. That's going to end this game. 5 points to go in G2. If you wondered if they'd go quietly in the night of game 3 was going to go into G1's favor, G2 step up. Barcode himself does it. And with 26 kills to his name, they push this to a game 4.
So many smart plays from Barcode that we saw there. I mean, generally when you bring on a new 4th member onto a roster, you're expecting them to step it up. You know, you're giving them that opportunity to gel with your roster, to shine. Yeah. And Barcode shown. Right there, 26, 18, and most assists with 13. 12.3 KDA there to lead this G2 roster to victory. But, you know, also at the same time, Gilkey, that start there to set the tone of game number 3, going 7-0, getting those rockets, just being in the right spot at the right time, staggering deaths, just putting them in such a difficult position.
Sometimes when you have a new guy on the team, just from past experience, Dave, somebody less experienced, you need somebody to step up and just get your team some momentum, right? When I teamed with like Cloud back in the day, I remember we had a series against Triggers Down. It was game 1 on soft flag, and Cloud is just absolutely destroying them. And it allowed me some time to feel comfortable. Barcode's starting to feel comfortable. 8,100 damage is absolutely insane, and Barcode leading the lobby with the most and the most damage to match.
Yeah, doing about a third more damage than any of the top players there from the G1 roster. And then also Straight Sick, unsung hero throughout that game. We were talking about Barcode and Gilkey. Straight Sick had 2nd most damage dealt and most damage taken.
So often as he's such a quiet player, I guess goes overlooked throughout his career, but so much talent, so much skill on his end. Just looking for the right roster. Is this G2 roster the one that brings Straight Sick back to a finals potentially? That's
look at that run from Gilk. You just saw so many wise plays, so many staggered plays, waiting for someone to jump downstairs, hitting the spike grenade, just doing everything.
And this is what I'm talking about. Look at the stats right now. Barcode ends the round with 5 kills. Barcode ends round 1 with 5 kills.
So round 2, he just goes.
That's what I was saying.
20, yeah.
He finds his footing. You allow him some space to feel comfortable. Barcode's panicking a little bit going into a series down 2-0. You need to create some life. What does Gilk do? Gilk steps up, has the best round 1 he can have, a 7-0 start. And now you got Barcode starting to feel confident. And watch these kills as this highlight reel starts to add up, right? Started with 5 up to 18, gets up to 26, was it, by the end of it? Barcode takes over in round 2.
You know, you just got to wonder if it's a random small subset of stats that we're seeing, or if it's something that Barcode, when his team is doing well, he's just feeling more comfortable.
Absolutely.
There have been players like that in the passive history of Halo where it's, you know, if your team's stopping them, they put up these massive numbers and outslay so much in CTF, but then also when it's a very close game, they're not putting anywhere near that. When everything's on the line, that's not where they're shining.
And I mean, a lot of it probably has to do with, hey, he's young, he's a little bit inexperienced, he's still getting used to
gelling
the rhythm.
With this team, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot going on here for this situation, but more importantly, G2, they get the job done. They stay in this series. They allow Barcode some more opportunity to not only get some practice, some opportunity to find his footing in this series, but G2's opportunity here in this tournament, in this winner's bracket. Because wouldn't a win here mean so much to them qualifying for pool play for Orlando? But more importantly, I think you know G1s and G2 are going to be in pool play at Orlando. You have to think, at least if they potentially play against FaZe, that would just be unfortunate for either side to lose that in the elimination side. But either way, you advance in winner's bracket, and an opportunity at winner semis is a massive chance for both G1 and G2.
Guaranteeing yourself top 6 in this tournament is a massive leg up. I mean, both these teams clearly focused on the match at hand, but also both these teams, bright future ahead of them.
So much talent on both these teams, and so much untapped talent. I feel like when you talk about a new Halo comes out, and then in the first year, you're always looking at names that start to stick out, that start to reveal that, hey, they're going to be around for the next 3, 4, 5 years, right? These guys have careers ahead of them, and so many of them are just getting that career kicked off, whether it's Swish 5s, whether it's a Barcode, whether it's a Squall A. I mean, he's been competing for a little bit, but he's just now finding his footing. Devin's back, and he's making some noise. A lot of talent in this series. I mean, all 8 players. It's not often we get to say all 8 players. Absolute gunnies.
And also from both org standpoints, I've been so impressed from just seeing, you know, the way they've been supported. I've been seeing G1 and their squad just posting how they're working out together. They're just posting content. They're doing everything so great. It feels like a cohesive team and unit.
Look
and then
at
also
massages.
on the G2 side, I mean, someone like Ogre 1 being a part of this org, helping bring in a young gun like Barcode, and you know, I'm just excited to see what they're able to bring to that roster over the course of the rest of this year.
I mean, G2 is known for doing a lot of analytical work, a lot of theater work, a lot of like strategical stuff around their team. I mean, G1, like you said, everything that they're doing as an organization, just trying to innovate how players can improve themselves in, out of game, how can they improve lifestyle-wise. I mean, just so much compliments on both sides. It's such a shining light as a former pro to be able to see organizations stand these players up, give them opportunities, give them careers. It's something that I never had as a player, and I'm so envious of the opportunity that these guys get, but it's also like I'm so appreciative that finally esports is being taken as serious and to the level that it should be.
Absolutely. No, it's just great to see it get bigger and better and have so many great orgs here involved and supporting the rosters. Right now, G2 came out strong. Game number 3. We're going to a game 4. You got to say momentum's a bit in G2's favor, especially after a dominating performance there by Gilkey and Barcode. But Bazaar, if anything there's to slow down momentum, it's a CTF Bazaar. You're in it for the long haul. I don't see either of these teams getting 5 caps on this, so they're going in for at least 12 minutes is what I expect.
We're going 12 minutes at the very least, Dave. I hate to break that to you. It's a matter of will we see a Game 5 Catalyst Slayer, and if we do, wow, what a game type to pop its ugly head up in the end of a series. You know, neither one of these teams probably feel the most confident on that because of how much of a coin toss it appears to be at the highest competitive play. But you got to focus on Game 4, an opportunity to shut the door and say absolutely not if you're G1, an opportunity to kick that door wide open and say we're going to a Game 5 if you're G2. And Talk to me about some of the focal points you're looking for G2 to climb back into the series with this game forward with, Dave.
I mean, G2, they're just looking for any opportunity to just get back in this game. So the fact that they got a game forward, they know it's a must-win. Yep. They're going in here and saying, all right, let's take it little by little. We can't get down to a big deficit. We can't let them get 1 or 2 caps and then force us on the aggressive. Instead, take it slow. You know, G1 are a very aggressive roster. They're aggressive together as well. So you need to understand that if you're making a push and you're seeing somebody, you should expect multiple members of G1. So I think what I'm really breaking that down into is G2's communication has to be less of where is a single player at, how and where are we pushing together. Stick to their game plan.
G1's not getting, if you see one player at G1, to your point, there's a damn good chance there's a couple more G1 players around the corner.
Yeah, you're going to see
they're not out of position for no reason, right? Like, they're very coordinated.
Yep, and in fact, you need to use your stab power up and just have him spawn out of your chest as a double to help you out in those 2v1s.
Yeah, absolutely. Phasing through each other has definitely benefited G2 a few times so far throughout this series. For me, there's not a lot of power weapons. The commandos, they do come into effect. You got the rockets to play around. We've seen some success from Barcode with the commando. Gilk Dudge, he fries with that thing. But this is BR on BR action, and that's something that I think Straight Sick and Gilk are looking forward to as they get into this game forward, Dave. If those shots start to heat up, you can almost bet that we'll see a game 5, but the strategy that it takes to actually cap some of the flags is a difficult one, and something that I expect of G1 to have in place as far as efficiency in the objective column. We'll find out if G2 can answer that objective efficiency themselves, because I have no doubt that they'll have opportunities to get a flag run, but will they correctly read overextending stories? Will they correctly be able to get that flag to the middle of the map, slay again, and then punctuate that flag into their base in order to get those caps? Because so often do I feel like when you get the flag to the middle, does everything break down?
Yeah, there are so many times you have to take a couple different steps to get in that flag. Out of the base is step number 1. Out into the center, step number 2. Back to your base, step number 3.
It's a 3-step process, guys. You guys want it all done instantly. It's the way America works nowadays. Barcode, maybe you can teach these guys. There's a process for a reason. There's steps in place. Step 1s, step 2s, step 3s. We'll see if game 4 will lead us to a game 5. You can only hope that the reverse sweep that was done to G2 yesterday is in the back of their minds. They want some of that taste themselves.
The other thing I'm looking forward to seeing this round is a Spider-Man boo-boo-doo-boo as he grabs that grapple and just skips all the steps, flies on over, and proves us wrong, Clutch.
He said F your steps.
All right, kicking it off here, though, with Barcode. Running into 2 players from G1 over in the tree. Now, G2 are actually in a decent position. They have height advantage in the spot. You see Swish actually, I believe, must have that thruster, not able to pick up that OS right away. But OS going to go in the hands of G1. G1 win the start because they killed all 4 members of G2 and had them on a slightly staggered spawn.
Booba with rockets and Bulldog in his back pocket, opting not to have a battle rifle, so going to be forced to bring the bang here as he finds the first 4 dead again for G2. Step 1's done, Dave, and it's done very well. It's a dominant performance. Here's step 2, getting the flag to the middle of the map. Are they going to expect spawners in the corner or on the thrust spawn, as Predevenator's getting this flag so far without even being touched through the double doors? I don't know if anybody from G1's able or G2 is able to answer here.
Yeah, that's going to be a quick cap within the first minute for G1, off to a strong start. And look at Boo Boo just waiting down here in the alley, in the sewer, trying to see if anyone's coming around. Somehow Barcode slips on through. The reason Boo Boo was in that exact position, he had his back to the wall down there, realized someone could potentially be on either side, so he decides just to have his back, wait for footsteps, and then look in one direction.
Although it was Boo that got the rockets and the Bulldog, it's Swish with 6 kills to his name that has allowed G1 to jump out to this early lead. That overshield, we put it to use off screen. To be able to find 6 kills that quickly, that was massive. Now G2 looks to be aggressive into the base, but look at that. As they look to be aggressive, they're immediately removed, and G1 do a good job playing defense.
Yeah, they did a great job of defense. Because I was going to say, G2 were in great positions. That spot from Sab was so sneaky. Unless they heard some footsteps there, he was going to inflict some real damage and be able to put a flagpole on the board.
You can almost bet they either heard him or they felt that it was too quiet and they started to look around. Either way, Sab gets removed, and it's in perfect time as G1 tries to push to the middle of the map. Predevenator's trying to secure this overshield. He grabs it, but Sab does a good job to come off respawn, deny that, and in the meantime, Squall he's going to be there to trade out some kills, activate that overshield, the second overshield of the game now in G1's favor.
Yeah, I mean, we were at North Market earlier today. Clutch, and I did not say overshield's over in the fruit baskets there, so they must know a different couple shops here when they go over here on Bazaar.
Sab trying to defend his base, but he's got a lot of pressure to deal with here. It's going to have a little bit of help from respawners, but this overshield doing its money's worth in damage received. 4 down for G2 as the dynamo grenades were too much, and G1 with another flag on the move, and step 2 already being produced.
Yep, and there they go through the center of the map. They have those dinos. Here's going to be a slight pause. Things feel too good to be true. Just like that, Devonator realizing players coming from the alley, throwing those dynamo grenades, doing such a good job, essentially separating all the members of G2. Now it's going to be charged in by groups of 2, and there goes Barcode, there goes Gilkey, there goes Straight Sick, and there goes another cap here for G1, off to a strong lead.
Let me tell you what was perfectly done by G1. They expected the overextenders, but more importantly, everyone goes back with the flag. It's textbook Halo. You always go back with your flag, and because of that, they take that 2-0 lead. They don't even risk a counter cap opportunity. And now, on a map like Bazaar CTF, Dave, no matter how much time is left, sometimes you don't even see 2 caps.
No, and this is already less than 4 minutes on the board. The other thing that's also been very impressive here from this G1 roster is they have just been grabbing everything. They've been grabbing the spike grenades. They grabbed those dynamo grenades back to back right after they spawned. You saw Devonator get them. You saw Boo Boo go and grab them. And it's an advantage in 2 ways. One, obviously you get to use that weapon to your advantage, potentially do some damage with it. Secondly, you're just taking away all these options that G2 have to get back in the game. Generally, if a team is down by a significant margin, they need some sort of power-up, some sort of power weapon to get something going. And if you can just remove any of those tools off the map, you get to remove it and be in a more neutral fight. You can say, all right, try to do this with the BRs. You're probably not going to clear us all 4 with just BRs. And there's 3 down again for G2. Boo Boo Doo Boo on the charge, getting this pull, and they're not content with just 2 caps.
Before Bibadooba picked up this overshield, he got a double with the dynamo grenades, Dave. Now he's able to use that double to create some space, pick up the overshield. Now he's got another flag on the move. He's thrown that flag bottom middle, catches Gilkey, sleeping top BR, and this is a perfect opportunity for G1 to take a 3-0 lead.
And there's that pause during step 2, like we've been talking about, Clutch. Pre-Devonator did it before to stop at Alley. This time, Boo Boo did it, just tossing down towards Alley and getting a slay on Gilk. Sometimes all you just need is that 1 or 2 unanswered kills, and your flag's getting safely back.
Absolutely.
I said that there wouldn't be 5 caps on this map, and G1 might be proving me wrong this game.
Would love to be proved wrong. I know my lunch has been ready for a long time, but I did want to see a Game 5. Unfortunately, G1 have no ambition to go to a Game 5. They're taking a commanding 3-0 lead here in Game 4, and they look to pounce once again. Look at the push. 2 members go down for G2, 3 members up for G1 as they assault the base, and they've already got the flag on the move.
Look at this team. They are such a menace on this map, and they're absolutely shutting down some top players on G2. Gilkey only has 2 kills so far this game, and Bazaar's one of those maps that you can just start to get isolated. You know, you start to run through Alley and you fight a 1-on-1, 1-on-2, or you fight someone that's already hit you with dynamo grenade. Look at this clinic that Squall Eye and G1 are putting on for us, because this is quite a show.
There's 6 minutes left, Dave, and this one, it's over. Let me tell you, 4 caps on Bazaar ain't happening right now. You can almost bet that G1 are going to find a way to find that 5th cap, but even if they don't, they can play Team Slayer for the rest of the game, and they'll be just fine. Rockets and Overshield are coming up here in a couple of seconds, and Squall Eye, if he can find a couple kills, once he does just that, almost guarantees that they're going to be able to acquire this power as well.
And there's Barcode trying desperately to get his hands on the Overshield, but the damage has already been done. He is 1 shot. Swish is going to grab that OS. Boo Boo is going to grab those rockets, and good luck to G2 to try to break out this one. Essentially, this is either going to turn into a lot of kills for G1 and potentially a 5th flag cap, or they're just going to trade kill for kill and delay the time. So right now, G2 are in no position to take over the center of the map.
Yeah, coming off respawn. Flag on the move again, pre-dev. Gonna run it right at this guy. He's gonna take him down, and now all of a sudden with the flag on the move, you got a numbers advantage. Can you stay alive? Unfortunately, Devonator by himself didn't expect a player to get there that quickly. Straight Sick does a good job to clear out his bar. He's gonna get the return, so the first defensive stand we've seen. 3 were dead for G1. I believe the entire map gets reset. But if you're G2, that's just not enough, right?
Yeah, not enough, but we're going to have to see if this is the opportunity for them to get map control for once. Because right now, all the other times when we've seen Boo Boo Doo Boo down in the sewers, it's been when his team's had control, and he's worried about stragglers. sewers is not one of the first spots you want.
No.
That is one of like the last flank spots that you want later on for your team setup. And so right here, we're getting to see the power of, that is not good. We're going to see the power of a G2 setup and see if they can actually acquire some extra kills, see if they can put a flag on the map, and give themselves a little bit of hope to get back into this. It's not looking good.
Oh my. Almost snaps a thumb there as Sab able to help Barcode out here. The flag gets pulled. It's the first one for G2 as they try to get it to mid-map. If you're going to do it, it's going to have to be a flag per minute now. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Nearly, I'm not even going to entertain perfect Halo here, Dave. 3 go down for G2. As Strightstick does pick up a kill, his flag gets pulled, and when the return's going to come through, so will the potential 5th and final cap for G1.
Such greed there from the G1 side, and it's working out beautifully. Boo Boo was behind enemy lines, laying down shots. They secure all those kills. They stopped them at step 2 of the process, and G1 are running this 5th and final flag in.
I don't know the last time we saw 5 caps, but that's going to do it here. Somehow, someway, G1 looked dominant in Game 4. Deny any hope of a Game 5 for the fans out there, but make a statement seeing that they are a dominant Bazaar CTF game. They win the G Derby and an impressive punctuation on the series. G1 show you exactly what they're capable of when they're playing at a high level.
They are winning this series overall throughout these two teams matching up, and that Game 4 was a dominating performance. Although, first 2 games, incredibly close. Great back and forth series, but G1 clearly the better team here today.
As we take a look at the stats, Swish 5s does his thing early on in the game, but it's everyone on G1 that steps up. Everyone has 15, 16, or 17 kills, and when your entire team is able to slay like that, I mean, that's the kind of success you expect, right? 5-0, like you pointed out. Maybe some stragglers on the side of G2 throughout the start of the game. They started to get kills towards the end, but it was too late.
Yeah, it's just an outslaying clinic. I mean, 40 kills for G2, and then when I quick add up the side of G1, we had
do the math,
63.
Dave. Wow.
So 63
the
for
human
G1
calculator.
and 40 for G2. So
How
outslaying by
do that?
more
No wonder you had
more
so
than
much
50%.
more success than me.
And then let's take a quick look at the damage. I think this will also be not much of a surprise.
Don't start adding up the damage,
Actually, we got 12, 13, 17,000. No, just kidding.
Boy wonder.
But yeah, look at the damage. Actually, it is a bit surprising seeing how much damage we still saw from the G2 roster, but it's damage that doesn't convert into kills. It's those times that they're pushing up alleys, the times that they're trying to push inside of the map and getting people to one shot. They're just getting away and staying alive.
Well, the issue here is when you look at the damage, it's not telling you how the damage was dealt. And a majority of the damage dealt from G1, rockets, dynamo grenades, brute grenades, the battle rifle, of course, commander rifles. But I feel like everything was denied from G2. All of this damage from G2 is BR damage, right? Frag damage potentially, but a majority of it, you know, wasn't rockets. You know, it wasn't those crucial high DPS grenades that are the brute grenades, that are the dynamo grenades. And G1, textbook Bazaar CTF. If anybody wants to learn how to play Bazaar CTF and the 3 steps that we discussed going into the game, G1 knows exactly how to perform that kind of a strategy. They looked perfect in that game, and I would write down some of the stuff that they were doing. They were rotating, expecting the overextender so flawlessly that we saw 5 caps, and I don't remember the last time I saw 5 caps.
I'm trying to recall too, out of other caps, did they get 5 out of 6 attempts? I think that may have been it. Just that one that Devonator ran.
When they failed.
Yeah, they had the one that pre-Devonator ran to BR that I believe got stopped from G2.
Yeah,
but besides that, I'm pretty sure there were 5 out of 6 attempts on Bazaar, which is unreal.
Okay. Impressive. I mean, efficiency is the name of the game, and they were able to perfectly play Bazaar's CTF to an efficient set. Let's see what the desk has to say about it as we throw it back over to Lottie and the boys. I'm exhausted.
Well, I have to say, go take a very well-earned rest.
Get your lunch.
Thank you so much, Wolf. Go get your lunch, fellas. You deserved it for sure. I'll tell you what, you heard the war cries from our casters there, especially with that end from G1, the punctuation on the end of the series, and what an aggressive punctuation that really was. They really came out of the gates, a little bit of a greedy play style there on Bazaar, but I was so impressed with what we were seeing coming across the board here throughout the entirety of the series. They did have a very aggressive nature about them, Bravo, didn't they? You know, when you're looking at G1, they came out the gates pretty damn hot in that live fire King of the Hill, and it didn't slow down from there. Again, a really aggressive start here as well to recharge, really going for that camo and fighting fit.
Yeah, really, I loved everything I saw from G1. I think this team continues to look better and better, as we talked about before the series. If you're only watching, say, the top 3 teams in the league, you might have been sleeping on players like Devin Swish and Squale, right? These guys have been doing it and doing it very well for a very long time across multiple Halo titles, and I think people are starting to realize, just how much they bring to the table. An amazing series from them for sure.
It was indeed. What was that blip with the oddball there, Gaskin? What did you notice mainly about either G1 or G2 that started to kind of switch things up and potentially rotate the series?
I think it was a stronger game type for G2. I mean, you're going to get that in best of 5s where some are going to be better than others, and clearly Bizarre Capture the Flag is one of G1's best game types with how they just played at. It really is one that you should go back and you should watch if you missed it, because of the way they were able to control that map and the flawless flag runs that they had. You heard Walshy talk about it, like only one was failed. That is not something you see very often in Bizarre Capture the Flag. So it really was a masterclass from G1. And when we talk about this tournament and how there's so many teams that are gunning for that 4th place, with a win like that, G1 are putting themselves right on the map. I know that a lot of people leading into this tournament believe that G1 has what it takes because they've been playing so well in scrims. Well, now they're doing it on the biggest stage. Now they're doing it in the winners bracket. They've got themselves guaranteed top 6. They've got themselves guaranteed at Orlando. Next target is getting into that top 4.
Yeah, indeed. That is definitely the next goal for sure for this G1 roster. Based on the way that they played there against G2, obviously it was the G Derby. There was a bit on the line there, a little bit of kind of bragging rights coming out of this series here. But not only that, qualification for Orlando on the line. And G1 will have solidified that. That is a massive, massive achievement for them. But going forward now, they've got bigger and better competition to face. Where do you think that they fare in terms of what you've just seen on the series? Very aggressive nature, fast play. Is that going to actually fly with some of the best we have here?
Based on the series we just saw, I think they actually stand quite a chance against our top 4, against the top 3 without a doubt. I think we're going to see a great performance from them. And if that series was any indicator, I think they're just maybe starting to heat up.
Yeah, they might just be heating up in all the right places. Let's take a look at the winners bracket, because right now they have found themselves in the winners semi-final, and that is huge. It's going to be an interesting one. They're waiting right now for the winner of Sentinels versus Oxygen Esports, but looking pretty good on the Sen side currently. 2-0 up there in that series in the quarterfinal. G1 obviously sailed through to the semi-final. We got Optic 3-0 as we saw earlier on, but the big one here is Cloud9 3-2, finished it out in the quarterfinals against E United. Unfortunately for E United, they do find themselves in the elimination bracket, but my goodness me, they're going to be taking away a lot from that series.
Yeah, they gave it a really good effort against Cloud9. Could have really gone a different way, and we would, I'm sure, just been sat here gobsmacked if Cloud9 had dropped to the elimination bracket. Alas, it is another game 5 for United, but this time it doesn't go in their favour. I will say I think G1 will probably be happy that they get a Sentinels matchup. I know that the other option is probably Optic, and with how Optic have been this tournament, you want to avoid them for as long as possible. And even though Sentinels are the reigning champions coming into it, I would argue that Optic look a little bit better from what we've seen so far. But we know that Sunday Sentinels is usually very different. Saturday Sentinels is very different as well. Can G1 maybe catch a slightly off the pace Sentinels before we get into that championship Sunday, or will we still continue to see the consistency from Sentinels that we've seen from Kansas City?
I think they 100% can. And they have experience versus Sentinels. They've been scrimming with them a lot and has been actually going their way quite a few times here. As you know, Sentinels like to work on the deeper things and kind of further themselves, and by doing so they learn from it. However, this is competition. It can get a bit dicey here, but I've got to say I agree with you there. I think this is definitely the series that G1 would have wanted out of all of them here. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket though and talk a little bit more about our friends over on E United. They're going to be facing Lions here. Lions do actually manage to 3-0 incognito. Lions for me still a bit of an unknown entity here. What is this approach here with this series in this round 3? Because obviously round 3 is the one that is going to qualify you for, of course, Orlando. There's a lot on the line, and E United, they're not going to want to miss out on that. That's going to be a real hiccup if they can't reach that.
And that bottom half of the bracket is so interesting already. Keep in mind, Lions, you can't take them lightly, right? They've 3-0'd here against Incognito. They also 50-49 Space Station in Game 5 in qualifier week number 1 to steal that qualification spot. So E United can't take them lightly. Granted, I still think E United should win that series. They're going to be expecting to do so, but knowing the likes of E United, they will not take them lightly. But my God, how about Space Station and FaZe, one of them not qualifying for Orlando?
Yeah, that is pretty terrifying odds. I'm not going to lie. I mean, Space Station, FaZe, and I think Space Station, again, being so unknown and not sure really what you're facing between each series with this team can also be a little bit scary for FaZe Clan. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Genuinely, what I saw from Space Station earlier against Optic said to me that they can take down a team like FaZe Clan. I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe Clan lose that series. And that says a lot, considering coming into this tournament, I was expecting a lot more from FaZe. That being said, they did 3-0 native today, and that is going to be a situation where that will give them a bit of confidence. Maybe they're starting to feel a little bit more like they know where they kind of play on the team, and that is a series we have to keep an eye on, because as Andy said, you then follow up with potentially a matchup against E United for top 6. Things do not get easier here in the elimination bracket.
They certainly don't, and there's a lot to kind of break down here based on pool play as well from day one. Complexity 2-2 right now in round 2 with EXO. This Complexity roster really bringing it to E United, so we know what they can do on the screen. It's just unbelievable that really I'm seeing this happening in round 2. But that, interestingly, if they do manage to complete that, going up against G2 Esports, that could be actually a pretty crazy matchup. I'm a little bit surprised if Complexity don't actually make this through and don't get to round 3. But the fact that we also will be seeing a fight from G2 and Complexity also for qualification is kind of wild in itself as well, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup as well. I think G2 looks fantastic, even though we saw them, certainly on the receiving end of a great G1 roster. However, I think a Complexity G2 match there in round 3 is certainly something to look forward to if Complexity can win that game number 5.
I know, things have just been a bit nuts, haven't they? Gosh.
A bit nutty.
Bit nutty. It's been a bit nutty, but it's been a bit nutty in the G Derby as well. That was getting a little bit fiery for a second there. G2 answering back the way they did, but unfortunately, G1, they put a stop to on that bizarre CTF. That was absolutely lights out gameplay from that roster. So congratulations to G1. They will proceed through to the winners bracket into the winners semis as well. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we do have our first winners semi-finals of the day. And boy, oh boy, am I excited about this one, folks. Cloud9 versus Optic coming to your screens. You heard it here first. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS NA Super. On the desk I have Gaskin and Walshy. Hello lads.
Hello mate.
Hello, nice of you to join us. I gotta say, that was a really cool series to watch. Walshy, you were casting it of course. G1 looking absolutely amazing. Pretty much lights out gameplay. Are you excited about the rest of their kind of tournament here?
Yeah, I mean, they've been a team that we've been looking at for so long. They're one of those teams that are going to continue to break through, and I mean, it's just a matter of time before they're going to get like one of those top 3 finishes and just continue to push forward. So G1 are just looking really good.
They are looking very good, and so is the rest of our day here today. Let's take a quick glance at the schedule just to remind you guys what we have coming up. We have the semi-finals very shortly, Cloud9 versus Optic, and then we have elimination round 3, which is going to be FaZe versus Space Station Gaming. And just to remind everyone at home as well, that is a qualifying match for Orlando. So a lot on the line here. Not only is the tournament life on the line, but Orlando life is on the line too. So huge stuff there, and both of these teams are going to want to push forward. And then of course we do have our next 2 elimination rounds coming up for the rest of the evening as well. But let's get into our next series, which is going to be the semi-final. I am so excited about this. Optic versus Cloud9. Gaskin, it's a thing of dreams. It's a Titan matchup. This is going to be madness. What are you looking forward to most when it comes to these two teams?
Well, I think this is a chance for Optic to gain some revenge from Kansas City. Remember, Optic, they got 3rd place in KC, losing out to Cloud9, not even getting that chance to play Sentinels in that grand final. And with how Optic have performed so far in the tournament and how Cloud9 have struggled against the United just in their previous series, I would be leaning towards Optic being a little bit more comfortable, but it's never as simple as that. It's not about who you were beating previously, it's about playing what's in front of you, and sometimes playstyles just don't mesh up well against another, and certainly Cloud9 did find a way to shut down Optic Gaming back in Kansas City, and even though this is a different look Cloud9, we have Bound on the roster now, I'm sure Optic will be completely focusing on taking everything seriously, not letting anything slip through their fingers, not giving Cloud9 an opportunity, because if you do give Cloud9 an opportunity, there's no reason why they can't win this series.
Very true. And I got to say, right now, Cloud9, it kind of surprised me seeing that, Game 5 finish from them. Yes, they did get the job done against the United, but yesterday against FaZe, Cloud9 weren't skipping or missing a beat. They were just unbelievably dominant. In fact, they kind of looked a little bit like Optic yesterday, and today is a different day. So right now, what do you reckon Cloud9 are thinking heading into this match against Optic, who arguably are the favorites?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, Optic are looking strong, and I think the differences that we were seeing from Cloud9 was truly just their opponents. I mean, playing a roster like FaZe, who have been not living up to their potential, and playing a roster like United, who've been playing a little better. It's just one of those situations where I feel like Cloud9 have been playing to the level of their opponents.
Yeah, they certainly have indeed. On the flip side, though, we do have that Optic Gaming roster. We've seen them earlier on today. They are looking absolutely incredible. And we did hear from Lucid, the guy on your screen right now. We heard how calm, how collect this guy is with the rest of the team. They have a plan. They know what they want to do, and they're executing it so well. He did also mention that they are leaving a little bit behind, a little bit in the tank. They don't want to give everything away too soon. They have things that are yet to be played. My question is, do you think they're going to be played in this series? They're going to need to put everything out there on the line.
They are going to have to make sure they are focused up, because if they even let anything slip, if they make one mistake, Cloud9 will jump on that. And Optic Gaming, even though they've looked pretty flawless so far, they've not really had an opposition to truly test them. That's no disrespect to the guys they've faced so far, but we have said for this whole tournament, the top 3 seems to be in quite a considerable difference to maybe 4th and onward.
Well, this series really is a deck of cards, and I'm excited to see who has the better hand, to be perfectly honest.
Speaking of deck of cards, I want to do a prediction game with you. I'd like you to pick a card for me.
Okay, real quick. Okay, I'll pick this one.
All right. I'd like you to show the audience your card.
Okay.
Can you see what that is?
Card. This is what I have.
What is your card?
It is 9.
Would you say it looks like a cloud?
It does look like a cloud.
I think Lottie's going for a Cloud9 prediction here, everyone.
Okay.
You've heard it here. I'm going for Optic Gaming, though.
I love that. He put the words right in my mouth, but I tell you what, casters are coming up next. We've got Onset and Bravo on the mics, and I'm so excited about this winners semi-finals. Lads, are you?
Yeah, shocking, unpredictable. Dan Gaskin once again on the desk going for the green wall, as you would expect. But, I mean, what a series we've got here, Andy. The first time we're seeing 2 of the big 3 that we talk about so much finally meeting up here in our winners bracket semifinals.
Yeah, this is El Clasico, right? This is a match that we're used to seeing in the winners finals. We're going to see it even earlier here in the winners semis. Taking a look now at the series layout on your screen, it will be Stronghold Streets to kick things off. Slayer Live Fire game number 2, CTF Catalyst smack dab in the middle. In game number 3, and if needed, we'll go to Koth Recharge. And
and Slayer Aquarius to round it out.
With a cough. That's what we love to see. I tell you what, Andy, we are going to see some King of the Hill recharge because there's no way I can see this game being done in 3. Cloud9, let's remind ourselves, like they mentioned on the desk, just come off the back of a grueling series against E United, went all the way down to that game 5 where they managed to clutch things up. Optic, though, coming off the back of an extremely confident and supreme looking 3-0. This one is set up almost absolutely perfectly.
It really is, and I think a lot of people are forgetting that Cloud9's part of this mix, right? A lot of talk about Optic, of course, a lot of talk about Sentinels after Kansas City, and after Cloud9 did get 4-0'd, a little bit less talk about Cloud9 overall in the Halo Championship Series as we're now into gameplay. We're starting things off with Cloud9. Here's Stellar on your screen.
No messing about, straight into the action and straight into a match. I'm sure that everybody who's watching at home right now is watching with bated breath. Whether you're a Cloud9 fan, whether you're an Optic Gaming fan, you know that every single kill is going to matter and every single use of this rocket could change the game.
Was 3 dead off the opening here. That will lead to some comfortable control and the start of working on B for APG. He's going to have to dip out for just a second. It's a very good trade coming in. Not even a trade. Bounce stays alive and snags the last rocket. And he's actually going to flip B, even though Optic had 3 dead. Cloud9 finds a way to get AB control first.
Bound finds a way, and Bound almost finds some targets as well. He will manage to eliminate Formal for a few seconds, but that is Bound in, one perfect encapsulation of what he does, right? He picks up a kill. Optic Gaming plays smartly with the rocket, step out of the hill. Try and hold the angle. Make sure they're not an easy kill. Bound just sneaks in. Max pick up a double, picks up a rocket, and off the back of that, Cloud9 have full control.
And honestly, APG played it well, right? He held rocket to music. He dipped out a hill to avoid nades. Bound just happened to take a perfectly timed route to front B and somehow gets away, not only killing APG, but also getting away with stealing that last rocket. That will lead to a 40-point run off of the opening for Cloud9.
Now you are seeing the ends being played, though, by Optic Gaming. They're flipping A. They have control of C, and you can see that all of Cloud9 are not only trapped, but also being picked off here by Optic Gaming. 2 players from C9 still in that death screen, but it looks like a hold is going to be the call right now from Optic Gaming. They want to hold these ends. They want to just slowly drip away at their score and catch up that 40 points that C9 have on the board.
Bound does stay alive at back tram. Lucid decides to rotate and also just, a little bit of extra love tap there with the Stalker rifle as well.
Well, I think that tells us everything we need to know about Lucid's mentality coming into this game. And the Bulldog, once again, will start to snarl as it takes Bound back into the death screen. And now A and B will be in control of Optic Gaming. So a little bit of a flip at the ends. They let C slip through the fingers and let Cloud9 respawn. But now they're all trapped. And look at Lucid already putting pressure on. Gets the trade. Penguin's got to be happy with the trade, not having a Bulldog to play with himself.
Honestly, also just got to be happy that anytime you trade with Lucid, it feels like it's a good trade for whoever got the trade done. Just because if you're playing against Optic Gaming, it feels like you want to get Lucid off of the map at all costs. Now taking a look at Formal's POV, 2 rockets to play with here, top Neons.
Should be able to take Eco out as well. That's going to be 3, make it 4 dead here for Cloud9, and the lead has now flipped on its head as Optic Gaming go into a slender lead. It's these 2 caps which have been the difference here, Andy. Optic showing a great element of control, allowing C9 to get back on the map, but not getting hungry for a triple cap because they know if that goes wrong, C9 can make them pay.
So much to talk about here. First of all, great nades coming in from Eco to hit the rail nades. That's not easily done. That will lead to 1 dead for each side. APG trying to make something happen in the back of B. But while we have a second, let's talk about this run that Optic just had. It all started with that Stalker rifle control over at A as they're playing the ends. Yes, Bound got back C. They didn't worry about it. They went straight to B. They controlled there. It was a 40-point run for C9 that we talked about. Guess what? It's an 86-point run on the other side for Optic Gaming now.
Really good recognition of what had to be done on the map there for Optic. Not getting greedy, not getting over hungry, like we mentioned, and just making sure that control is always the name of the game. And one thing is getting control, another is having to deal with Stella. Beautiful, perfect shots onto APG to get the first kill. And off the back of that Stella double kill, now Trippy finds himself as last alive. He's inside a C, he's going to stem the bleeding, but you can see that A and B both simultaneously being flipped here by C9. They'll be back into the scoring column.
It's a very good flip from C9. Now 105-47. Optic Gaming doubling the score of Cloud9, and so much of that is off the back of Lucid. This guy is 11-2 in this game already. Huge numbers from him.
Trippy gets the beat down, but it's not enough as Optic Gaming will lose 2 more players. That'll mean a reset on B, and look at Cloud9, the difference between the 2 teams. Immediately, C9 look for the triple cap, and more importantly than looking for it, they get it. Rockets are going to be useful here for Stella. Can he find APG as well? Maybe just tickled away at the shields a little bit, but it's going to stop that push. But Optic Now they flip A, they flip B, so that's the difference, right? C9 get a little bit hungry for the triple cap. They try and put as much pressure on as possible, but if one little crack appears, I mean, sometimes you can let the scoring slip back into your opponent's hands.
So back and forth between these two teams. What a great game, number one. Only about 40 points separating them right now, and like you say, two very different playstyles coming in. We heard it yesterday, Mark, in the listen-ins, where you heard Optic, okay, let's hold this. We don't push the trip on live fire. We know exactly when we need to push and when we don't. You heard it in the Lucid interview as well. And now C will flip again to Optic Gaming. AC in control. They will continue scoring.
Yeah, they've got the ends. The most important thing there while that cap was happening was the fact that Trippy managed to pick up one kill, which then staggers C9 and what they need to do next. That allows Optic Gaming to get more presence on the map, and now they can push onto B with those numbers. They will be able to flip this, you would imagine. A little bit of pressure might come in the last second here from Eco, but he's going to be shredded by Lucid with that assault rifle. Optic maintaining control in this game, and let's remember, this is Cloud9 they're going up against. This is one of the most difficult teams to contain.
It really is. Should be an easy kill here for Lucid in the red room. Avoids a lot of the grenade damage. It was coming in as well. He'll 2. That will be 3 dead, though. Trippy, last player alive for Optic here on the pillars.
Managed to pick up one, though. He's got grenades to play with as well, and he stopped Stellar making that push. The rest of Optic now will be spawning. They'll be able to control all of that A stronghold, whereas Trippy's going to keep moving forward. He gets taken down, but the time that just got bought by Trippy means here comes the rest of Optic to try and defend B.
Absolutely enormous. Penguin, though, with a very nice job to turn 2. Was 4 dead momentarily. Trippy's your first spawner on Optic, so this should be points on the board here for Cloud9.
Will be A and B both being flipped, and they've got the information that the C spawns have also come in here for Optic Gaming. Formal manages to get out the spawn though, creates a little bit of a space to play off of, but Penguin's going to shut him down immediately. So now it's a 4v3, and now Bound is in a great position to pressurize all of these Optic players inside of that tram, and that means Penguin has a free route to pick up the rockets.
See what he does here. Not going to be easy. Trippy. Commando damage and gets away with it. Great work from Formal and Trippy together to take down Rockets and Tires.
I have to wonder if that's a bit of a miscom coming in from Cloud9 there, because they had everything they wanted. They had a couple of players in death screen, they had Penguin with Rockets, but it was almost too easy a flip for Optic Gaming onto B. However, it looks like C9 have now put that right. They're inside of B. It looks like a trade might have gone down though, and APG might actually be able to get a reset here on B.
Big play from Trippy, you saw it there. He had to go up against Stellar at B. It was a 1v1 with the Rocket player, and he forces the trade as the last player alive. A nice play from Trippy. It will still be 186 to 103 in favor of Optic Gaming, but C9 scoring yet again.
Eco, the man we're watching at the moment, sat at 10 and 11, a little -1 for him, but the amount of damage he does across the map is usually enough for that to be a absolutely fine stat line for someone like Kevin Smith. Now he's making the rotation into C. You can see his teammates have just wiped all of Optic Gaming as well. Optic find themselves 4 dead, and even though they have a 60-point advantage, it's another triple cap here for Cloud9.
Let's see how Lucid plays this here, and all of Optic at the back of A, if they go for the flip, if they're going to look for that opening damage first. Lucid will get the pick, Trippy will get the pick, and it looks so calculated. It looks too easy for Optic. Even when they're down against a triple cap, they find the kills.
That's Cloud9 walking into the trap. That is the trap being set by Optic, saying we're going to take positions where we feel like we can get first pick, and then we're going to play from there. Lucid gets that first pick, and now look at the freedom the rest of Optic has to play with. The only problem is they have to be extremely careful here, because Eco is still hovering around these B stairs with a Bulldog. They managed to flip over B here. Trippy will fall as well, and even though there was pressure on the map here from Optic Gaming, it looks like Cloud9 will be scoring for a few seconds. However, B and C will be flipped, and this is starting to become a very fast-paced game here towards the end.
Heads-up play from Penguin there. You had to wonder, where was Penguin as the last player alive for C9? He did not opt in for the B battle. Instead, he just decided to flip A instead. However, it will still be a BC hold for Optic Gaming in the end off of that nice B conversion. Optic Gaming will cross the 200-point mark.
And also, Trippy still has 2 rockets to play with, so if Trippy can pick up 1 kill here, then they will be able to continue scoring. But look at that team fire coming in from Cloud9. They eliminate Trippy with that rocket. They take out multiple other players, and not only did they eliminate him, he was taken out so quickly he couldn't even waste that rocket. So now Bound has it to play with. Penguin doesn't even need the help of Bound, as now they push on to C, and Cloud9 are roaring back into this.
Ooh, look at that big rocket from Bound here to catch Formal, trying to sneak up the C stairs. It will be a continued trip cap here, and Stellar now takes the lead in kills in the game with 19.
A lot of talk about Renegade at the start of the year, but I was a big advocate of how good Stella is at this game, and it's showing once again in the statistics here. Bound is going to be jumping into the B stronghold, and now you're seeing Cloud9 creep up on that 215 points. With another triple cap coming in here for just a few moments, you're going to see a lead change by the time the Optic can even think about stepping in a stronghold.
What a time to make a comeback. They will take the lead here with only 30 points left in the game. These next few kills could really decide it here.
And now Optic have to make a play. This is the difference. They can't wait for the mistake from Cloud9 to come in, and Cloud9 know this. Look how slow they're playing it. Stella picks up the first. Now it's a 4v3 on the map. Stella picks up 2 somehow, and now Bound's going to have the easiest flank of his life to pick up 1. Lucid, last player alive. Cloud9 play it perfectly, but Lucid somehow manages to sneak through to B.
And that was 3 dead. Lucid, who else but Lucid somehow gets the kills. They will flip B. It's a momentary trip cap here at the 242 mark. Optic stops it. A will flip, but Optic will continue scoring. Somehow Lucid, as the last player alive, flies out of tires with the Bulldog. He keeps them alive.
This is a massive moment. It looks like the play call here from Cloud9 is to go for B. However, the Rockets are on the map. If they can get them in their hands, which they have, there's an opportunity for Optic to flip the script once more here. Even though they're scoring, APG is making a desperate play towards this B stronghold. His teammates step inside of it, and even though Cloud9 have 246 points on the board, this game is not done.
Oh my god, they get the stop. Optic will start scoring once again. C will flip in the end, it looks like.
No, it won't.
It won't. They get the kill trip cap here at the 240 mark.
Amazing play coming in from Formal. They stop Eco getting that conversion. Now you have a 1v1 on B, though. It turns into a 2v1. Stella, goodbye. Optic, hello. As they make a comeback in the final moments of that game. Cloud9 had that game, but Optic steal it away.
My god, what a game number 1 to kick things off here in the winter semis. Optic Gaming take the game. But my god, did they ever have to work at it. Stopping C9 at the 242 mark. Lucid somehow stays alive in tires. Last player alive with the Bulldog. He darts away from the Neon's angle and gets away with a 250 to 246 is your final in favor of Optic Gaming. Let's take a look at the stats.
Let's take a look at those stats. Lucid and Trippy, the long-time duo, both dropping 20, +6 for Lucid, but I think a few of those kills more important than others. +5 also coming in for Trippy, but the reset from Formal, the 1v1 win against Eco in C, instrumental to that comeback even being a possibility. But even when we look back at the end of that game, there were some great plays coming in from Optic players. But I feel like C9 could have done a little bit more, maybe just to secure that endgame.
I mean, they let Lucid get away with it, right? And then after that, what happens? All of Optic works together on that rocket pop as well. APG gets away with the rockets, puts them to great use on caution and tires once again. And they close it out looking at the damage as well. Across the board, 5,800 here for Lucid. In the end, everyone in Optic in the 5K club.
Well, sign me up for the rest of this series if that's how we're going to start things off.
Let's do it.
250 to 246. Let's take a look at some of the replays coming in from that game. And we mentioned APG a lot. I was hyping him up yesterday, saying how well he was playing. That rocket play towards the end was pretty much the game changer.
It absolutely was, and what a game it was here. Keep in mind, it was a healthy lead here, 40-point lead at 1 point for Optic Gaming early on. Cloud9 brings it all the way back. Take a look. It was 150 to 81. Let's not forget, in favor of Optic Gaming, C9 with a Herculean effort to bring the game back, but in the end, this one went down to the wire.
You can see that at the start of this game, it was all about Optic trying to hold the 2 caps, playing control, playing very methodical, picking away at Cloud9 as they tried to be aggressive and push forward. But it was always the fact that C9 have that ability to flip a trip cap almost immediately, and they don't have to do it for too long just to close things down and make that score nice and close. But it was a play from APG and Optic towards the end game. This is the kill. This is the reset. Formal cleaning up the damage dealt by Lucy to get the reset onto C. And then you can see Stella, a desperate play, but Optic on top of it. They defend B, and that was the 250 point.
The late game composure, just so strong from Optic, and it feels like with more series that pass, the more the time that passes in this season, they get stronger and stronger. What a finish, 250 to 246 in that first game to take it away from Cloud9, who was only seconds away from winning your game number 1. Next up, we go to Live Fire Slayer.
We do indeed. Now, this is a game type where historically we've seen Optic be a little bit stronger, but with the addition of Formal, it seems like other teams also have worked this one out pretty quickly. So Live Fire Slayer certainly not a favorable, I would say, game type for either of these teams. It's going to be another slugfest between the two, blows back and forth. But the exciting thing for me is the fact that we've got that S7 on the map, and we've got 8 players in this lobby who can certainly do some work with that thing.
They absolutely can. Look for that power-up prioritization as well in this game to really be a factor here. We're starting things off once again with Stellar on C9 here, out towards the overshield side of the map.
Now playing bottom middle as well. Stella's going to be there to help him out and get the trade. So the first kill of the game does go in the favor of Cloud9. Lucid, wow. Lucid will trade it out and somehow destroy someone on his way into the respawn screen. And that means the weapons will now be picked up by Optic Gaming. Formal has the sniper. He has the heat wave. Wouldn't surprise me to see him drop one of these off to a teammate.
Yeah, a lot of stuff here in hand. Probably going to try to finish this off. Maybe get some help from APG on the big door as well. They should be able to clean this one up, and it will be tagged up. 6-3 now. Favor of Optic make it 7-4.
7-4. Sniper rifle, overshield, heat wave. They should really, really look to put the pressure onto Cloud9 now. After a great comeback in game number 1, if you can get all of these weapons in your hand, we always question sometimes the mentality of Cloud9 when they start to take a little bit of a battering, when they lose a close game. Where's that steal coming from right now? How has Eco got to try and rally the troops? But now you're seeing Lucid. He just meets a firing squad top middle, but takes Penguin down with him as Formal has that sniper rifle in his hands. And if I'm in charge of who we're watching right now, I want to watch Formal.
Look at Lucid's discipline there at top mid as well, right? Even though he had the overshield, look at the also they're going to clean up Stellar here on the scoreboard, make it 11-5. When you're a player like Lucid, killing spree by the wow, my God!
That's why I said I want to watch him, because he does things like that. The S7, a special play coming in from Formal, just whipping that reticle towards the player top middle. Penguin gets a haircut, maybe a couple of feathers left in the dust there, but Formal questions us after KC. A little bit of a disappointing performance. It looks like he's looking to put things right here.
This man is 6-0, and he has as many kills, make it...
Got no ammo.
Almost even more than the enemy team for just a brief moment of play. C9, though, with some good kills in response. That will bring the game to 13-9 now. They will find themselves 3 dead, and Lucid, of course, as the last player alive, will get a kill yet again.
Well, that's how C9 we're going to keep composure after the hot start coming in from Optic Gaming. Let's jump into the comms and see exactly what they're saying.
I'll get one.
Back mud, back elbow. C-box kill me, APG. And bottom tower. 2 back out there, guys. C-box, I think. Bounce coming with over 2 guys.
Yeah.
Coming over now. You gotta go forward, and second trip he's gonna spawn.
C-box. And C-pot, guys. C-pot.
C-box.
C-box.
Tower, lucid.
Nice.
Top mid, last guy.
Trippy.
I know that guys. He's not gonna jaw.
Where's he?
He's in the bottom. He's in the vent.
Yeah, we're outside of Formal.
You're gonna spawn left side and help him. He's in the vent if you have nades.
They're trying to go up to B.
One top house. Top house, APG.
15 seconds.
Two top house. Then I'm waiting.
Look at B. We can push out B if we really want.
I am.
Yeah, Brayden is. I left tower, guys.
B in top house. 2 top house, 1 in B.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm trying to be dead. I got
2 dead.
Last 2. He waved down in B.
You good? Are you good?
I'm the challenge. Two top house.
He waved down B towards you.
Alright, they have snipe. They on B.
Big door. You're big door Formal.
Look at top mid. C-box weak. Top mid weak.
Side me top house. I'm one.
2 tower.
Big door.
And big door, yeah, fuck.
Shot big.
There's a guy top mid.
Nice, good shit.
Big.
Spawn green, yeah. We should push this shit, Loki.
Top mid.
Well, the takeaways from that Astro listening there with Cloud9 is the fact that they're trying to coordinate pushes. They're trying to decide what they want to do. And I have to say, at 22-17 in the favor of Optic Gaming, make it 18, I don't think Cloud9 are going to be too disappointed with this start. Keep in mind that Optic have had every single tool to play with. They have the sniper rifle, they've had overshields, they've had heat waves, and for the first time now we see Stellar having the option to hit some shots with this S7.
Great 1v1 there from Stellar. Not easy to take down Lucid there on the rat tunnel door with the AR. Could be a very, very quick death. Instead, he answers back. Now it's going to be another 1v1 between the two. Catches Lucid off guard in the end. Very nice double and an overshield grab here for Stellar.
And this is the game changer, right? This is where the game has changed on its head. Now the heat wave turns back into the hands of C9, and Stellar with the overshield, with the heat wave, should be able to make mincemeat of this player. And now Optic kind of trapped, trying to isolate themselves on the back of green, but that just is an invitation for Cloud9 to try and swarm, but that's going to be slowed down momentarily as a couple of kills go in the favor of the green wall.
Stellar checks every single one of his corners. That will bring the game to a tied game. That was a big effort from Formal to try to get the green gun on the overshield. That did not connect, and in the end, there will be even more damage coming in. Now we're tied at 27.
Stellar luckily had the repulsor there as well, because that could have been a little detonate being left on the ground by APG. As you say, tied up at 27-27 though. A great comeback here from Cloud9 and showing the difference maker between these teams with the talent is going to be those power-ups, the power weapons. Get them in the hands. More importantly, keep them out of the hands of your opponent.
One thing that's so great about really both these rosters, but you just heard it there in the Cloud9 listening, it might have sounded like Cloud9 was a bit unenthusiastic during the listening, right? It's simple call-outs. They're down by 5, but don't count them out. They play a calculated game. it has kept them in this game in a big way. They're only down by 2.
Well, eyes are always going to be on Bound, right, as the replacement for Renegade. At the moment, he's having a little bit of a slow one. Tell you who isn't, though, that's Formal. Formal is currently 14-6, repulsing up to those sandbags with that heat wave and connecting like we know he loves to.
Trippy engaging here, but I think he gets caught in 2v1 there momentarily, so will not be able to convert. Penguin gonna hug the pillar for dear life. Once again, just a few kill lead here for Optic Gaming over Shield 22.
Formal trying to be sneaky. APG picks up 2 as well. He's going to escape with the shields. But here comes the help and here comes the flank. 2 players fell there from Cloud9, leaving those sandbags open. And now Trippy accepts the invitation. He moves in, he cleans up those kills. This should be Overshield going into the hands of Optic.
What an angle from Trippy to go top sandbags, take the angle onto Overshield, then win another 1v1 in the house as well to clear out that part of the map.
I mean, look how comfortable APG is right now. It's just been stood on top of the Overshield for around 10 seconds before it popped. Doesn't take any damage whatsoever. And that's all due to how Optic were positioning themselves on the map. You saw Lucid top tower. You saw Trippy on that flank clearing out all of house and A side. And now APG just has free reign to move up onto these respawns. APG is going to do so much damage, and Cloud9 now find themselves in a little bit of a perilous spot.
Great work here from APG, right? No need to over-challenge. Oh my, what the? At least 6 grenades in the end. I guess that's how you take down an Overshield, but it was quite an expensive takedown for the side of C9. In the end, kills will be traded out, but is it too little too late for C9? It's already 40-32 off of that Optic Gaming run.
Yeah, the buy phase there from Cloud9 was all grenades, all utility, and all going to be used as Trippy now has a 1v1 with Bound, who decides, nope, don't want any of that. Didn't get any shots down that would have wanted to. Trippy now trying to escape and should be able to do so because his 2 teammates once again create the space for him to move into a safer spot. 43-32. The Overshield, again, the difference maker here, Eddie.
It really has been. And also that power-up control. You saw APG drop a sniper rifle, I believe, earlier on back dirt for Formal. Able to add to his kill tally. 17-8 in this game right now. It is a wild set of numbers.
17-8 for Formal. Wouldn't surprise me to see him closing in on 20 with 4 kills to go in this game. APG is going to pick up one of them to make it 4, as now we see Cloud9 in a bit of a perilous position. Not really too much to work with. Couple of grenades going down on the cuts as well, just to flush these players out. Penguin's going to challenge, but that's Formal. He picks up yet another. Formal is 1 away from a 20 bomb here in game number 2.
And there's 2 kills to go. It looked like the math might not have worked in his favor, but of course he's going to maybe even still find a way to hit the 20 mark. Only 2 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
So I think we know the result of this game as the 49th is picked up by Lucid. The only question left is it going to be Formal who closes it out with a 20? Lucid steals it away, but Optic do not care. 50-39, Optic Gaming. Up by 2, Andy, and to be honest, looking flawless.
Looking flawless. Let's not forget, this game was tied at 27. After that listen in, it was a really nice bounce back from Cloud9 to keep the game close. They kept it respectable even at the 31 mark, about 31-27. And after that, Optic Gaming on essentially a 10-kill unanswered run, they will close out the game 50-39 in the end. Formal, once again, 19-8 in that game. Lucid, 15-9. Of course, good assist numbers from the other guys, APG and Trippy as well, laying it down.
And then the little bit of an outlier on the other side of things for Cloud9, Bound. 6-15 in a Slayer. Too many deaths, not enough kills, quite simply, and not getting the job done in the way that he certainly would have wanted to prove himself against a team like Optic Gaming. These two, of course, have met up in the Pro Series. We saw C9 winning the first matchup of the most recent season of it, and then kind of Optic dominating from then on the online competition. And it's looking like Optic have kind of worked things out. They're pacing, Andy. The ability to go from kind of a stagnant waiting position as a squad trying to hold angles to just a full-on swarm. I know you've been super impressed by it, and I think we saw it on perfect display in that game.
I mean, it really is something else. I think the way they're playing, they look better than any team has ever looked in Halo Infinite with the timing in between kills, and I love it if we could get a stat on that, because I think they're leaving the smallest gaps as we take a look at the damage in between their kill times, and I don't think we've really seen this pacing in Halo Infinite yet from any top team.
Yeah, just everything seems to be going right for them, right? The calls are made at the right time, and everyone's response time is immediate. Nobody has that ego moment. It's like, okay, I've been told to say, well, I think I can get a kill here. I'm going to overextend a little bit. Maybe I've got... No, it's just a complete unit that you're seeing at the moment. And Optic Gaming are not looking like they are missing a beat. That shot from Formal, by the way, sometimes people just do things that are just stupid, like ridiculous. Like, how do you see that? How do you hit that?
You got to be Formal. That's the way you do it there. Another double kill for Stellar. A nice run here. Like we said,
Cloud9 keeping it real close here, but Formal making plays like this as well to pop up for the double the bank shot with the heat wave as well. And like we said, 8. Look at these nades though. We got to watch this again.
Oh
God,
6, 7?
7 grenade. What? The large majority of the team's grenades at the time thrown to the nest box. To talk about APG just using the overshield to get so much damage on pillars and tank 7 nades somehow and set his team up for a full wipe.
APG there, it's like, guys, I'm getting naded. Still getting naded. I'm still getting naded.
I mean, that
I'm dead.
Is that not such a great example of what APG brings to a team, right? APG's like, hey, I'll eat 7 out of... Keep in mind, there's only 8 grenades on this team, right? Each player spawns with 2. He eats 7 out of 8 grenades that the team has, and then they just wipe in and get the 4 dead. 4-for-1 trade. Great stuff. 50-39 for Optic Gaming in game number 2. And they now have a chance to potentially 3-0 with CTF Catalyst as our game number 3.
And of course, they'll move into that winners final, where they'll be looking at the other side of the bracket and waiting to see what is happening there. Of course, Sentinel's looking pretty good. And as we all know, Optic Gaming would love to match up against Sentinels and get a little bit of revenge, as they love to do, but we've got to get through this series first. And I mentioned I think we will at least go to a game 4. Maybe my opinion is starting to change here, because Optic are looking extremely strong. And when I mean extremely strong, I think better than ever.
Yeah.
Which is the scariest thing about this Optic roster. But CTF Catalyst, we're going to see that fast-paced gameplay now, and I think that C9 are going to at least have a little bit of time to forget the Slayer, to get themselves back into this series. We see them look pretty strong on this game side.
And here's what's going to be really interesting for Optic Gaming, because we talked about on every map how quick they are at collapsing, and what we mean by that is getting your 3 or 4 dead and closing in on that damage to run the flags. That's going to be pivotal here, but keep in mind, Catalyst is the hardest map to do that on. Let's see what they're able to do here in game number 3.
Let's start off with Formal. Why wouldn't we? 19 kills in game number 2. That Slayer on live fire is certainly one that he'll have fond memories of, but can he reproduce that kind of form here in the objective game type? It looks like Bound started a lot hotter than he finished the last match, as that's going to be 3 dead here for Optic. The first chance for C9 to go forward. Stella's going to have that overshield as well.
Yeah, you might have seen it bottom middle. Stella looking at a free overshield grab, as we saw it in observer mode. He's also going to have the sword, and about 50% OS still here. Finds a spawner. That's going to be Formal, but Formal will do very well to take the overshield off.
Lucid picks up one onto Penguin. Penguin did have that skewer, but Lucid has got no shield. So a 2v2 on the map at the moment, and Stella looking to hunt down. And with Lucid staying alive here, actually means that Stella's going to get so much information where the spawns are going to come in here for Optic Gaming. Formal, though, with a big 1v1 win. At least Stella takes him down to the grave, but you can see now Bound is in position, running this flag opposite side of the map. The overextension coming in. Massive fight here. 2v2 on the map. C9 lose 3.
What can Penguin do? That's the question. Last player alive. He needs to make something happen, but in this 1v2, should not have won the battle. Great win for Penguin.
He gets a touch on the flag as well. Stella also gets one, but somehow, I don't know quite how, Lucid takes him to the grave as well. So now we are going to have somewhat of a flag standoff. Eco is going to move down to just secure that flag touch for Bound. Little beatdown going to come in to take one out. APG is getting desperate, and now you are going to see the return and the flag being capped here. C9 back in the game, and maybe just a little bit closer to being back in this series.
What on earth was that for Penguin to win that 1v2 there? You would expect Optic to close that down. Like I said, this map plays a little bit differently than the rest of the maps. In Infinite, maybe a weak spot, but just as quickly as I say that, we have 2 dead and Optic running what should be the game-tying flag.
Bound picks up 1, but you can also see that Optic are aware of where the overextension is coming from. It's behind the flag carrier, and that means he's got support here, APG. A safe run for him home. His teammates provide the cover, and even after some great plays by Cloud9 right at the start of this game, he's tied up a 1-to-1, but Eco for C9 has got the next overshield.
And 2 dead here. Let's see what's going to happen. APG with a green gun. The green gun does not connect. Eco knows he needs to be careful, and APG gets a lot of help and a lot of grenades to come in, and Optic Gaming return the favor and the fire in the grenades department. That will burn out the overshield.
Some of those moves from Eco, though, right? Jumping over that plasma bolt. It's going to have some singed knees, but stayed alive for just long enough to make sure that he got the kill that was required. But Optic do make a really, really good hold defensively here. You can see the overshield not really being too much of an influence, but here comes Penguin flying down, but here is Trippy. He had no right to win that.
Bound last player alive momentarily. Trippy using the grapple very offensively to cover a lot of distance. Bound's not ready for it. It's a great play from Trippy, but oh, gee whiz. Penguin with a flag spawn there. That's going to be a little bit of a good graces for the Cloud9 side.
I think Bound is probably thinking, he's probably got to call out there, Trippy's on their flag, and then he's like...
He's on our flag.
What the... He's behind me.
What the flag?
What the flag? Like he's... I don't know what's happening. That grapple, again, just moving from point A to point B. To your point, damage done, capitalize on the damage. If you've got the grapple, you can get anywhere on the map extremely quickly to not allow that player to get his shields back. But now Formal He's in a little bit of a 1v1 with Eco. Eco with some great shots though. Of course, Formal had that little head glitch as well, so Eco only had the forehead to look at, and he certainly connected.
And Eco gets the damage as well there again to force the trade. Bound though. A little bit of a big boom boom in hand. Let's see what Formal could do here. He's to go ahead and try to push. He will get that kill. He will also get the skewer.
2 for 2 on the map then. Optic Gaming starting to find a little bit more control. Let's jump into an Astro listen in with Optic.
Chase him. He's still stuck. He's around you guys. He didn't push out. Watch out, guys. Watch out.
Another one there, P2. Another one, P2.
Penguin's weak, half health. I'm on the floor. Nice shot. Penguin's weak.
Stay alive, son. I can't go for this. Once I'm gonna grab that, they're gonna
Shoot him. Shoot him.
Yeah, it's fine.
Their car already.
I'm looking car.
Their car.
Chill.
Oh,
This guy's a lone car. He's a lone car. He went car 2.
They're gonna be in our base, guys.
Alright, we can OE, guys. We can OE.
Yeah, they're gonna be in our base.
Car 1 on me. Our door.
I'm shot their side car. Another one our flag. Go.
Our flag.
Two spawners. First one up eco in like 2 seconds. Spawn pink. Pull it.
They're running pink.
Yo, could be flanking our car. I'm behind the.
Yeah, there was a guy.
I think he is flanking car, guys.
I'm just standing here for a second, Tommy.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, sword. Watch out. Low, sword.
He's one shot.
We gotta live. They're super dead.
He's running at Joey.
Give on Joey.
They're gonna get that.
Yeah, down's one. It's okay.
You guys on the re actually. Maybe get nades on it.
Nades on it?
I got one.
Nice. That was one.
Just prolong it.
Yeah, watch out.
Nice. Didn't get it yet.
Touch it. And we're two. Now just weak their car side.
I'm running.
Spike right here. Yeah, they're pink. They're pink. Some, let's go.
Watch out the P1. Spikes one shot. Going P1 one shot.
They're gonna cross map me.
They're gonna run a ping. I got him. Watch car.
Probably push from behind.
Door, I think. Door.
Checkmate. I'm not going quick.
I'm here.
That was 3, I think.
You can go, yes.
It was.
Yeah, it was. I got it.
Yeah, guys. Good cap.
Pink to our side mount. I'm saying our car. Hey, caught me. Weak eco.
There's like 2 on that.
Their car glass, one shot eco.
Low.
Yeah, low car glass, one shot. One's high car as well. There's 2 on our side.
Do they have weapons?
One is pink on you guys. I think with the sword.
Our car, guys.
They give the sword.
Guys, 2 on me.
Well, as we come out of the Astro listening, I mean, what a turnaround that was. It looked like a guaranteed flag cap for Cloud9. They did everything right. Stella picks up 2 with the sword, but somehow Optic managed to rally together. They get a last-second return, and now they find themselves up 2-1.
It's such a great response from Optic Gaming. We saw it all from Lucid's point of view. He's still the one on your screen, and still the one popping off. We've seen him through this whole killing spree. He gets the Hail Mary on the flag return. That delays it. He gets into the base. They get the goal line stand. Now they take the lead 2-1.
Incredible stuff coming in from Optic Gaming in those moments. I've said it a few times. Maybe a couple of months ago, they don't win those. Maybe C9 are up 2-1, but this is a new-looking Optic. This is a ruthless-looking Optic. This is a scary-looking Optic Gaming at the moment as APG is going to pick up another and Bound. Well, Lucy's going to take him for a run around, but Bound is not going to accept the invitation.
Absolutely not. 5 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time to play with for Cloud9, but is the pressure going to be too much for them? It's good teamwork here. 2v2 for a moment in the back of the base.
Now grapples up high. Formal's going to chase him down low. A little bit of help coming in from Lucid as well. 5 minutes left in the game. One thing that's really stood out to me, though, Andy, is Optic's ability to hold off that offensive pressure, which is consistently coming in from C9.
It's been fantastic all game long, and even now, 3 dead yet again. Bound last player alive. He will get a kill and be a tough one to finish off in the end. Formal, though, will go down deep and get that kill here on Ivy side. You got Ivy side spawners in the base. Formal needs to stay alive if he can. Eco with a good kill here on the Ivy side.
Looking across the stats, it's Lucid who's the standout as far as KD is concerned at the moment, but APG and Formal and Trippy all assisting those kills for Lucid is now the man who we're mentioning and who we're talking about. He's making an offensive push onto the base. Commando in his hands means shredding shields up close is going to be nice and simple for him, and the reposition from him as well is going to mean that Stella loses him for just a moment. Eco off the respawn. A couple of grenades going down from him, but look at Lucid just trying to buy time. Being elusive is something which is synonymous with this man at this
Absolutely. Point. He's 18 and 11 in this game. Once again, leading the game in the kills category. Not really a huge surprise there. Also least deaths in the game as well, leading in both categories. And somehow the man just keeps getting better and better. It will be a Penguin overshield burn, bottom middle, so
Eco's going to have that great gun out. Little combo there for Formal on receiving end, and we'll go grapple across to try to get another flag in. And the time's ticking down, only 3:40 left.
And now look at this. Lucid, that's what the grapple does, right? It messes up your internal clock as a player. You think this player is car side, I've got 5 seconds to reposition. You got 2 seconds if it's used effectively. It's now Eco is just desperately trying to buy time here for his team to get into position to support him for this flag run. He knows Lucid is still here. Lucid with that grenade is going to slow the run down, but Penguin has picked up the kill, so the way should be clear to try and force this flag now towards this side of the map. It looks like an Ivy side run now coming in for C9.
3v3 here. Penguin falls though. Trippy getting a big kill. These next few will determine whether or not this flag goes home.
No control of their base at the moment, Cloud9. That's why Eco's trying to overtake some of this traffic. But the problem for him is there's players behind and there's APG in front of him, and APG gets the kill. Lucid gets the return, and once again, C9 just kind of losing track of some of the Optic players, and that means that Optic can look for that counter cap. Trippy is back in the base. He's holding down the flag, and that's going to be APG running yet another flag home here for Optic. It's 3-1.
Trippy was there for the backup as well. We're seeing that more and more as the player will sit in the back flag to secure the cap. 3 dead for Optic though, so this should be an opportunity for Cloud9 to put number 2 on the board. They will need to slay as they bring it home though.
They need to make sure that they cut off the overextension and wrap back as quickly as they can here. This has been the problem for them a few times. If you look, you can already see Formal's inside of the base. APG and Lucid are arriving as well. Formal is a problem here. They do not have his location. They do not know he's there. Formal's going to pick up one as well. And now look at how things have changed. Bounce flying in to deal with him. Stella picks up one as well. But where is that flag? APG and Trippy still alive. And APG and Trippy combining to take one down.
Stella versus Trippy. Trippy will win that one. This flag should go back if he's able to pick it up.
Oh, the kill!
Trippy!
Oh, when you need someone to step up, he kills everyone. He has the skewer in his hands as well, but that flag is still alive, but Trippy says no! Another stop coming in from Trippy.
A killing spree on the back of the flag. Absolutely huge. APG and Lucid push off of that damage. All 4 dead for Cloud9. Optic Gaming, they want a 3-0. They want to finish it right here.
What a play from Trippy. A one-man army to get that flag back to the base for Optic Gaming. And if they cap this one, it looks red on the screen, but it might as well have Trippy's face on it because he's done everything for Optic in this game to put them up 4-1 if they can convert.
Penguin's last player alive on the spikes. It's not going to matter. He's not going to stop it. APG brings it in 4-1 now in favor of Optic Gaming. 1 minute left on the clock. This is a victory lap now for Optic.
Who's going to stop them? Who is going to stop this Optic Gaming lineup? Because at the moment, I can't come up with an answer. Maybe Sentinels will have something to say against that. Maybe Cloud9 a little bit later in the tournament. But for now, Optic Gaming look final.
2 dead still. And APG is just using this as his jungle gym, just flying around, zipping around, killing everything. Great pressure on the flag yet again. And knowing Optic, they're probably going to try to run this last flag as well.
Trippy's going to be feeling on top of the world right now, as he does everything that you could possibly want from a player on your team to solidify that return a few moments ago. The overkill and then the no-scope with the skewer when he had no right to win the fight. C9 are done. They're dusted. They know this job is impossible at this point with just 15 seconds left on the game. Pad your stats, Optic. You deserve it. It's going to be a 3-0 victory.
I mean, look at the feet. You got Penguin jumping off the map as well. If that's not indicative of the scoreline, I don't know what is. Like we said, a true victory lap here. Even more of a victory lap than I was expecting, to be honest. Time will tick down, and Optic Gaming will take the series. 3-0. It's a 4-1 game. Number 3 win. It's a clean sweep for the Green Wall.
Clean freaks. That'll work as well. Green freaks at this point, look, with the way that they're playing, but 3-0, and I've got to be honest with you, Andy, we learned a lot about Optic still in that series. The comeback in game number 1, the clutch factor we saw from them to turn that score around, to win it 250-246. Game 2, once again, we saw Formal take over towards that end game, and then they just put the boot in, and it was Trippy's time to step up in that final game. An amazing performance on Catalyst Capture the Flag to finish things off at 4-1, but for Cloud9, I've got to say, there's some worrying signs.
Certainly a lot to work on for them. For Optic Gaming, like you said, it's clean, it's decisive. 23 kills on the board for Lucid, 24 for Formal, 25 for Trippy. Unsurprisingly, APG holding it down on his own as well. Huge assists from him. And really, the entire team looks so good on that game type. And how about Trippy's overkill, just icing on the cake for the team?
Not even just the overkill, was it? It was cleaning up the damage.
Spree, actually, yeah.
Killing spree, the no-scope on the return after the beatdown. I mean, I couldn't see where Penguin was. I'm pretty sure Trippy had no idea where he was at either, but sometimes you got to hit the trigger.
Yep.
And sometimes it connects.
take a look at the damage as well. It's kind of like, hey, Trippy, we need you to get a killing spree on their base right now. We'll be there in a second. We're spawning. But if you can get this killing spree, we'll get this flag back. Let's look at the damage, 7K club for Trippy and Formal here. Huge numbers.
I mean, they are the damage dealers, right? They are the damage dealers. They're the ones who are in position to lay down that cover fire for the likes of Lucid to do what he does best. But it's the unit of Optic Gaming at the moment. Everyone is performing their role to a T. APG is always there with the assists, putting himself in position for Formal, Lucid and Trippy to take advantage. The clutch moments coming in from Trippy and APG in that game number 1, and Formal popping off with those power weapons in game 2. Every single ingredient that you want to see being put together for Optic to have success, you've just seen it in that series against Cloud9.
Brick by brick, one game at a time. It's a green wall on your screen. 3 games to 0 in the end, and it all started with that Stronghold Streets, a huge comeback win. And that was really a pace setter for Optic Gaming, as they really didn't look back thereafter.
Optic Gaming looking amazing. The green wall, there it is in front of you. It's a 3-0 win over Cloud9 in our winners semi-final. Optic looking fantastic. Lottie and the guys, what do you think?
You know what? I think that this team is final. Like you said on set, this is absolutely insane. I really did not see that coming. I knew Optic were good, but a 3-0 against Cloud9, where Bound, honestly, is playing really, really well with this roster, and he looks like he fits in just perfectly. The fact that they were able to kind of treat Cloud9 as if they were any other team here is just insane to me. What did you make of that overall? Because the series just was insane, and you've been saying it all along, right? That Optic, this is their tournament to lose, and boy, is it.
It is, and I thought that maybe in that game 1 when Cloud9 had that lead, and I was like, okay, all right, we're going to have a team that can compete with Optic here. This is going to be a series goes all the way. And then suddenly in those final moments, Optic just spring to life. And I keep saying it, that they're so good at reacting to what their opponents do, and how their opponents play. They recognize the areas that they were trying to push. And then it was 3 kills in a row for Lucid when the whole team of Cloud9 was still alive. And he just manages to nip around the corner and stay alive. And it's things like that, it's plays like that that really are championship winning plays, and that's maybe something that Optic have lacked in some of the previous tournaments, and maybe something that they lacked at Kansas City. But it seems like they are comfortable, they are confident, and they are looking like tournament winners already.
You're completely right about that. Sorry, I was getting a little bit of feedback in my ear there. But you're completely right about that in terms of Lucid and how incredible this guy really is. I mean, it's those clutch moments that they were lacking, like you said, at those LAN tournaments, at those LAN events, that Lucid, in just those moments there in that first map, flying out of tires with the Bulldog, being able to take down 3 players when he's the last guy alive is absolutely incredible. And it just kind of sailed on from there, right? I mean, Trippy, we highlighted him for a reason earlier on, and that is because he has the capability to be an absolute superstar on this roster. But the thing is, every single one of those players does Walshy, and I think that is what makes Optic so special.
Yeah, I think it was, even when you were highlighting saying like this is something maybe they were missing at Kansas City in previous months, it even felt like they were missing a little bit yesterday. When we saw them play in some of their earlier matches, like, yes, they were winning 3-0, but like we weren't seeing someone like Lucid go off and get a triple kill like that, or Trippy going off in the base and Catalyst. Like, it just feels like these players are all playing as an incredible team, and then when it comes down to the wire and then to step up as an individual, they just do it. They pull off the multi-kill when they need to.
We heard what Lucid said. They didn't want to spend unnecessary energy in the previous games, and I think that's true. And maybe they realized in that series they could save some energy as well for Sentinels or whoever they may be facing in the winners finals. It could be G1 for all we know, but it's scary when Optic can have that dominant of a performance in the winners semis against the Cloud9 roster that had beaten them previously at Kansas City, and it really is a statement in this bracket.
Do you see this now converting seamlessly into Orlando? We've seen this before, right, from Optic. We've seen how incredible they have been previously in this season, in the Pro Series. We've seen them win online tournaments. But sometimes it gets to that LAN environment and there's something just doesn't quite click for this roster. It's hard to think with what we're looking on the screen that this shouldn't click in Orlando. But is there anything right now that tells you that Optic don't have what it takes in person physically at a tournament?
I mean, we still need to see them close this event out. We keep talking as if this is a done deal. We haven't seen them go against, the winner of Sentinels and G1 yet. They have a long road ahead of them to even come out top in this tournament. So I need to see them win this tournament first before I start talking about them potentially winning Orlando. Because if they falter here, I don't have them as my favorite in Orlando.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's take a look at the scores on the board right now and see the winners bracket filled in, because Optic Gaming, Optic Gaming, they certainly did do one and pull another on Cloud9 there. As you can see, 3-0, and I made reference to brushes earlier on, and my goodness, they had a bigger brush this time going up against Cloud9, sweeping them 3-0 right under the carpet of that elimination bracket, and they will be in our finals, waiting to see if they can fight their fit way to the grand finals as well.
But Walshy does bring up a good point. Optic were in this position in Kansas City. They got to the winners finals, they played against Sentinels, they lose against Sentinels, they drop down, they lose against Cloud9. It could happen again. If Optic are stripped of their confidence, if they lose against Sentinels, they start to beat themselves up, saying, we should have got to grand final, this is our tournament, we should be winning this, and then suddenly a hot Cloud9 or a hot whoever comes through that elimination bracket, then you're going to be in a situation where maybe they do falter once more, so they really have to focus up.
You really do need to focus up. Looking at the elimination bracket, all of these teams here have to focus up so much right now because their tournament life is on the line. As you can see in the quarterfinals here of the elimination bracket, Cloud9 are away to find out who it's going to be joining them. We've got Oxygen versus Pioneers happening in round 3, G2 Esports versus EXO, Space Station versus FaZe Clan, and United taking on Lions. That is the big one that I want to know about, is United versus Lions. Actually, to be honest, all of them.
All of those are so close.
I was looking at them all.
Oxygen and Pioneers is incredible. Space Station, FaZe, like, there is not an easy match down there. They're all tough when you get to this far in the event.
They are extremely tough, and what is really scary about all of this as well is there's a lot of teams up there that really want that Orlando spot, and round 3 is where you get it done. If you do pass round 3, you have qualified for Orlando pool play, and that really is the bigger winner here as well, Gaskin, right? It's that bigger picture. Looking for that qualification means so much to these teams, so our round 3 should be extremely competitive.
It's going to be very competitive. Also, shout out to EXO, a team that started elimination bracket round 1 from the qualifiers and have found themselves in elimination round 3 to compete for a spot at Orlando. Granted, they have to go up against G2 Esports, who are going to be set for blood because they wouldn't have wanted to go down in the fashion they did against G1. But for the fact that they've got top 12, they have the chance for top 8 is an amazing achievement for them. And who knows, maybe it can carry on. As for the other games, they are very difficult to call up.
They are very difficult to call. I'll tell you what, the next series that we have coming up after the break is going to be wild because either FaZe or Space Station is going home, and one of them also will be qualifying for Orlando. To think either of these teams could be out for the count here, right now, is absolutely nuts. So we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we do have that series lined up for you. It is a qualification elimination round. This is huge. You guys don't want to miss it, and we'll see you in a few.
I got you under my skin. I got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS NA Super. We're live from Columbus, Ohio in the gorgeous EE studios, and I have two fantastic people next to me on the desk. I have Onset and Walshy. Gents, before the break, we saw Optic Gaming honestly just having the best time. It looks like they honestly haven't got a bead of sweat on their brow at this point in time, even going up against Cloud9. Onset, you were casting that one. Absolutely incredible. I could see how excited you were getting. You were literally a few steps away from me.
That's true.
And you were getting really excited, and rightfully so, because Optic are looking absolutely amazing. Do you think they can be stopped?
Oh, it's going to be tough. I think C9 was the biggest test, and they overcame that hurdle without really any issues. I think the game one was a really good indication of how far Optic have come. I think game one, maybe, like I said a couple of months ago, maybe they wouldn't have won that. They would have been a Cloud9 clutch up last moment, but C9 just couldn't answer back to the changes in pace that we saw from Optic. They were so willing to take an extra few seconds, whether it's to go and get a weapon, to set up, to get a pick, and then make a play off the back of it, that it was really, really impressive. And I think that game two, the way that Optic ran away with it towards the end, just crushed Cloud9. I don't think there was much coming back. And then when you got Trippy getting overkills, no scoping people on no shields, you know,
or even game one with those reverse triple caps a couple times, just like those are tough to come back from. Like they had the game in their hands and then just
reverse triple caps, try a triple kill on your own. I mean, literally last 11, Lucid just, all of them, just absolutely insane. But I tell you what is insane is what we have coming up next. Our next series is going to be FaZe versus Space Station Gaming. This is going to be wild, and because Onset, you called it, what did you call it? Qualimination.
It's a qualimination match.
Qualimination match, and that is because one of these teams is going to qualify for Orlando and one is going to be eliminated. This is absolutely wild. Let's start things off with FaZe. I mean, this team right now has a lot of question marks over it, right, Walshy? Filled with greats, filled with veterans, filled with young, hungry players who want this win, and it just hasn't been happening for them. This NA Super has been really, really difficult so far. They've found it really hard to gel. What do they need to do right now for you to step things up and correct all the wrongs?
I mean, it's one of those rare circumstances. We've seen it a few times in Halo's history where you have the superstar roster, and on paper, it's like, this is going to dominate. It's going to do so well, and just falling a little bit flat. And to try to change everything now when you're on tournament day feels a little late. Tournament day is where you make small little adjustments and tweaks, so I feel like they're going to have to scrape together the best they can throughout this event, get the best placement they can, like you said, qualify for Worlds or qualify for Orlando's, I meant, and then from there go back to the drawing board. Like, they are not really in the shape right now at this event to be making a move for top four.
Well, if Walshy's worried, we should all be worried. But I tell you what, these guys are experienced. They're not going to be too worried. They're going to be going into this match with one thing on their mind, and that is proceeding through the elimination bracket and that qualification. But one guy who is hopefully going to be paving the way for his team is, of course, our AMD power performance, and that is Snipedown. We haven't talked a lot about Snipedown this weekend so far. What is he doing for this squad, do you think, Onset, right now?
I love Eric Rona. I love everything that Eric Rona has done throughout Halo history, but I have never seen Snipedown struggle as much as I have in recent times. I think he's really off the boil, and this is, I'm going to be honest, I think that on this lineup at the moment, he's a player who needs to up his game, because every single game you're looking across the stats, and Snipedown statistically, historically, has always been the guy, right? He's always been the guy. He puts himself in great positions to pick up kills, clean up kills, look for multi-kills, whatever it might be. At the moment, he's not doing it, and I think it's not so much he's off the boil, it's just that you've got too many players trying to do the same thing, and Snipedown's not comfortable on a role that he's done for so many years.
Yeah, the reason why he's our power performance player right now is because he's always had that supporting cast and that roster that enables him to go off. And in a situation like this, you look at Spartan, you look at Renegade, you look at Snipedown, they are all very similar roles. And yes, all these top Halo players are incredibly versatile and can fill in different roles where need be, but they have kind of really been pigeonholed in many cases to be like, all right, I'm the sniper guy. And they're like, dude, I'm kind of sniper guy around here.
And then there's another voice. I'm the sniper guy.
What about me? I'm the sniper guy. And then it's just kind of like, it's getting used to some new play styles and trying to figure out how these jigsaw pieces fit together on this roster.
I think there's a massive opportunity for Snipedown here on this team to actually kind of reinvent himself a little bit. This isn't, a Snipedown where he's the young up-and-comer anymore. This is a Snipedown who's been playing video games and competing for years, right? And he will know what needs to be done for this team to be successful. And being a little bit older, a little bit more mature, I'd like to see him change the role a little bit. I'd like to say, do you know what? I've got a full trust in Renegade and Falcated to be the back, playing at the back of the map, or Renegade to go forward and Falcated to do the role that I used to do. I'm going to fill in the gaps. I can see where the gaps are. I've done this for years now, and I want to be that player who sacrifices his life a couple of times for the benefit of the team, because I think if there's anyone on this team that should be looking to take that role, I think Snipedown has the experience and the knowledge to do it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to fill in the gaps right now, because we need to talk about Space Station Gaming on the other side of this, looking also for this win, looking for Orlando qualification too, and their tournament life on the line here. Space Station, Space Station, Space Station. What do we have to say about this? This was difficult because looking at them versus Optic literally moments ago, Space Station, they came close to actually taking a Slayer from Optic, snatching that from underneath them. Decision making didn't go the distance for them. It was really difficult to watch, to be honest. They had everything in their hands on that recharge Slayer, but they just couldn't find that kill at the end of the day. Is decision making for them right now this fundamental error that Space Station need to correct, or is there more to this story, do you think, Walshy?
A little more to the story. I feel like historically they've also underperformed based on what we expect out of them. You have someone like Kyle Elamite helping lead this roster on the managerial and potentially coaching side. You have someone like Ace and Tylenol who have been like the core of this roster, and we've expected them many times like, all right, they're gonna rise up, and we've historically had them higher in our predictions than they've placed pretty much almost every event. And then at this one, they've finally gotten like top 2 in their pool. They started to have a really strong start, and they need to continue that. And FaZe is going to be one of their first opportunities. They're going to have to be able to show up that they can take them down. They're going to have these strong Slayers. They're going to have to somehow win their 1v1s that are going to be really difficult to get against players like that. And their tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they're going up against a roster that are a little bit confused as well. So this is the time for Space Station to capitalize on that with these main Slayers going up against them. Do what you do best, work as a team, and try and totally and utterly derail this FaZe roster here and now. I have been told the game is ready. We are ready to get into a elimination match that we have coming for you. We got Clutch and Gaskin on the mics. Gents, enjoy, my friends.
That one doesn't roll off the tongue. I'm not sure I can nope. See, already failed. So that's scrapped. We're not using that anymore. SSG versus FaZe, though, is where we're at. And this is an interesting situation to be in for both of these teams. I mean, it would feel very odd if we got to pool play at Orlando and some of these players in the FaZe roster were not there. I guess it would be quite familiar if some of the SSG players had to play through Open after the history they've had. But you could argue SSG have looked better than FaZe this tournament so far.
I would argue that, actually. I think Space Station Gaming has showed us a little bit of promise. FaZe, we haven't seen a lot of light, if any, out of yet, but the players, like you're saying, we know who they are. They can turn it around at any moment, and this is an important moment for them to turn it around in order to qualify for pool play and give themselves the best chance possible to make Orlando a much better experience for their team and prop themselves up for Worlds later on this year.
And in terms of game types, there's a series layer on your screens. No capture the flag to be seen, which I guess maybe benefits Space Station. I feel like you want traditional, you want old, you want classic style for FaZe, but there's going to be some new things they're going to have to adjust to. And one of the new maps, of course, Catalyst, is going to feature as game number 2. Where's your heart heading? Actually, no, screw your heart. Where is your head heading? Because I know that's what's more important.
Yeah, my head says space station, but I love the FaZe individuals, right? And my heart is all with FaZe on this one. I want to FaZe up at the end of the day. I want them to at least make pool play. I don't worry about Space Station not being in pool play because, like you said, they've shown me that they go through open bracket. We'll see them in pool play more than likely through a qualifier. I have no doubt that FaZe would take that same road. But for FaZe to start building confidence to become one of our powerhouses here in Halo, I feel like this is one of the series that could define this team for the long term.
It has to happen here. It really does. Otherwise, I worry for the future of this team. That being said, we've been in a similar position before back in Anaheim when FaZe did end up finishing top 8. We were saying, look, bare minimum, we need to see them finishing top 8. They achieved that. They then went on and they finished top 6 at Kansas, and they were making progression. But then, of course, now team changes come through. It's almost like a repeat situation. FaZe have to get top 8, and then they can look to improve on that when they get to Orlando. If, however, they were to go down in this series and be knocked out in top 12, there would be a lot of questions asked. Investigations on who is not performing. Would there be team changes at that point? You'd have to imagine not, considering the amount of money they must have spent to get this roster. FaZe need to phase up, as you say.
You got to turn the ship around, and what a moment here to do so. In Space Station, they're not going to let that one go so easy, right? These individuals on both sides, so talented. We have a ton of experience here as well. Hopping on board with the king of experience, it's Snipe Down as he does find the kill, and that's something great to start off with. At least he does get traded, but a kill for Snipe Down could bode well for his confidence.
If FaZe can start to click, then they do have the players that can pop off, that individually are some of the best players in the world, let alone in the region.
Yeah.
On the other side though, Space Station, we saw them against Optic Gaming earlier today. They did look good. They were having so many positives in their games. If they can take just an inch of that into this game, there is no reason why they can't be winning as well.
You got to take down Collect. Currently has the camo, finds himself a nice back smack on the Renegade. Good positioning means 3 dead for FaZe. This camo being used to create a separating difference so far in the scoreline as a setup now for Space Station in pipes.
Here come the nades. Gotta just make sure you use those walls to your advantage, but early on, at least there is points being scored for both teams. Nice. Spartan just walks straight into a shock rifle. Collect now just getting easy pickings in terms of where he wants to look. He's got so much space thanks to the rest of his team, but as I say that, the rest of the team is going to join him here at Top Gold.
Maybe not that much space for Space Station, but they do have a lead here. And with a couple of shock rifle kills, it would be massive. Unfortunately, he can't quite find the headshot. Good damage, though, especially on the super combined from that shock rifle. Multiple members from FaZe Clan are going to be weak, but they get the job done. They break the Space Station setup, and they do it before they can rotate the ball to blue, and that means they're able to acquire this ball in long haul. It'll be interesting to see how FaZe want to play this one.
Something that Onset was saying on the desk about Snipe Down, reinventing himself, changing his playstyle. Does he become that leader that this FaZe roster needs? Does he become more of an objective-focused player, for example? Someone's going to be stepping up and filling those roles, that's for sure. You've got 4 players who are amazing slayers, amazing individually, but you've got to get the dirty work done at the end of the day.
I think everybody's going to have to take bits and pieces of their gameplay and give to the others for everyone to have success here on the FaZe roster. I love this play by Falcated. He's able to grapple that camouflage to himself. And now with the second camo of the game, FaZe may be able to find a power curve here. Falcated's going to use this to clear out glass. Going to then push into long haul. He's got multiple members to deal with, so hopefully somebody on FaZe can get here, but he loses 2 teammates. So Falcated, he's got to do this all by himself. Finds the first on the back smack. The good shots on a Collect for a killing spree. Break the setup of Space Station. 4 dead. Unfortunately, though, as you say that, Dan, oh no, the ball resets. And although FaZe get the kills, the objective work maybe not quick enough for Falcated there.
So unfortunate. Could have been a lot more time for FaZe there. Sometimes timing does just get you like that, and now they're going to have to play their way through pipes once more to try and get a considerable amount of time. Spartan will move this ball just towards bottom middle, just in case he was to go down, maybe fearing that there was going to be some aggression meeting him at pipes. And suddenly there's just a rumble pit happening bottom middle. And Spartan will eventually fall, but 3 are dead for FaZe. What could have been so different if that ball didn't return, all 4 dead.
And not to harp on a bad play, but I mean, Spartan throwing the ball bottom middle there, I don't know if he had to do that, right? It felt like FaZe had numbers advantage, had more space on the map. and he threw it right to multiple members of Space Station, or at least a position where multiple members of Space Station would have been able to defend. And now look at this. It's manifested itself into a Space Station elevator setup from there on out. They've been able to get a couple kills, more importantly, build a 20-point lead. And now that Tylenol's going to throw that one out, he's going to get a kill onto Falcated here and be such a nuisance back elevator.
One of the things we learned in the series earlier between SSG and Optic was that Space Station were pretty good at breaking setups. Where they struggled was actually setting up themselves. But of course, you're going up against Optic Gaming. You're going up against arguably the most practiced team in the tournament. It's going to be a little bit easier for them to set up here on Recharge Oddball. And you can already see that with the 43 seconds they've been able to secure. But at the moment, Spartan and the rest of FaZe, they are desperately trying to fight their way back into this game.
Tylenol picks up the third camo of the game. FaZe not in a real position to compete for it. Do they know he has camo? Because right now, Snipetown's picking up that ball, and you're not going to get very far with it as multiple players dealing damage to him. The camo player still being a nuisance. Tylenol finds a nice kill onto Renegade, finds another distraction. Metalist Collect picks up the kill onto Falcated. That's going to allow more time for Space Station here.
Ball gets into pipes. And as long as you can just stay alive from this initial push from Snipetown, then there could be a lot of time gathered. Ace will take the initial fight, and he will win that initial fight against Snipetown. Suppressed has gone down, though. So FaZe, they're pushing and they're getting the kills, but they're not necessarily getting the all 4 deads. The one time they did, the ball returned. So it is a little bit of a frustrating experience for FaZe from what we can see so far.
We've seen a couple of point of views where Ace has won pivotal 1v1s that have awarded his team ball time. Although he is 8-8-8, he will take the ball time lead. He'll tweet it out later. Up 50 points now, and Space Station in a prime position to take round 1.
Spartan zips in, and maybe just zips into the unknown. Was hoping maybe Falcated would be able to assist him a little bit quicker. They are able to get the trade at the very least, and they will stop the ball from being scored. They did have to get somewhat aggressive considering the time that's left on the clock and how close Space Station are to winning this initial round.
Suppressed just wants to deny ball time here as jumps up on the bat wedge. Good shots on the Renegade. Renegade, a player you think doesn't lose 1v1s. You think wrong. Suppressed, a very highly individually skilled player, able to get the advantage on Renegade, able to create a separation and additional time for FaZe Clan, and much needed time, Dan. 40 seconds is a lot of time, but when you look at the clock, a minute and 20 on the clock and starting to dwindle as that ball is neutralized. Every second ticks against FaZe from here.
So much expectation on this FaZe roster, but I think already we're starting to see that they may even be second best here to Space Station right now. But there is still time to get back into things. FaZe just need a little bit more things to perhaps go their way and click, and if Renegade can get around that corner, that is job number 1 done. It's secure a little bit of ball time. It's force SSG into an uncomfortable position in this final minute.
So Renegade turns the corner. Unlike Renegade, Tylenol does not. Spartan picks up a massive double there to allow a little bit of time to go into FaZe Clan's favor. Unfortunately, the ball does get neutralized for a moment as Ace, with the shock rifle in hand, starts to apply pressure. The FaZe Clan setup is broken. A phenomenal job by the SSG boys to get those kills, to get the ball back in hand, to continue this lead. And now with 15 points to go, Dan, SSG look to take the game lead here, or the round lead, I'm sorry, in game 1.
And again, it's just another really successful break from SSG. 37 seconds left in this round for FaZe, and FaZe need to be finding exactly the same kind of effect with their breaks. And unfortunately, they've just not been able to do so. Snipetown has been able to pinch the ball away, though. And it does seem like FaZe are trying to focus this objective a little bit more. They're trying to go for some scrappy time.
A much better second half of round 1 so far for FaZe, if I have to say. They got to stop this push. They have to find some success here in the late game, and unfortunately, Tylenol's too quick. It's up to Renegade. He's good. Can he be great in this moment? He takes down Tylenol. He takes down Ace. And if you're asking if Renegade can step up and be great, Renegade can do that. He can give you some life. And the last player alive for SSG now is Collect. And if they take him down, which they just did, they have a chance.
But we say all these FaZe players can step up, can pop off, and Renegade is the leading front of that charge. And now there is an opportunity for FaZe to still win this round, despite being behind. But Suppress gets the opener. Renegade has to get one, but does not. And now it's a 2 versus 4. That ball is going to have to be played, and FaZe are still behind.
They're going to have to throw the ball off the map. It's a matter of where do FaZe spawn, and are they in a position to defend it? Falcated still distracting Ace here. Back Blue is going to get stuck. A phenomenal job by Ace to not only get that kill, but to relocate. Fortunately for FaZe fans, he's shut down, but with 2 seconds, 1 second on the clock, nobody there to get the touch for FaZe. And Space Station do just enough to win round 1, but you saw promises towards the end that gave you hope for FaZe.
There is hope, but right at the end there, surely you just have to kind of jump on the ball.
Somebody's got to get there.
Maybe Snipe Down had been given word that someone else was going for it. So you think of the overarching picture, you think of the bigger picture and say, okay, well, if my teammate gets the ball, I have to secure this kill in pipes.
Yeah.
But regardless, SSG will take the first round. And even though they had a lot of control, it ended up being a lot closer, which is good news for FaZe, because FaZe looked down and out in the early stages, but it did seem like they wrestled things back in the latter half.
Absolutely, FaZe showing you probably their best moments so far on stream. In that second half of round 1, can they keep it up? It's going to be tough with Tylenol, who delayed the activation for camo, and because of it, he's had this extended camo now that he's taken his time to get the sword. He's been rewarded 2 kills. Focus onto a third player. Can't quite finish Snipe Down there, but the pressure it's going to be on, and we see a Ninja in the kill feed. Jesus. Not quite sure what just happened to Suppress, but maybe we don't need to know.
Tylenol's still alive, though. Well, he was. And that sword did do a lot of damage early on here. Ball will be scarping away to pipes, and again, FaZe are looking to try to pick up some scrappy time, and they have been able to find 2 kills. So now they just need to be getting one of these secure setups. We've not seen FaZe have a solid setup so far in this game.
And people were asking the question, can Snipe Down be versatile? Can he change his play style? 48 seconds and counting for Snipe Down just alone here in game 1. Round 1, he tried his best to be that objective player for FaZe. This time around, 21 points is the difference early for FaZe and their advantage, and it's because Snipe Down has prioritized that oddball, and I love this rotation by him as well.
You need to set your team up for success, and Snipe Down, he's had so many players historically that have done that for him, and sometimes it's just changing of the guard. Maybe he needs to be doing the same for some of these younger players.
Gotta be careful.
Who've got just as much talent as he once did back when he was their age. 42-0. Snipe Down still has control of the ball. Maybe we'll have to play it if there is more pressure. Knows there is pressure, and that's a good play. It is a solid lead here from FaZe.
Great play ball there. Under too much pressure to ask for any more time from Snipe Down. A great job to relocate, get a kill on the collect, take the shock rifle out of his hand. And Dan, you're saying something about Snipe Down's age. I have a feeling he's going to do something to show you he's still got that potential. He's still got that skill in him.
Oh, he's definitely still got it. I've watched him across multiple games, and he still is destroying people as if he was still 18 back in the day. But that's a nice stick to at least make this a 2 versus 2. Ball is going to be down bottom middle, and Snipe Down says, well, you know what? I guess there's some more scrappy time I can gather, even though I'm in a 1 versus 2. And that's perhaps something FaZe have been lacking leading up to this point. No one has really been taking that initiative to go for those scrappy objective points, and they really do help out in oddball.
Yeah, I actually love that play by Snipe Down. Even if he gets taken down there, just good, efficient, objective work. Like you said, he was the last guy alive. He's still racking up time. 85 points to his individual name, 55 for FaZe here in round 2. Tylenol starting to hit some shots, though, to change that storyline immediately, and that's a beautiful double kill from him.
Could have so easily been more as well, but Tylenol was patient. He didn't get overzealous, he didn't get overconfident, but he is still hitting the shots. As Spartan is the next to lose his face, and now maybe this can be what SSG needed in this round. Just a little bit of kills going their way. It's another perfect. It's a killing spree. Eventually he gets shut down, but the damage maybe is done. But SSG just need to get their hands on the ball here. FaZe have done very well to keep them off it.
Yeah, for everything we just watched from Tylenol, still 0 seconds to SSG's name so far here in round 2. You see Ace try to get that ball, but he can't get there in time. It resets, and it's going to go back to battery. So all of that work done by Tylenol is irrelevant. Those are the kind of kills you need to transition into points. SSG leaving some points on the board could give FaZe an opportunity here.
They can be the difference makers. Look at last round when Falcate got that double kill with the camouflage and then the ball got reset.
Yep.
Timing is everything. And unfortunately, maybe SSG are going to fall victim to it this time. 150 left on the clock. A camouflage to work with for Space Station, though. And Ace has got a lot of responsibility. He either needs to create a lot of room and get a kill, or he needs to toss this ball one way or another. But he is going to go for the first half of what I said. And now he just needs the assist from Tylenol as well. This should work out in a double, but no! Snipe Down takes him down.
Big kill from Snipe Down. Who else other than the man? Eric Rona making plays so far. 20 kills, the most ball time by far, but still SSG able to get those kills into pipes, able to get that ball into pipes. And with this, starting to award themselves the first couple of points here in round 2 for SSG. It's a long way to go, though. You built yourself such a deficit here. You can almost guarantee a round 3, and a great job by FaZe to get that push to deny any significant time going into SSG's favor.
We are starting to see better pushes now from FaZe. They are pushing his twos. They are kind of working in tandem a little bit better. As I say that, Renegade does go down. Falcated was the last remaining player temporarily. And slowly but surely, SSG are crawling back into this round. FaZe need to be careful. They don't allow too heavy of a hold here for the Space Station team.
Yeah, it's important that this push is an efficient one, is an effective one from the side of FaZe. You need to figure out a way to get a couple of kills. You're not necessarily worried about the ball carrier here and now, but Falcated, he gets caught off guard. Perfect shots from Suppressed. Allow a numbers advantage for Space Station, but more importantly, a rotation of the ball into blue. Dan, and now they're going to be in a prime position to play that ball once they feel the pressure is too much, but gain some significant time in the meantime as well.
Good nade, Renegade goes down, and the ball is still on, and that's important. Eventually it does get played, but that was some extra time that was gathered by SSG just because of Tylenol, having that awareness, giving that communication, and of course getting that back smack. But now only 44 seconds for them to get their hands on this ball once more.
Yeah, this clock starting to become a factor, although it's just an 18-point lead for FaZe. They may be able to do just enough to keep that ball neutral, as it's so difficult to get it out of that battery's location. Snipe down, Renegade, snipe down. They all get a couple of kills. As Snipe down with a big double, Spartan finds himself the ball. Gonna extend the lead for FaZe even farther. Actually, I love this play by Spartan. He's gonna get that ball into pipes towards his team, but he's gonna keep it neutralized and play the clock.
Play the clock. You've got a 20-point lead pretty much, and you just need to hold on to it for 10 more seconds. Falcated has got camo as well, just to rub salt in the wounds of SSG. And now Tylenol is the last remaining player, has 5 seconds left, will get taken down, and FaZe will take round number 2 here. And that was probably a triple for Falcated, but it doesn't matter because the round's over.
A massive play from Falcated, and that was really the first camo we've seen from FaZe. If they can do a better job of securing some of those camos, we already see they can turn into positive results.
A far better round 2, and it does all stem from Snipe Down picking up that objective. And not only is he doing the objective, he's got 24 kills as well.
He's doing everything.
About changing roles? Well, how about doing every role?
Yeah,
that'll
help.
What you need sometimes from your experienced players. It's just pulling your weight and doing as much as you can.
I mean, I watched him do it in Halo 3 so often, where he would just take over games. Snipe Down taking over a game here and now, and rightfully so. FaZe right back into this one, but it's a hot start in round 3 for Collect and Space Station Gaming. Shock rifle and camo in the hands, a little bit of information as he chooses a little bit of trigger discipline up until he can't connect with the head of Spartan. That would have been a nice pick to delay maybe a significant push, but look at this information. And unfortunately, once again, just a narrow miss of the head from Collect. As he does get an assist in the kill feed, they are able to extend their numbers advantage here to a 3v2. They're able to push out the last player, that's Elevator. Falcated goes down, the rotation comes through for the ball, and they're gonna have another opportunity at an Elevator setup here.
Oh, big kills from Collect. And even though he wasn't able to connect with the head initially on the previous set of slays, at least he's doing it now and hitting some big shots to give a fantastic lead here for SSG in round number 3, already by 35 points. And if Collect manages to find another headshot, that will be maybe 10, 15 more seconds. There's going to be Renegade pushing it.
Big kill by Renegade. That's the entry pick you need from him. He's an entry fragger for a reason. We saw him have so much success with Cloud9 with that role, but he's got more work to do. Great job by Sparty to follow up. Sparty with sword now needs to stay alive here. Has to buy some time for the rest of the boys to show up. It's Falcated on his way. He does get a kill on the Collect. He's buying as much time as possible. And look at that. Because he buys time, he allows Falcated to get the jump onto Ace. And Falcated's going to find a double. Thank you, Spartan, for doing your job. Now FaZe starting to find some rhythm.
And now he just baits himself. Here, has the ball player. Snipe Down has the sword, waiting in the wings to slice anyone who may arrive. Camo's going to be popping up, though. So this is going to be a big moment for both of these sides. Who's going to be able to prioritize it? It looks like SSG are going to be in a better position to get it. Collect has been able to pop that into his chest. So now FaZe are going to have to try and hold a setup with a player down and Camouflage being on the other side.
Want to hop in board with the FaZe Astro Gaming listen in as they try to hold this oddball setup, but more importantly, try to crawl back into this game 1 and potentially take the lead on SSG.
Yeah, he's got sword. He has 1 sword left, I think, or 2. I don't know.
One's red shooting
He's up there for sure.
Top red's one shot, guys, on the DMR.
Bottom middle. Watch out, bottom BR, Tylenol.
I hear that, I'm looking.
Where do we got him?
He's front to orange door,
He's dead.
Sword on me, guys. Yes, sword ball weak.
Turbine, top A, hell. Heaven and hell.
I got one.
Nice.
Another guy top A.
Top red watching across.
Yeah, another guy top A, John.
I'm here, John.
One shot. Nice. Another guy top A.
Top A. Yeah. I got him.
Stacks. Last 2 stacks. Last 2 are stacks. Yep. I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. All right. I'm on pipe. I'm on bat ledge.
I'm watching my bottom.
BR. The BR. 100% BR.
Top 8 cross. I'm gonna bring ball over to red. I'm bringing ball to red right now. You gotta go help him, Ty.
One shot grapple. One shot grapple. Suppress 1 shot grapple. He's still there. Still 1 shot grapple.
I got him.
Bottom A, dude. Bottom A.
2 dead.
Bottom tower is killing me.
He's yep.
I got one.
Nice.
I got ball. I got ball. I got ball.
He went back to A. Went back to A. They're looking for Mike.
Go help Mikey. John's going to help Mikey.
Got him. No, bottom tower. Bottom tower.
I hear your bottom tower.
Bottom tower still.
He's coming. Yo, to glass.
Needle's weak. He's
One is
weak.
glass,
2 shots.
Listen, top red.
Okay,
top
I'm
red.
running.
Yeah, he's weak. He's weak on me.
I hear that.
Watch out top A. Watch out top A. Aaron.
He's still me. Still me.
Bottom A. Bottom A.
Camo, 1 shot, Tylenol.
Nice.
Weak orange door. Orange door.
Watch out.
2 dead. 2 dead.
Get ball. Get ball. Get ball.
Was that the guy red?
They have camo, bottom BR somewhere. Tylenol. I'm dying to grapple. I'm dying to grapple.
Group up here, so then I spawn C5.
Grapple. Guys, I'm going heaven.
Yeah, we're both gonna die.
Camo's neither. Make it.
I got it out.
Camo's in turbine.
I got it to BR. I got it to C.
3 turbine. One is camo.
Well, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't easy. It was a little chaotic, but FaZe getting the job done here in round 3. Dan, what'd you hear?
I mean, the fact that they're playing with that much confidence and the individual ability that we're seeing, and even though the communication is a little bit edgy, it's a little bit all over the place, you can hear the game plan is there. They at least are all kind of communicating in a way where they have an idea of what they want to do. They're just not able to implement it maybe as well as they would if they had been a team a little bit longer. But certainly there are signs of this could be a fantastic team once they start to realize really how to play with one another, once they start to realize who fits where in this squad.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head when you're talking about individual plays. So often did we see Falcated hitting some shock rifle shots, Renegade hitting some nice entry frags into Elevator, and it's allowed FaZe to build this 20-point lead now, but they need to be careful. Everybody on SSG around that 30 kill mark, which tells you they're all playing fairly well. They are very capable of still winning this round. And with 1:45 minutes on the clock, not too much time to really worry about. It is going to go in favor of whatever team can probably get to that 100-point mark with the oddball. And as I say that, FaZe get a couple of kills, Dan, and this is going to be another opportunity for a setup, which could be the game-ending one.
Well, especially with Spartan in this position with the shock rifle as well. Spartan hasn't been feeling particularly confident in this roster so far, but he is always confident with this weapon in his hands. He manages to give so much information to the team, and now he's going to be challenged 1v1 versus Tylenol here. Unfortunately, turns his back at the wrong time, but it maybe doesn't matter. 93 points are already on the board here for FaZe, and now this ball is going to be bottom middle. It's very vulnerable. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Everything is pointing towards a FaZe victory right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 7 points is all you need. You don't want to rush it. You want to make sure you're getting the kills, but unfortunately, they're not in a great position to get those kills as Renegade gonna try and desperate that oddball. Does get a touch, but only collects 1 second as he does that, gives his life for it as well. Snipe down, does not burn that camo actually, does not get it punched into his chest, and therefore that camo is gonna be down. Let's see if FaZe can acquire it though. That would be a massive chance to acquire the power-up and potentially break the Space Station gaming setup in blue.
Also, how are the nerves as well when you are this close to winning the game, but you also recognize you don't have the ball? Well, those are some big kills coming out from Renegade, and he's looking to get aggressive because Ace is the last remaining player. Will play that ball, does have the sword though, or the lunge.
No!
Renegade manages to get the ball true, and how important could that ball true B? That is going to be a chance now for them to pick up the ball and potentially win this game. 1 more second needed, but Suppressed will at least stop it for now. But there is Spartan getting the final seconds on the board, and even though FaZe looked a little bit shaky to begin with, they will secure map number 1.
It wasn't pretty, it wasn't easy, but they get the job done on the back of Renegade, dropping 38 kills, and I think overall the FaZe roster, they went negative in that game. But you're not really too worried about the stats. You're more importantly just trying to win this best of 5, and you've done step 1 in that. You've won game 1. And after losing round 1 to SSG, you thought momentum was going to go in SSG's favor. They looked very, very strong in that round 1, but it really was a great showing from FaZe on the comeback in round 2 and in round 3 in order to get the job done.
I think it does speak volumes of how good this region is when this is a match for top 8.
Yeah.
And some of the individual ability I'm witnessing on my screen is incredible on both sides, not just FaZe, but Space Station as well. And it is going to be sad that one of these teams will not be guaranteed a pool play spot in Orlando, but I think you can bet your bottom dollar that this is going to be one of the sides smashing through open once Orlando does come around. That being said, 239 to 199, it wasn't exactly an easy game for FaZe. They made it difficult for themselves. But when you talk about roles in these teams, Wes, and you talk about who is where, who's fitting where, Spartan maybe not the stats we're used to seeing, but he does have 20 assists, and I'm interested to see what his damage was like.
20 assists is good. 20 assists from Ace as well on the other side for SSG. That's very, very good as far as helping your team acquire very important kills. And the most important stat for me is usually damage. I would say in this one it's got to be oddball time, but as we take a look at the damage, it's Suppressed and Tylenol on their side. SSG actually out damaging FaZe pretty heavily looking at those numbers, but when you talked about changing roles just a little bit, right? And Snipedown, what a huge influence he had throughout this game. Scrappy ball time was the name of the game. Snipedown continuously looking to play that objective. And that's not something I could always praise Snipedown for throughout his career. There's times where I'm like, you know, Snipedown's one of our less objective efficient players, at least back in my day when I competed against him. He was a little bit of a stack, it seemed. But that being said, one of the best to ever do it, one of the best main slayers I've ever seen in my life, and the fact that he has prioritized this ball, at least here in game one, I mean, that just gave FaZe so much life, so much hope. I loved everything I saw from Snipedown in this game. No matter what his KD ratio was, I mean, look, 140 seconds of objective time, that's absolutely insane, and if nobody else is going to do it, Snipedown says, I will.
That's the thing in Halo Infinite. You have to make sure you are doing the work. You can't afford to be in a similar spot we were in previous iterations of Halo, where you had your objective player, you had your Slayer, you had your support. It's not as simple. Everyone has to pull their weight. And maybe something that FaZe was suffering for at the start of this tournament was no one was necessarily pulling their weight. Everyone was kind of playing their old style, how they would play with their old team. But you are a new team now. You have to find your own identity. And if FaZe can find that, I still believe they can make waves in this tournament. And I know it's early to say that considering this is a game for top 8, but the individual ability, some of the plays I was seeing Falcated make during that listening is not something you'd expect from a team that's finishing top 8, top 12.
No, I think when you look at this FaZe roster and you look at all 4 players, these guys are playmakers. These guys have some of the best individual skill in the world. All 4 of these guys are absolutely insane Halo players. That's why we're scratching our heads so much when we watch them play and they're not having the success we kind of expect these 4 names to have. Beating Space Station's a big deal. Space Station has looked good throughout this weekend. We think Space Station can compete with all these 4 through 8 teams. The second FaZe win this series, they're alive. They are a live dog in this tournament, and I will never count them out with these names and these players on this squad. They just need a little bit of momentum, and maybe game 1 was that spark to the momentum they need.
Well, game 2 is going to be Catalyst Slayer, which is always going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons and is always going to offer something a little bit different. Throwing the cat amongst the pigeons.
Why would you throw cats?
Well, you know, it is a famous expression where I'm from. Maybe not from where you're from, but we can focus on it later. I'm sure there's expressions that you say that I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think PETA would have something to say about you throwing cats in general, but especially at other live animals, Dan. But yeah, let's get back to the Halo action. Suppressed and the boys rebounding up game 1, and it seems like it's a successful rebound. I'm sorry, I'm misquoted there. It's actually FaZe to jump out to the 4-2 lead. I always think Space Station should be the lower seed here, but FaZe starting off pretty solid. Unfortunately for Suppressed, he gets flanked, and multiple members of FaZe having a lot of success here atop the base.
Well, one thing we learned about Space Station earlier was they had a very successful Slayer game against Optic Gaming. And if they can find even a small element of that success from earlier, there's no reason why they couldn't beat FaZe here in game number 2. Nice shots from Collect. Good pre-firing as well, just in case there was the re-challenge, and now he's got the support. This is where suddenly SSG get a little bit faster with their push. The game keeps slowing down and speeding up and slowing down again. It's very difficult to try and assess the pace here on Catalyst.
I like this play by Snipedown. He ran all the way back to the other flag with the skewer. He created so much space between him and the enemy team. They don't give up free lives trying to compete for the middle of the map. FaZe do a good job of getting out of a bad situation, minimizing the damage done, and now let's see what they can do now that they've repositioned.
30, 40 seconds gone by and still no kills found. Both teams just posturing up at one another, trying to see if they can get that initial pick. Snipe Down will have the skewer. That's an easy shot. Lines up so comfortably for him. He even took an extra split second there just to guarantee it. But all the meanwhile, Ace has managed to pick up the overshield. So what would you rather have, that first kill or the overshield? And Ace says, you know what? I want to try and take that skewer off you, but just about misses on the grapple.
Yeah, we saw Ace not have a ton of success in the last game with Sword, but a big kill on the Snipe Down, soaks a lot of damage up with that overshield, but that's it. Renegade finds a double, takes down Ace as well, and that overshield maybe not creating the power curve you would have hoped. If you're a Space Station Gaming fan, they go 3 dead, and the rest of FaZe Clan are able to reset the map.
I was really surprised on Friday when we looked at FaZe results and I saw how many Slayers they were losing, because this roster screams the best Slayer team that should exist.
Yeah.
Because they all used to be those main Slayers. They all used to make those clutch plays.
Doesn't work like that.
It doesn't, because there is far more to a Slayer than just getting kills. There's map control, there's rotations, there's pushes. But if FaZe can start working on those things and they do start to find that rhythm, they could become the scariest slaying team in this circuit.
Absolutely, they can become an absolute juggernaut force we can have in the conversations of the Optics and the Cloud9s and the Sentinels conversation. You almost expect these names to be up there, especially when you're talking about Renegade. Spartan with the skewer on hand, maybe not statistically having the best performance so far throughout this tournament, but as soon as he finds his footing, you just have to think he's going to give this FaZe roster one leg up from where they've ever been.
Well, there was 2 skewers on the map, and it was Ace who was able to pick Snipe Down apart there from behind. I think actually he got double kill as well, and it's a stick from Ace. Ace starting to really heat up now and show what he has and his experience, his history in Halo, and what he can do in this series. 16-16 though, 8 minutes left. This game has been so slow between these two teams. Overshield popping in 5.
Overshield's typically been dominated by Space Station so far. With the last Overshield, maybe they didn't have a ton of success, but it's a grapple off, and Suppress doesn't use his yet, and it allows the Overshield to get snatched through his line of sight from a FaZe Clan member. It was Snipe Down using his last grapple in order to get it. And even though Snipe Down only gets 1 kill and it ends up being a trade, Snipe Down removes Overshield from being a part of Space Station's opportunity there, and that's enough to give me another win in the sake of Snipe Down and the FaZe roster.
It's almost like he wasn't comfortable with the distance he had from the Overshield. He was trying to just edge his way forward. You've got to know the distances. They're very fine margins here in Halo Infinite in these top-level matches. The Collect will at least get the kill with a grenade. They do still find themselves only 2 kills behind as the no-scope rips apart Spartan. And now Collect, he's out of ammo, and maybe he's out of a life if he gets too aggressive here, but he is going to be more passive. He does retreat to try and join the rest of his team.
Going to be surrounded. I'm not sure he retreats fast enough, but he doubles back. Snipe Down overextends to the bottom doorway, and a nice kill from Collect. One of the young superstars here in our HCS scene in Halo Infinite. Somebody that maybe a little bit less known than the Snipe Downs, the Renegades in the world, but starting to make a name for himself. The first couple of tournaments here on SSG, he's found a home, he's looked good. He wants to create an upset here, and this would probably be the biggest win of his young career.
And there's certainly a very bright career ahead of him as well. And even though there's been some frustrating tournaments, sometimes you have to go through those hardships to make yourself a better player, a better person. Renegade should be taken down here by Collect and Ace, but Spartan comes out of nowhere to get the smack, and Spartan gets a double kill. And it does mean that FaZe still hold on to the lead here. Again, it's a very nervy game. Only 3 kills between them. Sword in the hands of Falcade. Overshield is going to be up once more in 6 seconds. Can this Overshield make more of an impact? Because both so far have been negated quite quickly.
Falcade needs to be careful here. He's surrounded, and fortunately, he gets a couple of kills from his teammates that create a little bit of space, gives him a way out. He has a sword in his back pocket, but he can't quite have the time to pull it out. but good damage onto Ace. Sparty again able to trade and capitalize off his teammates' push. And this is something we need to see from FaZe that I'm loving that we're seeing it here in game 3. It's a triple kill from Renegade on top of it all to push FaZe to a 7-kill lead. They're starting to hit a groove that you know these guys are starting to feel themselves.
Perfect time to hit a groove as well around that 30-kill mark so you can get closer towards that 50 and really start to create a gap so that your opponents begin to panic. They start to rush, they start to look for more kills, then you can capitalize on it because mistakes will be made when they do start to get to panic stations. But that being said, still is time, still 5 minutes on the clock, things slow down once more, but Renegade is in a position now where he can just wait, he can bide his time, and he needs to communicate that to the rest of the team and say, hey, I've got sword, I'm in a great spot, someone come and just be the bait for me. Someone come and dangle yourself on the edge of a rod, and I will finish things off.
Best part about it is he has grapple, so anyone that turns that corner either high or low, he will be able to make up the distance quickly to potentially give his team that entry frag we know Renegade loves to find. Nobody on Space Station on his side of the map right now, and as you see this game completely stall as far as pace is concerned, Dan, you can feel the moment is felt between these two teams. They know how valuable this game 2 is either way, right? For FaZe to go up 2-0 in this series and a shot at pool play to be guaranteed in Orlando, or for Space Station to stay in this series, you have to think they're not going to reverse sweep this FaZe roster.
You could cut the tension with a knife.
Or a sword.
Do you know that one? Or a cat, a pigeon.
Yeah, not a pigeon? Yeah. That's what I halfway expect you to say half the time.
32-26, and it is getting tense here. The overshield is going to pop once more. And it does seem like both teams were just kind of accepting that was going to happen. Elsewhere, things starting to happen. Snipe Dome goes down. Renegade also gets a kill into Tylenol. Overshield is grappled, and everyone suddenly bursts to life here. FaZe, though, have got the overshield. That's what's important. Spartan gets the first, and he has the overshield to work with.
You don't want to give up free deaths to try and keep that player alive. You're a FaZe member, but this flank with the overshield is perfect. Snipe down, Falcated in the feed as well. Spartan knows where the last player alive is. He's on this flag ramp. It's Collect, and they're going to hunt him down, and like the FaZe roster can be. Phenomenal Slayers. They take all 4 members of SSG now, and now look at the presence on the map Spartan is creating. He's trying to push the pace, and with some perfect shots onto Ace, he does just that.
And they've got enough of a lead now where FaZe can be a little bit more reckless with their pushes. They can afford to just go in and get trades. 3 minutes remaining on the clock, so it shouldn't be a factor here. We should get to 50 for one of these squads, but 8 kills behind is not unachievable. We have seen comebacks like this on Catalyst Slayer. Skewer's about to pop. Collectors have the sword as well. There are tools for SSG, but it is not going to be easy, especially with grenades like that.
Collect's forced to back up, forced to allow Suppress to go down, and another death tallied from the SSG roster to make FaZe just 8 away from winning this one to gaining a 2-0 lead in the series. FaZe can feel the momentum in their gameplay. Renegade turns the corner, he gets sorted because the Skewer doesn't come through, and right now, Collect's got to find 3. He's found 2. Can he get the distance closed on the Snipe Down? The answer is no. Snipe Down with some great shots makes sure he minimizes the damage there, and although it was an efficient trade for FaZe, every single kill they get, they don't need to necessarily trade perfectly efficiently, right? They just need 6 more kills by the time 15 go in favor of Space Station, but that's a beautiful double from Renegade and a better shot from Sparty. Falcade's going to help him out with 1 more. Now 48-35, 2 more for FaZe to go.
2 more, and it's going to be easy pickings at this point. Overshield's coming up. They can play this however they want. There is no way FaZe throw this one away. And considering they started game number 1 here in this series looking like the kind of inferior team, they looked second best to SSG. It seems like they've woken up now as the 49th gets secured.
Yeah, this is the potential we know that FaZe has in them, right? It's not often that we've seen it so far, but this team is so young or so new in its infancy, right? That it's only a matter of time for these guys to figure it out. These superstars to collide, to clash, to form together to be one of the best Halo teams we have here on the circuit. As they find the 50th kill, you have to think that groove is starting to be felt. And FaZe fans everywhere are starting to dance a little bit, starting to move their hips, because they know this elimination bracket run, they could be in store for a long Sunday if they keep this one up.
You might say that this team is young and hungry. I know there's some older players on this roster, but as a team, you're right. They are still new. It's fresh blood. It's a fresh opportunity to show what you are made of. And it had to start here. We said this right before the series started. They could not afford to falter. It has to be a victory against SSG. And that was a far better game too. In what could have been a banana skin, a Catalyst Slayer, where it was very back and forth, very standoff. Neither team really able to take the initiative in the early stages. A couple of hesitant moments around the overshield, but it was FaZe who got the better of those moments time and time again.
And one thing I want to call out, one specific moment that sticks out to me was early in the game, FaZe lose a couple of members on one side of the base towards the hallway. Sniped.Down misses the skewer shot, immediately backs out of the fight, realizing that, hey, I've lost 2 teammates. He runs all the way back to the opposite flag and resets the map completely for FaZe. That's a veteran play to be able to say, hey, I'm not trying to hold my ground. I'm not trying to fight for the middle of the map right now. There's nothing for me to fight for. If I try to stand my ground, the best I'm going to do is trade here. So what does he do? He backs all the way up. He forces Space Station Gaming into a little bit of a trap, and they're able to have so much success early on. And those are the kind of things you think when you see them, Dan, that the communication for FaZe is starting to make sense, starting to click, and everybody's starting to get on the same page. And when things like that happen, that's when this roster is going to start to shine.
On the other side for Space Station, they are now 1 game away from being out of this tournament, not getting that guaranteed spot in pool play in Orlando.
It's tough.
And considering they came through 2nd in their pool, that would be a surprise, but at the same time, that's what pool play can do sometimes. FaZe came 3rd in their group, SSG comes 2nd in theirs, and things can change once it gets into bracket play, once you get into these do-or-die moments in the elimination bracket. And you saw the stats previously. Renegade was leading the charge, 4.2k damage. And with the individual ability that this FaZe roster offers, you'd have to imagine that surely, with a 2-0 lead in the best of 5, they shouldn't throw this one away. But we have seen reverse sweeps happen far too many times in this tournament already. Stronghold's live fire is where we go for map number 3. Any initial thoughts from you, Clutch?
Yeah, I'm not going to call the reverse sweep, but I do just feel for Space Station players, man. It's like their team has been through such a rough year so far, and to try to qualify for pools, you thought that this was going to be the roster, because this roster just does have so much talent that you think that they're going to be in this inside the top 8 come Orlando, come Worlds. And where do they land inside that top 8? I mean, they have the talent to just about place anywhere. But just so often it feels like they get that bad bracket situation where they run into a FaZe in elimination round 3 here today. And unfortunately, that's just how the cards play out. And eventually, you got to create an upset. And they haven't done enough to create that upset here today. And for them to do it here and now, to reverse sweep a FaZe roster stacked of this kind of talent, it's just almost too much of a mountain for me to even fathom. And right now, I'm loving what I'm seeing from FaZe. They're starting to build momentum, 50-38, and more importantly, the decision-making, the teamwork, the actual strategy, everything's starting to come together. Sniped.Down with 140 seconds of ball time. Like, you're starting to see the gives, the takes, the mesh, that what it's going to need to be for this FaZe roster to have success. And that's a scary thought, because everybody else is watching this series like, we want FaZe out of this tournament now, right? Like, we want them gone, because they know exactly who those 4 players are as individuals. They know that if these guys do start to gel, we have another Optic Gaming, another Cloud9 Sentinels on our hands. We have another stacked roster here in the HCS, and that's something that the rest of the top teams don't want.
Because, of course, in a parallel universe, it would be Oxygen Esports they're facing, right? Because Oxygen were the team that beat FaZe. They got that Slayer victory over them. They're the ones who go through 2nd. And that sounds like a more winnable game for Space Station to get into top 8 and to get to pool play. No disrespect
but yes,
to Oxygen, because Oxygen have had an amazing tournament, and they certainly really impressed us with how they performed in pool play to take down a team like FaZe. But I think you're right. FaZe have got better and better as the tournament goes on. Oxygen caught FaZe when they were cold, when they weren't necessarily used to how they play. The players weren't even sure what role they were meant to be doing. But now FaZe are starting to realize how to play the game as a 4. And SSG maybe have just run into them at the wrong time here in Elimination Bracket Round 3 for top 8 for that place at Orlando. FaZe need 1 more game and they're guaranteed top 8. They're guaranteed Orlando pools. As for SSG, we need a reverse sweep. It has to start now.
Has to start now, and FaZe, you know, they want to put a punctuation on what they would define as their turnaround as a team here with this series. They start off pretty hot here, finding the first 2 kills. It's Valkid, it's Sparty on the map already in the battle for Sniped.Down. What do you know? It's won by Sniped.Down as he's able to pick up that S7, get back to tower, and do what Sniped.Down does best, and that is anchor with this S7.
And FaZe should be good at strongholds. The amount of experience they've got, the amount of knowledge they've got from all these different teams as well, plus this slaying ability, it should be perfect in a stronghold environment. His snipe down is just ripping through this entire SSG roster right now, and he was literally playing King of the Tower, but eventually does get shut down. But
Tower of Power.
PNC. The Tower of Power, King of Power, Cat amongst the pigeons, whatever you use, there is always a way you can go.
Enough is enough. The broadcast team has to stop this. This madness of slogans coming over from the EU scene. But speaking of things that need to be stopped, it's that momentum that FaZe has built throughout this series so far, and Space Station Gaming doesn't have an answer. It's a killing spree for Spartan. He's been fairly quiet, like we've said several times, but it only takes one game for this guy to get loud, and when he starts to feel himself, he's one of the best slayers in the world.
I could have said Snipe Down was at the top of the apples and pears. Would you have got that one?
No.
Nope, it means top of the stairs. But
Yeah,
we can throw more in just to confuse you more, Clutch, because I do enjoy doing that.
I miss Jersey.
All four, so do I. All four players are up on both teams. Overshield's going to be spawning in 18 seconds, but all the meanwhile, 70 points on the board here for the FaZe roster. Here comes the push, though, from SSG. They managed to get 2 down. This could be the breaking moment for them.
This needs to be the breaking moment. It's already a 70-point lead for FaZe, and it's going to get uglier if you don't find a way to get kills. They are able to get a few kills. They are able to transfer over B, but you want to see more from Space Station. You want to see them push the trip cap, be aggressive, and unfortunately, Suppress is opting to kind of sit back. They are going to have to either rotate to C or defend A, because right now, FaZe have spawned over towards the scoreboard, and they have hopped into A already.
The last thing you want is to go out of a tournament due to a 3-0, like not even to put up a fight, not even to get a map in the elimination bracket game that you end up losing. So we need to see SSG wake up, and they have to start with these rotations by prioritizing the right strongholds and not allowing FaZe to just run rampant with their slays.
I love how Falcade has been able to play this situation right here. He doesn't take too much damage as he peeks up for information from Elbow. He wisely backs down, relocates, and now he's got a flank. But in the meantime, what I mean by this is, like, he's been able to keep his shield relatively healthy the entire time. If he ever was to get weak, that was going to be the opportunity for Space Station to try and look to push him. But because of that, he is now just being an absolute nuisance to the Space Station Gaming members. He does everything he can. Unfortunately, Ace does get the better of him there. And that's a big kill by Ace to remove Falcade off the map. One of the best players for this FaZe roster, I would say. But you have more work to do. You need to find a way to hold this trip cap. They're able to push the trip cap momentarily. That reset onto A does come through, but I love this by the rest of Space Station. They're here to try and transfer over A for sure. They do lose B in the meantime, however.
This is what Space Station needed, though. They needed a sniper rifle in the hands of Collect. They needed someone to start popping off so they can give them that confidence again, and also try and dwindle away at that confidence on the side of FaZe, because being 2-0 up, if FaZe can start running around the map, treating it as a matchmaking game, that's when they're going to be at their best. But Collect, the double, quickfire double as well, and he wants more, and oh my goodness, if he had connected with that, I would have lost my mind.
2 big shots from Collect give Space Station some life, but I mean, in the meantime, Dan, even with those kills, A and B in the hold of FaZe, in control of FaZe, and they're continuing to build on their lead. It's up over 60 just about, as Overshield is going to come up. Snipe Down does get taken down. Can't hit the shot onto Renegade, and only Suppressed is alive to try and compete for this Overshield. Renegade takes him down with a little bit of help from Spartan, and that's Overshield once again in the hands of FaZe.
And Renegade just paused there on the Overshield platform as well, almost inviting some shots, some pressure, so we could get that information as where the players were going to be. Now he's spotted middle. These grenades are going to do so much damage, but in the end, they do damage to himself. Does get the stick, but in the end, it was a little bit of a suicide.
A stick, a melee onto a second, and a ton of information from Renegade there with that Overshield. He's able to apply some pressure, to deny some pressure potentially from Space Station, and as they desperately try to transfer over C, they need to act quickly in order to get 2 of these strongholds in their favor, because it doesn't feel like their slays are in that bad of a differential right now, Dan, but their ability to transfer 2 of these strongholds is what's lacking right now from SSG.
That's exactly what we saw against Optic. Like, we saw SSG have the kills, we saw them have the slays against Optic, but couldn't get the objective work done. And perhaps that is just one of their main problems at the moment, is they're good enough individually, but when it comes to actually playing the map in the right way, rotating accordingly, and also pushing in the right areas, they just aren't quite there. But they are so close, and it just seems when they go up against some of these, you know, big teams with experience, they just seem to kind of fall on that final hurdle.
Yeah, close isn't going to cut it here in the objectives, and Halo And unfortunately for SSG, they got to get this B stronghold taken over. It's taking Collect a little bit of time, but he is able to transfer it over eventually. Now down over 110 points. Trying to crawl back. It's not going to be done in a second. You got to find a way to stagger some slays on the side of FaZe Clan right now. And FaZe, they slow it down. They understand with this significant of a lead, we want to play for this overshield, and then we want to look to push.
2 kills go in favor of FaZe. A third could very quickly do so as well, but thanks to the heat wave, Spartan will eventually fall, but the damage perhaps already done. 3 members have gone down from SSG. It's going to be another overshield for FaZe. B gets overturned, and Snipe Down, having that overshield, is now going to be able to have a lot of fun here on the open side.
That does got 3 players in front of him, knocks 2 to no shield. Is anybody else here from FaZe to help out? It's 4 members from Space Station to take down Snipe Down, but it needed all 4 members in order to do so. And even though they take down that overshield player in Snipe Down, it's still FaZe continuing to score. So Space Station need to spread out, divide the numbers a little bit further in order to hold 2 of these strongholds. They're struggling so heavily in that regards. 179 and counting. They don't have too much time in order to do so, Dan.
What FaZe are doing very well is flipping A and C at the moment and then forcing SSG over towards B, but then holding B for a very long time, either actually holding it successfully or doing so much damage that off spawn they can then do this. They can like kind of grenade those at green, they can pressure those at green to the point where they can either retake B off them or just maneuver their way through to C and catch them off guard.
Okay, so here's the SSG hold. It's a CB hold right now. You're seeing multiple members of FaZe going bottom middle. Talonol finds out some information. Spotty by the middle. Sparty's going to try and be aggressive, but gets punished. Suppressed on the flank, finds 2. Collect finds the 3rd, and the kill feed. All 4 dead for FaZe right now. And this is the moment Space Station decide, is this going to go to a game 4, or are we looking at a 3-0 for FaZe in this series? They're going to keep the CB hold, not look to push the trip cap, but they should know exactly where FaZe are going to respawn.
And where do FaZe go? Do they go big door? Do they go bottom middle and send it through pillars? Either way, you are vulnerable to grenades. There is a doorway you have to go through, so they can be backed off. Suppress gets the opener with the sniper rifle onto Snipe Down as well, so now things have just got very difficult once again for FaZe. It looks like they're going to have to wait for the overshield now, but of course, Suppressed can just watch over from tower here.
He's going to try to, but he's going to be suppressed by Renegade top middle. He hits a body on the Renegade, no more S7, and Snipe Down. He pops up, grabs the overshield, pops back down, and we saw last time Snipe Down got melted. This time around, the teamwork from Space Station just as strong. They take Snipe Down with that overshield. They continue their setup. And not only that, Dan, they look to push the trip cap, and Ace with a big kill on the Falcated. Continuing numbers in their advantage, strongholds in their advantage. They do a nice flip of the A and C strongholds. They look to push C, and if they can get a couple more kills, a trip cap would be everything for this SSG roster.
FaZe struggled earlier on in this tournament against Cloud9 when they were behind in a Strongholds game. They looked all right when they were ahead, but it's when they're behind, it's when they have to break this setups that it does seem like they struggle a little bit. SSG need to keep taking advantage of this. Keep up the pressure, keep pushing these spawns, keep FaZe second-guessing themselves here, because then you'll keep scoring and then you'll start to take the lead, and that's the beginning of a potential reverse sweep.
It's almost 100 unanswered points on the side of SSG. They're looking to take the lead with just 10 more to their name. A massive 1v1 from Renegade and Collect, and Renegade, he's on the back end of it. Fortunately, it is cleaned up, but Sparty, the last player alive for FaZe right now. Ace is by himself over towards C, looking to be aggressive. And look at this, all of FaZe starting to retreat over towards A. They're gonna flip the map once again.
What a period of play this has been for Space Station. Again, they're getting aggressive. Again, they are trying to force the hand of FaZe, and it's going to be a double kill here for Ace. He wants more as well. He knows there's a player in the near vicinity, but it doesn't matter because Tylenol pulls him off. 3 dead. They've got all 3 strongholds as well, and suddenly they're on 220 points, and suddenly this comeback is very much apparent. FaZe are falling to pieces.
Falling to pieces, can't get off their spawns. The pressure's too much from SSG, but as I say that, they lose 2, and this is a moment that gets dangerous. Sparty hops into B, 4 dead for Space Station. B and C in the control of FaZe, and now this comeback could all be for nothing if Space Station can't answer quickly, and Renegade setting up for this overshield could be the most dangerous piece to the puzzle.
Oh, that's a risky play. He goes for it. He throws away the sniper rifle. Did he provide enough room? Yes, he did. Falcated gets the overshield. Suppressed is the last remaining player. He's going to go over towards C, and if he gives his position away, Falcated will very quickly. Surely, you know, get back smacked here, and thank goodness he didn't. Otherwise, that could have been it for FaZe, but they keep alive. They have a trip cap, and now it is SSG who are on the back foot.
No way he hits this. No way he hits this. Falcated gives up position and gives up C stronghold in doing so. Then the trip cap no longer in effect. FaZe are able to continue scoring, but A is being transferred as well. So in a moment, it's going to be SSG starting to score 230 and climbing both teams over 230 now. This team, this game will go in the hand of the next few slays. Right now, multiple players from Space Station out towards B. Falcated needs to find a way to apply some pressure, but in the meantime, A is the focus for FaZe. They're able to trip it over, and now they're looking at a trip cap. If they can find Tylenol back here, Falcated does it. He does it. He transfers over B as well, and now Space Station have one last life to say anything about their elimination bracket run.
That sniper rifle shot could have been everything from Falcated. They need 10 more points, and they're through to top 8. They guarantee pool player Orlando. A is being contested. Suppressed is over towards tower. You've got to get your kills. He goes off the map though. One remaining player. And he gets taken down. And FaZe will get top 8. They will be in pool player Orlando. But unfortunately, it means the end of SSG.
Falcated with the 4 onto Tylenol to end the game in this series. Continue FaZe's elimination bracket run. And that's everything you need from FaZe to show you, to give you hope going into Sunday, to give you hope for the rest of this tournament that they will find a way to mesh with this roster, because these guys are so talented. You see the 4 shots from Falcated at the end. You see the run Falcated made at the end, but it was plays across the board from FaZe all series long that gave them situational advantages, score advantages at times. And they needed every single one of those plays to get over Space Station. And this is no pushover Space Station roster. This is a different Space Station team as well. It's unfortunate that their story run ends here, but it had to be FaZe. FaZe had to advance. We know these guys too often. We know what they're capable of, and it was a great story for them to continue this.
As a fan of Halo, you want to see names like Renegade, like Snipe Down go forward. But as a fan of the underdog and what SSG have been able to do throughout their history as a team and some of the hardships they've gone through, you also want them to be the team to progress. It was such a difficult one for the neutrals. So much damage done by Tylenol there, by the way. 5.9k damage, but not enough. Even with an incredible comeback at the end from Space Station, they just couldn't quite get it done in those last moments. It does mean that FaZe get top 8. It does mean we won't get to see those games like SSG versus G2, like SSG versus Pioneers, those games we were talking about where we think SSG might have been able to really disrupt things, but it also says a lot about kind of 4th through to top 12 maybe, how close all these teams are, which is why it is so difficult to be that close on getting Orlando pools, but just having it ripped away from you at the last moment.
I think I speak for the entire Halo community. Well, maybe not the entire. I know that there's some SSG fans out there, but if we lose SSG versus G2, but we gain the potential to watch FaZe continue to grow as a roster going into Orlando, give me that every day of the week. I want as many stacked rosters as possible playing come Orlando, come Worlds. And SSG, they still have time. They still have some opportunities and an incredibly young and talented team. But this FaZe roster, I needed to see something from them this weekend. I needed to see them grow. And I feel like they just showed the world that they are capable of so much more here in this series alone.
FaZe managed to get it done, but can they play that same way and still beat some of the biggest teams in this tournament? We say goodbye to SSG, but we say hello to our desk. It's time for them to analyze things. Lottie and the guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, gents. Yeah, I gotta say, great stuff from FaZe across the board. Obviously a nice 3-0. I'm still not convinced though, and I don't know if I'm just being really, really harsh right now, but we're seeing some, really, really good individual skill, and what Falcated was able to do at the end there just shows you how powerful these individuals are, but not so powerful as a team, and that is my worry. I think taking down Space Station has been great, and I think that's really good, and I think they'll take away a qualification from that. But I don't think they're taking away anything more than that on set. I think they still have to work on a few things. We're seeing, some of the minor little tweaks that needed to happen at what she mentioned earlier on come through. But still, bigger picture stuff is needed to be made here for this FaZe roster.
I think FaZe actually showed some pretty good signs of life in that. It seemed like towards the end of that series, they were starting to find a little bit more of a flow. Yes, it came down to a few individual plays, but you are going to find those situations regardless of whoever you're playing against. If you watch Optic versus Cloud9, Optic versus Sentinels, whatever it is, sometimes it just comes down to those clutch 1v1 moments, which can completely change a game and change the momentum that you see. And I think for FaZe, there just seemed to be a bit more of a pattern to the play. There seemed to be a little bit more trust there. There seemed to be a little bit more of an idea of how they wanted to approach certain game types. But I think the thing that kind of brought that out of FaZe in that final game was they were actually under pressure. SSG really started to put the pressure onto them. They put them in a triple cap. They were rotating the spawns very, very nicely. And I think FaZe were like, wait, this is what we should be doing. This is how we should be approaching this game type. And that's what they did in those final moments. They really started to push triple caps themselves. They weren't afraid to say, okay, we might lose a few kills on the way, but we want to put pressure onto our opponents. And I think there were some really good signs of life for FaZe here. Space Station couldn't quite match up against them in some of those, the Slayer game type especially, but I think there was good signs for FaZe. That's the first time I've seen players starting to play together a little bit more of a clear game plan.
There definitely were signs of life there. And look, I don't want to take away the win from them. It was a fantastic win, and I loved what we saw there. We got to see so many more elements to this FaZe roster right at the end, where SSG really applied so much pressure. We saw some big moves from them. The fact that FaZe were able to turn that round into their favor says a lot. It speaks volumes, right? Are those mistakes that are being kind of corrected from FaZe enough to push them through for the rest of the weekend? We're talking about bigger picture stuff here, but in this weekend alone, having them go all the way, Walshy, is it enough right now, do you think?
I tend to agree with Lottie. I don't think it's enough. We have seen improvements. They played great this last series, but I think some of the mistakes that they're making are going to be exploited much further by other teams. Like I said, it was a lot of great individual efforts, and we did see them gel better, and we saw some more comfortability, but I'm still not seeing these players shine as we saw them shine on previous rosters. Let's be real, Renegade had this perfect support system on Cloud9 before where he felt empowered to fly across the map and make these incredible plays. Right now it feels like, yes, he's able to pull off some sick multi-kills, but it doesn't feel like they're able to do that on a consistent level, I should say.
Yeah, I think consistency is going to be key, and I think at this point in the season, consistency is exactly what teams are striving for. And yes, it's very difficult when you do have a brand new roster. This roster isn't just a couple of team changes from a previous squad. This is an entirely new makeup of a team. It's going to be really difficult. Do you think they're going to be able to do it by the rest of the season? And this squad probably has to stick together at this point in time. Do you think that they will be able to make some fundamental changes to this team to be able to find the best roles and the best things for each individual to shine?
I do. There's too much talent on this team for it to not improve over time, right? The longer this team is together, the more idea of how they want to approach game types and certain elements of play. I mean, you look at Optic, the way that they've played as a roster now, you can see that they've got experience as a 4. They know what they want to do in certain situations. They'll stand still in certain situations, wait for a pick, and then off of the back of that, they know exactly what they want to do. FaZe don't have that time, and they don't have that understanding of how they want to approach certain game types to make those decisions as quickly and as efficiently. It's going to take them time, but individually, we've seen in that series, they can all win their fights. They can all put pressure onto opponents. It's just, who's the leader on the team? That's my question. Who's the voice? Because when we go to those listen-ins, it doesn't sound like there's an eco, there's a snake bite there going, okay, let's play B after this. Let's get these kills and then let's hold C. There's a guy here, there's a guy there, there's a guy here, I'm playing B. And there's not that kind of overarching kind of chess play, who's moving the pieces and thinking what's happening on the map for them to succeed. Someone needs to take that role.
100%. And we're talking about roles, we've kind of made, the points, and we've had the discussions about how we've got so many great players in this roster. We've said that a billion times. Everyone knows it. You just stare at it and you know. But the roles need to be clear, right? There needs to be kind of dedicated roles for certain players to be able to do those types of jobs that you're talking about. Walshy, right now, with everybody on this team, who would you put where? Where do you want to see these kind of changes coming through in terms of, what player does what and the jobs that this team have to take on?
Yeah, and what you're talking about is what tendencies do they need to start making on a more consistent basis, and it's got to be who's going to be the entry player, who's going to be creating that action and forcing those plays. Renegade kind of clearly had that on Cloud9 when they would have a setup or some sort of stalemate. He was fine to grapple in or move on in with a shock rifle. Now it's kind of a question mark here with this FaZe roster. Is it going to be Spartan? Spartan used to be kind of that player. Is it going to be Renegade? If so, how are these other players going to support him? But ultimately, we've already highlighted this a million times. They have the skill to fill in any of those right roles. They just really need to get that down. They really didn't understand who's doing what at what times, and we started to see glimmers of that throughout that last match.
Indeed. And I'll tell you what, though, somebody who can fill us in on some of the blanks. We unfortunately don't have a visual on him, but we do have his audio, is Spartan from FaZe. Spartan, it's so lovely to have you joining us. Thank you so much for tuning in and talking to us about what has just been unfolding on our screens. You guys have been put together. It really is a bit of a god squad here, but I think there's a lot of worry in terms of the way that the team is gelling right now. You guys are so obviously individually skilled, but when it comes to that teamwork and that dynamic, how are you guys feeling about it? What are you working on to try and really come across the board there with that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously yesterday was like really bad. It was just a huge underperformance from us as a team. I mean, when you look at our team on paper, people are like, damn, they should be freaking winning. But it's like, at the same time, me and Renegade came from two separate teams. I came from a team that was very passive and had some form of structure. John came from a team where they were just able to support him while he flew around the map and played his game. So there's a lot for us to figure out. You know, we're 4 heavy slayers, and we need to figure out how to just be efficient, get our comms right, and you know, we have a lot to improve on. I mean, at the end of the day, there's no sugarcoating it. Like, we're not even close to where we can or will be like a month from now.
Tyler, firstly, congratulations on the win against SSG. There's certainly some better signs of life from you as a team in that series. I just want you to kind of explain to people at home who might be thinking, like you say, they look at this team on a roster, on a paper, right, and they're like, this is monster players. They should be winning every series. How difficult actually is it to get on the same page as a team, all coming together and thinking, you know, who's going to be the voice, who's going to make the play calls in game? Like, how difficult actually is that as a roster to get down in such a short period of time?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, we formed like a couple weeks ago, and then we have this big online super that we just kind of get thrown into with, you know, only a few scrims under our belt. And I mean, a lot of our scrims have looked either really bad or really good. We're just not consistent enough yet. We just need to kind of like just look at our mistakes and be able to just capitalize on those mistakes like quicker. We need to recognize them, and we need to fix them quicker. And like you said earlier, you know, we don't have an eco on the team, right? Like, nobody here really is an IGL. I IGL'd a little bit on United, but it was mostly Ryan. He was the mastermind of the team, so I have a little experience, but on this roster, I definitely think I'm gonna have to really learn how to IGL hard. And once I can kind of fit into that role, I think we'll start to see more success. It's very hard because my play style is very aggressive, in your face, constantly trying to kill people. And it's kind of hard to do that and IGL at the same time, right? Like, because a lot of the times, like, your IGLs kind of have everybody in front of them, you know, on the map. But if I'm in front of everybody, I can't see what's going on behind me and IGL at the same time. So I tweeted it last night, like, I just need to figure out my role on the team. And I think once I figure out my role on the team, I think things will start to come into place, because I don't want anybody else to have to change their game. Like, Renegade's the best player in the game. There's no shot we need him changing anything up. Mikey's a huge slayer, and Eric's a damage dealer. They're like, it just doesn't make sense for anybody but me to change their play style. And I had a really good support system on United to slay heavy, and I think I need to try to step into that support system for my teammates here, and it's definitely an adjustment. I just have to figure it out.
Yeah,
I appreciate that honesty, though.
Yeah. I was going to say, Spartan, that is a really selfless approach to it. Honestly, I think it needed somebody like you to step up to the plate and kind of produce that kind of outcome moving forward here, because it needs to be done. You know that. We can clearly hear that from what you're saying. But I think there's absolutely no doubt in my mind when I say that you are one of the best in the game. So I have all the belief in this squad. I think it's an absolute monster squad, just a little bit messy at the moment, but I think easily cleaned up just in terms of the experience and the skill level that you guys bring across the board. I appreciate you greatly for coming on and speaking to us about everything. Congratulations and best of luck moving forward, dude.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys so much. You guys are amazing. Keep doing you. And we're just, as the Halo scene, we're lucky to have you guys. Appreciate you so much.
Oh,
thank you, Tyler.
Thank you. That's so lovely. Thank you so much. You go get some rest and prepare for your next series. Well, I tell you what, it was lovely hearing from Spartan. And honestly, really great, actually, bit of information there to hear that to hear what they're working on, to know that it is in the works. Everything we've been talking about, they know it, they've realized it, of course they have. And something is going to be put in place, and hopefully they will learn to kind of work together as a team and know exactly what they need to do. And I think that's the biggest thing, right? The organization. It's super, super key here. But I'm excited, and I think a lot of people should be scared of this roster if things do start to come together for them.
I mean, that honesty is something that sometimes you don't hear from players, right? After something like that. It's kind of like a blame game a little bit. Sometimes like, we didn't do this, he should have done that. But I think that's a big moment, I think, from Spartan there to say, you know, we know what we're not doing right and we want to put it right, but I also realize that as a player I have to change what I'm going to have to do for us to succeed. And there's not a lot of players who'd be willing to do that, especially at the top level. You know, you have to have a level of ego to hit that level.
Yes.
And I think I think that FaZe are in a good spot. I think they're going to improve slowly over time, and I think that FaZe have probably picked up some fans as well, just off the back of that interview, just hearing that honesty, and you know, I'm sure that their story is going to be one to follow.
Well, I think I'm one of them now. Hearing that, I think that's all I needed to hear. I have been, you know, I've really been kind of on their case since day one of this NA Super, and that honestly has given me a lot of belief and faith in this roster. Let's take a look at the results, so let's take a look at the winners bracket first and see some of the results that are coming in hot right off the press, or off the series, should I say. Sentinel 3-1 G1 going into that final versus Optic Gaming. That is going to be a banger, people. That is going to be absolutely nuts. Of course, that is going to be a rematch from Kansas City, so exceptional stuff from Sentinels to move forward. And to be honest, they actually have said before that G1 has caused them a lot of problems online. In scrims, actually G1 have won the majority of their scrims against them. So the fact that Sentinels were able to push back here, learn from those scrims, practice makes perfect. 3-1 is a really, really good round off there. But G1 taking that Catalyst CTF, that's pretty big stuff going up against Sentinels.
Yeah, and G1 have slowly got further and further in the bracket every single time that we've seen them in a tournament, right? And now they're in a position where, yes, they lost 3-1 to Sentinels, and 3-1, you would say, in a best of 5, it is a heavy defeat in a scoreline, but you know, they're showing that they are there to mix with the big boys. And I think that as time progresses, a little bit like FaZe, they're going to be one of those teams to watch for sure. And I've been really impressed with what we've seen from them as a roster. I think Boo being added to that lineup has just added a little bit of experience now, which I still find it difficult to kind of say in my head, because in my head, Boo is still a 16-year-old kid who has camo bottom middle on Halo 5. But like, it's amazing to see. And I think that there's experience on that team, and they're just getting better.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting winners finals there for sure, because Optic, very, very clean approach so far to the NA Super. Sentinels, they have been a little bit back and forth at times, but they have the grit to keep going forward. And a lot of the times when they come up against Optic, it's that grit that wins them the series. So that's going to be a really interesting clash there. Let's have a look at the elimination brackets, find out where G1 have actually dropped down to. They're in the quarterfinals of this elim bracket. FaZe Clan also find themselves going forward in round 4, beating Space Station 3-0. They're waiting to see who is going to come out on top versus E United and Lions, 1-0 currently up. So promising stuff from E United currently as well, was she. So impressed with what you're seeing so far from some of our elimination bracket teams, because to be honest, down there it's a bit of a brawl, isn't it?
Yeah, there's really no easy routes. I was gonna say if any of them, like you could maybe argue like G2 versus EXO should be like a more defined match, but even then, like I wouldn't count them out. They've already caught fire in this elimination bracket, winning 2 matches back to back, ready to take down G2 after what would be a devastating loss to them. So it's gonna be tough for them to bounce back from that G1 loss. So yeah, I think I just look at them like, oh, those are tough matches, all tough matches. Like, nothing is easy. Yes,
exactly.
Every single match is a tough match. But I would love to see the E United versus FaZe if that ends up happening. I mean, we all love ourselves a little drama here.
We do. We love a bit of drama. I know we do love that.
Also, Pioneer's making a pretty good run. Just going about their business. You notice that at the top of the bracket? Pioneer just winning games, find a bit of momentum. Don't count them out yet.
We'll see how far that run goes, because do you want to find out
Probably
who's next up in pool play for Orlando, lads?
Oh, go on then.
Yes, please.
All right, because it's going to be Oxygen versus Pioneers coming up next. That's our next series. It is, again, another elimination round. Someone is going home. Someone is going forward into pool play in Orlando and into the rest of the tournament. It's going to be exceptional. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS NA Super. My name is Lottie, I'm on the desk with Clutch and Walshy, and lads, it's time to get into our next series. This is going to be an elimination round. This is also going to be for a qualification in top 8 in Orlando, so there's a lot on the line. I told you that today was filled with some really competitive games, and my goodness, are they going to be competitive. So, starting things off, we got Oxygen versus Pioneers. And I'm going to start off with the boys who, quite frankly, are going to need to be deep breathing to get up against this Pioneers roster. This Oxygen squad, it's going to be tough, but I'm excited to see what they can produce now. They took second in Pool B over FaZe, by the way, which we just saw looking pretty damn good on our screens just moments ago. But then they lost 3-0 to Sentinels, unfortunately, in the winners' quarterfinals to get to this point right now. Oxygen has shown promise. Are you feeling confident about them right now going up against Pioneers?
I wouldn't feel as confident if they were going against old Pioneers. However, this new Pioneers roster still doesn't feel like, I don't know, I almost feel like they took a slight step back with this new roster. Maybe they just need a little more time with it, but yeah, I feel like if they want to take A-Star roster on, this is a good one to take away from KCP. And it's really tough to also say why Oxygen are in the lower bracket. It's like, they lost to Sentinels. Sentinels are on fire. They're in the winners bracket finals right now. So it's really tough to really, take too much off of that loss or really gain too much momentum from a series that they really aren't expected to win.
Yeah, I got to say, I agree with you there, Walsh, and I think you've got to take a little something as well from the victory over FaZe yesterday as well. You know, going into that Game 5 versus FaZe and really starting to put a lot of pressure on them, I'm definitely going to read into that, and I'm excited to see if this Oxygen roster can continue to do so, despite having obviously gotten 3-0'd by Sentinels earlier on as well. Looking at Pioneers, though, Clutch, this roster had a bit of a upside-down start to their NA Super. They actually went to elimination round 1 straight from yesterday. Was not what we were expecting from this roster, which, to be frank, have some crazy names on here. We know what these guys can do. We've seen it at LAN. We've seen it online. What's going on?
Yeah, you don't need to be frank. You just need to be Lottie. But in all honesty, questions along the board as far as what version of Pioneers are we going to see? Because we saw Pioneers reverse sweep G2 yesterday. They looked pretty damn good throughout that series, especially in the latter half. But somewhere along the way, whatever happened off stream, or at least the mainstream, it was not going well for Pioneers. I looked at this team change that they made and the pickup of King Nick and replaced for Manny, and you know, I thought it was going to be a good roster change. I thought that this Pioneers team was actually going to improve and was going to be able to compete against maybe some of the better teams, because I think King Nick brings them a level of slaying power that maybe Manny doesn't possess. And that's not the case that we've seen so far. I think it's still early for this team. I think that there's still plenty of time, and similar to the FaZe story as far as these are great pieces to the puzzle. We know this Pioneers roster can produce great wins. I think that they're still capable of that with King Nick on their side. I expect to see the Pioneers come out here and put on a good showing and place not only for pool play, but put together a nice elimination bracket run for us as well.
They certainly should be doing that for sure, and I think I've got every hope in both of these squads here. Hopefully this is going to be a pretty epic series, but to take us through that one, to narrate the way, we have Onset and Bravo on the mics once again.
Hey.
Enjoy.
I wasn't in camera shot. I am now. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much, Lottie. This is a very interesting series, isn't it? This is a series where you're looking at it, you've got qualification for pool play in Orlando on the line, and you've also got two teams who are kind of coming into this with very different momentum, right? Oxygen Esports probably feeling pretty great about things at the moment. Even though they're in the elimination bracket, they've had some great results throughout this weekend. In pool play, they beat that new FaZe roster. For Pioneers, though, on the other side of things, as we take a quick peek at the series layout we're going to be playing, it's kind of been a bit up and down, a little bit of a slow start, but now they're starting to gain that momentum through the elimination bracket, and I think they're going to be ready for Oxygen here.
Yeah, two very different stories coming into this match, without a doubt. Oxygen Esports, certainly the underdog, not just in this match, but also in their bracket. They've shown up in a big way. Pioneers, though, you heard Walshy say it, maybe it's a matter of taking one step back, in order to take 2 steps forward overall this weekend, and certainly in the final 3 events of the season. It will be Pioneers versus Oxygen in the elimination bracket. This is go hard or go home here for top 8 and pool play guarantees in Orlando. So much riding on this match.
And as we know, pool play guarantees are massive, especially with Worlds coming up afterwards. So every single point that's going to be picked up by these teams at this point in the season is going to help them on their way towards Worlds. And now we can see we're already underway. We're on recharge. We've got a little bit of ball involved as well. So we're going to have Oddball to kick things off as we see Nemesis from Oxygen Esports. He's got the power up. He's got the camo.
It's a momentary 1v1 there. 3 dead for both sides. So really strong openings, honestly, on both sides of the stage across the board there to get 3 dead. Each, it was a momentary Nem versus Talik 1v1. Nem will stay alive here with the camo once he stares.
Lomax picking up 2 as well to clear the way for him to make his move. Last 2 players from Pioneers are going to be trapped over at blue, and I like this play from Nemesis actually, deciding not to engage with them. Leave them there, let the spawns come in, because that ball is already back at gold pipes here for Oxygen Esports. It's a great decision to let those players push up, then come on the flank.
And as you heard on the desk, what an opportunity for the side of Oxygen Esports, right? Pioneers with a nice little ticks from them. Going to get a little bit of extra here, damage on Talik as well, off of those shots, as he will chain that damage, now flying through batteries as well. But like we said, what a big opportunity for Oxygen Esports here. They did not expect to find themselves against it. Wow, like Pioneers double kill for Nemesis. He's not done yet. Laying down so much damage for his squad, but a big opportunity for them. And for Pioneers, not a place that they expected to be at this point in the bracket. A team that has been right on the cusp of top 4, now finding themselves on the verge of elimination and maybe a top 12 exit.
I mean, Nemesis is playing this beautifully at the moment. It's a killing spree for him, but hasn't turned into any kind of established setup at the moment. Torlik's going to fly in on trying to clean that one up with the grapple, but a 16-9 lead here at the start for Pioneers. And to go back to your point, Andy, I think you're right. They made this team change in the hopes of breaking through the barrier that has been that top 4 Pioneers. It's been a slow start, as we know with any team change. It takes a bit of time to find some rhythm, to go over a few things. This super has kind of been thrown at these teams extremely quickly after these team changes have finally been established. But Pioneers now starting this game off well and certainly starting to build as this tournament and as the game start to flow.
Certainly, I think Pioneers is also going to be okay with if this is a 1 step back for a 2 to 3 steps forward, even over the course of the weekend.
Totally agree.
Yeah, they've got no problem with that, right? They're looking here on the long term as well, especially if it can result in something big for Orlando and Worlds, but they want to also make a statement here before we get there. Nick trying to play it slow and very nice timing and shots against Nemesis to stay alive with the camo, now 52-9 in favor of Pioneers.
This is a great hold here from Pioneers. This has been just continual ball time at the elevator south, and it's all been based off of Nick and what he's been doing. A couple of plays with the camo to get that first shot advantage, teammates moving in to clean up some damage, and then as soon as the pressure gets felt, it looks like Druck is going to be backing up now and trying to get that ball played. Unfortunately, even though he threw it out the door and got it down to that pit, there was a flanker coming in, and that's going to be common. He manages to scoop that one back in towards the elevator, but here is Soul Snipe, Mr. Soul Snipe, we should say, as he comes in and cleans house and should be able to pick that odd ball back up and re-establish this elevator cell.
That's right, that's Mr. Soul Snipe to you. A nice win in World Pool for him, and he'll get the back elevator and try to help his team lock down this area. Will be 2 dead for Oxygen for the moment. Nam doing well to even those tides, though. 2 dead for each side. He'll get away with the shock as well.
As long as Pioneers keep trading, though, there's no real opportunity to pick up that ball and get any significant time. Nemesis is going to be flying in with the shock rifle. Druck will pick up one, though. And Druck is being such a nuisance to deal with here. Finally, will get eliminated by that grenade. Nemesis playing extremely well at the start of this game. He's sat at 9-4. He's got the shock rifle in his hands as well. But we need to see a little bit more from the rest of this lineup. You're looking across the stats. Nobody else matching Nemesis in the stats category.
Yeah, tied for most kills and also tied for least deaths across 2 separate players. So like you say, very good numbers from him. Lots of time left in this match. It might be 60-12 here in favor of the Pioneers, but Oxygen knows if they start to put the pieces together, they can rally back in this round.
Difficulty here for Oxygen is, even though they've got a couple of kills, they know the last 2 players alive, or soon I say the last player alive, is going to be Soul Snipe, and he's around that gold battery. So now that they've eliminated him, that meant the stagger would come in. They weren't going to be able to grab that ball without feeling any pressure. For now, Triton's going to be moving through to try and secure this position and maybe think about grappling that ball back, or unfortunately he doesn't have the grapple to play with. So for now, it's just about slaying and keeping Pioneers off.
Nice job here, combo from Triton, of top gold player, of course, coming from that complexity roster for most of the season, now finding himself on Oxygen and finding some success so far this weekend, but can they keep it going in the elimination bracket? That is the question. 1 dead here for each side.
Well, the Slays are falling in the favor of Oxygen, but they can't get that ball at the moment. Tolik's got the shock rifle. He's dealing damage. Picks up one onto Triton as well. Nemesis trying to hunt him down, but look how elusive Tolik is being. He's got that grapple. He's just whipping around the map at the moment. He gets the remote detonation help from Soul Snipe as well, and that means Tolik can survive. That means Druck can grab the ball, and that means Bomax has got work to do, some heavy lifting, if they want to stop this rotate.
Great back and forth between these teams. Soul Snipe, last player alive once again. We got to give him credit on the last one. He was last player alive on Bat Ledge, and he stopped the ball hold completely. This time, though, he's just going to wait for teammates.
Well, Bomax has fallen, and that means that Triton at least is in a position to play this ball off the back of the map. Soul Snipe is weak on the double stacks. Nice little bit of listening and prioritization. As Nick is now putting pressure on, but as you can see, 101's of oddball. 101's of oddball. If you are in a position where you have any doubt whatsoever that push is going to come in and you're going to get taken down, you got to get that ball off the map.
Ball was not played, as you say. It was great comms early on as he gets the kill down bottom repulsor tunnel, but everything broke down just a little bit on a perfect 2-man push coming in with pressure coming into the Hydro as well as Nick on sneaky ledge. That will lead to more Pioneers control in the back of the base, only 10 points away.
Calling the turret. Swinging left, swinging right, and hitting bodies left, right, and center. For now, though, it's going to be a play ball with only 4 seconds left, or 4 points left, for Pioneers to close out this first round. With Oxygen Esports spawning and having to push on the blue side of the map as well, they can just take their time on this one, Andy. No pressure for them to make any desperate plays.
Very nice peek shooting there from Soul Snipe once again. 3rd time in a row, he's the last player alive. Ball is grabbed by Druck off of that damage, and they will close out the round very comfortably. Pioneers going the lead.
Pioneers looking comfortable. I think that's the one thing to take away from that round, right? It never really felt like the round was out of their control. They were on the back foot. They were slaying for the majority of it, having got that very, very strong elevator hold right at the start of that first round of oddball. But for now, The scores will be reset, as will the kills and as will the damage as we move into round 2 now. And Oxygen Esports know to show me a little bit more here. Nemesis had a great first round, especially the start of that round, but apart from that, it just seemed like they weren't really able to control areas of the map efficiently as a squad.
Yeah, and it's just interesting because at the end of that round, we saw 3 times in a row, as we said, where Soul Snipe was the last player alive. So credit to Oxygen for getting those slays, but they let Soul Snipe make huge game-changing plays time and time again, whether he was the last player alive getting a kill or just waiting for his teammates. They never got 4 dead over the last few minutes of the game, and it really ended the round very quickly. We'll have to see if they can bounce back in round number 2.
Once again, Nemesis is slaying everything. Nick's going to be doing some damage on the pizza corner, or hell, depending on the call out that you prefer. And Nick is going to back up smartly, as Nemesis is also going to smartly wait for the shields and the help to come in now on the pipes. It's an advantage in numbers here for Oxygen Esports, but you can see they've got to deal with a couple more numbers. A repulsor in the hands of Torlik. Decides not to use it. Druck's going to fly back in, and Druck is going to pick up a double kill as Soul Snipe grabs another. Common last alive now. Druck with the shock rifle and also the grapple. Ball points. Going to be going to Pioneers.
Very nice stop here from Druck. Not easy to do that top goal. Going to also just a little bit of a throw tape there. Going to lock down everything at pipes. Shock rifle in hand. You knew as soon as... Oh boy, of course he's going to hit that on Triton as well. He's not done yet. He knows the Common snuck through. He's ready for the push. He's wise to it, but Common able to get that kill. Teammates are down though, so Pioneers will continue scoring here, just at the 20-point mark.
And that throw take, like you see, it's something we're seeing more and more, right? Throw that ball towards the teammate who's closest to that safe place. Then go back, fill in that little area because you're the closest to it in that setup. Especially if you've got that shock rifle, you can really do damage and just cover the angles as quickly as possible to make sure there's no holes in that setup. However, no holes to be found right now for Pioneers, as they don't have any pressure onto Soul Snipe at the moment. The camo has just popped as well, so you can see that all the battle going down mid-map, but Soul Snipe is just holding that odd ball in his hands. Luckily, he's got the oven gloves on because that thing is looking hot.
It certainly is, and Tall's going to stay alive. Zip right back to help out. Actually, as he had low shields, he's going to grab the ball. That's a great swap. Common now, camo in hand, though, with 1 dead for each side. Maybe a chance to get a little bit more control.
Trying to be pushing first as well. Soul Snipe gets the kill with the sword though, but that's going to turn it over now. 2 Common, and it looks like Pioneers are trying to bait that objective. Torlik is going to scarp her away and survive for now. Nemesis has got that shock rifle, so now this is where they need to get the ball in their hands. Even if you've got camo, even if you've got shock, get objective time in your hands because you have every single tool to play with.
Very nice job here. 1 for Common, but he only gets 1. It's a good job by the Pioneers to force the trade and only let the sword carrier get 1. Oh boy, Soul Snipe wants blood. Not going to get it though. It's a bull true for Nemesis.
Nemesis looking for more as well. Torlik gets his 1v1 win. Triton should be able to clean it up on the flank. Another opportunity for a kill here, and this is an opportunity now for Oxygen to put points on the board. They have the kills. Where's the ball? It's still down in elevator. 3-4 as Soul Snipe comes off free spawn as well. So Oxygen Esports now can do what Pioneers did to them and try and bring this game a little bit closer.
Here comes the rotate attempt. Not going to be easy because Torlik has the long haul pressure. They need the kill here before they get the hold. Soul Snipe again.
Soul Snipe makes the break. As you say, gets that first kill damage. Triton going to be able to exchange it, but there's no trade there for Triton as well as Druck flies in. Common with 2, though, means that once again, Pioneers find themselves 3 dead. Torlik is last alive just for a few seconds, though, because 3 kills in a row means a beautiful purple medal popping up. It's a triple for Common, and this should be time here for Oxygen.
Very nice work from him. See if he can lock down the angles. Damage onto Nick. The kill will not come in. Assist does, though. That's the first time for a while that we've seen them get the first kill, but like you're pointing at the screen, I'm thinking the same thing. Not a lot of ball time resulting.
Just get the ball in your hands, boys. Pick up the ball. You've got a 3 dead, a 4 dead situation. You just did it again, and you've only got 26 points on the board. Sometimes you need to be happy just to, think about holding that ball, move it towards spawning teammates, throw it towards them, and then look to re-engage in that battle. For now, though, they've got everything again to succeed. This time it's Triton who has the camouflage. He's got help as well, as Soul Snipe does good damage, but he gets taken down and isolated. Pioneers consistently pushing and putting that pressure on as Nick now forces his way through pipes, and Bomex is going to be eliminated. Soul Snipe comes in. Oxygen fall apart a little bit with that set.
I have been so impressed with Soul Snipe in this game. Not everything he's done, actually little of what he's done, has been reflected in the stat line because he has been push after push, doing exactly what he needs to do for his team. Now he's holding the ball. They will cross the 60-point mark as well.
Nick's got the shock as well, so he's just going to be damaging players who try and push off the respawn. There's only 2 alive at the moment. Triton and Common having to stack up and do what they can do. Wait for what might be a final push opportunity here. Nick is holding down the pipes. Triton's trying to push. couple of frag grenades aren't going to do the damage here for Nick, but backing down means he can survive and wait for those shields to come back in. Pioneers, what a hold this is, Andy. Oxygen have no response.
No response at all. Nick somehow staying alive, just being so obnoxious. Eventually he'll get taken down, but it's too dead for Oxygen. So Pioneers continuing to lay down the damage. They might even get these slays too.
I think they will. Soul Snipe, again, the man you highlighted, gets two. He's got the shock as well, looking for those spawns over at A, but instead he's just going to say, do you know what? I'm sliding towards you. I got a shock rifle. I'm also not missing. Soul Snipe with a double. Cleaning house here on Recharge.
What a start to the series for the Pioneers, and specifically Soul Snipe 26 and 17 in that game. He was a human highlight reel. They will take game number 1.
And do it in some style as well, and do it in an efficient way, which is the most important thing here for Pioneers, right? Every single time there was an opportunity at 2 dead, they had that ball back to a setup. The holds were good, the breaks were good. Everything you want to see from this Pioneers lineup starting to come together here. Soul Snipe, though, you highlighted him quite rightly. Probably the least talked about player on the KCP lineup. And with the new player coming in, Soul Snipe has decided it's time for me to stand up as a player. 26 and 17 for him, and not only that, 10 assists as well.
And finally, we see the stats kind of accurately reflect the damage that he was doing. For a lot of that game, he was only positive 2 or 3, yet once again, being the last player alive, denying ball holds, waiting perfectly for his team, and once they spawn, he will then get the break again. In the end, he also goes positive 9 with 10 assists, a 12.3 KDA. And that will lead to an overall Game 1 victory for the Pioneers.
Also had a decent amount of ball time as well. I think he had about 30 or 40 seconds. So we'll take a look at the damage, and, well, no real surprise to see Soul Snipe at the top of the leaderboards for Pioneers. Common, decent amount of damage from him and Nemesis as well. But the one outlier really for me, you're looking down at Bomex at the bottom there, taking a lot of damage, not dealing a huge amount himself, but I think the holds were very impressive. The rotations were very impressive, but that's just a little moments for Oxygen I think they'll want back. That play ball opportunity, little things like that, they can just deflate you so quickly as a team, knowing you're throwing that ball into the back of Recharge, into the depths. Maybe we've got a chance to elongate that round. Maybe we can get a hold together. Instead, you give it to Pioneers and they win the round.
Yeah, take a look at some highlights here from that game. And it was a fantastic game number 1, but certainly a better game number 1 from the side of the Pioneers. Both rounds went to them pretty comfortably. Here was that moment you talked about where that push just came in perfectly from Nick on the sneaky ledge, and letting Druck get into back of Hydro and denying the play ball opportunity, and just a lot of Soul Snipe on your screen here, unsurprisingly.
I think one thing that impressed me as well was there was an element of kind of self-control in that game from Pioneers, which we always talk about how Pioneers love to play the game fast, love to be aggressive. And we all kind of discussed it. What's Nick going to bring to this team before the tournament got underway? Team with Rhino. We heard it from Spartan, right? On FaZe, former United teamed with Rhino, saying he likes to play with structure. He likes to play the game quite slowly. You add a player like Nick, who's been alongside Ryan and would have learned so much. The perfect element to mix in with Pioneers, to get that pacing a little bit more, you know, in the right places at the right time in certain games. It might take a while for them to adjust, but you've just seen it in full effect there.
How about back-to-back doubles for Soul Snipe to close it out as well? I mean, we'll talk about a little victory lap there at the end. I do want to highlight more about Nick, like you said. Not only does he get 20 kills in that game, he also gets 6,300 damage just behind Soul Snipe. Big damage numbers from the newcomer, Nick, to the roster. As you see, 2-0 win here for Pioneers on your screen on Oddball Recharge. Next up, Slayer on Catalyst for game number 2.
We'll have to see if Oxygen can answer back. Slayer Catalyst, probably the best opportunity to do so as an underdog team, if you like, coming into a series like this. We know how it can be a little bit unpredictable with some of the spawns. If you can hit a couple of shots with that the big gun as well, you're going to certainly do some damage. That skewer really can change the momentum, but Pioneers, I like what I saw from them there. The element of self-control, I think, is something which is needed for a lot of the time, because Pioneers can run through teams in that top 8, top 12 region. They have the individual ability and that natural coordination, natural chemistry, but if you want to beat some of the best in the world, you need to know when to go, but you also need to know when to stop.
Certainly, I think because it just happened to be Soul Snipe being the last player alive time after time, or your first spawner, great decision-making and play calling from the whole team to know exactly when to go and when to not go was on display in that game number 1, and when they needed to wait. For example, if it was an elevator hold and Soul Snipe was top control, he wasn't going. He's waiting for teammates, and then he's going across mid-bridge and getting the break. Other times where he's on bad ledge, he's able to stop the team from grabbing the ball entirely as the last player alive. So if you're on Oxygen, you need to have a little bit better game management of where's that last player, right? How fast do we collapse on them, or at least get enough angles on that last player where they're not impeding our entire strategy?
Yeah, just find out where he is, deal a little bit of damage, and then know that there's going to be 2 or 3 probably in 5-6 seconds time, which then you you're trying to lock down those angles, right? Get initial damage, especially in a game like Oddball where you're just trying to buy time essentially for your objective carrier to just rack up some points. You don't have to guarantee the kills, you just have to stop them getting near that objective. Whereas now we are all about the kills here as we head towards Slayer Catalyst. And Pioneers, I think that kind of a game and that kind of performance against a team in a game number one, it kind of puts you in a good stead as you move into a Slayer.
It really does. Also, especially on this map, I think if it was a different Slayer on just about any other map in Infinite, Oxygen might have a little bit more confidence because they can hold forward a little bit faster, fly a little bit harder. Like we've talked about on Slayer Catalyst, it's a map that requires a little bit slower play, which, as we just learned, a little more strategic, methodical play. And as we just saw, that might lend itself into the hands of the Pioneers once again.
We'll have to see if Pioneers can take advantage, because as we know, in a best of 5, you got by 2. You're all of a sudden just on the brink of qualification to pools in Orlando, and I think we're almost not adding enough weight to how important that is, right? Yeah. Because as I say, World Championships is the event that follows Orlando, not just the prize pools and, you know, the glory of the major, but everything, the whole season is building towards the Halo World Championship. So getting into pool play is step one if you want to succeed and you want to place as high as possible in the money when it gets to Worlds.
It really is, and we should talk about these two teams. As we said, it's a very different story for them coming into this series, but it's also very different stakes for them, right? As we said, Oxygen, nothing to lose here, newly assembled in terms of their final team changes, and also no one really predicting them within the top 4 largely. Pioneers, completely different story, right? Everyone's like, can this roster get into the top 4? If Pioneers exits here relative to their expectations, it's a much bigger disappointment than if Oxygen were to exit here. So Pioneers definitely has that in the back of their mind, and it feels like they knew that in game number 1. So far, they're looking good.
Crazy thing as well is I look at teams like FaZe and Pioneers, right, where you're like, we know what to expect from Pioneers. They've made this change. They've picked up Nick from E United, who is going to add X, whatever it might be, to the lineup. And it's because there's a clear theory and a decision made because they want to achieve more, right? It's the same with FaZe. They make this big change, 2 new players coming in, monster roster on paper. An elimination bracket run could be the best thing possible for these teams in the long run. Obviously, they want to be in the upper side of the bracket. Obviously, they want to run their way through tournaments, but sometimes Halo's about reps. Halo's about patterns. Halo's about making good habits. For these teams, FaZe and Pioneers, who are making those runs through the elimination bracket, you're starting to see those patterns start to develop. The more games under their belt, the more dangerous they're going to be when we get into those later rounds.
That's right. The momentum is real. The question is, can the Pioneers continue the momentum they started in that game number 1? Welcome into game number 2. It's Pioneers versus Oxygen Esports. This is elimination round number 3 for a guaranteed top 8. Winner will continue on. The loser will go home.
What a slow start this is. The first kill of the game is going to come in from Drog. Torlik's going to back it up. So Bomex is going to have to back down, as there should be an overshield grab going into the hands of Pioneers, you would imagine. Maybe a grapple, or maybe it's just going to be Nick who goes, do you know what, no one else is going for it, I'm going to go in and grab it. That's exactly what he does. A great start, and again, just a little bit of patience being shown here by Pioneers.
He also gets away with a lot of overshield. Ooh, it was a lot. It gets trimmed right down right away. It's a good counter. Nick only able to get a little bit of damage here. They actually lose Soul Snipe early.
So much damage being done by Nick, though. Where's the rest of Pioneers? They have to capitalize on this. It's 3 dead now for Oxygen, but it comes down to a 1v1. It comes down to a skewer, and it comes down to Bomex shutting down the entire roster here from Pioneers. An overkill to kick things off.
This game is 5-5, and Bohm has 4 kills. That's a wild overkill to start things off.
4 kills in 8 seconds.
My God, and Pioneers up by 1. What an interesting start here. Bohm had to step up in that 1v1. He does in a big way, and maybe that's the boost the team needed to get back in the series.
Yeah, if anything, it certainly should be. I'm sure that Bomex is sitting there right now and thinking, get me back into an next 1v1, because I want to fight anyone right now. The adrenaline's going to be pumping, but sometimes in a Slayer, you have to just get that back under control. And it looks like Pioneers have got the game back under control. A couple of kills going their way. They have a 3-kill advantage as Common will fall now, and a strong push now coming in on the gold side of the map as Pioneers look to capitalize on the damage done. It's Nemesis who's holding his ground.
Yeah, nice double there from them. That was big. Keep the team close. 12-8 now. Pioneers slowly starting to eke away. Oxygen needs to make sure they don't let this game slip away. Difficult to mount comebacks on a map like this. Oh!
Torlik goes into orbit. Common decides he's going to take a nap, having seen that. 13-9 is the score. The overshield is going to be coming into the game in just a few moments' time as well. Oxygen Esports have lost 2, but they still have vision. However, that vision is going to be impaired as the spike grenades are going to absolutely shatter Common. He gets taken down as Nick grabs the overshield. Also got a grapple to play with as well, so it's time to go swinging if you're Nick on Pioneers.
Yeah, here comes Pioneers. The Bash brothers just flying in. They're going to get that damage. 17-10 now.
and they are starting to run away with this lead. Looking very strong here as we get past the opening of the game.
Nick not only beating down the player as he came around that corner with the sword, but also just a little tap on the wall as well. He's just trying to sharpen up the knuckles next time he gets into one of those melee battles. But Nick at the moment is currently sat at 7-2. What a start that is for Nick. The perfect kind of stat line you want to see in a Slayer in a game number 2 in a game like this.
Also 31 kills on the board already. Triton yet to register one. I've got to keep an eye on that on the Oxygen side. If he's able to get back into this game in a meaningful way, they could get themselves back into the score.
We've already seen one Goose in the tournament so far. Triton's not going to want to be the second, and he's not going to be as he adds that first kill and probably the most valuable. As we all know, we've been in that position before in a Team Slayer game. Nick can now use the grapple to get a bit creative to get weapons in the hands of Pioneers. We've already seen Bomex put it to use with an overkill in this game. Let's see if Nick can hit some bodies, some feet, whatever it is. There's going to be limbs flying if he can connect with the skewer.
Even though Pioneers has looked very strong here, keep in mind. Oh boy! Double kill killing spree, no scope. Nick will close down on Triton with the skewer. Gonna look for maybe 1 or 2 more here. That one will not connect. Nick will somehow, no, stand corrected, he will not get away. That means 2 dead, and just like that, the game is within 4.
Overshield going to be coming up as well, so now it's interesting to see if Oxygen can maybe force a little bit of a comeback here. They haven't had an overshield. Both of the first 2 overshields have gone into the hands of Pioneers, and it's a 3-kill lead.
Big.
But this play from Bomex is going to open it up for Common to grab it. Now, what can they do with this? They've kept the game close without overshields. Now they have one. Common and Oxygen Esports have a chance to push and put the pressure back on.
They bring the game within 1 now, 24-23. Still 60% overshield left for Common. Bomex, by the way, 11-5, already tied up at 25. What a comeback here from Oxygen Esports.
So many plays have been coming in on the side of Pioneers. It felt like they were just getting set up to run away with the game, but now they're going to have to run away from Common because the overshield player meets 3, gets so much information and damage down, but where is the rest of Oxygen? Pioneers survive for now. There's something up there that we should know about.
I think we just saw Druk take to the skies. Eventually he'll come back down to earth. Somehow still get away. He's gonna grapple again. He's doing it again. Oh my God, he almost gets away with it. Finally, Druk is taken down and examining the rafters.
Gets the whiplash medal as well, and to be honest with the way my neck went up there, it's probably the most applicable medal they could have shown.
2-kill lead now for Oxygen off of great control, great composure, and a great comeback as they will continue control gold side.
Oh, send in the tank. That's going to be Nemesis, who's got the skewer in his hands. Druk's going to peek. Nemesis is going to rearrange some of the flooring. 2 kills the difference between the 2 teams at this point, though. Still extremely close, but it has been that overshield which has given the little advantage here to Oxygen Esports. A chance maybe for some more damage to be done, but now Nemesis changes his plan of cleaning up a couple of kills into staying alive and keeping the deaths down.
Really nice play from Nem. Notice how on the flag ramp he avoids the melee battle, wants to win it at all costs with the BR and not force the trade. It's a great play that will maintain a 2-kill lead for them.
Bomex picks up 1 as well, and now you can see the Pioneers desperate to push. They want to take advantage of these 2 players who are kind of trapped on the top of the base, but Torlik's going to get taken down as they will push them back, and Druk gets destroyed as well, tries to repulse back just to throw that angle off, and now Nick is last player alive, and it looks like the overshield is going to go back over to Oxygen unless Nick can make a play on it.
Wow, Nick last player alive. You have to think maybe they could have isolated that as last player alive. Maybe they could have continued fighting that. Nick gets another one somehow. And just like that, still a 1-kill game. Overshield still down bottom middle. Druk's gonna get it.
And that is the importance of being the last player alive and surviving, right? Nick has just put it on display for everyone at home to see. When we're always talking about how you need to deal with the last player, that's why you're losing for a second, you lose the overshield, and then you let the rest of the team back onto the map. Now it's a tie game, 35-35, and Druk, he makes it 36-35.
My God, the man they call King Nick stepping up. As we said, Oxygen needed to prioritize where is that last player. They did it up until the 30-point mark. Nick somehow gets away with killing the overshield player, then getting a double, then paving the way for a Druk overshield grab, and like that, Pioneers now slips into the lead once again. The new addition to the roster stepping up in the late game.
And I tell you what, there's a endorsement if ever you needed one. Druk throws it to Nick, the skewer, and that's why Nick is on fire at the moment in this game.
14-6 for King Nick. 10 assists. Leads his team in every single category across the board. What else can you ask for in the newcomer? Tie game here at 38.
Now the pressure on those shots starts to increase a little bit more. Bomex is trying to survive, but he's kind of just thrown himself into nowhere. A couple of kills go down in the favor of Pioneers once more, and it's a 1-kill advantage. They only need 10, but right behind them at the moment is Oxygen Esports. It's a 2-kill game here.
My God. Down to the wire here in the end. What looked like an early Pioneers win is now just a 1-kill lead in the late game. They've now mounted a little bit of a comeback themselves. We'll get ready for this next overshield.
The overshield is everything. Whoever gets this overshield will probably win this game, and what a result that would be for Oxygen Esports. Nick is trying to pressurize these players to stop those lines of sight onto the overshield. But has it worked? Has anyone been able to move in and get that OS for Pioneers, or has it just opened the door here for Oxygen to make a late run? It's Nemesis who gets it for Oxygen. Now they tie up the game, and they should be able to maybe create an opportunity to tie up the series.
Nick also taking damage in the back from a teammate there on the Spikers. Did not expect to see that, and that will...
They spot him out.
43-42. Nemesis needs to make sure. 70% overshield left. He needs to make a play off of this. Don't let it get melted, but of course, Nick comes in with the plasma pistol and removes the overshield from the equation.
Nice Ovi, bro. Where did it go? Nemesis got spotted out by Soul Snipe, I think it was, and then you can see the green gun just stripping away the shields, and now Nick again in the kill feed, making the difference. The man is 17-8.
It's a nice overshield. You gotta be a shame if somebody green gunned it. That's exactly what Nick comes in and does. 2-kill lead now, 45-43, and he's got the skewer in hand as well. He did miss.
Sorry, Nick. 2 kills though, need the difference though. Even with that overshield, completely eliminated. There's still an opportunity here for Oxygen Esports, but Nick is just looking for blood at the moment. You can see him. He wants to be the player who steps forward. The door's being open. He knows that Bomex is there. A little bit of a bait. The angles were covered, but Nick will survive and keep the skewer in the hands of Pioneers.
Nick right now still with that Royal Flush. Most kills in the game, most assists in the game, and the least deaths across both teams as well. Putting the team on his back. Up by 2 here. 2 minutes left on the clock.
I mean, Bomex is playing with fire at the moment. Every time he peeks through that double door. And even though Nick's missed a couple here, you get the feeling when it matters, and he might just connect. Nemesis shreds the shields. Nick once again having an opportunity to get the kill, but now the next overshield is up. We thought the last one might be the end of the game, but as it was eliminated, now we're going to see another one. Nemesis taken down. Nick adds his 18th. Where's the overshield? It looks like Soul Snipe's made the move on it. A double kill here from Nick. Opens the door for Pioneers. They only need 2, and Soul Snipe has the Ovi.
It's a great play all across the board from Pioneers here. They're up by 3, 2 kills to go, 1:30 on the clock. They should be able to make a play off this overshield.
Big damage coming in here from Soul Snipe. Just needs to be supported. There is the support from the rest of the crew as Pioneers go up 2-0.
What a game there. Back and forth, and you thought Oxygen maybe going to take it as they started to get a 3-kill lead around the mid-game, but Pioneers said not so fast. That stripping of the overshield, you can't say enough about that. We'll take a look at the stats in just a moment because that was absolutely insane from Nick. He goes 19-9 with 11 assists.
With 11 assists as well.
As we said, leading in every category in the mid-game. He will end the game leading in every category as well.
There's 50 kills in a game of Slayer. Nick was involved in 30 of those kills. 19 kills, 11 assists. You can't ask for much more from a player, to be honest with you. And it was just a big moments as well. Towards the end, a couple of whiff shots with the skewer, but you're not going to hold it against a player who's already put 19 kills on the board. But, I mean, the man, there was maybe some questions being asked, right? Was it the right player to pick up after the pool play performance from Pioneers? In my mind, there was no doubt that Nick was going to be a good addition to this Pioneers roster. He's starting to think, just find that level of comfort with the team that you would like to see for him, and now he's being given the tools to express himself and really show what a player he is.
No one else even passing 4,800 damage. He's on 5,300 plus in that game, and the man who has many top 4 finishes this season, maybe that's what Pioneers needed to bring them into the top 4. Even though we're here in the elimination bracket, Pioneers looking very good.
Again, one thing that stands out to me in that game as well is Pioneer's ability, by the way, the Bomex overkill, love that. We'll probably talk about that a little bit more another time, but the ability to slow the game down. Pioneers don't do that. Haven't done that historically. but you can see they're willing to just take a few seconds just to set up, and that's been the difference, right? This play here from Nick, though, talk us through it, because this was a massive, massive indication of how important it is to eliminate that guy.
You cannot let the last player alive kill your overshield grabbing player, then get a double kill. He denies the overshield grab. He gets another kill on the back of the gold side, and after all of that, starts to go on a spree as well, while Druck grabs that overshield. When that game ends by 5, and that was a change of the lead, you have to think that's a huge play from Nick. And if you're Oxygen Esports, you once again cannot let that happen. We talked about it before the game. It has come down to game management, and Pioneer's last player alive has continually gotten away with murder, and they close out the first 2 games very comfortably as a result.
Now they have a chance to close out the series as well as we head over to Live Fire Strongholds, and this is kind of a playground for Pioneers, right? This is where they can play a little bit faster. This is where they can be a little bit more loose and really put the pressure back onto Oxygen Esports and try and close this out in a 3-0 manner, but also it's an opportunity for them to continue the good habits that they've been building, because we have seen a little bit of development in the meta game now where we're seeing teams hold a 2-cap until they get initial damage. Then they're starting to move forward. Then they're starting to capitalize on it. Then they look for that triple cap.
That's exactly right, and Pioneer's also going to look to continue the momentum they've built already so well here in the elimination bracket. People were starting to ask questions about their pool play finish, and rightfully so, but maybe they're putting some of those questions to rest here in elimination round 3. Pioneers now 1 game away from the 3-0 clean sweep against Oxygen Esports.
Trust me, there's other teams in this elimination bracket at the moment who are probably watching this game and thinking, Pioneers are looking pretty good. They look like they're back on form, and they're looking like they're going to bring something to the table when we get into those later rounds if they can get through this next game against Oxygen Esports. But let's see what Soul Sniper is doing. A great game 1 for him, and he's also going to find a sniper rifle right at the start of this game.
Been so impressed with him, just going to clamber back and forth to avoid any grenades coming in, and of course he's going to get damage right away as a part of 2 battles here. Also going to get Triton down to no shields and probably even finish this one on pillars, if I'm honest. That's very comfortable. He's going to retreat safely to sandbags.
Now they've got control of the ends of the map, and you can see that Torlik is just waiting for information at the moment, deciding where he has to rotate to. He's got a couple of players over at A. He's also gone over shield, so now that he's got the information on where players are, he can charge down these last couple of players from Oxygen Esports, holds that tower, and also keeps control of those weapons.
Tala going to push off of this damage, no doubt, and challenge this with that overshield. That's going to give him a lot of room, and that's exactly what we've been seeing Pioneers do all series, is simply creating room, creating space for them to succeed.
Now they're pushing for the triple gap as well, and Triton, unfortunately, you're meeting Torlik, and he's got an overshield. Another one here for Torlik as the help comes in from Pioneers. Nemesis, the first off the respawn, and a lonely respawn as well, because the rest of his teammates are still in that death screen. It is a triple cap, and it is being the kind of triple cap which is just squeezing the life out of Oxygen right now. They're already on 70 points here, Pioneers.
Torlik flies into A, wondering, is anybody here? No one was even there, right? He's wondering, do I need to even lock this area down? Then Oxygen, without even a chance to push out, already just like that, it's 80-4.
Druck eliminated though by Triton. The double push coming in, resulting in a double kill. Now they turn their attention to converting one of these strongholds. Soul Snipe tries to get the stick on his way down to the grave, but won't be able to do so, and this is a good answer back now from Oxygen. They got control of C off their respawn. Now they've been able to force B away from the hands of Pioneers, and this is where you need to see Pioneers change that gear a little bit.
Certainly, and of course they didn't catch it yesterday. Oxygen Esports taking down FaZe in the game number 5 in pool play, and that really put them on the map in a big way in this tournament, but now a lot of work ahead of them. As Common is your last player alive, 3 dead. Nick will also grab the overshield, and if you're a player on Oxygen, after that last game, that's the last thing you want to see.
Look at the pressure that Nick is putting on these respawners as well. Both Bomex and Triton have rejoined the game, and they've gone, I thought that Spartans spawned with shields, because they have just been run at by Nick, who's now forcing the triple cap once more. It's A, B, and C, all dressed in red for now as Pioneers cross the 100-point threshold.
Pioneers have plans. They probably also have dinner plans based on the way that they're playing here, because they're ready to end this series very, very quickly. The triple cap does get interrupted for a moment, but Nick takes to the skies on the back ramp with a very nice 1v1 win against Bohm in the back, and they'll continue working on C as well.
4 dead once again for Oxygen Esports, and they'll be watching the same thing that we do right now. That's death screens. As Nick and Pioneers already move up the map, and this is the difference between what we saw from FaZe earlier, right? It was a little bit slower. Immediately off the back of the 3-4 dead, look at the pressure that Nick and Pioneers are putting onto these respawners.
Nick tries to do a lot of damage, and he does. 2v2 here. Soul Snipe almost gets the steal on A. Looks like a reset might be coming in for Bohm. Yes, Druck's going to continue applying the pressure on it, though, and to be honest, they can get away with that. They will be 3 dead momentarily, but they're still scoring.
Still scoring, but they've turned over the sniper rifle, so Oxygen Esports can get a pick now. Maybe make a decision on where they want to push. A couple couple of players just rotating to back tower. Common got a lot of pressure on his shoulders at the moment, as if he misses a shot, he's going to turn not only weapons over, but maybe a stronghold as well. It looks like they're going to lose A here. They're trying to flip C, but this will be Pioneers back into the lead as Drug tries to thread the needle through the legs. Trying to nutmeg his teammate to see if he can pick up a kill.
Oh boy, goes for the flashy one from the big door as well. Drug gonna maybe just stay alive. Does very well, not afraid to challenge yet again, and just tanking these grenades. Him and Talik just somehow duoing hard. Eventually, though, they will fall off of a very good push from Common.
Yeah, Drug never afraid to challenge, but maybe should have been afraid to back down. Shouldn't have been afraid, excuse me, to back down in that situation and reposition to see if he could help out some teammates and get those shields back. You see the idea, of course, wants to be aggressive, wants to make Oxygen Esports really pay, but sometimes you've got to think about that longer game. But for now, it's going to be the third overshield in a row here, and it's very difficult to play against Pioneers here on light fire strongholds if you have normal shields, let alone when you give them 3 overs in a row.
Soul Snipe, last player alive. What can he do? Of course he hits the shot! Oh my god, what a series from this man. Hits the shot as the last player alive on C-Plat. He's 12-4 in this game.
He's called Soul Snipe, and I'm pretty sure he just took that player's soul with the sniper rifle, because that shot was absolutely disgusting. Now he's pushing it on Triton. He's got the help from Nick as well, and Pioneers are showing it's not just the teamwork that's working now. Pioneers individually looking superb, 10 points away, the triple cap's in effect. This is going to be the game.
Oh my god, we won't even have time to talk about what we just saw on screen. The clock will tick down. It has been Pioneers all day, all series, and they will close it out with a very convincing 250-22 in game number 3 and take the series with a final score of 3-0.
That was a dominating performance. No other word for it, right? It was just dominance across the board. Even that final moment, you think, Oxygen, hey, you might be able to get a kill. You got Souls, bang, dead. Get out of my way. Let me win the game. Let me move on in this elimination bracket because I've got games to play. I've got teams to beat. Soul Snipe again. Game 1 and 3 belong to him. Huge performances, but you could also say the rest of the team certainly backing him up in the stats department.
Rest of the team looks great. It's unbelievable. Of course, Soul Snipe, you got to highlight those numbers, leading the way once again. If you've been sleeping on Soul Snipe, let this series be a lesson to you. The man was on fire, but as you say, the entire team looking so dominant in that series. Look at the numbers across the board. Most important, look at the score on the left, 250-22 in the end.
And how fast did they play it? And how quickly were they able to press those advantages in that game? That's what you need to do on live fire strongholds. Get the numbers, make sure that you're putting the pressure on the respawners. If you can get split spawns, you got weapons, you're gonna have a very good time. Looking at the damage across the board, take your pick from Pioneers, but the leader, of course, is gonna be Soul Snipe.
Yeah, great stuff and fantastic highlight reel of the series from Soul Snipe and the entire team. Pioneers looking so good, and with that win, of course, they will secure top 8 as well as pool play for Orlando.
Which is massive, right? This is massive. Pool play did not go their way yesterday. Today they look like a different team. Reps. That's what you need as a new lineup. That result there, also the variance of game styles and the way they played, the control they showed in Oddball, the big plays they made, and the ability to control the pace of the game in game number 2, spot on. Game number 3 was Pioneers at their best, right? 250-22, fast, relentless, and just devastating.
And let's not forget, Pioneers is the team that's used to being the underdog, right? All year long, they're starting to get top 12, then they got top 8, right? Then they start to break top 6. Everyone's still doubting them. I think they thrive off of that, and they're saying, hey, we're ready to make a loser's bracket run. We might have had a less than stellar pool play day, but they are ready to continue on here and ride that momentum in a big way. It's a 3-0 win for them over Oxygen Esports, and Pioneers looking very good, and it could be the start of a pretty big run from them.
Yeah, it's a 3-0 that looks like a 3-0. It felt like a 3-0 as well with the way that they played, and Oxygen Esports, unfortunately for them, not quite able to match up against what Pioneers brought to the table. I mean, what do you take away from that series from Pioneers? Because we didn't see much of them yesterday. We saw, they beat G2 in a game 5, but then they kind of fell off a little bit, but that to me looked like a serious improvement as a team based on what we saw yesterday.
I think not only are they able to play fast and slow when they need to, but it looks like the roles are so clearly defined, right? They knew what their last player needed to do time and time again. And to be honest, they need to make sure they're not relying on that last player to make hero plays. Oxygen gave them a lot of room against teams like Cloud9, Optic Gaming, E-United, etc. Sentinels, of course, add them to the list. It's not going to be that easy. And the last player isn't going to be able to go hero mode time and time again. So, of course, they have tougher and tougher matches to come.
Well, those tougher matches are just around the corner for Pioneers, but they stay alive in the tournament. They qualify for pool play. Pioneers looking strong as they make their run through the elimination bracket. Let's throw it back to the desk, though, for their thoughts on Pioneers.
Yeah, you're right. Pioneers looking strong, and Oxygen couldn't breathe. I had to do it. They really couldn't, though. I mean, my goodness, just Pioneers looking really good. And look, like the guy said, there's going going to be tougher, stronger opponents to come. But that's the Pioneers I remember. That's the Pioneers I know and love that cause major, major disruptions. They really bring it to you and fast-paced again. I do feel like we have to talk about Nick. Nick was such a big and imperative part of this win here for this roster. I think he's bringing a really good change, and maybe it was just some teething issues along the way.
Yeah, definitely in the Slayer game 2, Nick stood out the most to me, but it really was the entire roster picking it up here, putting on a much better performance here from Saturday. And I think that that's something we're learning about the Pioneers is they may fall short in a series here or there throughout a tournament, but pretty often are they able to rebound, are they able to bring a strong performance following it up. And now that they've secured their pool play opportunity for Orlando, it's a matter of how far will this team go this weekend, because when they're playing their best, they can compete with anybody.
They certainly can. I got to say, Nick obviously is one, but Soul Snipe as well was sniping the souls from Oxygen. I mean, my goodness me, this guy was just absolutely incredible, not only in game 1, but throughout the series. I mean, game 1, 26 and 17, Walshy. Oh my God.
Yeah, just putting on a clinic, and I gotta agree with both of you. It did feel like we're seeing the Pioneers of old. It felt like they were playing as a full team. Felt like Nick was coming into his own there with this roster. And I didn't feel like Oxygen were like playing bad or poorly this last match. I felt like they played really good. So even though they had some close score lines, I felt like it was justified more so on the fact that Oxygen was playing so well.
Yeah, they certainly were. And I got to say, I love seeing the Slays come through though, but I was also really, really impressed with the efficiency coming into the objective as well from Pioneers. So there's a lot to look forward to. And I don't know, what are you thinking right now? Of course it was against Oxygen Esports, but they had been doing pretty damn well. They did manage to take down FaZe not that long ago. Pioneers, do you think that they can come up a bit, can they come up against bigger and badder talent members when it comes to these next few games they're going to have to go through?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, coming into the series, I honestly thought King Nick was going to bring a level of swaying power to this roster that Pioneers maybe didn't have before, and I thought Pioneers was a damn good team before. So very excited to continue to have an opportunity for this team to push through this elimination bracket. I think the sky's the limit. I think the elimination finals could be something that is very achievable for these guys. Am I going to predict it? No, but am I going to count them out of it? Absolutely not. These guys, when they're playing at their best, I mean, you saw Soul Snipe in that game 3 popping off. Everyone on this team can pop off when given the opportunity.
They certainly can indeed. We've seen pretty much every single one of them do that with time, and that was no exception. An absolutely lights out series from Pioneers, and thank goodness as well. I don't like to, hate on the other team, but it's good to see Pioneers looking pretty damn good again. It is really good. But I'm excited because obviously this does mean that they have qualified for pool play for Orlando. And that's going to be so much kind of off their chest right now. A lot of worries, I think, especially being knocked down to the elimination bracket in Elim round 1, Walshy. That would have been weighing on them so heavily in terms of pressure. Now, do you feel like they're going to kind of take the next couple of games like there's nothing really to lose here? Or do you think they're going to want to really prove a point heading into Orlando?
Well, going through all these elimination bracket rounds, they got to take all these baby steps against teams that were maybe having rougher rounds early on. So they got to gradually kind of build up into stronger and stronger challenges. So no, they're not going to be content and just say, we qualified for Pools Orlando, we're good here. But you are right, it is a weight off their shoulders. It does feel good to be like, all right, we got that first goal done. What's the next one? Who's the next team?
Yeah, it's definitely all about that. Just small goals. I think Pioneers, that's a really good approach for them right now. While we are talking about the elimination bracket, let's take a look at it because a lot has actually gone down today in the elim bracket. It kind of reminds me a bit of Pool D because honestly, a lot of the noise came from that pool coming into this elimination bracket. And as you can see right now, we do have a couple of different rounds starting to form here. Pioneers obviously going forward. They're going to be in round 4, but they're waiting for G2 versus EXO. Clutch, we were talking in the green room about this one. I said, look, G2 Esports versus EXO, how is this one supposed to pan out? Surely G2 Esports should take this one comfortably.
Yeah, G2 is going to be expecting to move on to play Pioneers, and on the lower side of the bracket lot, you got FaZe versus the United, Ryan New versus Spartan. You knew fate was going to have it happen for us here today, and what a match to end on, right? This is going to be an absolute banger of a series. Pioneers versus G2, another revenge match for them. They matched up in that Pool D where Pioneers reverse swept G2. So, you know, as great as G2 seemed to be coming out #1 in that pool, they still fell short to Pioneers already once this tournament.
I mean, revenge is in the air. Grudge matches are on the cards.
That's great.
It does smell pretty damn good right now, and that's what we're having for dinner tonight, folks. I gotta say, it's gonna be absolutely amazing. And it's also really kind of crazy to see the fact that Cloud9 are waiting for someone in that quarterfinals of the elimination bracket, which is gonna be scary because we all know Cloud9. We know that no matter what happens to this team, they're gonna be bringing their A game. Their heads never go down. You don't count them till they're completely out. They're gonna be a very dangerous team looking to rebound all the way back up again to have a second chance at that one. So it's gonna be absolutely incredible. Before I do go to a break though, I wanna quickly talk about that match you mentioned, E United versus FaZe. It is gonna be what's coming up next. And E United, I think, you know, it's been such a roller coaster for this NA Super, and I think they have improved along the way, which we can say about a couple of teams, so I think the fundamentals for E United have really improved there. How are you feeling about this matchup versus FaZe? It is a little bit of a personal one. We've seen the beef on the timeline too.
We have seen the Twitter drama. I feel like E United is a team that's playing better together. However, we saw some life out of FaZe. FaZe have acknowledged, especially Spartan have acknowledged, we have some issues. However, we have the talent. We know what we're capable of. Now, is this going to be the moment that they get to test their skills and push beyond that? I don't know. It's anyone's game here at this one. I'm so excited to see this match. But the one rule of thumb I usually go with is if you have two teams going against each other and you have one member off that old team, they generally know more about the team they left, about their strategies, about what they can do to counter. And so that can be used as a strong advantage.
That is very true, especially if Rynoob and Rain still want to take that tactical, clinical kind of approach to the game, and that's what they're trying to do here. Spartan knows all about that. He knows all about the kind of leash that he was on E United, and hopefully he can teach his teammates a thing or two about it as well. But folks, that brings me to our break. Go grab a drink, grab a quick snack, because we have an absolutely nuts series to close out the night in day 2 here of the NA Super. Make sure you come back for this one. You won't want to miss it, and we'll see you after the break.
I got you under my skin. I got you deep in the heart of me. Dug deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the NA Super here for the Halo Championship Series. My name is Lottie. I'm joined by Clutch and Bravo on the desk. Gents, before the break, we saw Pioneers really starting to heat up. They have made some changes, whether that's to their attitude, the fundamentals of what they're trying to produce as a team, or whether, honestly, they're just feeling themselves right now and they just, nothing to lose. Let's just go for it. But, the best thing about this is I feel like Pioneers are back, and I think that's really awesome to see. So I'm excited to see where they're going to go. But our next series, folks, is going to be E United versus FaZe Clan. This is going to be huge. There's a lot on the line here. I think there's a lot of pride. There's a lot of place on the line here, as well as some revenge, some drama, I think, that will kind of be settled in this matchup. I want to talk quickly about it because it's going to be an interesting one. E United, let's start with them, Clutch.
Let's do it.
Obviously, Ryan Noob kind of leading the charge here for the team. He has been playing out of his mind this weekend so far, and even when E United seem to be kind of on the back foot at times, despite game 5s and reverse sweeps, Ryan Noob seemed to be able to pick up the pieces. Do you feel like Ryan Noob is going to be able to rally the troops this time around going up against FaZe?
I think it's going to be a completely different story for these guys. If they're going to beat a team like FaZe, they're going to need to pick up and elevate their individual skill here. A lot of the times I've looked at this E United roster, and the loss of King Nick, the loss of Spartan, the loss of a couple of playmakers, that's a difficult thing to overcome. They've been able to do so in a couple of series so far this weekend, but series have gone on longer than expected against some lesser teams for this roster that they've been competing against. I think when you're talking about FaZe, if series starts to go a little bit longer than expected, things could get ugly and FaZe could gain some confidence. What's going to happen? Snipedun's going to start to catch fire. Falcated, Renegade, guys you don't want being confident in the series are going to be confident. Are you going to have the individual skill to kind of shut those guys down? It's a big question mark for me.
It is a very big question mark. And I think with E United as well, I think there's still questions about this team, how it works. Is it going to work further? Is it going to work against the likes of FaZe, who are going to be looking to rip it apart and going to look for those mistakes? They have added Manny and Suspector. Do you feel like this is working? Are you happy with what they're delivering across the screen here, Bro?
Overall, I am. I think I think E United does look really good. As I said earlier, the game 5s that they've gone to, I'm not uncomfortable with. They had success early on yesterday in the game 5s. Yes, today they did not find that same success in the game 5. When it's coming down to just a game 5 Slayer, that doesn't, there's not a lot of pressure on that. For me, I think that they can certainly bounce back. The question is, does FaZe start to catch fire here? On paper, E United has looked better, but I think the 3-0 that FaZe just recorded makes this series a little bit different.
It does make it different. It makes it very interesting, as well as the drama that honestly is surrounding this series. Let's talk about FaZe right now. And honestly, we heard from him earlier on, and Spartan is on my mind because this guy has started a couple of things with Ryan Noob. They've gone back and forth on the timeline. They do have history together, obviously being on a team for quite a long time together. They know what each other are made of here. They also know how to take each other down, right? Spartan, He seemed to be quite calm and collected earlier on. He's also been quite calm and collected about this FaZe roster on the timeline. Nothing really super confident coming across the board here. Is this going to light a fire under Spawn? Are we going to see that confident, almost cocky type of player that we know and love?
Yeah, there's an extra little bit of fire on this one, right? There's a chip on the shoulder for Spartan. He's got a lot to prove. He's been running his mouth about E United, the problems with E United, having to be there a little bit longer than expected on the bench, and this one, it's personal. It is. Right? And when it becomes personal, you bring a little bit more oomph. It starts to mean more. Every single fight, you start to think a little bit more in depth, and you start to really learn a lot about an individual when they're put in a situation like this. I think for Spartan, this is a massive series for him and his confidence, and going forward for FaZe, if they are to create this upset, what that would do to Spartan as an individual. And I'm talking about, like, if you're Renegade, if you're Snipe Down, if you can somehow create what I would say, this is an upset right now with the way FaZe is playing. If you can create this upset and get Spartan a win over his old team, that is going to, like, just clear his mind and get him on the FaZe bandwagon and focused on this team and being the best they can, instead of this little grudge match that he has with Ryan Noob, right? That's the issue right now, is that Spartan's continuously saying, like, I don't know what Ryan Noob's addicted with me for. Well, every single time I look at Twitter, I'm seeing, like, Spartan talk about Ryan Noob, so obviously something's working as far as in his head. If you can beat him here, get him out of the way, eliminate him from this tournament, he's no longer an issue. You're focused on the road in front of you. That would be massive for FaZe.
Yeah, I think the 1v1s between Spartan and Ryan Noob, I think we're going to see some little bit of extra shooting, a little bit of extra disrespect as well. This one's going to be a spicy series for sure.
Maybe some victory crouching. Who knows? I'd like to see all of the above, please. I tell you what, though, both of these teams are on the right track. Both of these teams have made some serious kind of headway here. I'm excited to see which one is edging each other out. It's over to our casters right now to start the series. We have Walshy and Gaskin on the mics to end things off. Good evening, gents. And hey, best of luck and have fun.
Thank you. I think we will, because it's E United for FaZe. It's for top 6. This is not necessarily what I was expecting coming into this tournament, with two giant teams, names like this. And the desk have already set up all the storylines for us. You've got your Ryan Noob versus Spartan. It's a tale as old of time as this point. I remember way back years ago interviewing both of them. They're both taking pops at each other. Well, we get more. We get another section of this saga. Dave, what are your thoughts on this series?
I mean, they covered it so well there on the analyst desk. You're seeing just these emotions are going to bubble up from Spartan Squad. You always want to help your teammates get that revenge where you have that opportunity. And we're going to see it here in action, but take a look at these maps and game types. Gaskin, do you feel anything sticks out?
I love this series layout. It's just everything you could want in terms of maps and modes. You haven't got any kind of outliers. You've not got King of the Hill featuring. You've not got Catalyst there. This is everything that these guys, they know, they love, they've practiced. No excuses, as game number 1 is going to be capture the flag on Aquarius. This is the best way you could imagine to start this series. So much time to play with, so much room to play with as we start things off with Spartan himself. So much pressure on this gentleman. I think they'll be happy with top 8, but you know full well he will want to beat his old team, and already going up against one of his replacements of Manny.
I wonder if Spartan right now is like, call him out. Where is he? Let me get the fight. We will see some challenges between those two, but getting that first kill, Spartan moving on over towards the closet and putting some hurt on the E United base. There it is, the first 1v1 we see out of those two, and Snipe Down gets his teammates back and takes Ryan Noob down in the courtyard.
Yeah, at the moment, FaZe are taking both angles. They're going through car and they're on P side, but the reason they're on P side is because of this camouflage. Snipe Down in such a good position, has the heat wave, has the camouflage, and now he can really do some damage in the opponent's generator here. Just needs a little bit of help from Renegade, and look at them all. They're all trapped. The whole roster should be able to take it down like flies.
What a great play from Snipe Down. We've seen a lot of ineffective camos, and that was a great camo. The part I liked most about it was he decided to not go for some random 1v1 in the base with the heat wave. Instead, he decided to help all his teammates over on the car side.
And it could have gone very badly if he had just darted into the base and, you know, suddenly he leaves his team in a 4 versus 3. Nice shots though from Ryanu. We'll be using the sidekick. I know a lot of players in this lobby love the sidekick. That's why Aquarius is always going to be fun, so they can have that extra kit in their arsenal. Manny gets taken down by Snipe Down. Suspector responds though, and now the heat wave finds its hands over towards Rain. I feel like Rain often is underestimated in this squad, but he's not able to get the kill.
Yeah, and I'm taking a quick look at the scoreboard. One person that's been highlighted a couple times throughout the broadcast has been Sniped saying, hey, is he in his finals form right yet? He is having a strong start, just as is Suspector. Suspector over in on the phase base. Move this flag out. This is the first one that we feel has a chance of being capped. Up until now, it's been some threatening pulls, but not really. They didn't have the kills to really back it up, and somehow FaZe get a couple picks and stop the flag in its tracks.
Yeah, you can always talk about 7 kills and who's slaying well, but it's about getting that objective done. It's about getting those kills at the right time. But Renegade does get the return, and FaZe, that is a stop that was very much needed. You cannot allow E United to get ahead, otherwise they will continue to capitalize on mistakes maybe you're making. Maddie gets tagged up by that dynamo,
busted.
And unfortunately, his hidey hole is going to be found out. And unfortunately, that means 3 members are now down. Rain, the last remaining player.
Just totally ousted as he's hiding in that corner by that lightning stick. That is so tough, but here we are. We are 2.5 minutes into this game, and we've had maybe 1 flag attempt. This just shows the cautiousness that both these rosters are taking. Generally, I would say E United's going to be one of those rosters that are going to try to pull some more scrappy flags, but I feel like you can't afford to do that against a squad here like FaZe, who have such a threat of slaying power.
Very back and forth at the moment. Spartan, the last remaining player on FaZe. I think Bravo said it perfectly on the desk as well, that after that 3-0 against SSG, this series game became a lot more interesting. FaZe looked like they really are going to put up more of a fight than perhaps they had on Friday. Ryanoob gets a nice grenade though onto Spartan, his previous teammate. And now this is where you can get aggressive on the side of E United. All 4 members dead. A flag definitely can be pulled. And Ryanoob desperately looking to see where are those spawners. Can I get any information? And they're all going to be bottom P.
Yeah, first looking for those cutoffs over from Fridge side. And look at this methodical escort here come from the E United squad. They looked every single route. Look at that, even just prediction nade, knowing these timings down to a T. And there goes Renegade. Spartan's able to get a kill, but it's not going to be enough. And there's going to be the first flag going in for E United.
So E United strike first. FaZe now are going to have to respond, and they're going to respond by pulling a flag of their own. Sniped also gets the opening kill. 3 are dead for E United, and this could be a counter cap if they can sniff out where Manny is. Ryanoob has also been spotted on Fridge, but the flag just hasn't been moving. Camouflage, though, pops for Spartan.
I love that for 2 reasons. 1, watching the correct spots is where players would spawn. But 2, he's not getting tunnel vision, not letting his motions get the best of him. Right there was a situation where Spartan could have tried to fight essentially a one-on-one against Ryanoob. He says, nope, gotta go for camo. You know, don't make this personal. We need this as a team win.
Well, if we learned anything from Spartan's interview earlier, is that he wants to be selfless. He wants to take a role in a team that perhaps he's not used to, but he recognizes just how good his teammates are in the roles they already provide for the squad. And if Spartan can fit in, if they can mold, this FaZe roster does get very scary. Manny with the shots onto Snipe down to make it a 4 versus 3. Suspector also very low bottom middle, but the flag has been tossed out. And now it's just about trying to get that flag continuously moving, but at the moment, difficult to do so, with a lot of players with their eyes on it. Spartan gets the opener, Renegade also taken down as well. With 7 minutes still remaining, no reason to panic for either of these squads.
And just look at all these threats lurking on the lower part of the map. Someone like Suspector's just waiting for his teammates on E United to lay some damage down so that he can jump up from below and finish off the kill. That's exactly what you need to be doing as a flanker. You need to be waiting for your teammates to create that opportunity so that you can pounce on it. It shouldn't be the other way around. If you get ousted as the flanker, you are done for.
Snipe down the last remaining player. Has to try and challenge this because he can't allow this flag to get too far, but Ryanoob just gets that final bullet in. But maybe Snipe down delayed for just long enough that the rest of the team can come up, do damage with the grenades, and he has done just that. Falcated will rip through Ryanoob. Flag has been stopped, but now here comes the United push. They're getting ahead of it. They are going to get the touch. This is going to be carnage here in the closet. Falcated misses out on 1, but it's okay. The rest of the team are there to cover up.
But it feels like these FaZe players are just rotating in and out anytime they're getting threatened. Before, in a situation where I felt like a FaZe member would just challenge to the death, they're running away. They're hightailing it in a good direction. It means that they're trusting that if they do some damage, back down, the rest will be taken care of. And nice little pickup there from Falcated as he's able to secure that heatwave kill in the closet, back down and stay alive. Game is halfway over, and we need to see a cap out of FaZe Clan if they want to extend this series.
The chemistry, the teamwork, it's starting to come together for FaZe, but you can say that E United, they're in a similar position. They're a newly formed roster as well. They've got the same excuses if you wanted to use them, and at the moment, they still have the lead. It's only 1-0 though. It's a very slender lead indeed. Renegade Slenderly staying alive as well with the camo, but does get spotted out. Ryanoob using that information provided from the team and perfectly using his Hawkeyes.
Those camos, sometimes they just get shut down, and it's such a heartbreaker. I mean, whether it's a predictive nade or people just these eagle eyes across the map, there's just not so much you can do. Hopefully Renegade doesn't let that get to him too much, because that can be a devastating blow.
As I'm looking at the stats, one thing that is standing out, I know Snipedown has the 16 kills, but it's the amount of cleanups Snipedown's been able to get. For example, when Spartan does the damage and goes down, Snipedown is always there to actually get that cleanup, and that's very important. That's something that FaZe weren't doing at the start of this tournament.
Look at all these members of United just loading up over on the closet side, and then they're not just pushing forth until they know they have an advantage. They'll peek and poke out a little bit, but they aren't just blindly charging into the FaZe base. They want to have a good reason to, and here's the reason. They get a kill. Ryanoob moving this flag across the map as they have a numbers advantage. There's Spartan inside the back of the base. Renegade gets taken out. There's only Spartan in position to stop it, and he is also down. This is going to be a second flag going in for United.
Cap number 2, and suddenly that slender lead becomes far healthier here for United. FaZe, unfortunately, just couldn't stop that push, that barrage of damage that came through from United. The sidekick doing all of the damage for Ryanoob, and it looks like they're out for blood. They want a little bit more. The sidekick gets whipped out once again, but better bait and switching this time from FaZe.
Yeah, they did that just right. Now, it's nice that they're pushing with numbers on that side, but you have to question, when do FaZe get back to the top half of the map? They have so many people here at car 1/car 2. It's a good spot temporarily, but you need to use that to get towards car 3 or towards the closet. Otherwise, you're just sitting in a death trap.
Well, it's 2-0. Still a few minutes left for FaZe, but United, we always talk about how good Ryanoob is at calling the end of these games. Let's jump into an Astro listening and see just how the communication is with United.
I got 1-2 there.
I'm coming with you, run.
Like is there? Don't there, snipe down weak. Dead. Fucking bad. MP2. Yeah, I left 3.
Yeah, I'll get it.
They're generating?
They're RP guys, they are.
Yeah, I'm going back to our flag.
These are cuts, not hurt with scatter. Here.
Weak their gen. I hear
Cuts, one shot of cuts. He went P1.
P1 so RP tree. I got one, another on their gen.
Nice.
They're high hall.
P2.
I'm trying to look. Didn't keep him.
Dead.
They're vent foul, never done. On Dynamos? And Dynamos. We got one foul. Both of them, I think. There's one more there. Oh, never mind.
Probably their gen or vent. P1 trying to OE.
P2, snipe down.
P1 OEing with Rust. I'm pushing their gen. I'm their gen, guys. P1. You should be our P street.
He's there. They're P-sheet on.
Top P.
One shot, Sparty gonna die. One shot street.
I'm baiting in melee.
P2 again. P2 weak, Renegade. I'm on the pistol. Yeah. Weak P2, Renegade. The fire. Renegade dead?
I don't see their flag.
Anyone chasing me? No, the fire. I hear you, I'm one red. He's P2 trying to kill me now. Dead. I got him.
Nice.
Everyone come back.
I didn't see.
I'm running into our flag. I'm just making sure.
Shock sharp, Mania, I'm gonna die. Shock sharp too. He's on shocks, guys. On
shocks, yeah. On shocks, weak. Shot him once. RP. Our fire killing me, Renegade.
I can't get out.
Our two shots. He's pushing right. He's going our flag right now.
Okay, I'm just pushing out. I spawned DP.
Dynamos. I'm going back.
Yeah, Eden's in their base. Everyone else come back.
Flag got weak. Shot him once.
Their flag.
Maybe a lifeline here for FaZe as the flag is on the move, and it's going to be a counter cap because United had it all the way across, but it is going to be 2-1. FaZe still alive.
What turned out to potentially be a dagger ended up being a double-edged sword right there, because we are about to see United go on a 3-0 lead. Instead, that opened up a counter cap position for FaZe. FaZe are only one cap away from tying this game up, and that's totally feasible within a minute and a half, especially when you have the camo in the hands of Snipedown.
Nice shots from Snipedown as well. Looks to try and do more, but Suspector gets the info, throws the nade, and can finish off that kill comfortably. 3 up on both sides. 1 minute and 26 seconds, as you say. Suspector might wait for the Dynamos to spawn here, just so you've got that extra info. But he could be in a great position. Just a little bit of trigger discipline, will spot out Renegade, but now the information is given away. Now the Dynamos are up, and they are going to fry these players at P1. Car 1, excuse me, that's the second player going down, and it is perfectly executed by Suspector.
And not only that, they already have a player on the flag grab. Manny just fitting into this EU strategy and team so well, pulling this across the map, bringing it all the way towards Util. We gotta see if they try to charge and rush this flag in, because that's how they kind of lost that last cap.
Could be deja vu. FaZe managed to get one down. Manny is the first to fall. Snipedown down there with the heat wave. Does see his teammates go down, so it's not going to be an easy counter cap. 40 seconds though, so they do need to get moving. Snipedown has to do a lot. He's moving, he's grooving, but cannot get the shots with the heat wave. And Ryanoob, was that a couple of extra shots, or was he just searching for the heat wave? I joined late, so I'm not sure. I will only speculate. But now, With 25 seconds left, Dave, you have to imagine that FaZe have got one last attempt here.
Yeah, they're going to make a push. Now you have to see where is E United going to play defense from. It looks like they decided to go with the heat wave on the flag, and they have some players over at the car side. I like that they just don't commit everyone to the back of the flag, because that sometimes can spell disaster if they get picked off. But however, during this time, FaZe, they pick up the 2 players at car. They're now making the push on the flag. Here's their final attempt. They get the flag out towards Util. Snipedown's one shot, just trying to stay alive.
Does stay alive. Renegade picks up the pieces and picks up the flag. 3 are dead. Make it 4. Ryanoob, the first one off spawn. Can he do anything? Is there a god nade? Surely not. FaZe are going to tie this game up 2-2, and we go into overtime.
What a clutch tie there. FaZe played that so well. They isolated those 2 members over at Carside, got the kills, and then just collapsed in a 3v2 scenario to get that flagpole. Many other teams and players in that position would have just won instantly towards the flag and gotten shot in the back from those players who were pushed out towards car.
That one is going to hurt, Bolshi. That one is going to be a dagger in the heart, like you said, but what a confidence builder this is going to be for FaZe. They were 2-0 down with only a few minutes left, and they still wrestle this one back. Now, of course, we go into overtime. It's 5 extra minutes. It's first cap wins, and we're seeing some aggressive nature here coming out from some of these players. Rain just trying to stay alive, does stay alive, but the camouflage is gone into the hands of Snipedown.
Busted. Manny sees it, so he's going to back down, but look at this. They don't have to have their camos the furthest person up. They have someone who's even a bigger double agent on their side. Someone who knows the E United strategy. There's Sparty McFly behind enemy lines, pushing the flag with Snipedown, creating a distraction.
We've seen some good camo plays already from Snipedown. Should be able to connect with 1, if not 2. The support from Falke, it means that 2 will go down, but Ryanoob is pulling the flag on the other side. Snipedown has vision of it. Need to make sure you cannot go down in the opposition base. Does toss it out. Very good to do this, because at least it makes them think, but priority number 1 is get your flag back right now.
Yeah, Snipedown just tossing it out just to make sure that they can't force cap that without having to return that in the courtyard first. So looks like both flags will be heading back, and maybe not. Snipedown getting a little risky, and he's going to continue it. He decides to push his flag towards bottom car, gets that last touch. Now this is a really threatening situation for E United, especially since they have 2 down and Rain weak in the utility.
If Rain goes down here, this is definitely cap potential. 3 are dead. Suspector, where are you? Where can you get damage done on this flag runner? It doesn't look like you can. Ryanoob and Manny, the last remaining players. Snipedown, just trying to avoid grenades at the moment. Just needs support from the rest of the team. Make the jump, and you've got the game. And somehow FaZe will win this game after being down and out.
Down 2 flags, bringing that game back. You know FaZe comms have got to be hype in the chat.
Wow. Wow. Wow, FaZe. This is what you wanted to see from this roster. This is something that Clutch was talking about on the desk. If they start to catch fire, if they start to get that belief, suddenly this FaZe roster becomes a terrifying factor in this series. And even though they were slow out of the blocks, as soon as E United gave them that opportunity of a counter cap, this FaZe roster turned into a different beast.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the story of any sort of heroic story. You have to have your stumbles. You have to have the call to rise to greatness. And right there, FaZe, backs against the wall, a time that they absolutely could have crumbled, they stepped up. And they're up 1-0 in the series. And we're absolutely seeing a different FaZe from like game to game, series to series. I even called them out earlier on the desk, and I was like, you know what? They can make some small improvements here, tweaks, but like, we're already at Tournament Saturday. Like, there's only so much you can do. But I've already seen leaps and bounds of improvements from this roster. Let's take a quick look at the damage, though. Who was sticking out to you, Gaskin?
I mean, Ryanoob, 7.3k, but it's not enough to get the victory for E United. And I mean, we can put the 6.7k damage for Snipedown, but I think it's the risks that he took that really did separate him from the rest in the end of that game. He was the one in the base, right? He was the one who did that damage, got that flag out, got the flag moving. And as we look back at the replays, it's an interesting story. E United taking a very commanding lead, looking completely comfortable 2-0 up. But with only a few minutes left, suddenly FaZe are able to get back into it with a counter cap and then a last-ditch pull. And then, of course, they won it in overtime. And I didn't see that happening. I'm going to be honest with you, Dave. I thought at 2-0 for E United, surely this was just going to be a comfortable road for them.
Yeah, it was looking like they were starting to pull away. They were in a better groove. They knew how to play better defense, especially against the camo. Just felt like they were kind of doing everything one step ahead of the FaZe roster. Even though they squeaked out that win, I still kind of stand by that statement because it felt like a lot of FaZe caps anyways kind of came from a counter cap, kind of came from from E United fumbling a third potential cap.
And E United, they got defensive towards the end of this game as well. You saw Ryanoob had the heat wave in the base, was on the defensive, but could not stay alive, got taken down. It was a clutch push by FaZe in the end, sending them to overtime, giving them the opportunity to get back into this game. But it was Sniped_Down who initiated this final push. Of course, all the rest of the damage coming from the team. And even though there was a lot of damage coming across the map at the end, Sniped_Down just able to put it in and make sure that FaZe take game number 1 here in this series. And if that's anything to go by, Walshy, I think we're in for one heck of a series. Slayer Livefire is going to be map number 2 here. Any initial thoughts from you?
Initial thoughts? I mean, when we saw E United play this earlier, it was more so King of the Hill and such, but we'd see them move as a full unit towards Overshield, as a full unit in different directions. But one other thing I always took from E United was I would always see them in standoff time, and they pass that sniper rifle on over towards Spartan. Who is that new player here for E United when they're in a neutral position? Who's going to be picking off those kills? Who's going to do that power weapon slayer? I want to see how that plays out here for E United. Not saying they can't do it, not saying it's bad for them, but it's just a question. I honestly don't know who that player is for them.
Who is going to be the montage kid now? As, the sniper rifle is going to be on the map, is going to be available, and it's going to end up in someone's hands. Game number 2 is going to be Slayer Livefire. Overshield, of course, is slightly delayed, so you're not going to see everyone dart towards it just yet, but Sniped_Down's patient. He waits for the damage, he waits for the callouts, and he gets two initial kills here to give a lot of control over towards this OS side.
Yeah, that was just the right places, the right time, just getting back down to the mud and catching people in the back. And, you know, maybe the answer was Ryanoob all along. Looks like he didn't always have to pass that sniper on over to his teammate. Picking off Sniped_Down from behind, bringing over towards OS, and that's going to be OS and Sniper in the hands of E United. Let's see how far ahead they climb with this advantage.
What a difference a sniper rifle shot can make, as well as another body shot means Ryanoob gets the help. Suspector finishes off Sniped_Down, and it's already 4-4, and Ryanoob looks confident floating around this map. Rain, of course, has that overshield you were speaking of.
Yeah, and look at this. Valkyrie just run for his life, not going to get much damage on the board, and they still have an overshield to deal with. So I wonder what the setup looks like here for United. Are they going to get Slay and keep chasing around, or do they want to stay a bit more static? Knowing United, my guess would be they're going to be a bit more fluid. They're going to be pushing out after they get a Slayer 2 and try to roll that advantage.
Well, one thing is for certain, that E United have been impressive in Slayers throughout this tournament. I mean, the amount of Game 5s we've seen them win, they have lost one Game 5 as well. Although this is only Game 2 Slayer, it's an entirely different region. And can FaZe just confidently push around this map and stop this sniper rifle from doing any damage? They're being very slow at the moment with their process.
Yeah, it looks like FaZe is just trying to figure out where the threats are. So you saw Renegade poking in and out a couple times trying to say, all right, I didn't see the glare off the sniper rifle. Sniper is not over near nest. Now with that information, generally if you're a FaZe member, you're saying, all right, I better be careful near top center or OS then. And it looks like FaZe decided to go on the offensive. They know Sniper is now over near OS, and they decided to just charge and flip the map. A bit interesting. I don't know what their goal is here. They're giving up OS, and then maybe they just want to rotate and see if they can take over tower.
Maybe map control. That has to be the only consideration here, because they give up overshield. They know they don't have snipe, and now Ryanoob has all the goodies from the party pack. Can you actually put them together, though? Can you do some damage here? Needs a little bit of support from the rest of the team. Needs someone to create an opening and get that initial information, so then he can start to do that damage. Instead, now he's going to utilize this overshield. He's going to be the aggressor. He's got that info, but can he actually see anyone at the moment? FaZe are doing very well to avoid him. They're all scattering around and scattered together. One grenade could end this whole team.
You know, I think rotating away at times works, but at some point you have to turn and fight, and it looks like that's what FaZe decides to do. Sparty and Renegade picking off Suspector and Manny, making that an even trade. So despite E United having a sniper rifle, despite E United having a full OS, they didn't really gain much from it. So this strategy from FaZe, although unorthodox, seems to be working.
This might be the slowest live fire slayer I've ever seen. And I guess I'm not really surprised when you look at the teams that are playing it. And oh, there we go. There's the body shot from Ryanoob to make it 9-8. We heard in the interview from Spartan, he said, I used to play really slow on the side of E United. For Renegade, he's probably saying, what on earth's going on? I'm used to playing so aggressive. My boys used to run this map, but now you've got to be patient. Now you've got to bide your time, and you have to strategize. Sniped_Down will get caught out on his own to make it a 10-8 lead here. And finally, that sniper rifle is out of ammo as Falcated slaps him in the back.
And look at this. This just seems to be doing so well for FaZe, given the circumstances. Now, yes, FaZe are down in the Slay, or actually even in Slays. But the part that's most impressive is, as we said, they didn't have the weapons or power-ups to make this happen. Somehow able to come out ahead without those advantages.
That's what, 2 overshields and the sniper rifles going in favor of the United, and
2
yet
snipers.
still it's the lead for FaZe. I mean, you're right, it's impressive. They were running for quite some time, but it has kind of worked out here. Next overshield is just about to pop. Can FaZe get hold of this one? And if they do, can they capitalize on it? Can they make it count a little bit better than United did?
Yeah, we're not going to see that same rotation here come out from FaZe now that they don't have that sniper threatening them. They are charging and challenging this OS, and Renegade realizing things are a little too good to be true. He's not going to go launching out the OS instead. He needs to take a sneaky route, and here it is. Renegade behind enemy lines gets taken out by Ryanoob. That's going to be a 1-for-2. Make that 2-for-2. Sparty trying to stay alive, and everyone is going down here near this OS.
So unfortunately, not able to get it, but Snipe Down also takes down Ryanoob. Should still go in the hands of a United. Manny gets it, but he loses so much overshield so quickly. The firing squad was waiting there on plat, and now FaZe go back into retreat mode. They say, okay, there's a little bit of overshield coming. Let's back off. Let's deplete it ever so slightly, and then we'll retake the fight a little bit later. Snipe Down also finds a kill onto Ryanoob. Still 16-17, but Snipe Down also going down, and now Manny gets to push in. Manny gets to be aggressive here.
They are just trapping them in over here at green. That's going to be Sparty going down as well. Now, some of those rotations have been good from FaZe. However, if they get trapped over at green there, it's kind of a death sentence. There's really no easy or covered way out of that base.
Things slow down again. A 2-kill lead here for United. And FaZe, oh, that's some nice shots coming out. Suddenly they just pop out of the woodwork, and they are able to do a lot of damage here to Manny, and he is in no man's land. Grenades are flooding in as they try and get this initial pick. Spartan even takes a new angle, does get that kill, and now FaZe can try and push up on this. Unfortunately, they do lose one. It's going to be difficult. Suspector is the second go down, though, and now the thing is that FaZe are so good at is they get aggressive when they need to, Dave. They really know when to push and when not to push.
And they're not going after the most obvious threats. There are just times where they know if someone's a little distracted, then they can slide under, you know, get under that bridge and get a new angle on the player who's going to drop away from Nest. It's just that slight little nuanceable difference. Sometimes having the exact one weak person somewhere isn't the first target you go for. They sometimes might be the second target.
It's absolute mayhem again at the overshield, by the way, and it's another one going in favor of E United. But despite all of these overshields, it's still only a 2-kill lead. So FaZe, they just need to get hold of one, and you feel like maybe they can start to turn the tides in their favor. Manny will throw a couple of grenades over towards house area. Now he's going to reposition because he's got that heat wave. He wants to get up close and personal, but he has to be careful about this one. You can't just run in and face 3 different people. He needs to use the information. There's the information. Gets the kill. Also, Ryanoob's got another sniper.
Ryanoob has sniped. They know Renegade's weak down, likely in tunnel. They are in just stronger position right now, so this running away is working for a bit, but they are getting hunted one by one. There goes Renegade. They found another player at OS, and what a nice dodge towards that grenade. Good job using that repulsor to avoid that damage.
Historically, E United have always been one of the best Slayer teams. I used to say it all the time, but with the changes, I was worried that maybe things wouldn't quite be there, but it seems like they still have that same strategy employed, and it is working out for them here. It is very slow and methodical at times, but when they do start going and they take a lead like this, it's so difficult to come back when you are the opposition. 31-25. FaZe need to start chaining some kills together here to get them back in this game. They are 6 behind, and it is not going to be comfortable whatsoever if they keep losing out on these overshields and this sniper rifle.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, yes, you can play well around overshield or sniper, but like, if they keep getting it every single time, there's only so much you can do. That's a great point, Gaskin. They need to get that in their hands once, and just United are not allowing it. Oh, anytime it's within threat, they're able to toss off the map, and Ryanoob saying goodbye to his old teammate Spartan, getting that no-scope into bottom center, and giving his team a 6-kill lead.
6-kill lead. Overshield also popping in 3, and he's going to be in prime position to grab this one as long as a nade doesn't kill him. Rain is going to be the one to pop the OV. And again, another overshield. This is going to be frustrating for FaZe because they get into kind of a position to hold for it, and unfortunately just not able to capitalize on it, and they find themselves still 5 kills down.
Also, both of them go down there like, he always drops here. I'm going down to him, and then Spartan just with a little switch up runs all the way up towards sandbags, even though he's one shot.
There's a lot of little nuances when you're playing against old teammates. They're going to notice those tendencies. You almost have to be a little bit more unpredictable. Is that going to take you out of your comfort zone, though? As I say, that Rain and the rest of the squad here are going to get aggressive on towards tower. Renegade is a sitting duck, quite literally. A flying duck, actually, would probably be a better analogy. 34-29, and it could increase twofold if they are not careful here. Falcated on tower also taking that fight, 35 to 31, 36 to 31. United just seem to be finding these kills when FaZe look like they're getting back into the game. Suddenly a double kill comes into things.
Yeah, and that's just so tough when you're in FaZe spot. Like, you're starting to get to that point in the end of the game where it's like, all right, we need to kind of have some kills happen without us dying. We can't just trade over and over again. Like, let's get something going in our favor, and maybe we can push out and get a step of our own, or maybe even a power weapon of their own.
Well, they're those 2 kills that I talk about. Where's the response? Well, Ryanoob gets the first, and then Rain gets the second. It's instant response every single time from E United. And as I look at those stats, I mean, Renegade with 4 kills, 8 deaths, that's not what we're used to seeing from a player of his caliber. But there is still time to get back into it. It is still only a 4-kill game. We have seen turnarounds far bigger than this. Falcated may be caught out in Nest, will get taken down. Renegade also gets finished off by Suspector, and honestly, the shots we're seeing from every player on this map right now, you can tell what it means to them.
Absolutely, but we're about to see the last overshield of the game popping up in 10 seconds. If there's a time to get a power-up, it is now, Coach Towie. Let's see what FaZe can do to counter this power-up, because it has been non-stop in the hands of United. They've either been there in position better or won the engagement better, and there's Falcade taking out 2 members. Ryanoob answering with 2 kills of his own. It's a 2v2 for this OS, which is going to be so critical.
FaZe need it. Snipe down grabs it, and he pops it. Spartan's got 1. Ryanoob does respond again, but can we see FaZe now utilize this first overshield to really propel them back into the game? Snipe down desperately searching for any players to try and get some damage on, but they're all hiding away, and suddenly that overshield dissipates. Ryanoob is in Nest. Snipe down's left in no man's land, and the overshield comes to nothing.
You gotta wonder, where's the help, or where's the backup, or what's the plan? Because Snipe down was in a great position there, but just came to no fruition. There are a few kills at the moment, but is it too little too late? 48 kills here for United, and if we know anything about them so far this match, they know how to trade kills.
United know how to trade kills. They also know how to play these final moments, these close quarter possibilities that could happen in the final stages. There's only 1 minute left. One last realistic push here for FaZe to try and get all 4 dead, just to take us to 48-48 and potentially some overtime. Ryanoob and the rest of the squad just watching every angle. Spartan trying to be a little bit of a distraction at the moment over towards Big Door. But you can see with the outlines, the push is starting to happen. All 4 members of FaZe are working together, but then the out-rotate now from E United. They're sticking together. The Wolfpack is here, and they just want to avoid this roster for as long as possible. But here come the nades!
This is not a good spot to be in. That rotation works if you don't get caught, but now if you're in a disadvantageous position over near the scoreboard, you are done for. But great trade there, and that's going to be the traded out kills that FaZe fans feared so much. 50-46 here for United in game number 2. We got ourselves a tie series.
A tied series and a very methodical game from E United. An impressive game as well. The majority of overshields went in their favor, and the one that didn't, it was very quickly taken out of the equation. It was a game of rotations, it was a game of avoiding fights, but in the end, it is E United who come out on top, and Ryanoob had such an impressive game. 17 kills. The amount of times you'd see him in the kill feed, as soon as FaZe popped up with a double, Ryanoob would respond with a cleanup grenade, time and time again, and of course, he took the role of that sniper rifle player. I mean, I don't think I was expecting that, but I tell you what, he did well with it.
I saw so many great body shots, so many great no-scopes. He did everything you could ask for that weapon. It also never got in the hands of the opponent. He saved that ammo. There were so many times it was ready for the next sniper spawning. Just, you know, they played the clock so well. United, they kept rolling those advantages into the next power-up or power weapon, and then they'd take that and hold on to it for a while and roll it into the next one.
On the other side, Renegade 5 and 11. It's not a game we're used to seeing from him. We'll have a look at the damage and see if there's anything that tells us a different story. 3.5k for Renegade. No, it's a bad game for Renegade. I think that he will know it. We know it, but on the other side, Ryanoob with that 5k damage, some of those grenades were really hitting hard, and then of course that sniper rifle as well. But
also Falcade, sort of unsung hero that last game. You know, he had a pretty strong showing for his team, also with 5,000 damage. However, you have to wonder, is he more of kind of that flanker? You know, not as much damage taken there for Falcade, which is good or bad depending on how you look at it. I kind of tend to look at it as bad because you're not taking as much pressure off of your teammates.
If you're not involved in those fights, then what's happening elsewhere? Are you leaving your teammates for dead? That's definitely one way to look at it. As we look back at some of the highlights, it's overshield after overshield that went into the hands of E United, and even though FaZe sometimes negated it by running away or just using time so that it wasn't going to be as much of an overshield they faced, it still was E United who kept that lead persistently and consistently through the game. It was always 4 or 5 kills they were ahead, and they forced FaZe into a situation where we only had a minute left in the game and FaZe had to make a play. And I do feel like that's when E United are at their best, right? When you've got those shot calls, when Ryanoob can make those definitive calls on where you need to go. And they almost got caught out, but the trades, they're good enough in the end, like we can see, and it meant that they do still come out on top. And we're tied up 1-1 in this series.
1-1, and I've never seen that many rotations, I feel like, on live fire. It feels like generally one team gets like a strong advantage and then collapses it on spawns or something like that, but that was quite an odd one, just seeing almost full team rotations just around the map over and over again, Gaskin.
Speaking of odd, it's Oddball that we go up to next. It's going to be Streets Oddball, where these two are going to play yet another objective game. And if game 1 was anything to go by, it is going to be so unpredictable. I imagine it's going to be very back and forth between these two teams. In terms of setups, in terms of rotations, is there anything we've learned from games 1 and 2 that would suggest who is the favorite going into game 3 here?
I mean, as far as setups go and as far as rotating the ball, I do feel like that has to favor EU. I mean, you saw them being the aggressor when it came to the flag game. You saw them have some pretty strong setups here when it came to that live fire Slayer. Even that last end of game rotation as they rotated towards Garage, like, they're on the same page, they're moving at the same time, they're just more coordinated. We even heard it from Spartan 2, he's like, we got a lot to learn, we're not on the same page yet, we need to change some of our play styles. I don't feel like that's the case with United right now. They're kicking in all gears.
And I wonder who is under more pressure in this series as well, because we heard the interview, right? Spartan's recognizing what's going wrong. FaZe have reached the bare minimum now, right? They've get to Orlando, they've got pools, this is what they wanted to achieve at the bare minimum. On the other side for United, you could argue exactly the same. Get top 8, and then what happens afterwards? Do you think this whole rivalry, this whole, like, you know, Ryanoob now is seeing Spartan on a new team, Spartan now leaving his team and having to change things, do you think that adds to pressure more on one side than the other, or do you think it's kind of equally shared pressure?
It's an equally shared pressure, you know what I mean? Like, whoever wins this series, E United, if they win, they're going to be sleeping a lot better tonight. Or if FaZe win, you know E United's going to get a rougher night of sleep, just saying like, oh man, like we had to win that series. How did we lose that series against him? So, yeah, it's equal pressure on both sides.
Equal pressure, and I'm sure that social media will erupt, despite who wins in this one as well. Although, even though there is a lot of kind of bickering between a couple of these guys, they do know when to call a spade, and they are usually pretty honest, and they admit when they were the worst team, or if they were the better team. And sometimes that can be a good thing, sometimes that can be a bad thing. I guess I'll wait and have my Twitter open a little bit later to see what happens. But Oddball Streets is always one of those game types where I feel is a difficult one to hold those setups. It's going to be about who can break a setup better out of these two squads. And certainly one thing we've learned in this tournament so far is FaZe have really struggled in some of these more strategical games where they have to set up, they have to break setups. On the other side for E United, they have flourished in some of these scenarios. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one. We are going to be looking at E United as favorites coming into it, but I'm sure FaZe will have something to say about that to try and take the lead. The first set of rockets, though, goes to Ryanoob, and he tosses them to his teammate. And he gets tossed back.
It tosses him down, I guess. Did not land up there, but somehow gets a second chance to pick up the rockets and stay alive. So somehow that works. What an aggressive start that paid off for the most part. Ryanoob's going to be able to at least trade out one kill here, I expect, and there it is. Gets out Renegade. His spot has been called out, and now he's just desperately trying to run away and stay alive.
Got the rockets, but the rest of the team died. It's one of those that if it had paid off, if he had got the toss, it could have been very different. It is a well-practiced scenario, that's for sure. But now we see FaZe getting the ball, retreating into Tram, getting the setup in Tram. If they can get a couple of kills here just to keep E United back, we could see a lot of time gathered by this roster.
And what a great rotation there from FaZe. Yes, kills got traded out too fast for them to be able to take full advantage of that rotation. But whole point is they got the ball over there without the ball carrier and being killed, and they had a chance at a Tram setup.
Certainly when we saw Recharge Oddball earlier from this FaZe roster, it was Snipe Down who really picked up that duty of playing the objective, rotating that ball, getting the scrappy time. But he not only was doing that, he was slaying like crazy. If he can play like that again, then certainly FaZe will be in a far better position than maybe I had considered when I just looked at this map on paper. Still a couple of players without any kills at the moment. though it's still early doors as well. And now this Bulldog can do some damage, and it is going to do the damage, allows the team to clean up. 2 are dead on both sides, and this is going to be a big 2v2 because there is a lot of ball time that can be gathered by the team that first gets this over towards Trap.
Yeah, both sides are being real cautious though. They don't want to give up a couple deaths just rotating this ball away. It looks like Suspector's going to take that risk and run over towards tower. This is the time that FaZe needs to pounce and punish them for, and there was no punish following that up. So we're going to have to see how FaZe decide to break the setup. In my eyes, you didn't see E-United get any sort of kills in order to move that ball across the map. And you need to pounce on those moments.
Can they capitalize on one player having that ball though? Because Rockets were up and Rockets are now in the hands of Snipe Down. Doesn't need it to use it on the first player. 3 are dead. Rain the last remaining player, and he's all the way on the other side of the map at the moment. He's going to be spawning a few players over towards Pink Street, and Snipe Down should be in the perfect spot to get some kills. And oh my god, that Rocket did no damage. And Manny perhaps protected by a cardboard box.
Yeah, Snipe Down is... I can guarantee he's not very happy about that rocket not hurting that player, but he's gonna have to deal with it because that is unfortunate. It was a situation too where Snipe Down saying, oh, they're probably all spawning at Tram, and then first gets caught off guard realizing they're at Cafe, and that could have been a blessing or a curse. Should have been a blessing as he should have gotten 2 quick, easy kills.
I mean, if I am ever involved in some sort of apocalypse, cardboard boxes will be what I build my fort with, because clearly they can really protect you from rocket damage. But 31 to 24, some considerable amount of time now being gained by United off the back of it. Good rotations as well, just to try and stay alive, but 4 dead on the side of United, and now FaZe can really use this to get some time, to get a setup, to try and find out who's spawning where, and ensure that they really get a good chunk of time here because they can take a fantastic lead because of it.
You're right, this is their first chance at a real setup, but they don't have it yet. Look at Falcade had to rotate all the way over from Tower back into Tram to try to help this team get it fully going. And here it is, Falcade finally over the reinforcements, takes out Ryan Noob, but kind of too little too late. Here comes the push from E-United. They have 3 members in Tram, and they have the ball.
Again, it's one of FaZe's many struggles, and it's an overkill for Manny, and some teabagging to follow as well, just to let him know that he is boss. We heard him in a listening earlier as well, saying, you know, these guys are trash. Well, I'm sure he's showing it now, but in his gameplay instead. 47 to 40, and that could be a massive game changer when you think of momentum, when you think of a swing of the game.
And there's one of the concerns I kind of highlighted at the beginning of the match where I was saying, when it comes to setups, I don't know if FaZe have those figured out just yet. And you kind of saw it right there. They had ball and Tram, they kind of had people still over near Cafe and Tower, and they had, you know, the map's kind of split in half in the elongated way, but they didn't have the backup all on one side that they needed, and it fell real quick. They lost the setup real fast. And now look at when United has it. They've already been racking up points on the board. They're in no fear of getting overkilled by Manny just yet.
Points and confidence.
Here comes a good rotation.
Now you've got the rotate as well. You're completely right. This is absolutely perfect in the moment from United. Still 1 rocket to work with. Doesn't connect again, by the way. I don't know how these rockets aren't killing people, but he does follow up and make sure he gets the cleanup. 3 are dead on the side of FaZe, and now Manny, who got that overkill previously, can get the ball time and can start heading United to this first round.
Yeah, this is just looking like United's round to win. Gonna move this towards the back tower, and FaZe are gonna be in difficult position. They're even throwing desperate grenades. You know that's when you're in trouble, is when you're just throwing desperate grenades across the map to try to damage this oddball because the time is ticking down. Here it is, 2 members down from FaZe. Ball goes down, but the damage has been done. United still have numbers around, and look at this, just hot potatoing across the map. 1 second away, and it goes down in tires. Here is FaZe's one and only chance to bring this back. They need to get the slays, though. They can't afford them to grab it for 1 second. Look at that, just trying to get the ball. There's a fumble, and I don't know what's happening. Ryan getting a triple kill, getting the 1 second, and there it is, going to be securing that first round.
There you have it. United take round number 1. There was an overkill for Manny, a triple kill for Ryan Oob, a little bit of hot potato, as Walshy was talking about. But in the end, it is United who show their class in oddball once more, and FaZe find themselves on the back foot. And also very much staring at possibly being down in this series now after taking the lead, unless they can change things up. The way they played that first round, it was all right to begin with, but United start to work out what was happening. Manny trying to put these rockets to use will at least get 1 kill.
Manny getting that first slay. These rockets actually being used quite a bit better. I don't know how they're acquiring rockets every single time at the start. I feel like after you get fooled once, I'm throwing a grenade on that rocket about 5 seconds after I spawn.
somehow, some way, the starting strategy is still providing them with those rockets. Maybe FaZe just not focusing them as much, and instead just getting that map positioning. Manny and Rain have to retreat ever so slightly. Can grenade over towards the ball. Renegade's already gone down, so it is a 4 versus 3, but it looks like Falcade just smartly and intelligently rotating that ball away from the team.
Snipe down, wisely backing away. This is a situation where he could have gotten double teamed and gave up that first kill of the step, and that's what you want to absolutely avoid. Now, FaZe, although we're seeing a push here from United on the perp side and going up towards these stairs, they're actually in a good spot because they have the rails under control. Anytime you have those B rails under control, it is so difficult to push over towards Tram, and look at that. Kill after kill, going in favor of FaZe, and they now have 28 points on the board.
This is an impressive passage of play from FaZe. Manny, though, can be the initiator here with the Stalker Rifle, but losing out to Snipe Down means even more ball time for Falcated, and he just now needs to listen to this info. He's thinking about potentially going towards Pink Street, but you've got to be careful here because anything could be happening if you don't have the information from your team, and it's all 4 dead for FaZe. A very effective push there from United.
Very effective, and the difference between this and last time was United were able to take over towards B Street and the rails. That is just such a strong angle to have and hold when the opposing team has Tram.
And it was one of those moments where Falcated, you could tell he wanted to throw that ball out, but he was very hesitant, didn't know where to go. And that's something that comes with experience as playing more of an objective player, as it were. As Snipe Down does get the kill onto Rain with the rockets, they regain ball control, and that's fantastic, really, because FaZe, they were all 4 dead, and off-spawn could have very easily sacrificed a lot of time.
So for a second there, they're like, oh, Snipe Down, thank you so much for the rockets. Like, oh, dude, I sent you the wrong gift. Return those back. You get the Bulldog. I'm keeping those.
You're definitely not taking my rockets. You're not taking my guaranteed kills, unless there's any cardboard boxes around that can protect the players. That's for sure. But ball down. 2 dead also on the side of FaZe, but Snipe Down is also going to be still alive. Manages to just clean up the pieces. It's a double, and it could definitely be more if Ryan wasn't running. And now Snipe Down, instead of chasing that kill, just recognizes he can get some extra ball time, some extra scrappy time here for his squad.
Yep, and that is so smart too. You don't need every single player trying to hunt that down, but that is dangerous. Snipe Down, teammates get taken out, but look at this smart rotation. All these players are expecting him to throw outside dumpster. Instead, brings it towards B Street, and all these players spawning at PD now have a chance to shoot at this ball.
Desperately trying to stay alive. The grenade should shut him down. Such a good and valiant effort from Snipe Down. It could have been an entirely different scenario if he had stayed alive. Manny now goes in, grabs the ball, and will start to score here for United. But FaZe, all 4 of them are up. They're trying to collapse. Spartan trying to get an angle at the moment. He knows if he can take Tram away from them, it leaves United in no man's land, where they're trying to get this janky setup over towards Red.
And here it is. They're getting pushed from both sides over at B and at driveway, but somehow it doesn't work out. Spartan gets flanked by Ryan Noob, and Falcated, the only one left, going for a sick insta. I love to see it, but this is some trouble. Ryan Noob buying as much time as possible, and here come the reinforcements from FaZe. So overall, that worked out great for FaZe on those flanks, but it just kind of felt like flank after flank after flank and Tram.
Walshy's eyes lit up for a second when an insta was on the cards, but doesn't quite happen, but I'm sure there'll be one before this game is over. 90-29, an entirely different round here for FaZe, as it's just scrappy time for Renegade. Can't get over the 100 mark just yet, though, and it is going to be rocket control for United. Spartan going to be in the sights first. Manny not going to waste those rockets, wants a guaranteed kill, but he has got to be careful and eventually has to waste it because he was getting pressured by too many people.
Yeah, when in doubt, you just have to shoot that rocket. You just can't let it fall into the opposing team's hands. Ryan Noob, the only one left here for United, trying to stop Snipe Down from these last few seconds, but it's not going to be enough. Snipe Down and FaZe bring this to a 1-1 tie. We're going to round 3 here in Oddball.
And even though Falcated and Snipe Down have got the kills on this squad, they're also getting the objective done. This is what we wanted from FaZe. We wanted everyone to be pulling their weight, everyone to be pulling their socks up. You know that one? You know that expression, right?
No.
That's not an English one, surely. Surely. What have I got to work with? First I've got Clutch not knowing what pigeons are, and then suddenly now I just can't get the staff these days. Still 0-0 though in the early stages here, and a lot of power weapons to be played with. Stalker Rifle for Snipe Down. If you're going to put it in anyone's hands, definitely know he can connect with those shots into perfect. And it is going to be the opener that maybe FaZe needed, because Falcated follows up. And if ball control can once more find its way into FaZe's hands, there could certainly be a lot of time.
Snipetown just getting hit by those spike grenades, but doing a good job, especially that very first one, just charging through. Sometimes you time that grenade perfectly, you know you can charge if that person is not looking at that location where they threw it.
Well, FaZe didn't get the ball to begin with. Snipetown having to be patient, having to look and scout across the map, does enough damage to get the assist on the first, gets the second as well, and now this will give room for FaZe to push up and collapse on this ball. But Manny does have the rockets, and that is going to spell bad news, but he doesn't get the connection, gets taken down, and now Ryan is going to be stuck on his own in PD, should be taken down, should not be given a trade, and he does not get the trade in the end.
Valcade and Snipetown teach him an important lesson about snitches, and get Ryan Noob out of PD, take care of him right there, right then, and now they're going to push in on the remaining members of United. They at least have the ball over at Tower so they can relax a little bit, but the first and foremost thing is they need to clear out their flanks like they did at the very start.
Snitches get stitches. Snitches get no ball time as well, it would seem, but Falcated is going to have to toss this one out because there is a lot of pressure arriving from E United. Manny's going to be the first player who arrives, and Manny does get that kill onto Falcated. I've got to say, Manny has had a lot of important kills so far in this game.
He has, and also putting up almost the most ball time for his team. 10 more points and he'll surpass Rain. So doing it all here for his roster. And look at that. Realizing Rockets are up and says, I need to drop this ball and help lay down some shots across the map. Those Rockets could decide who gets a setup and who doesn't.
28-18. Rockets again in the hands of Manny. And remember, this is elimination round 4. This is for top 6. And Manny manages to get a double kill as well. That's better rocket use. It's been a bit iffy so far in this game.
I was about to say, like, Manny's got the Rockets. Who's about to get severely injured?
No one takes the death. Instead, they just get slightly hard done by, it would seem. 31-21. And this is good from FaZe. Well, it was until they lost the third player, but they are stopping E United from getting these setups. E United haven't been able to get a massive amount of time, but maybe now they can.
Yeah, they were trickling too many deaths, and now it's staggered a little bit. There it is, Falcade going down. So we're not going to see FaZe at full power for at least another 5 seconds until Falcade spawns, and until then, who knows who's going to get into engagement. So right there, United doing a good job of just getting slay after slay, staggering it so that FaZe clan can't make a full team push.
Good shots by Suspector is going to be the trade. It's a 2 versus 2. And Rain, he's very weak.
They're saying, hey,
here comes
did you not learn what we talked about last time?
Renegade tries to follow up, but the difference is, if you've got a shotgun in PD, you're going to have a far more pleasant experience, that's for sure. Those close quarter battles are far easier, and now, this time starting to get away from FaZe. They need to quickly get this push on the go and stop this ball time from happening.
And unfortunately for FaZe, they get staggered once again. Snipetown gets picked off. He's one of the kill leaders on this roster, and they're not able to make that push just yet. Looks like Rockets popping any second now, or actually 15 seconds from now, and that's going to be the decider. But FaZe can't really afford 15 seconds. They can't just sit back for 15 seconds, let United get to the 80, high 80s mark, and then make a push. They have to make a push while trying to acquire those Rockets, and that's going to be a difficult task.
Especially because we've not seen FaZe really get those high-scoring setups, but they do have the ball, but 2 have fallen, but also 3 have fallen on the other side. It's a battle for the Rockets down bottom middle. Spartan wins that one. Can he stay alive, and can he do some damage? Will stay alive, does do damage, but no kills, and eventually does fall to the grenade. Ball may be gathered by FaZe, but for how long? Because here comes the push from E United. Rhino gets shut down first. Suspector follows with the grenade, and as long as Falcade can get his shields back here, he can really do some work, but unfortunately, he just keeps getting tagged up.
Just too many angles coming at him. You can't do much when someone's over at PD and someone's also coming over from the cafe. Just too many spots, and there it is. Suspector and Rain taking control of the PD. They are now actually in a pretty even fight as we're fighting over on the A side of the map towards that tower and towards PD. So I like how Ryan Noob wisely backs down. He realized they're outnumbered. It's 2v3. Why fight that? Why fight that to the death and give them potentially staggered spawn? So a great back down there from E United.
FaZe, they got the cafe spawns. They played for the cafe spawns, and now they're rewarded for it as well. It's a setup towards PD. Manny's the first one to go down. Suspector is also going to follow up on the kill on Spartan, and now kills left, right, and center on the map, but who is going to get the important ones? Falcated gets one onto Ryanoob. There is the trade. Manny, the last remaining player, which means more ball time here for FaZe, and slowly but surely, they are getting themselves back into this round.
And here it is. We're going to see if Snipe Down FaZe Clan do a good rotation here, but there is some uncertainty. Looks like the information's been found. Sparty finds 2 other players at Tramp, and there is no more chance of getting this ball out of the arcade alive. You saw those players, as soon as they got driveway, all of Snipe Down's angles were cut off, and he had to fight his way out of the arcade.
But boy, did he fight his way out.
Yeah.
That plasma was so crucial for FaZe's chance.
Back in my day, you know, when we had Halo at the arcade, that's what I basically had to do. Gaskin, we could only do LAN. I had to fight everyone out of the arcade, and we'll go over it later.
You're throwing quarters at everyone, just trying to make sure you get the machine.
I still do that part.
You still do, yeah, I've seen it. It's actually not pleasant to watch, and we need to talk about it later for sure. But it's only a 9-point difference now between these 2 teams. E-United have just lost 2. FaZe still a full 4, and FaZe now can take the lead in these next moments, especially if they can manage to stagger some spawns once more.
And they found a spawn, but Rain somehow securing a kill over on Cafe's side. Spartan wants to see if he can answer his own kill back, but looks like there's going to be 2 members there over at Neon. Suspector on the push. Renegades gets taken down, and that is disastrous here for FaZe because these members of United know how to check every single spot. They got the kills, they got the ball, and they're 14 points away from going ahead in the series.
E-United now have the advantage. They now have the ball. It's one last push for FaZe. Rhino has to throw the ball out, has to instead focus on slaying. Does get one. Suspector gets one onto Falcated as well. And now suddenly these final points should be gobbled up because Snipe Down's the last remaining player. He's got no shields. He gets taken down. And E-United take game number 3, 2-1 here on Oddball Streets.
And we have the best and closest series we have seen yet this weekend. These games can't be much closer than what we have seen. They're always going the distance. These teams just seem to have each other's numbers.
Not surprising really as well when you consider they played together, they know each other, they know how things work, and maybe they know how some of these strategies are employed. As we take a look at some of the statistics on your screen, it's a Spectre with a 30 bomb that really headline things here for E-United, but it's that assist column that is also definitely worth focusing on.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say every single member except for Manny going positive in the KD ratio side, but Manny with 20 assists. That's just such an absurd number. 59 assists that we have there from the E-United roster. I mean, that's also, you know, you do have 53 assists total from FaZe Clan, so a lot of assists across the board, but let's take a quick look at the damage after we highlighted those kills. And it looks like Snipe Down joining the over 9,000 club, putting out 9,099 damage as if it has some sort of discount on its damage.
Little bit of discount indeed. Come along, buy some damage.
You buy it. It's not 9,100, it's 9,99.
999, and you get one free, but not unfortunately a round you get free because it was E-United who were able to close things out very close in the end. As we look back at some of the replays and the highlights, all these rockets were going in the hands of E-United so many times. It was rockets to work with. It was kills going left, right, and center in their favor. And you just feel if it wasn't for, you know, these like overkills, these triple kills that we saw from E-United, this could have been an entirely different game. And there was the overkill we spoke of. And considering FaZe are this team that we always say, you know, they've got these players that can pop off. It was E-United that were popping off.
United popping off, and then also consider, we've highlighted many a times throughout the season, calling Renegade arguably the best player in the game. We don't see that this series. This last game, he had, what, least kills, most deaths there for FaZe? I mean, you don't ever want to highlight and say it's a single person's fault, but it's not his fault. I'm just saying that we're not seeing this level of performance with Renegade just yet on this roster, and that's disappointing. You want to bring out that superstar on a team and say, all right, we got Renegade now. I've seen what you've done in Cloud9. Go to work. Do it. Kill them all.
It's not just this game. It was the previous game as well. You know, like it's one of those things where Renegade was probably used to playing in a certain way, used to having 3 players around him who allowed to play him in a certain way. And not only does Spartan have to adjust his playstyle, like all of these guys are having to change things that is so core to how they play the game of Halo. And that is not an easy thing to do whatsoever. Up next is going to be Strongholds on Recharge. Now, one thing we did learn is FaZe, they look quite solid when it comes to Strongholds. In the series, we saw them earlier against SSG. But is it too much of a task now? It's a do-or-die moment for them where you have to win this, otherwise you're out of this tournament.
And Recharge is one where you can't be a slouch on where your position is or how you're doing rotations. We know E-United have to be on the same page. They're going to say, all right, in this situation, we want to park someone over at elevator, or we want to hold someone in BR or control. I doubt FaZe have gone into as depth of conversations here about this map and mode specifically. so they're going to rely on their in-game instinct, just understand how they play the game in general, but we're going to have to see what comes through. Ultimately, they are going to need just a lot more kills. We need to see that out of Renegade. I don't want to call him out too much, but the man, he's if you're going to go in for running of best player in the game, you need to put up some better numbers.
We need to see the Renegade step up. We need to see what he can do and what he used to do. We've certainly seen glimpses of it throughout this tournament, but perhaps not really in this series. Though, early on, we are seeing points being scored here by FaZe. Valkated also cleaning up the first kill onto Rain. And I think you're right. I think that strategy-wise, E-United probably have the upper hand on FaZe at the moment with the practice that they've been able to put in, but FaZe have that slaying potential, and if they can kind of slay as they go, if they can win their individual battles, this game is still very winnable for them.
Yeah, I don't want to see it be potential anymore. I want to see it come to actuality. We don't want to just keep talking about what this team's capable of. Show us. And your backs are against the wall, tournament life on the line against a rival teammate, now or never.
Has to be now. You cannot afford to just kind of roll over and show your belly at this point and go out of the tournament at 3-1 to your opposition, who do have previous teammates, previous teams. You've got to show them what you're made of. Manny will escape with this shock rifle. Does have one grapple still to work with, so Spectre and Rhino get 2 kills in the kill feed, and that means that they're still going to be scoring here.
I was going to say, Rain putting some literal points on Sparty's name by repulsing him off the map and making him a truly Sparty McFly. That was huge over on the Hydra side of the map, and look at this, just shooting that A capture point and getting the finish there with his teammate Snipe down, putting that damage and getting a crucial reset there.
Such important damage, and of course information given to Snipe down as well. He would have seen those trickles of electricity firing across. And now we're going to see the camouflage coming up in a few seconds as well. A and B in control for FaZe. Renegade in a position to do some damage to those who are bottom middle, but it doesn't matter because everywhere he looks, Valkated's already getting the kills. This is better from FaZe. They are being a little bit more ruthless with their aggression.
They're going to slays, and look at this Snipe down flying in to BR, expecting maybe a bit more help or want to make a push together, or maybe just wants to abandon A and realize they can't hold that mode no more.
Always a risk when you leave A, but Spartan comes right back in to clean up one player, but unfortunately Rain is there as well. And maybe a little bit too quick to push out of A. Were FaZe there, and it now means they will be down A and C. Still have B in control, so they can still wrestle back one of these strongholds. I imagine A will be the choice, but A has a sword, but Snipe down manages to catch Suspector unaware. He had got shot from behind, and now 2 are dead. They've got A back, they've got sword back. It's starting to look good here for FaZe.
Is this the first chance we might see a trip cap here from FaZe? I didn't see if their player got taken out over at C. It looks like Spartan did get taken out at C, so no trip cap. In fact, just only a single cap here for FaZe.
Yeah, Rhino, the last remaining player, still able to get B. It's so difficult to get that final kill on a player at batteries sometimes because they can hide behind, well, the batteries that are there, of course, that are going up and down. And somehow, some way, E-United are scoring because of it. Snipe down, just trying to check to see if Rhino is still around B. And eventually he'll get that information that, yes, he's going to be right to his right on that long haul area, gets the kill, and now that is the opener that FaZe needed.
Yep, just sniffs him out, and, you know, it's too good to be true. When things are a little too quiet, you have to just know that there's traps abound, and Snipe down with his years or decades of experience at this point just knows where someone's likely going to be, how they're going to try to avoid him, where they're going to hide.
So A and B in control once more. The mistake that FaZe made before was pushing across, trying to get C a little bit too early and giving up those A spawns. But now Snipe down, quite rightly, giving up the shock rifle. Not something I would typically use to say for Snipe down, but he gave it to Renegade because he's got the sword. Renegade gets a kill with it. Snipe down gets the sword kill. All the pieces of the puzzle are starting to come together here for FaZe.
And here are the slays, 3 down. They found where Rain was earlier. They got the camo, so this is going to be so huge. We're actually going to see the first trip cap here in favor of FaZe, and look at this dangerous Snipe down. He knows that he can inflict so much damage if he can find where these players are at.
He was just checking there wasn't A spawns, but it's going to be pipe spawns here, and Snipe down still can do a lot of damage if he plays this correctly. Manny is in his sights, and he's going to use the grapple to get up close and personal. Does go down to no shields, but he's done his job. He's taken that player out of A, and now they can collapse on these final remaining players over towards either B or C.
And there they go. They still get those kills, even though you saw those capture points turn in favor of E United for just a moment. They get them back, and they're in good position. They don't have to waste any lives to grab B. That's one of the threats sometimes if you take too long to recapture B, is you sometimes just have to expend a life or two because you get trapped over in the batteries.
Renegade gets another double kill. Shock Rifle initiated it, and then he follows up with the Battle Rifle. Falcated also joining in on the madness, and Manny is going to be the last remaining player.
God.
All four were dead temporarily, and now they can push up on this trip cap once more. They can capture C because they know the spawns are happening over towards Long Haul here. Suspector tries to delay, and he does delay, but unfortunately Ryanoob has been spotted out. It was such a good idea from Ryanoob here. He does manage to get sniped down off the map somehow.
Fool me once. I mean, he knew he had the repulsor. I guess he didn't think he'd get it fully from that angle. I thought they'd kill him a little bit faster, but that's a little frustrating. 2 different repulsor plays to send someone flying off the map. That's rough, but damage has been done. FaZe have 150 points on the board. Now what they have to do is just slow it down for a minute. They have to get a couple slays like they've been doing so far this game.
Crazy really that United are still scoring, but despite that passage of play we just saw from the FaZe roster, Snipe down now, trying to make up for it and trying to control C because they are getting B, but they're giving up A, of course. You've got to cap this. He does cap it. Okay, now the scoring comes through, and now this is where you can get aggressive over towards A. You're going to see a little bit of a collapse here. Snipe down could initiate it as well.
Also, Snipe down did so good there, just waiting to shoot those remote detonations over on this
nice stick.
Gets the nice trade over into Spectre, about the best you can expect for a situation where you're down a couple shots. Now it's up to Sparty. 1v2 on Rain and Ryanoob, his old teammates. Can he get camo? Can he get one of these strongholds? What can he do in this situation?
Camo is popped, Renegade still alive, Spartan trying to cover for him, and Renegade does get away, and now that means Renegade can go through control here, can get towards A, and if he can get that first pick, it's going to open so much room for FaZe to finally get through, and perfect. Now he's got the sword as well. All the pieces. Does get slightly tickled by his teammate's grenade, which did take away his camo for a little bit, and maybe that just gives enough information to the other team. Renegade now really has to play dip, dodge, dive, and duck so he can stay alive and do some damage with his sword.
And it looks like E United just opt to say, all right, he already slipped past their defenses. They have sword near elevator with camo. We can't just go in there and give it free kills, even though it's tempting to try to stop that capture. Instead, United decide to rotate away. They push across the map over towards B and C, and that's a great trade. That's a really smart rotation.
And Renegade will be kicking himself a little bit. Didn't have the sword out, and because of it, gets punished. Will go down. Good grenades coming out of Spartan and Snipe down, but Rain just holding on to A. Total control now for E United, and they will take the lead. B is being captured, but they have already done the damage. They've got A and C. They're getting the slays. Just got to be careful that you don't give up too much easy deaths here. Otherwise, FaZe will take full advantage of that. Wow, what a nade.
And that's scary how fast that turned around. You know, FaZe were in such a comfortable position. I want to say they're up about 70 points there. And then that trip cap, plus an elongated double cap, rotating away when they had camo and sword. I mean, they had the weapons, they had the power-ups, but it still didn't come to fruition. It didn't turn into anything for FaZe.
Points now being scored again for FaZe. This is such a tight game between these two titans of teams. Teams that would be expecting to finish in the top 4, yet this is a game just for top 6. There's still so much more to play for both of these squads if they go on and win this one. A and B back in control now of United. Snipe down, still patrolling this upper area and still managing to do damage. Very calculated push there. He knows he doesn't want to just sit in the doorway because grenades are so easily banked off, but eventually has to retreat, has to try and stay alive.
Pretty sure you're a sword right there, too. I'm not sure if that was someone in BR, if that was the person chasing him, but that's terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. But that was also just a smart poke and prod towards that elevator, but still, just only so much you can do. I mean, doing damage in an isolated area like elevator, you need to have a teammate over in, you know, in this area over here at Turbine, or they need to be able to charge over towards Catwalk to take advantage of it.
Something certainly we learned earlier from FaZe is that when they're behind in strongholds, they do struggle. They need to gain the lead quickly. They need to be capturing something so that they can give themselves that belief, that momentum. But at the moment, it's a 3 versus 2. Suspector doing so well to capture A, and because of it, they'll get a little chunk here of time that perhaps they shouldn't have. Renegade goes down. It's a back smack for Suspector, and now these players are sitting ducks down towards Turbine. Good fight from the FaZe players that do remain, but has the damage already been done? Ryanoob backs off with the grenades. And already we see 231 points on the board for United.
Yeah, they're just backing down. They're able to get a reset. And somehow, FaZe still not even able to get A. And look at these desperate charges. There's Renegade still turning out into a great kill, but just having to force out an individual play over towards C. This is what FaZe needs at some point. They need kills, and time is just ticking away. There's 2 members down for FaZe. Renegade and Snipe down. Tournament life on the line. They get a conversion over at A, so they're still in it.
Still in it for now. 6
but
more
the slays
points
happen.
required.
The slays happen. I would expect one of these strongholds to convert over in favor of United just based on the numbers for a moment.
You'd expect it to happen. Ryanoob is going to dip his toes into B once more. Has to be taken out by FaZe. They cannot allow this B conversion to be too easy, but it is too easy. And now you've got to push up quickly. Snipe down. He's going to get into B. It's going to be a fight of Manny versus Snipe down. A is stopped. Manny needs some help, but so does Snipe down. It's ring around the rosies. Manny gets the reset. 248, but someone's in C. Renegade gets the kill, but Ryanoob's there to get the reset. And now it's going to be a chance in B once more. All these teams are desperately sending themselves into strongholds.
And right here, Ryanoob and team opt to go towards A, but Snipe down Falcator trying to match that power. Where is the play going to come for United to put this finish on? Looks like Rain gets a long flank over towards Pipes, kills Spartan, and United now have the numbers advantage that they were looking for.
They get B. And there is going to be one player in. And now B again being contested. But if Falcator goes down, this game is over. But he stays alive. Snipe down supports. And still, FaZe are scoring. Still, no win just yet for Reunited. But if we see at any point more than 2 members go down for FaZe, it's going to be done. It's going to be dusted. But they are holding on by a thread right now, Walshy.
And what are they going to do? They just literally need to convert one of these strongholds for a second. And it looks like B's the play. Both Suspector and Manny going in there. Manny gets the back smack, and isn't enough. No! Looks like C is contested at the same moment. FaZe somehow finding life in this game, but Manny gonna decide to put pressure on towards A. This is gonna be a tough one to challenge, so it looks like FaZe and Falcated are gonna put the pressure on B, but that's gotta be it. They close it out. United win game number 4, 250 to 194, and take the series 3-1 over FaZe.
I mean, what a series it was, and one of the last-ditch attempts from FaZe to just try and stay in that game, but unfortunately, they just left it too late. If they could have played with that same intensity throughout the entire game, maybe they would have had a better chance, but it's E-United who get the better of FaZe. It's E-United who march on into the top 6, and it means FaZe will bow out in their first appearance with this roster as a top 8 team. It's not necessarily where people would have expected them to finish, but they achieved their bare minimum. They will still be in pools at Orlando. It's the first sighting of this roster. Maybe they didn't perform as some would expect, but they did have glimpses. They did have moments where they looked excellent.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the slays, FaZe Clan only got outslayed by 1 kill over the course of that game. So it just comes down to objective efficiency. I mean, no surprise that E-United come out ahead in that category.
It's E-United who get one over FaZe. It's Ryanoob who gets one back over Spartan, but I don't think that that's going to be the end of this saga. I think that we're going to see these guys go up against each other many a time throughout the rest of this season. A better game from Renegade, has to be said. We were saying he needs to step up going into that final match, and he did 5.9k damage, but it is not enough to get the team over the final hurdle. It was Rain, actually, who has quietly gone about his business throughout this series, who is the real damage dealer on this E-United roster.
Yeah, Rain just putting in that silent work there for the E-United roster to help lead for that 3-1 victory. So, you know, E-United are feeling good. They get a chance to rest. They're going to play on Championship Sunday. FaZe, back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board for FaZe, and it's a shame, I'm sure, for all the FaZe fans around the world, for some of the absolute heroes that are on this roster. I mean, some Halo absolute legends that feature on this roster, but unfortunately they just have to bow out at top 8 and say, look, we go again. We focus on Orlando. That's where they start to look towards now. On the other side, E-United, their run keeps going, and I think they're going to look forward to what they can do tomorrow. They'll want to push top 4. They'll want to push top 3, and I tell you what, if they perform like that, there's no reason why they can't do.
Yeah, they just got to put that hard work in, and it will come out, but that's tough. It's, you know, nobody on that roster is pleased with the top 6 finish. They are looking for more than that, so we will see how E-United fare the rest of this tournament. FaZe, you know, someone's got to lose.
Someone's got to lose. Someone's got to be able to be that team that bows out in top 8. But Dave, I mean, an excellent series. A pleasure to cast it with you, and we'll have to see what E-United do tomorrow.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think what we'll have to do is then just go to the desk, the hard-working desk.
A lot of people don't appreciate and understand how hard these people work. Someone like Lottie, she pays in the local community. After the shift, she's already dressed up in uniform to go work at the local tiki bar. So we're all set to go.
Yeah, I know. Desk host by day, bartender by night. And I tell you what, I'm going to need a stiff one after this because that was really difficult for FaZe. My goodness me. A really good start to that series for them. And it just started falling apart. And I think a lot of that came down to the fact that United were able to pick apart all of the mistakes, and we kind of talked about that, and really Spartan talked about it too. There's a lot to work on for that FaZe roster. United saw their openings, saw their chances, and they started to capitalize on them, looking really, really solid along the way as well. Clutch, what did you make of the series overall about both of our teams here?
Yeah, I thought United was definitely the better team, but we saw glimpses of the potential of FaZe. I thought Snipedown specifically played a hell of a series and stepped up massively. Renegade, maybe not statistically the best series, didn't get to see enough of his point of view in order to say whether or not he wasn't able to find his footing there or what the reason might be specifically. But United just a little bit more of a strategical team, a little bit more practice under their belts in this FaZe roster, and I think that really showed off in this series. I would expect FaZe with a couple more weeks of practice to look a little bit more clean, a little bit more powerful, and maybe they're able to take it, but not today.
No, not today indeed. I've got to say though, on the side of United, there are definitely things that they need to work on. Yes, the series went in their favor. They did win 3 maps back to back to back. However, it wasn't exactly super easy for them, right? You know, they did have to fight. FaZe were fighting back. There were moments in time where the lead was changing. United managing to clutch it up pretty easily at the end there, but, you know, tomorrow, that might not fly. Things need to get a little bit better for this United roster, but hey, Rob, it's been growing, it's been working, and I gotta say, they have been looking better and better each series.
Yeah, they really have. I think, to be honest, I think FaZe impressed a lot of people more than a lot of people expected after day number 1. Certainly the case for me. I think a lot of people expecting United to win the series. I think we all were. I think FaZe stepped up in a big way. I do think United certainly has a few things to work on. The scary thing, though, for me about United is even though they look like the way they did on Friday, right, winning game 5s to get through, today they have a little bit of a arguably more difficult series than we expected against FaZe. United Championship Sunday, these guys know how to finish, they know how to perform, and I expect them to be ready for Sunday.
Yeah, I think they are going to be ready for Sunday, and I think in terms of their trajectory right now, the growth is there, right? You know, it's definitely on our screens, like you said. Obviously, the game 5s, the reverse sweeps, they were happening, and it has been a little bit difficult for United, but they have managed to grow as a squad, and especially with their new addition as well. It's been pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah, I think Suspector played a massive series, and they needed every bit of it to get past this FaZe roster. Questions about how good Suspector really was. Is he an actual star in this league? Does he have that individual skill to play with the likes of the members individually on FaZe? Well, Suspector answered a lot of questions for me in that series. A hell of a show from him. Manny stepped up big too, so big shout out to the newcomers on United. United did a phenomenal job putting a new roster together. They found some talent with these 2 pickups, and I love this roster moving forward.
I have a quick question for you before we move off this series really, really quick. United, obviously, we're talking about Ryan Noob kind of calling the shots here a little bit, and he has been producing the goods so far. Do you think he's on the right page? Is this the direction they should be going in? The growth's there, but do you think that honestly is going to be the end game for them?
We're going to have to find out. I think with a little bit more practice, this team looks a lot more crisp. I still think Manny and Suspector are getting used to the United ways of things and the play style. I mean, it was a lot of unorthodox Halo we saw in that last series, right? Like, we were sitting in the green room watching some of the strategies on the Livefire Slayer where it looked like they were looking like literally rotating around the map perfectly counterclockwise with FaZe throughout times. And then we were like, what is going on? And we're like, no, this is all part of the plan. Just have faith. That unorthodox Halo is not easy to play with. It's not easy to play against. Renegade clearly struggling to find his footing in the series. I feel like he struggled with that unorthodox play. I think the members of Manny and Suspector, the more they get a conscious feel for what that unorthodox play feels like, the more it will become more natural.
Yeah, definitely. I think the unorthodox play actually works so well a lot of the time with United for sure. I know Sentinels really do struggle against that kind of play, and it's difficult to find the footing. So if United can perfect that, you know, that could be pretty dangerous moving forward as well. Let's take a quick peek though at the elimination bracket, see where everything stands right now, because of course we did just say goodbye to FaZe. Unfortunately, that was the battle for top 6. And FaZe, they will be going home at this point in time in the competition. Although they did make it to Orlando pool play, they have got that job done. I got to say, it's been pretty epic for United pushing forward in this elimination bracket. Anything jumping out to you right now, Bravo, in terms of some of the results that we've seen coming through here?
I think things have gotten a little bit more predictable as we've gone on through the bracket here on the elimination side. 2-1 G1 over Pioneers is interesting. Going to keep a very close eye on that. Certainly, United G1 is going to be a huge test for both of those teams, and certainly a lot more to look forward to.
Yeah, that is going to be a really, really big series. What are you thinking about that one there in that quarterfinals?
I mean, in my predictions, I had United at 4th. I had G1 as my shocker team, my wild card team. So the fact that they match up, I had to still continue to just go with my, my past prediction. But everything G1 has showed us this weekend makes me want to go back to the racing board and put G1 in that 4th spot. I do believe G1 is going to get top 4 tomorrow. I think they played phenomenal today, and although they fell to the elimination bracket, it wasn't without looking absolutely incredible. And I think we got a look at G1 earlier today. Who did they 5-0 on Bizarre CTF? That was it was G2.
G2.
That was an absolute monster performance, and the fact that they showed me that they can play at that kind of efficiency and objective play, I mean, the sky's the limit with these guys. They could go on a serious run.
Yeah, I got to say as well, I feel like Capture the Flag is a massive strong suit for G1 as well, because in their Sentinel series, they did actually manage to win that Catalyst CTF as well. So, hey, hoping for no CGF tomorrow for United. That'll be a very, very difficult one indeed going up against these guys. But let's take a look at the winners bracket. Let's see the upper side of things to see exactly where all of our victorious teams are settling. And as you can see, we have gone through the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, where we did see a battle of Sentinels versus G1, Optic versus Cloud9, and now we find ourselves heading into tomorrow with a winners final set as Sentinels versus Optic Gaming. This is huge, bro. This is such a big rematch. I feel like there's a lot of actual emotion on the line here as well with both of these teams. They've had quite the story this season with one another online and actually LAN as well. How are you feeling about this one going down?
I just can't wait, right? This is the match that we came for. These are your two tournament favorites coming in, without a doubt. If you were to poll the community, I think you'd have a pretty even split across these two teams for this specific tournament. So it's no surprise that we find these two in the winners final.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be absolutely incredible. But this is what our day tomorrow is going to look like. Starting things off, we have the elimination quarterfinals. We then will see G1 versus E United. Our elimination semi-finals will take place right after that one. Then we have our winners final, Sentinels versus Optic Gaming, the one you guys have been waiting for. We'll find out who is dropping down to that elimination final, and eventually to round off the night, to round off the day, to crown your champion of the NA Super, we have our grand final. I'm really excited to find out where all of those blanks are going to be filled in, who is going to be there, who's going home, who's going to be rebounding up and having that incredible Cinderella story run. There's so much to look forward to tomorrow, so I'm so excited about it. You know what? It's been absolutely mental on day 2 as well, to be perfectly honest. Day 1 was really, really cool. Day 2, I think, has got even better. So day 3, in terms of where we're heading here, surely day 3 is going to be even better than all of them put together.
Oh, even better, without a doubt.
Yeah, I think the quality of Halo is only going to go up, the individual skills going up, and these teams got a lot to play for. Championship Sunday, we're going to have every bit of the rights to that trophy next to you, a lot played for, and you know how badly everyone in this tournament still wants that, still wants to hold it up over their heads, still wants that cash prize, and more importantly, who's going to be the top dog going into Orlando?
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot on the line here in terms of pride, in terms of this trophy right here, and of course the prize pool. Tomorrow is the day to get it done for all of these teams that's still remaining in the tournament. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Day 2 has been absolutely amazing. Day 3 is going to be even better, and we will see your lovely faces tomorrow for Championship Sunday here at the Halo Championship Series.